Fu Bao ran out of the kitchen holding a sweet bun and hugged Lin Xuyan's leg.
Mom.
Lin Xuyan bent down to pick up the little girl, saying, "What's wrong? Are you shy seeing so many big brothers?" Big brothers, the young men instantly blushed, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Xiao Ding was the first to react, loosening his grip on the table, standing straight, and loudly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law."
Ah.
The table leg hit Lao Zhang's foot, and he yelped, stuttering, Sister-in-law, I'm Lao Zhang."
I'm Dao. I'm Xiao Din.
He Zhang frowned. "Can't you even move a table properly?" His cold voice was stern.
We can do it well.
Xiao Ding and Lao Zhang hurriedly set the table right and arranged the chairs. Lin Xuyan, holding Fu Bao, walked over to He Zhang and tugged at his sleeve. "Why be so serious about dinner?" She simply handed Fu Bao to He Zhang and said gently, "Don't be formal. Let's put some dishes on the small table and eat together." "Okay, sister-in-law." The young men, who were ready to act tough in front of Lin Xuyan, quickly changed their tone, calling her sister-in-law and bustling around. "Oh right, I'll go get the cups." Lin Xuyan took the cups and poured hot orange tea for everyone, smiling. "Let's sit down and eat. Try the food." Everyone sat down obediently, hands on their knees, looking very proper. Fu Bao was placed on the ground, sitting quietly beside Lin Xuyan. Lin Xuyan turned to He Zhang and said, "We forgot to bring out the rice and the steamed buns from the steamer." "I'll go get it," He Zhang replied, turning towards the kitchen, leaving everyone surprised. Who dares to give orders to the leader? It seems only the delicate sister-in-law can do that. This isn't about being unable to divorce. The leader just doesn't want to part with her, right? Lin Xuyan told them to start eating, but no one dared to pick up their chopsticks until He Zhang returned. He Zhang brought out the whole pot of rice and placed it in front of Xiao Ding, saying, "Serve yourself." In their lifetime, they never expected to eat rice served by the leader. Xiao Ding was moved to tears and filled a big bowl. Lin Xuyan couldn't help but smile. The five of them all had crew cuts, with clear and innocent, silly eyes, looking energetic. In her previous life, she was born in a flower-growing country and naturally had a good impression of soldiers. Thinking of these young people who protect the country and its people with their lives, she felt a deep respect. "Eat more if you like steamed buns, have more, and if you want noodles, I can cook some." But they didn't dare. The leader's sister-in-law was serving them, so they felt hesitant. "Sister-in-law, I love eating rice. I love big steamed buns." Lin Xuyan laughed, "Then eat more. I made plenty." "Okay." Lin Xuyan sat at the heated table, close to He Zhang. The braised pig trotters in the clay pot were perfectly cooked, rich and tender. She took a spoonful and shared it with the faraway Dahu. Then it was Xiao Ding's turn. Before she could serve Lao Zhang, He Zhang took the spoon from her. His rough hands scooped a piece of pig trotter and placed it in Lao Zhang's bowl, then served each of them in turn. The people across from them were sweating. The leader didn't seem like he was serving them food. It felt like he was trying to poison them. "Mom, I want some," Fu Bao said, mouth full of rice, cheeks puffing up. He also wanted to eat the pig trotter. "Okay, let Uncle give you a piece." He Zhang served both kids before starting to eat himself. After a few minutes, everyone gradually relaxed. They were all young and couldn't help but chat. Lin Xuyan listened as they talked about interesting but not confidential tasks, which was quite refreshing. He Zhang picked up a piece of fish, removed the bones, and placed it in her bowl, making Xiao Ding, who was boasting, almost forget what he wanted to say. So touching. It turned out their leader was a good man. Dahu burped, but didn't want to put down his chopsticks, grabbing a steamed bun to eat with his vegetables. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is really delicious, even better than the chef in the cafeteria." Little Ding said mischievously, "Hee, I should tell the chef that next time he might mess up and not serve you enough." "Are you saying that sister-in-law's cooking isn't good?" "Well, that was a clever comeback. It's delicious. I've never had such tasty food before. For some reason, every dish here is rich in flavor and incredibly delicious. The leader is so lucky. He gets to eat this every day at home." The table was cleared in no time, and Lin Xuyan was very satisfied. Seeing an empty plate is the happiest thing for someone who cooks. Everyone at the table, except for the toothless He Xiaoshu, was extremely satisfied. Even little Fubao's belly was round and full. After everyone finished eating, Little Ding took the initiative to start clearing the plates. "Sister-in-law, let us help. Those who cook shouldn't wash the dishes. You can take a break." In Little Ding's eyes, such a clean and lovely woman, especially the leader's wife, shouldn't be washing dishes. If sister-in-law had to wash the dishes today, tomorrow the leader would make them run the track until they were exhausted. Lin Shuyan didn't insist. She really didn't like washing dishes. "All right, I'll leave it to you then. I promise to get the job done. I was the best at washing dishes in the whole army district. Don't brag. You were punished by the leader to wash dishes. Why are you ruining my reputation?" The group bickered, but they kept working. 2 cleared the table, 2 washed the dishes, and 1 carried the plates. Lin Shuyan looked at He Zhang, her eyes asking, "Really?" The man replied nonchalantly, "If you let him plant trees, he went to collect bird eggs instead. Shouldn't he be punished?" "He should be punished." Lin Shuyan smiled. It seems some people have an interesting life in the army district. She became even more eager about military life. They finished eating and tidying up, and Little Ding and the others wisely retreated. The house suddenly became quiet. Lin Shuyan felt sleepy after eating. She grabbed a blanket and snuggled up on the sofa. The 2 kids took out their homework and drawing paper, quietly working without causing any trouble. He Zhang went upstairs for a moment, and when he came down, he saw her nearly falling asleep. He sat down by the sofa, holding some documents sent by Fu Yang. Even though he should be reading in the study, he couldn't help but want to be close to her. Lin Shuyan found a comfortable spot on his lap and rested her head. She closed her eyes and began to drift off to sleep. For dinner, they casually ate a little. Lin Shuyan took Fubao to take a bath. The water was warm, and Fubao sat in the big tub like a little dumpling. Now, she loves taking baths the most. After washing up, she smells just as nice as her aunt. Some time ago, Lin Shuyan bought a small bed for Fubao, surrounded by a fence, suitable for sleeping until the age of 5 or 6. She specially installed a sheer curtain on top so that it could be drawn closed at bedtime. Although the child is small, it's time to start teaching her about gender awareness. She carried Fubao, who was dressed in her pajamas, back to the small bed. When He Zhang is not around, she always sleeps with Fubao, but now they have to separate. Fubao clung to her neck, not wanting to let go. Lin Shuyan smiled and coaxed her. "Be good. Fubao can sleep by herself." "Look, Annie has been sleeping with Fubao for a long time. Shouldn't you sleep with Uncle for a few nights?" "Yes," Fubao replied obediently, but her little hand still wouldn't let go, her soft face pressed against Lin Shuyan. He Xiaoshu leaned closer and said in a breezy voice, "Sister, let me tell you a story." Upon hearing about the story, Fubao hesitated. Lin Shuyan seized the opportunity to gently pry her little hand away. "Wow, Fubao gets to hear a story tonight. After the story, can you tell Annie about it tomorrow?" Fubao's eyes lit up. "Okay." Successfully calming the child, Lin Shuyan quickly left the room, feeling like an unqualified parent. He Zhang hadn't returned to the study yet, but the heating pot was still on. With him at home, Lin Shuyan felt warm and cozy. She happily went to take a shower, then changed into a light nightgown and snuggled into bed. Last night, she didn't get much rest, and He Zhang had tossed and turned all night. After finishing his documents, he got up and headed back to the bedroom. Sitting on the soft bed, her long hair cascading down her fair shoulders, she bent her arm and started her skincare routine. Winter is dry, especially with the heating on, so Lin Shuyan applies a bit of moisturizing cream before bed each night. While others are careful with their face cream, she uses it on her arms and legs too. The man's eyes held a deep longing from the moment he entered. Lin Shuyan crossed her legs and applied cream to her forearm. "Are you done?" He sat down at the edge of the bed, his voice low and husky as it reached her ears. Lin Shuyan gave a sly smile, handed him the small jar, and turned around, placing her leg on his lap. The nightgown slid up to her thighs, revealing her slender, fair legs, still slightly pink from the shower. "Can you help me apply it?" What a tempting little fairy. Hee-jong took a bit of the cream and rubbed it on her calf, his large hand applying just the right amount of pressure. Lin Shuyan lazily nestled against his chest. His freshly changed shirt carried the scent of soap, and he asked softly, "Are you tired today?" "No, not at all. Your team is quite interesting." He raised an eyebrow, wondering what was so interesting. The skin under his palm was delicate and smooth, making it hard to resist. As they touched, a warm heat sparked between them. Things started to feel different. Lin Shuyan suddenly remembered something and looked at him with bright eyes. "Last night I got drunk. Was I well behaved?" She hadn't mentioned anything all day, so he decided not to bring it up either. "Yeah, very."
Good.
"You just slept after drinking. So what did you do to me?" Lin Shuyan asked, looking like she was ready to settle the score. He paused for a moment, then leaned down and kissed her lips. "I didn't do anything." "Liar. I'm all red." "Maybe it was your clothes rubbing against you," he said playfully, then continued to kiss her. Lin Shuyan shivered and playfully bit him, but he didn't stop. Instead, he tightened his grip around her waist.
Don't.
His kiss was deep and passionate, overwhelming her soft lips. Only when her eyes filled with tears and she struggled to breathe did he finally let her go, laying her back on the bed. "I haven't showered yet. Don't fall asleep." Lin Shuyan slightly parted her lips, breathing softly, then hurry and shower.
Okay.
He got up and went to the bathroom with his clothes. He took a quick 5-minute shower. Lin Shuyan lay on the pillow, and as soon as she heard the bathroom door open, a heavy weight pressed down on her from behind. Cool water droplets fell on her neck, causing her to shrink back, while strong hands wrapped around her waist. Warm kisses landed on her shoulder and back, and his kisses traveled down her spine, mixing warmth and coolness. "Ugh," she squirmed, unable to bear it, and he turned her over. His deep eyes locked onto hers. After being apart, they quickly became entangled again. Her lips were like pink petals, and he kissed her deeply, tasting her sweetness. Lin Shuyan's back was supported by his strong hand. His firm arm contrasted with her fair skin, leaving a bold mark. "Ugh, put me down." Feeling insecure, she clung tightly to his neck. He ignored her plea, burying his face in kisses yen. Then, sounds of Lin Shuyan's soft voice filled the room. "Don't you bad guy. Rascal." The arrival of Hee-jong and his group was not welcomed by the 5th Regiment. Especially Yao Jinxing and Meng Xiaoqi. One has been caught with his daughter, and the other was just about to be promoted to team leader. As for the people in the 5th Regiment, they are divided into 2 factions. One faction holds great respect for the 18th Military District and participates in the selection every year, eager to join. The other faction blindly follows Meng Xiaoqi, almost brainwashed, believing that the 18th District is just empty praise without real strength. Hee-jong does not care about their attitudes. He brought 15 people, 10 of whom are hidden in the shadows to arrange contacts and investigations, while 5 accompany him openly into the 5th Regiment. Meng Xiaoqi is the one to greet Hee-jong. He waits in the hallway, his expression dark. The last time, it was here that Yao Ling was taken away, causing him to lose face in the military. He originally planned to marry Yao Ling to connect with Yao Jinxing and secure the position of team leader in the 5th Regiment. Now, due to Yao Ling's situation, not only is Yao Jinxing under investigation, but his promotion is also ruined, leaving the 5th Regiment in a passive state. Even with the team leader position vacant, Meng Xiaoqi was not promoted. Thus, Meng Xiaoqi harbors deep resentment towards Hee-jong, especially since Yao Ling was his target. Why should some people be born with advantages, relying on their parents while others struggle for what they desire? Meng Xiaoqi feels unfairly treated, but he can only hold back his frustration. The vehicle enters the 5th Regiment, and Hee-jong steps out with his team. "Team leader you're here." Meng Xiaoqi steps forward with a polite smile. Hee-jong, dressed in military uniform with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, glances at him, exuding a strong presence. He rarely forgets faces, The last time they met was at a state-run restaurant when he was dining with Yao Ling. Yes, arranged for training. This time, He Zhuang is acting as the team leader, as he has been instructed to take charge of the 5th Regiment for a while. Okay, I'll gather the troops. Meng Xiaoqi heads to the training ground to assemble the 5th Regiment soldiers. He Zhuang is followed by 5 others, who instinctively take their place at the end of the line. It is noon, and the sun is intense. However, the cold wind on the training ground makes their cheeks sting. He Zhuang stands straight with his hands behind his back, glancing at his watch. 2 minutes to assemble? The training should already be ingrained. His voice is cold, and the pressure he exudes makes everyone silent. 5 kilometers with gear, run. At his command, everyone puts on their equipment and starts running around the training ground. He Zhuang frowns. Compared to the 18th Army, these soldiers seem lazy and ineffective. No school today. Lin Shuyan slept in. While sleeping, a little bundle snuggled into her arms. Her brother went to school, and when Fubao woke up and found no one in the room, she hugged her little floral bunny and quietly climbed down from her bed to find her aunt. Auntie Fubao called softly. Seeing her aunt still asleep, she cuddled her bunny and nestled into her arms. Her aunt smelled nice, and Fubao loved that. Tilting her little head, Fubao looked at her beautiful aunt for a while. Unable to resist, she reached out her small hand and touched the red marks on her aunt's neck. A big bug bit her aunt. Bad bug. Fubao decided to catch bugs for her aunt tonight. She leaned closer and blew gently on Lin Xuyan's neck. The tickling sensation woke Lin Xuyan. She raised her hand to feel the little bundle in her arms, mumbling, Fubao, be good. She was exhausted from last night, and her voice was hoarse. Bug, auntie, bug bite, hurt. Lin Xuyan tried to understand and suddenly woke up. Where is the bug? Thinking a bug had crawled onto the bed, she sat up quickly, pulled back the covers, and saw she was wearing the pajamas that He Zhuang had given her. The bed was clean with fresh sheets. Baby, where's the bug? Fubao pouted, her eyes fixed on Lin Xuyan's neck. Wow, the bug was so big. It left so many marks. Fubao's little face was serious, but her ability to express herself was limited. Her dark eyes darted around, and she put down her bunny and climbed down from the bed. Lin Xuyan watched her run to the table, standing on her tiptoes to reach the mirror. Auntie, bite. She struggled to lift the small mirror for her aunt to see. The mirror wobbled, but Lin Xuyan still saw the red marks on her neck. When she lived in Xiaoqiao village, the mosquitoes were both poisonous and numerous. When kids got bitten, it looked just like this. Facing the innocent gaze of the child, Lin Xuyan felt her face heat up. Cough, it's nothing. Auntie will just put on some medicine later. She quickly got out of bed, her legs feeling weak, almost stumbling again. That man. It was like he hadn't eaten meat in a year. Lin Xuyan found a high-neck sweater to wear, determined not to let someone leave marks on her neck again. It was so embarrassing. What if she spoiled the child? All right, Fubao, are you hungry? Let's wash our faces and go downstairs for breakfast. Lin Xuyan picked up the child and, after washing up, went downstairs. There was some leftover rice from last night, so Lin Xuyan quickly made some fried rice with eggs and prepared a tomato egg soup. The two of them sat by the warm table, enjoying their hot meal. After eating, she had some errands to run, so she took Fubao out and headed straight to the herbal medicine shop. After He Zhuang finished taking her medicine, she came by again to get contraceptive pills. Now she is more afraid of the side effects of Western medicine. After all, even in her past life with such advanced medicine, taking contraceptive pills was still harmful to women. She asked at the traditional medicine shop and found that there are pills made from herbal contraceptives, but you need to take a few more, which are milder and have no side effects. Not to mention that she still has to take care of Fu Bao and Xiao Shu, and she hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet. Moreover, she is only 19 and Lin Xuyan does not want to have children so early. She doesn't want to lose her time with her partner so soon, and she is also afraid of childbirth and the pain it brings. She will think about having children after the college entrance exam next year. The owner of the pharmacy, Mr. Wen, is already familiar with Lin Xuyan. It is rare to see a woman so open and unreserved about her health. Lin Shuyan explained her purpose, and Dr. Wen handed her a small jar of medicine, advising, just take it within 3 days, but don't take it too often in a month. Lin Shuyan blinked, took out the money without saying a word. How many times she takes it depends on a certain energetic person, not her. After paying, she was about to leave when a man rushed in, wearing rough clothes, carrying a basket on his back and holding a Dr. Wen, I found something amazing. The traditional medicine shop also collects herbs. Lin Shuyan recently learned that Dr. Wen's master was a well-respected doctor, and going back a few generations, they were imperial physicians. However, with hospitals being established everywhere, traditional medicine is not as valued anymore. Hearing the excited voice of the newcomer, Dr. Wen was rarely a bit excited. What did you find? The man wiped his face, beaming with joy. Wild ginseng. I found wild ginseng. It's huge. It must be decades old. As he spoke, he took out the wild ginseng from the basket. He felt he would strike it rich after spending more than half a month in the mountains, going deep into the forest. In recent years, the nearby areas had been completely dug up, and only in the remote mountains could one find such treasures. Today, he was seeing such a good one for the first time. As the saying goes, 7 tails is ginseng, 8 tails is treasure, and this one is far more than that. He tried to dig it out completely, and the roots were as long as his forearm. Dr. Wen was surprised. This ginseng was not decades old, but at least 100 years. As soon as the ginseng was taken out, Lin Shuyan found herself unable to move because the ginseng was glowing like a snow lotus flower. A faint layer of light, slightly reddish, shimmered. But she noticed that neither Dr. Wen nor the man could see it. So, was this something only she could see? Once, she had only seen ginseng in the pharmacy, one piece at a time. She didn't know that a complete ginseng looked like this, with long roots and several heads growing outwards. When the ginseng reached Dr. Wen, it still had moist soil on it. He placed it on the counter, wiped his glasses, and examined it closely. The age of ginseng can be determined by the scars. It sheds its leaves once a year, and the scar left behind is called a luan. Dr. Wen pointed to a cluster at the top of the ginseng, which was the luan. You need to add 3 years before the first luan. This ginseng. He counted carefully and found that it had been growing for over 140 years. This is a 100-year-old ginseng, at least 150 years old. The man was overwhelmed with sudden happiness and stammered, So, how much can I sell it for? He held out 2 hands, then quietly pulled back 2 fingers. Can I sell it for 80? In this era, wild mountain ginseng wasn't as rare as it is now. The most he usually got for what he collected was only a few dollars. If he could get 80, that would be great, enough to last him for half a year in the countryside. Dr. Wen wasn't one to take advantage of others. He said honestly, if I buy this wild mountain ginseng from you, I can give you 103, but if you take it to a wealthy family, you could sell it for 200. Otherwise, you can try your luck first, and if it doesn't sell, you can bring it back to me. While 100-year-old ginseng is rare, the pharmacy already had 2, and most people couldn't afford them. Regular ginseng would suffice. The man hesitated. Where could he find a wealthy person? Even if he found one, he might not be able to connect with them. But he couldn't bear to lose $80. Maybe he should try his luck. There seemed to be a garden nearby. He decided, okay, I'll try my luck first. I'm sorry, Dr. Wen. Usually Dr. Wen bought his herbs, and the man felt a bit embarrassed. Dr. Wen was calm. It's fine, don't worry about the money. Your child needs to get better and go back to school. All right, thank you. Lin Shuyan was watching from the side, and then spoke up. Why not sell the ginseng to me? You want to buy it? The man's eyes lit up. Looking at Lin Shuyan's outfit, he thought she must be wealthy. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 108, he said, eager to get home to care for his child, saving himself the trouble of searching for buyers, and fearing she might change her mind. He quickly lowered the price by 20. Lin Shuyan looked at his simple appearance and remembered Dr. Wen mentioning that his child was still sick, so she didn't take advantage of the situation. This ginseng was considered a century-old treasure in someone else's hands, but for Lin Shuyan, it was different. She discovered that not just any plant could grow in her special space. It had to be a plant that glowed. When she visited earlier, she had seen Dr. Wen's ginseng, which had already been dried and processed, and it didn't have any glow, clearly something rare and hard to find. No need for that, just as Dr. Wen said, 200, I'll take it. She released Fu Bao's small hand, took out the money from her bag, and handed it to the man. Count it. The man was so excited that his hands trembled. Okay, yes, it's definitely 200. After completing the transaction, the man happily left. Lin Shuyan was also very pleased. She could grow 4 types of plants in her space, and now she had finally found the second one. She couldn't wait to take it home and plant it. Dr. Wen asked curiously, Comrade Lin, what do you need this for? Not much. Just to boost my health. Is someone at home unwell? Lin Shuyan casually replied, Yes, I want my husband to feel better. Dr. Wen was puzzled. He didn't mean to pry into anyone's privacy, but considering that Comrade Lin had come for contraceptive medicine, her husband should be quite healthy. He shook his head and, as a doctor, reminded her, this ginseng greatly boosts energy and vitality, strengthens the spleen and lungs, and can help in critical moments, but it shouldn't be eaten too often, especially during colds or when there's heat in the body. It should be consumed sparingly. Thank you, Dr. Wen. Lin Shuyan took this advice seriously. After leaving the traditional medicine shop, Lin Shuyan thought deeply. Traditional medicine was facing challenges from Western medicine, and she had seen news in the future about how many traditional medicine factories were secretly owned by others, trying to take control. If the knowledge passed down from ancestors were truly stolen, it would be a great loss. She had an idea. If given the chance, she might try to acquire medicinal materials and store them in her space. But whatever she did, she needed to make money first. Holding the ginseng in one hand and Fu Bao's hand in the other, she hurried home. Once home, she patiently coaxed little Fu Bao to take a nap, then quickly stored the ginseng in her space. The ginseng instantly took root in the dark soil and began to unfurl, its faint red glow becoming a bit more vibrant. The words that appeared were similar to what Dr. Wen had said, but added one more line, protect the person for half an hour. That meant 1 hour. Perhaps due to the blessing of the spring water and the space, as long as she wasn't dead, she could hold on to her life for an hour. This was wonderful. Lin Shuyan glanced at the snow lotus flowers. The new petals were growing well. They were treasures, and she would rely on them to make money in the future. As her awareness returned from the space, she noticed a small jar in the cloth bag. She calculated the time and decided to take the medicine the day after tomorrow. She casually placed the jar in the drawer of the bedside table. It looked like an ordinary jar, nothing special about it. He Zhang returned home in the evening. Lin Shuyan was making dinner with the 2 children. A noise came from the backyard, and He Zhang went to check it out, seeing the little ones pulling up vegetables. The cabbage had frost on it and was sweet at this time. It would taste great with just a quick stir-fry. He Xiaoshu told his sister to wait, but Fu Bao secretly went to pull the cabbage, her small hands gripping the large cabbage with all her might. Hey.
Hey.
She encouraged herself, her whole face showing effort, but the cabbage was torn apart, and she was about to sit down. Then she was lifted off the ground. He Zhang grabbed her collar and picked her up with one hand. You're not even as tall as the cabbage. Are you pulling it or is it pulling you? Seeing her uncle, Fu Bao laughed happily, completely forgetting about her cabbage mischief. Meanwhile, He Xiaoshu brought out a cabbage and called out, Uncle. Yes, 1 is enough. Let's go back. He Zhang carried Fu Bao back, and the house was warm, filled with the aroma of rice. The big one and the 2 little ones stood by the door, changed into their indoor SS, and then went inside. He set Fu Bao down and took the cabbage directly into the kitchen. We're back, He Zhang placed the vegetables in the sink, reached over to wrap his arm around her waist, and leaned down to give her a gentle kiss. What are we making? Let's wash the vegetables and stir-fry the cabbage. Okay. The man let her go, took off his coat, and put it on the sofa. He was still in his military uniform, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, bending over the sink to wash the vegetables. It was a pleasing sight. Lin Shuyan scooped the beef from the pot and leaned closer to him, blinking her eyes. Zhang turned his head, his sharp nose prominent, and his deep-set eyes were captivating. Then, he pressed his lips against hers. Her fair face flushed red, and her pupils widened slightly as she quickly turned away. What was that kiss for? It wasn't like they were about to kiss. Zhang remained calm on the surface, but felt pleased inside. With such a fresh and lovely girl right in front of him, how could he not kiss her? Sometimes she was bold, and other times she was shy like a sensitive plant. That night, Lin Shuyan lay on the bed reading a book. The school is on break, so she has to pretend to study. During the final exam, Zhang will definitely ask about her grades. She happily thinks she is very clever. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the hallway. Then a soft voice calls out, Chioma Fu Bao, wearing a cotton pajama, holds a bottle of floral water. Chioma, you're silly. You got bitten by bugs and didn't put on medicine, it will itch. Zhang puts down the documents and goes to open the door. What's wrong? Fu Bao looks up at her uncle, but he is too tall, making her neck sore. She raises the glass bottle. Chioma, put this on. Zhang takes the floral water from her, and Fu Bao feels she has completed her task. She turns and runs back to the next room. Zhang feels a generation gap with the child and is confused as he brings the floral water back. Are there still mosquitoes? Did you get bitten? Lin Shuyan glances back, speechless, and lifts her chin to show the red marks on her neck. Yes, a big mosquito bit me. The little red marks on her delicate neck are oddly captivating. Zhang swallows hard, places the floral water on the bedside, and hugs her on the bed. Let me see how bad the bite is. His arms are strong and steady, holding her tightly as he pretends to examine her neck. When his fingers touch her skin, Lin Shuyan giggles and instinctively tries to pull away. You can't do this next time. There are no mosquitoes in winter. Then she won't have any excuse to trick the kids. Okay, he replies, his voice close to her neck, taking in her sweet scent, and he moves a little lower. Then do this. Stop joking, let's read for a bit. It's still early, and the two kids aren't asleep yet. Lin Shuyan thinks she should be careful about the atmosphere. After all, she doesn't know how soundproof the house is, and Zhang's strength. It's both fierce and strong. Although it's very. She really can't help but make some sounds. Lin Shuyan places her legs on his lap, but his thigh is uncomfortable, hard and rough. She shifts her position. As she moves, Zhang firmly holds her leg down, his expression darkening. Read, don't move around. I'm not moving, she retorts, then obediently lies back down, holding the English book to look at the pictures. It turns out that whether in her past life or this one, English books are the best sleep aids. After just a few pages, her eyelids start to droop. She remains quiet for a while, and when Zhang notices and looks over, the little girl has already fallen asleep. Her rosy face rests on the book, her mouth slightly open, breathing softly. Zhang puts down the documents in his hand, his gaze darkening. He gently pulls the English book away and flips through a few pages casually. The notes above are few, but they highlight the key points, written neatly and with coherent English. He placed the book on the bedside table, turned off the light, and lay down. As soon as he withdrew his hand, a petite figure nestled into his embrace, Lin Shuyan sleepily nuzzling against him. He held her small hand resting on his chest, gently squeezing it. The girl felt comfortable and let out soft sounds. After holding back for a long time, he leaned down and kissed her lips. In the darkness, every sensation was heightened. Lin Shuyan wanted to escape yet also wanted to kiss him, softly responding to his affection as she woke up. Yen. Sleepy. Be good, let's sleep for a bit longer, the man said, pulling her hand down, his large palm wrapping around her waist, easily drawing her into his chest with a hint of possessiveness. Her slender waist pressed against his firm abdomen, and Lin Shuyan opened her eyes in a daze. Sleep was no longer an option. As dawn broke, at the training ground of the 5th Regiment, A tall man stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at his watch. In front of him, 5 members from the 18th district stood straight, looking serious. A group of people rushed out of the dormitory. The ones in front quickly formed a line. The last 20 or so were slow and dragging, whispering among themselves. What's the rush? We got scolded so badly yesterday, and now they want to order us around again. Exactly, it seems like Captain Meng is too nice to them. What's so special about the 18th district? They say their tasks are confidential, but who knows if they even do them. It's clearly 7:30 for assembly every day, and it's only 7 now. Aren't they just trying to make things difficult for us? Who knows when Captain Yao will be back? I heard it's because of him that Captain Yao's daughter ended up in jail. The most arrogant among them, named Xiao Fong, spat, I don't care for him. If he scolds us again today, I'm out. As they talked more passionately, their gazes toward Hezhong turned unfriendly. Hezhong looked at his watch. The second hand pointed to 12. It was exactly 7 o'clock. He coldly shouted, Stop. Xiao Ding and Old Zhang stepped out of the line, quickly blocking the entrance of the training ground to prevent the latecomers from entering the formation. The ones who had been complaining were among them.
What's going on?
It's not even 7:30 yet. Why can't we join the line? They shouted, looking defiant. Hezhong shot them a cold glance, his sharp gaze silencing them. With no battle at hand, the 5th Regiment, at this level, was made up of new recruits who had never seen combat or bloodshed. In simple terms, they were a bunch of inexperienced rookies. Xiao Ding and Old Bai exchanged glances, silently mourning for them. Every troop has its troublemakers. But these new recruits, who can't even lift a finger, think too highly of themselves. They have no right to talk back. 7:30? He Zhuang sneered, You're more useless than a pig. Frog jump 300 meters and carry a 10-kilometer load. Get moving. Not everyone was defiant. A few were already trembling and starting their frog jumps. The remaining 4 stood their ground, refusing to move. He Zhuang's cold gaze created a heavy pressure, and the neatly arranged soldiers focused on their breathing, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. For a moment, only the sound of a few soldiers jumping could be heard in the training ground. He Zhuang stepped closer, looking at those who were defiant. Without a word, he kicked one of them. It was like a steel plate hitting a calf, and the soldier fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out. Little Ding quietly moved aside, thinking it had been a while since he saw the captain discipline someone. It was quite nostalgic. Back then, he had gotten quite a beating. Can you run now? He Zhuang glared at him. The person on the ground was in tears, crawling and jumping to join the others. The remaining 4 still wouldn't budge.
Gao Fan spat, all says.
He looked at He Zhuang. What's it to bully us? Are the soldiers from District 18 really that impressive? I think they're just as weak, like a bunch of women. He pointed at the 2 in front of him, one looking soft and the other very plain, both seeming useless. Hey, I just look good. Little Ding shot back, but He Zhuang silenced him with a glare. Let's see if you're as tough as you claim. Little Ding retorted, I'm not afraid. Xiao Fong challenged, if the soldiers from District 18 are weaklings, then, Captain, he should train them first.
You won't know until you try.
He Zhuang said coldly, Ding Si, Zhang Ming, Zhao Hugo, shut him up. If you lose, you stay here and don't go back. How can we lose? Hee, Captain. Little Ding clenched his fists and got ready for the challenge. In the troop, competitions were usually about pull-ups, shooting, running, or military boxing. Xiao Fong chose the event, 3 against 3. Everyone quickly gathered around, and the training ground became lively. He Zhuang glanced back at Meng Xiaoqi, whose eyes were dark and serious. He hadn't said a word the whole time. Deputy Captain Meng is quite composed, He Zhuang remarked casually. Meng Xiaoqi politely replied, Captain He, you take charge. I'll follow your lead. He Zhuang didn't bother to respond further and turned to leave. An hour later, Little Ding burst into the office. Captain, it's done. He Zhuang glanced at him. Do you have any shame? If you can't even handle a few new recruits, what use are you? Xiao Ding chuckled. All right, That day the captain was gentle with my sister-in-law was just a fleeting moment. After being dealt with by Xiao Ding and the others, Chao Feng's group no longer dared to cause trouble. They not only lost but were completely outmatched. Ding Si, who acted like a woman, jumped on the horizontal bar like a grasshopper, bouncing around freely, along with two others. Forget it, there's no comparison at all. The cold wind blew across the training ground, and Chao Feng and the others blushed, wishing they could find in the ground to hide in. They thought they were impressive and even heard Deputy Captain Meng say that the 18th district was just like that, which made them unwilling to accept it. Now they realized what it meant to be outclassed. They were just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. From now on, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in the 5th Regiment. He Zhuang stood at the front of the line, not even giving them a glance. Everyone knew that at their level, they were nothing in He Zhuang's eyes. They truly were useless, not even worthy of a look. In the future, I don't want anyone to foolishly waste everyone's time. Don't act arrogantly in my presence. If you get thrown onto the battlefield, you won't even know how you died. If you join the army just to boast and compete with others, you'll never get beyond this point. For the country, for the people, that is the mindset a soldier should have. His powerful words struck everyone like a wake-up call. Everyone felt ashamed and silently vowed to train hard. On the other side, Lin Shuyan went to a noodle shop. On her way back, she unexpectedly ran into Zhao Jufeng, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Zhao Jufeng got off the bus with Fu Bao, planning to buy some daily necessities at the state-run department store. As soon as she reached the 2nd floor, she saw Zhao Jufeng picking out clothes, accompanied by a man who looked radiant. Sister Zhao, Lin Shuyan greeted her, feeling a bit happy to see her. Zhao Jufeng was momentarily stunned, then recognized her. Shuyan. She didn't expect to run into Lin Shuyan here. Looking at her now, she was even more beautiful than when they were in Xiaoqiao village. Back then, she was pretty. Now she was not only pretty but also exquisite, shining from head to toe. Lin Shuyan smiled. What are you doing here? Who is this? Zhao Jufeng blushed slightly. Oh, this is my boyfriend, Wang Dahai. Yes, we're having a banquet the day after tomorrow at the village committee courtyard. If you have time, come and have a drink at our celebration. I thought of you yesterday, but didn't know where to find you. What a coincidence today. The two of them had a good relationship. Lin Shuyan really liked Zhao Jufeng and immediately agreed.
Great.
Congratulations. I'll come over the day after tomorrow. Really? Zhao Jufeng's eyes lit up. She didn't actually expect Lin Shuyan to agree, considering their different backgrounds. Although she knew Lin Shuyan wasn't that kind of person, she thought she might be busy in the city. Beside them, Wang Dahai looked simple and honest, wondering how Jufeng had such a nice friend. She seemed really kind and down-to-earth. So it was settled. Lin Shuyan didn't want to disturb them any longer, so she bought what she needed and took Fu Bao home. She noticed that Zhao Jufeng's man was also a decent person. Zhao Jufeng had helped her a lot in the past, and Lin Shuyan was happy for her. In the evening, He Xiaoshu came home from school. The day after tomorrow was Saturday. Xiaoshu, your aunt is going to Xiqiao village for a feast the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go? After waiting for Saturday to go with his aunt, He Xiaoshu definitely wanted to go. Besides, there were some bad people in Xiqiao village, and he couldn't let them bully his aunt. He clenched his little fist. I'll go. I'll take care of my sister. Our Xiaoshu is amazing, Lin Shuyan said, ruffling his hair and praising him. He Xiaoshu's face turned red, and he tightly pressed his lips together before running off. When He Zhang came home that evening, Lin Shuyan mentioned the plan to him. Knowing that Lin Shuyan had a good relationship with Zhao Jufeng in Xiqiao village, He Zhang didn't stop her. I have something to do the morning of the day after tomorrow. I'll send you. I can take the bus. He Zhang frowned. Shouting will take you. You get car sick. Okay, that works. Lin Shuyan felt happy inside. She liked that He Zhang cared about even the little things. All right, I'll pick you up in the afternoon.
Okay.
The next day, He Zhang came home early. He brought 2 boxes of pastries and placed them neatly on the coffee table, one wrapped in yellow paper with a red paper double happiness sticker on top. Take this tomorrow. These pastries from Manhwa are quite good. The one at home is for you and the kids. Lin Shuyan wiped her hands and sat on the sofa. Oh, are they tasty? Let me try. It was rare to hear Hezhong say something was delicious, so Lin Shuyan was curious. Manhwa was famous in the capital for its traditional palace pastries, which she had heard about but knew were hard to buy since they sold only a limited number each day. This man actually bought some. When she opened the paper, there was a wooden box inside. Lifting the lid revealed 12 small compartments, each filled with 3 pieces of pastry. Each pastry is different. Lin Shuyan only recognizes a few: date flour pastry, chestnut leaf pastry, sugar fire cake, mung bean cake, pumpkin cake. Little Tree and Fubao are leaning by the coffee table. Lin Shuyan picks up a date flour pastry that Fubao loves. Does Fubao want this? Fubao nods, eyes sparkling, almost drooling. Little Tree can take whichever one he wants. He quickly grabs the same one as his sister, thinking that what Aunt picked must be the best. The children's thoughts are clear on their faces. Lin Shuyan smiles softly and takes a rose date cake for herself. It tastes really good. The date paste is smooth, not too sweet, with a hint of rose flavor. She wants to try the sugar fire cake and offers a bite to Hezhong. Hezhong takes it and pops it into his mouth. After tasting the sugar fire cake, he wants to try a wife cake. Then a walnut pastry. Osmanthus cake. Hezhong. Yen, if you eat too much, you won't want dinner. Lin Shuyan is puzzled. I didn't eat too much. Turning around, she sees Hezhong eating, with 3 more in his hands, all with a small bite taken out of them. If the He family saw this, they would be shocked that the young master could eat leftovers. Sorry. She quickly takes the pastries back, setting them aside to enjoy with tea later. I'll go make noodles for dinner. Okay. Lin Shuyan heads to the kitchen. The tomato beef stew has been simmering since the afternoon. She starts boiling noodles and, thinking about how tired Hezhong must be from training, she quickly makes a few stuffed pancakes filled with meat and puts them in the pan to cook. After Hezhong finishes clearing the table, he comes in to serve the cooked noodles into bowls, adding the beef on top. Go ahead and serve it. I'll fry a few eggs. With some oil left from the pancakes, Lin Shuyan cracks 5 or 6 eggs into the pan, knowing Hezhong can finish whatever she makes. When she brings out the fried eggs, Little Tree and Fubao are already sitting quietly. After the 4 of them finish dinner, they head upstairs to rest. After all, they need to wake up early the next day. Sister-in-law, I'll take you to the countryside. Shouting arrives early, excited after receiving a task from the team leader. It's just past 9, and the meal is probably at noon. Lin Shuyan is busy braiding Fubao's hair and tells Shouting to sit for a bit. Little Tree, pour a cup of pear soup for Brother Ding. No need, Shouting waves his hand. Little Tree has already run out to get the warm, sweet pear soup that Aunt made this morning. Lin Shuyan continues working, finishing one side of the braid before starting on the other. Fubao sits still, looking like a cute little rice dumpling. When Shouting looked at her, she curiously looked back at Shouting. Her round eyes sparkled like grapes, melting hearts. All right, it's done. You can take a look now. Lin Shuyan patted her little head, and Fubao slid down to the ground to look in the mirror. When she came out, she was happily shaking her head. After getting ready, they set off. Lin Shuyan brought the pastries with her. She had never experienced a rural banquet before and was a bit excited, as she heard it was very lively. The car arrived shortly after. Shouting reported back to the team while Lin Shuyan held the hands of the 2 children as they entered the village. From a distance, the village committee yard was decorated with red silk and had large double happiness characters posted. The ground was covered with red firecracker scraps. Cheerful and lively sounds came from the courtyard just as they took their seats. The old party secretary was hosting, and the newlyweds had already completed their ceremony. Zhao Jufang was dressed in red, beaming with joy. She had a cheerful personality and was well-liked in the village, while her husband was more reserved, always following her lead. Everyone, please sit down. The dishes will be served soon. For now, enjoy some peanuts and sunflower seeds while we chat. Jufeng, congratulations. Now that you're married, you can enjoy life.
Oh, enjoy?
It's just hard work, isn't it? Zhao Jufeng laughed, but her eyes were glancing towards the courtyard entrance. She wasn't a native of Xiaoqiao village, and while she had many acquaintances, she didn't have deep friendships. The only ones she considered friends were Aunt Wu from the village committee and Lin Shuyan. Seeing Zhao Jufeng looking outside, Lu Xiaomei spat out a sunflower seed shell. Hey Jufeng, what are you looking at? You've glanced outside several times. Is someone still not here? She hadn't heard that Zhao Jufeng had any important relatives coming. Ever since He Zifei was taken away, Lu Xiaomei's family had rarely appeared in the village, probably feeling embarrassed. Today, they were quite active and even brought 3 or 4 people, which seemed a bit opportunistic. However, on this joyful day, Zhao Jufeng didn't want to dwell on it and just became less enthusiastic towards Lu Xiaomei. Of course, someone is coming. It's the person I want to see the most. Who is it? Just as Lu Xiaomei finished asking, Zhao Jufeng had already walked outside. Shuyan, you really came.
Come in.
I saved you a seat, Zhao Jufeng called out, raising her voice as she welcomed her. Sit with Aunt Wu and the others, you know them. Her thoughtfulness warmed Lin Shuyan's heart. Sister Zhao, congratulations. He Xiaoshu politely said, Aunt Zhao, happy wedding. Fu Bao followed her brother, stuttering, March RY.
Happy.
Oh, you speak so well. Both kids have grown taller. I'm so happy you could come, Zhao Jufeng said cheerfully, with her husband smiling warmly beside her. Fu Bao puffed out his little chest, showing he had indeed grown taller. Everyone recognized Lin Shuyan, and an aunt approached to greet her. Oh, it's Shuyan. I almost didn't recognize you. Yes, you're looking more vibrant. Life in the city really suits you, another added. Today, Lin Shuyan wore a light blue sweater with a beige wool coat over it. Her hair was simply styled, giving her a gentle and modest appearance, as it was someone else's wedding, and the bride should be the most beautiful. She smiled softly and walked towards the main table with Zhao Jufeng. However, not everyone was pleased. Lu Xiaomei was furious, feeling insulted that Lin Shuyan dared to come here. Sister, it's this woman who got our Zifei locked up. Oh, my Zifei. Next to her sat a stout woman who frowned upon hearing this. Just her? I knew she looked suspicious. Just wait, I'll deal with her. Lu Dajiao, Lu Xiaomei's older sister, was known as a loud and aggressive woman. Even people from her own village avoided her, and at 30, no one dared to marry her. She stepped in front of Lin Shuyan, saying, Oh, I smell something unpleasant. Turns out it's just a troublemaker. Lin Shuyan frowned, realizing Lu Xiaomei was targeting her. But today was Zhao Jufeng's wedding, and she didn't want to cause trouble, so she planned to walk past. However, Lu Dajiao blocked her path, saying, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhao Jufeng glared, unable to hold back. Who are you? Did we invite you to cause a scene? Just leave. Leave? Xiaomei paid for her share, so I can stay. But this flashy woman, I bet she didn't pay, and just came for free food, Lu Dajiao spat, her hefty body shaking as she spoke, not caring how she looked. She continued her rant. This ungrateful woman. Xiaomei's family took you in, and you repay them with this? You have a black heart, and who knows what trouble you'll cause in the future. Lin Shuyan looked at her with a faint smile. I remember those who treat me well. But I won't be kind to those who hide behind a facade of caring while being greedy and bullying children. She took out a prepared golden envelope from her bag, sealed with a wax stamp, looking both delicate and festive. Happy wedding, Sister Zhao, she said as she handed the envelope to Zhao Jufeng. The envelope was quite full, and anyone could tell there was a good amount inside. Zhao Jufeng wanted to refuse this. Shuyan, it's too much. It's not much, just take it. Lu Dajiao teased, did you hear that? It's not much. Maybe it's just a stack of small bills. No wonder it's wrapped like this. It's hilarious. This made everyone curious about how much money was really inside. Zhao Jufeng put her hands on her hips. Enough. No matter how much Shuyan gives, it's the thought that counts. I'm just so happy she's here, unlike some people who just eat and drink for free and cause trouble. Hey, what good does that do? If you're so eager to talk, why not open it for everyone to see? She heard that the richer people are, the stingier they become. You. Lin Shuyan smiled. Then let's open it, so the envelope won't be in the way. With about 10 tables of guests, everyone's eyes widened. Although they didn't like Lu Dajiao, they couldn't help but want to see how much was inside. Zhao Jufang slowly opened the envelope, took a glance, and her hands trembled. Inside was, at weddings, the usual gift is around $3 to $5. If someone is struggling, even $2 is acceptable. If someone gives $8 or $10, the couple will remember it for a lifetime. Zhao Jufang pulled out the money, and her voice stuttered. CSI 66. Shuyan, this is too much.
What?
66? Someone gasped quietly, truly surprised. How generous. That woman said she was stingy. What nonsense. Lu Dajiao was also stunned, her face turning as dark as a pot bottom. She leaned in to look, and Zhao Jufang waved the money in front of her eyes. See? No gratate? Oh Shuyan, nothing. She's doing just fine. And here you are talking nonsense. Lin Shuyan didn't think it was too much. After all, when she fell off the cliff, Zhao Jufang helped a lot and took care of her in other small ways. Lin Shuyan remembered those who were good to her and wouldn't forget. What's the big deal? 66? Lin Shuyan got our Zhifei in trouble. No matter what, he's still my cousin, and you're taking advantage of that. At this, Lu Xiaomei chimed in. Lin Shuyan, you need to go to the police station and get my Zhifei out. He's still just a kid. The villagers only knew that his Zhifei had been taken away by the police for some wrongdoing, but they were unclear about the details and listened closely. Lin Shuyan stepped forward. If you want to talk about the police, go to the police station.
Why are you coming to me?
His Zhifei broke into my house to steal and hurt us. Are you saying the police made a mistake? She looked at the crowd. Since Lu Xiaomei disagrees with the police, let's discuss this. His Zhifei came to my house at midnight with 2 troublemakers to steal money and then threatened us with a knife. Shouldn't he be in jail? Oh my, with a knife? How could someone so terrible come from our village? We should catch him. I say he deserves a beating. Bringing a knife means he had other intentions, not just stealing. What kind of family is this? First, he Yan mistreated children, and now his Zhifei is threatening people with a knife. This family is truly frightening. The crowd began to voice their concerns, with the previous actions of He Yan adding to the credibility of the situation. Zhao Jufang looked worriedly at Lin Shuyan. Is everything okay? This is too much. Don't worry, Sister Zhao, it's fine. At that time, He Zhang wasn't home. It was just me and the kids. Luckily, the police were patrolling nearby. And this was all instigated by Yao Ling. She pushed me off the cliff, and when I survived, she sent He Zhifei to deal with me. She pretended to wipe her eyes, acting as if anyone could do that. We moved to the city out of fear, but I didn't expect they wouldn't leave us alone. At this point, the crowd fell silent. So that's what happened. Everyone thought Lin Shuyan had simply fallen and gone to the city to recover. Fu Bao, sensing the moment, hugged her aunt tightly. She didn't realize her aunt was acting. Her little face was scrunched up, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Wu, auntie. The child's soft voice made everyone feel even more sympathetic. Lin Shuyan bent down to pick up Fu Bao and kissed her cheek. Lu Dajiao was furious, shaking with anger. Isn't she alive and well?
She didn't die.
His Zhifei was going to be in prison for many years. You didn't die. You didn't die. Lu Dajiao shouted crazily, rushing to the wall to grab a broom used for sweeping fireworks, swinging it at the crowd without looking. These people were supporting that awful woman. She would deal with them all. The villagers shouted for everyone to disperse. He Xiaoshu had long wanted to hit this bad woman and picked up a stool to throw at her. Lu Dajiao was startled, jumping back in surprise. You little brat. I'll beat you. She raised the broom high, ready to charge again, when a voice behind her shouted, Put that down. Then, a strong hand grabbed her wrist, and the broom fell to the ground. The villagers quickly stepped forward to hold Lu Dajiao down. Lin Shuyan saw that it was Xiao Ding who had returned. He was in military uniform, holding pastries and a basket of meat. "Sister-in-law, you forgot your things," he said. Seeing Xiao Ding in uniform, Lu Dajiao fell silent. Soldiers were highly respected, and she didn't dare to act up. The pastries were marked with a double happiness symbol, meant for Zhao Jufang, and the meat was for Aunt Wu and Grandma Gao. With a soldier present, the villagers gained confidence and began to complain. The village leader also came out, understood the situation, and ordered Lu Dajiao to be expelled from the village. Lu Xiaomei shouted angrily, "She is my sister. How dare you kick her out?" The village chief replied furiously, "If you keep shouting, I'll kick you out too. We don't want families like yours in our village." Lu Xiaomei immediately fell silent. If they were expelled, they would lose face. Pinghua had said to hold on a bit longer until the new year. He had a plan to help them move to the city. "Ugh, I don't want it. Give me back my money." Zhao Jufang quickly took out $1 from her pocket and threw it at Lu Xiaomei's feet, demanding she leave immediately. Lu Xiaomei picked up the money and left, and the yard returned to harmony. Lin Shuyan told Xiao Ding to go back first, but he was still worried. "Sister-in-law, should I stay here to keep watch?" Lin Shuyan smiled. "The village chief is here. They won't dare to come back." "Exactly. If they do, I'll beat them up," Zhao Jufang said, hands on her hips, grabbing some sunflower seeds and candy from the table and stuffing them into Xiao Ding's pocket. "Eat these on the way." Xiao Ding couldn't refuse and left with a pocket full of sweets. Lin Shuyan handed some pastries to Zhao Jufang. "Take these too." In those times, people focused on basic needs, and pastries were a luxury. A big box like this, beautifully wrapped, would cost several dollars in the city. Lin Shuyan apologized. "I'm sorry, Zhao Jia, for making this meal like this. It's not your fault. They were just looking for trouble. I would feel so uncomfortable if they were here eating with us. I'd be awake all night." She nudged the man behind her, who chuckled and scratched his head.
Right.
The atmosphere at the table became lively again as dishes were served one after another. Everyone sat down and enjoyed the meal heartily. There was plenty of food and large portions, with 2 big pots cooking over a fierce flame, making for a great feast. Lin Shuyan served food to Fu Bao, while chatting with Aunt Wu and Zhao Jufang. They looked at Fu Bao and He Xiaoshu with surprise. When the 2 children stayed at Lu Xiaomei's house for 2 months, they were thin and malnourished. Now the younger one looks like a sticky rice ball, and the older one has grown taller. They are truly well cared for. Aunt Wu sighed. "It's great that the 2 kids are so well behaved. I just saw Xiaoshu protecting you." It's worth noting that last time, it was He Xiaoshu who pushed Lin Shuyan into the water, and now he acts like a protective gem. Lin Shuyan smiled at Xiaoshu. "They're all good kids." Xiaoshu couldn't help but smile. His aunt praised him. "That's because you treat them well, so the kids remember it." Zhao Jufang added curiously, "What about you two? When are you and Captain He planning to have a child?" After getting married, the topic naturally turned to children. Zhao Jufang continued, "You've been married for about 6 months, right? Why is there still no news? Is Captain He too busy?" Lin Shuyan. "Busy, yes, but they still communicate as needed. They just aren't planning for a child at the moment." "Ahem, Sister Zhao, I'm still young." "Being young doesn't mean you shouldn't think about it, Shuyan," Zhao Jufang said lightly, genuinely concerned rather than teasing. Lin Shuyan understood the mindset of women in this era, but she didn't belong to it. Besides wanting children, she also wanted to live her own wonderful life. Having children would happen when the time was right. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their conversation. Lin Shuyan turned around to see Xiaoshu's spoon had fallen to the ground and broken into 2 pieces. "Be careful, Anne is here to pick it up," she said, bending down, but Xiaoshu was quicker and picked it up himself. "I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao." Zhao Jufang unexpectedly met the child's gaze and felt a bit startled, questioning if she had seen it wrong. "Oh, it's fine. I'll get you another one." She turned to call her husband to get a spoon. He Xiaoshu lowered his eyes. He didn't want his aunt to have a baby. If Zhou Heng had a new child, He might not be needed anymore, and he knew his aunt was different from Zhou Heng, but he still didn't want it. Everyone says that a person loves their own child the most. What if his aunt had her own baby and didn't have time to love him and his sister anymore? Lin Shuyan, of course, didn't know what Xiaoshu was thinking. She patted his head. Eat more, Xiaoshu. After the banquet, Lin Shuyan gave a piece of meat from the basket to Aunt Wu. The rest, she took to give to Grandma Gao. When they lived in the old house, they had caused Grandma Gao quite a bit of trouble. Grandma Gao was still the same, neither warm nor cold. She handed over some items and then took out 2 pairs of small SS for the children. These are just some I sewed while I was free. Take them, take them. Don't come here to dazzle my eyes for no reason. The 2 pairs of small cloth SS had fine stitches, and the smaller pair even had a little red flower on top. They were clearly made especially for the children. After the children thanked Grandma Gao, Lin Shuyan took them back to the old house for a look around. The mud house looked the same as before, but there was some straw laid out on the kong, probably because they had cleaned up, so someone might rest here. The sky was getting a bit dark, and the fields looked bare. A cold wind blew, and it seemed like it was going to snow. Lin Shuyan walked with the 2 children along the path back to the village. Halfway there, she spotted the man who had come to pick her up. He was in military uniform, walking calmly. Hezhong Lin Shuyan called out cheerfully, a serene smile on her face. Fubao followed his aunt and called, "Kiss, uncle." Rows of houses lined the roadside, and snow began to fall from the sky. It floated down gently like goose feathers. Hezhong felt a soft sensation in his heart, as if something had bumped into it. He stepped forward, took off his coat, and draped it over Lin Shuyan, then bent down to pick up Fubao. "Why aren't you wearing more?" Lin Shuyan tightened his coat around her, holding onto the fabric, her fair hands turning slightly blue from the cold. She smiled brightly. "I didn't know it would snow. The sun was nice this morning." Seeing him in just a shirt and a thin military jacket, Lin Shuyan asked again, "Aren't you cold?" "Not cold." "All right then." The 4 of them walked slowly, with Xiaoshu following his aunt, not saying much since lunch. Lin Shuyan noticed and reached out to hold his hand, smiling gently. Xiaoshu felt a warm sensation in his heart. Aunt is so nice, and uncle is too. If only he and his sister were their own children. But then he thought of his mother, who had once treated him so well, and felt a bit sad. If only Mom hadn't passed away, that would have been nice. They walked to the village entrance and got into the car. Hezhong drove steadily, and Lin Shuyan felt comfortable letting Fubao and his brother sit in the back. The ride home took over an hour, and the car swayed gently. Lin Shuyan became sleepy and unknowingly fell asleep. Noticing she was quiet, Hezhong glanced over and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He covered her with a coat before continuing on their way. When she woke up, Lin Shuyan was in the bedroom on the bed. It seemed Hezhong had carried her up. She shook off her drowsiness and went downstairs. Downstairs, it was warm. 2 children were sitting by the fireplace, writing, drawing, and eating candy. Hezhong was on the phone. She walked halfway down the stairs and leaned on the railing to watch him. No matter what the man did, he looked handsome. He seemed not to be afraid of the cold, wearing just a shirt at home, clearly strong and healthy. "Okay, I understand. We'll leave the day after tomorrow." "Good, don't worry. Just wait for me to come over." Lin Shuyan bit her lip. "Leave? Where to? Wasn't the mission in the capital?" While she was thinking, Hezhong hung up and looked up to see her. "You're awake." "Yeah," Lin Shuyan said as she walked down the stairs. "Are you going out?" "We're going together."
We?
Lin Shuyan asked in surprise. "Where are we going?" "We need to take a train to the south to pick up my grandmother." "Grandmother?" Lin Shuyan searched her memory, but didn't have any impression of Hezhong's grandmother. Was it mentioned in the book? It seemed not. However, the story mainly focused on the main characters, and there wasn't much detail about the people around Hezhong. At that moment, Xiaoshu raised his head. "Aunt, where are you going?" Lin Shuyan walked to the fireplace and said, "You should ask your uncle. We're going to pick up great-grandma." "That's what you call her, right? What about me and my sister?" Xiaoshu frowned. Hearing her name, Fubao suddenly looked up. blinking her big eyes at Lin Shuyan. Lin Shuyan looked back at Hezhong, as if asking him to answer. Hezhong explained, Grandma is in Lian City in the south, at my dad's old comrade's house. That uncle has passed away. Grandma got along well with his wife, and when something happened at home, Grandma's health wasn't good, so she was sent south to recover. The train ride takes over 30 hours. Xiaoshu can't go to school, so he'll stay at the noodle shop. What about Fubao? Hezhong asked for her opinion. Lin Shuyan thought for a moment. Fubao should go to the noodle shop with Xiaoshu. It's too cold, and the long train ride would be the kids. At that time, trains were probably all old style without air conditioning, and the kids running around might get sick.
Hezhong thought the same.
All right, it's settled. Tomorrow we'll buy train tickets and take the kids to the noodle shop. Lin Shuyan agreed, remembering that she hadn't gone out alone with Hezhong yet and felt a bit excited.
But the two kids were not happy.
And, oh no, hold the baby. Fubao dropped her crayon and rushed over to act cute. Lin Shuyan hugged the little one and said, Fubao, be good and stay with your brother. Little Tree will take care of your sister. Keep the heater at a distance and remind your sister to drink plenty of water every day. No cold drinks, okay? Xiaoshu nodded seriously. I will take good care of my sister. And you need to take care of yourself too. Make sure to eat a good breakfast before school and dress warmly. Lin Shuyan kept talking as if she had so much to remind them about, and she felt reluctant to let them go. The two kids had always been by her side. They had never been apart for so many days. Indeed, a mother's love can be overwhelming. After dinner, Lin Shuyan told the kids to go upstairs to sleep. Maybe because they knew their aunt was going far away, the kids were especially clingy to her. Fubao clung to Lin Shuyan and wouldn't let go. Mom, I miss Fubao. I really, really miss Fubao. Lin Shuyan laughed, wondering if Fubao had heard her talk about missing Hezhong on the phone. Okay, I miss you too, and I miss your brother. I think about you both every day. After promising, she kissed Fubao's cheek. Turning to see Xiaoshu looking at her eagerly, she tapped his forehead, and the two kids finally went upstairs to sleep happily. The living room was left with just the two of them, and Hezhong pulled her into his arms. He frowned. What's wrong? Do you want to kiss before you can sleep?
Yes.
Lin Shuyan was surprised. She was just teasing him. Well, it's fine. She could spoil her own man. She gave him a kiss. Then he picked her up and carried her upstairs. Her slippers fell on the stairs, but Hezhong easily bent down to pick them up while still holding her securely. Lin Shuyan chuckled softly. It felt great to have such strength. In her past life, she had never met a man like him. It snowed all night. In the morning, everything was covered in ice, and the golden sun shone on the snow. Icicles hung from the treetops, sparkling. Lin Shuyan woke up groggily and snuggled closer to the warm body beside her, her little hands already starting to poke around. Then, a man who could no longer tolerate it held her down, saying, Don't touch. Lin Shuyan smiled and looked up, her eyes still sleepy. It's nice to touch. Even if it's nice, you can't touch, he said. It was early morning, and this was just too tempting. He had no self-control in this situation. Since it was rare for Hezhong to be with her, Lin Shuyan acted a bit spoiled and then cuddled back to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already past 9. Usually, at this time, Hezhong had already been training at the military base for 2 hours. Get up, you've slept enough, Lin Shuyan said, feeling sore from lying down and hungry. He pressed her down, saying, I'll go downstairs to start the stove first. You take your time.
Okay.
The man's thoughtfulness was appreciated. Lin Shuyan slowly changed her clothes, freshened up, and then went next door to wake up Fubao. The little girl was sleeping in her small bed, her face rosy and snoring softly. Time to get up, baby. Fubao didn't show any signs of being grumpy. She obediently let Lin Shuyan help her get ready and dressed by herself once she woke up. Lin Shuyan packed the clothes Fubao would wear in the next few days and took her downstairs. Downstairs, Hezhong was boiling dumplings from the fridge, and everyone had a simple breakfast. As the weather got colder, the noodle shop's business improved, with everyone wanting a warm bowl. Lin Xianglian and Mama Chen were busy. After selling breakfast early in the morning, they were sweeping snow in the front and backyards. They worried not only about students slipping while coming for noodles but also about Mao Yanping, who was pregnant and might fall. However, Mao Yanping stayed either indoors or in the kitchen and didn't wander around. She was nearly 4 months along, with a slight bump that wasn't too noticeable under winter clothes. Lin Shuyan had mentioned the situation with her sister-in-law to He Zhang, who didn't say much, trusting her to handle it. When they arrived, the front yard was lively, with Lin Xianglian using a large broom to sweep the snow to the side. Only 2 tables remained in the yard. The rest were moved into the empty room in the back. With the cold and strong wind, no one was eating outside. Everyone preferred to eat in the warm main room, planning to set the tables out again when it got warmer. This made the front yard quite spacious, and Lu Dongdong was there with a few other well-behaved kids. While Lin Xianglian swept the snow, they built a snowman in the yard. The heavy snowfall from last night had left a layer deep enough to cover their SS, and Mama Chen went to the kitchen to find carrots for the snowman's nose. As soon as He Xiaoshu and Fu Bao arrived, they immediately joined in. Lu Dongdong hadn't seen Fu Bao for several days and called her sister, pulling her to his side. Lin Shuyan smiled and walked inside, greeting Mom, Sister, Sister-in-law. Oh, Shuyan is here, and so is Captain He, Lin Xianglian said, putting down her broom and pulling her sister close. Is it cold? Your hands are freezing. Lin Shuyan had just gotten out of the car and felt fine. It's okay. He Zhang drove us. Mama Chen and Mao Yanping heard the voices and came out. Mao Yanping handed Lin Shuyan a warming pot, saying, "Here, hold this to warm your hands." The warming pot had a handle and contained charcoal, covered with a layer of ash, perfect for keeping hands warm. You all go to the back. It's warmer inside. Seeing Mama Chen getting ready to organize things, Lin Shuyan stopped her. Mom, I brought the kids over with He Zhang. They will stay here for a few days while we go on a trip. Oh, where are you going in this cold weather? We're heading south to bring back He Zhang's grandmother. Chen Mama wasn't very clear about the He family situation. She didn't know there was a grandmother. You should bring her back, especially with the new year coming. It's nice to have the elderly around. Exactly. That's why the kids will stay here for a few days, and we'll come back to pick them up. Chen Mama agreed repeatedly. You can go without worry. Will you be taking the train? He Zhang replied, Yes, we will take the train. Chen Mama had never seen a train. The farthest she had been was the capital, and she wondered how far the south was. She looked at her son-in-law with concern. In her eyes, her daughter was still a child. He Zhang, please take good care of Yan Yan. She has never traveled far before, so keep an eye on her on the train. Mom, don't worry, He Zhang replied softly. Lin Shuyan sighed. She had taken planes before, not just trains, but she stayed quiet and obedient. After chatting for a while, Lin Shuyan reminded Mao Yanping to take care of herself and mentioned that the whole family would celebrate the new year together before leaving. He Xiaoshu and Fu Bao stood by the door, watching their uncle and aunt leave. Lu Dongdong brought Fu Bao back and gave her some candy he had saved, which made her happy. He Xiaoshu looked at Lu Dongdong and thought he was a bit annoying. After leaving the noodle shop, the two didn't go home. They first stopped by a goods store. Since they were going on a long trip, they needed to pack. He Zhang only needed a backpack, but Lin Shuyan definitely wanted to buy a small suitcase. At that time, suitcases were all handheld and didn't have wheels. There were wicker ones and leather ones. They were small, exquisite, and had a vintage charm. Author's note: Happy New Year in advance, everyone. Kisses, winter is over, and the stars shine bright. May the new year bring you all good fortune. The items at the goods store were twice as expensive as those in the southern shops. People didn't come here for practicality. They came for taste and style. Lin Shuyan liked 2 of them, but of course, the prices were also beautiful. The wicker one was 48, and the leather one was even more expensive at 62. That amount of money could support a family in the countryside for 2 or 3 months, but she really didn't mind spending it. She held the 2 small suitcases and walked back and forth in front of the mirror, unable to decide. They both looked great. He Zhang, which one looks better? The man stood beside her, showing no impatience, and said seriously, "They both look good." In Hetuan's eyes, his little wife looked lovely even while carrying a cloth bag. The salesperson timely spoke up, "They all look nice. If you need one soon, leather would be better. It won't be damaged by rain or snow." She thought the same, but the woven bag was truly exquisite, with a small leather button on top and a string of English printed on it. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but touch it fondly. Turning her head, she noticed the leather had a great texture too. "Let's take them both, you can. Lend them to me," He Zhang said softly, giving her a reason to buy. Lin Shuyan's eyes lit up, and her lips curved into a smile. The man always used his backpack. He wasn't really someone who needed to buy a suitcase. Although the salesperson had seen many things, it was rare to see a man personally accompany his wife to choose items and buy everything for her. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. If he were her husband, he would be quite charming. "All right, please help me pack it up," Lin Shuyan said with a smile. The salesperson quickly agreed, but then thought to herself that such a lovely and delicate wife should be cherished and treated like a star. Just as she was about to pack the items, she heard the tall man speak again. "Where are the gloves?" The salesperson was quick to notice. "They are over here." "Are they for your wife?" "Yes," He Zhang said, pulling his little wife closer. "Choose a warmer pair. Your hands are cold." So, the person who originally planned to buy just one suitcase ended up leaving with both hands full of items. Most of them were gifts from the man to her. As it started to snow again, the two got into the car to head home. At home, it felt a bit quiet without children. After dinner, they went upstairs early. The small leather suitcase was placed beside the bed, and Lin Shuyan felt very pleased. The items were not bad at all. Although a bit expensive, the quality was excellent and worth the price. It should last for many years. The woven bag was also beautiful. She found herself liking it more and more. Seeing her sparkling eyes, He Zhang couldn't help but smile. She was so easily satisfied. In a good mood, she stood by the wardrobe picking out clothes and asked He Zhang, "How many days are we going for?" "The train ride will take 4 days round trip, and we'll stay for 2 or 3 nights. That meant a week's worth of preparation. She would take one coat, wear another, and just pack some comfortable clothes for changing. Then, towels and bath towels. Lin Shuyan worried about convenience, so she packed those too. There weren't many items. Aside from the coat being a bit large, their things fit perfectly into 2 small suitcases. Of course, Lin Shuyan's took up 2/3, while He Zhang's only took 1/3. All set. "What time do we leave tomorrow?" He Zhuang carried the suitcase to the wall and said, "Around 9 o'clock. Thinking about having to wake up early, the two of them finished packing and went to sleep. However, Lin Shuyan felt excited like she did as a child the night before a spring outing and couldn't fall asleep. She rolled around in bed a couple of times, but still felt wide awake. He Zhuang sighed and pulled her into his arms. "If you can't sleep, why not do something that will help you?" Lin Shuyan squirmed a bit. "I can't do that. We have to take a bus tomorrow." She didn't want to feel sore. "Then just close your eyes," the man said in a low voice close to her ear, gently brushing his hand against her waist. Lin Shuyan surrendered and closed her eyes, listening to his steady heartbeat, and eventually fell asleep. The train station in the capital is located in the west of the city. It was more crowded than usual as the new year approached. There were merchants, students on break, and travelers heading home, all bustling about. He Zhuang held the suitcase in one hand and took Lin Shuyan's hand with the other, walking straight to the ticket counter. He took out his identification, and a staff member in a red armband led them directly to the ticket counter, skipping the line. The journey would take 36 hours, and He Zhuang bought a sleeper ticket for 32 yuan. Then, someone escorted them to the platform. When they reached the platform, Lin Shuyan realized how lucky they were to be guided because of He Zhuang's status. The entire platform was packed with people, and the train was an old diesel locomotive with green and yellow colors, which Lin Shuyan had seen in her childhood. The train windows were open, and some people were throwing their luggage inside while climbing through the windows, creating a scene similar to the Spring Festival travel rush. Fortunately, the sleeper cars were not too crowded, with one person per bed, so there was no need to squeeze in. The staff left them at the entrance of their car, and Hezhuang led her inside, protecting her as she curiously looked around. The layout of the upper and lower bunks was similar to modern sleeper cars. The beds were leather and could only fit one person lying down, and some spots were still empty since not many could afford sleeper tickets. They found their seats according to the ticket, and there was no one else in the compartment. Hezhuang placed the suitcase aside and bent down to tidy up the bunk, as the young girl liked cleanliness and wouldn't feel comfortable if it wasn't neat. The leather cushion below was cold, so Hezhuang took the blanket from the upper bunk to use as a mattress, while the blanket from the lower bunk was folded by the window to serve as a backrest. While he was still arranging things, two women entered the compartment with a child. The space was already small, and Hezhuang's height took up a lot of room, so Lin Shuyan stepped into the aisle to give them some space. The two women placed their luggage under the bed and sat down on the lower bunk. Lin Shuyan had nothing to do and was observing the two women. They looked to be around 27 or 28 and shared some resemblance, likely relatives. The child in their arms was about 3 years old, a little boy. One woman wore black clothes and gray pants, while the other was dressed in blue overalls, appearing somewhat conservative. When Lin Shuyan looked over, the woman holding the child also glanced at her, her expression unfriendly. She had come to the capital to find her partner, who hadn't returned home in 2 years since being assigned there. The child missed him. Originally, she planned to bring the child to see his father for the new year, but the man had found a younger, attractive woman. Despite their tears and pleas, it was useless, and in frustration, her sister took her back home. Seeing Lin Shuyan dressed like that, the woman's expression soured. It was these kinds of flirtatious women that distracted men. The young woman looked like she might not even be married, and the man across from her seemed a few years older. Who knew if he was someone else's husband? The woman nudged her sister, indicating she should look. Her sister, a strict woman, frowned upon seeing Lin Shuyan for the first time. Dressed so flamboyantly, she seemed improper. This kind of behavior was unacceptable. Noticing their unfriendly stares, Lin Shuyan decided to ignore them and turned to look out the window. She stood gracefully in the hallway, catching the attention of passers-by. Hezhuang prepared the sleeping area and turned to see a man staring at the young girl's delicate neck. Lin Shuyan, unaware of the gaze, continued to look out the window. Hezhuang stepped out of the compartment, towering over the man, his cold gaze intimidating. Startled, the man quickly looked away and left with his backpack. "Come in," Hezhuang said coolly, urging her back into the compartment. Lin Shuyan turned and sweetly replied, "Okay." The compartment was small, and when she entered, a faint fragrance filled the air, the scent of snow and frost, which made the two women even more uncomfortable. She looked made up, appearing flirtatious. The bed was made, and Lin Shuyan glanced at the upper bunk before sitting down obediently. She tugged at Hezhuang's sleeve as he sat beside her. "The blanket is off. How will you sleep tonight?" They had a 36-hour journey, leaving at 10:30 and not arriving in Liyun until 8 or 9 the next evening. "I won't sleep. I'll stay here with you," Hezhuang replied, sitting straight at the foot of the bed. Sitting all day was nothing. Sometimes on missions, there wasn't even a place to sit. Even in a compartment, he was uneasy about her sleeping on the upper bunk. The train was crowded, and it didn't feel safe at night. He was also worried about letting the young girl sleep up there. What if she fell down? He realized he was constantly concerned about her, afraid she might bump into something or that someone might have bad intentions. When the time came, the whistle blew. The train started with a loud clatter. The scenery outside quickly passed by. Lin Shuyan leaned on Hezhuang's shoulder, her beautiful eyes gazing at the snowy landscape, her eyelashes fluttering like little fans. Hezhuang touched her hand. It wasn't cold on the train, so she wasn't freezing. He thought about how they had just walked a bit on the platform, and her feet must be chilly. "Want to take off your SS and rest for a while?" he asked. Lin Shuyan turned around, her eyes smiling. "Sure." She wore pretty sheepskin boots, which looked nice but weren't as warm as her winter boots. Having just walked in the snow, Her feet felt cool. As soon as she agreed, Hezhong bent down to help her take off her SS and neatly placed them under the bunk. Lin Shuyan tucked her feet onto the bed, using a blanket as a cushion and a piece of cloth as a pillow, but she didn't want to cover herself with the slightly damp blanket. Before she could say anything, Hezhong took off his overcoat and draped it over her. His coat was big and long, completely covering her. Lin Shuyan glanced at him. "It's not that cold. Just cover up," he replied. He sat back down at the end of the bed, wearing only a shirt. It wasn't cold in the compartment since the windows couldn't be opened. Lin Shuyan wanted to take off her coat too. She was wearing a cotton shirt and a turtleneck sweater underneath, much warmer than Hezhong. Her face was flushed from the warmth. She handed her coat to Hezhong and comfortably nestled into his large coat. The train swayed gently, and lying there felt nice. Hezhong leaned against the partition while Lin Shuyan rested her legs behind him. Her feet were cold, and she couldn't help but rub against his waist, feeling chilly no matter how she shifted. A woman across from them kept staring, and just as she was about to complain, she saw Hezhong place her legs on his lap and cover them with the coat. The woman's eyes widened in envy and jealousy. She remembered the day she arrived in the capital, when it was snowing heavily. She had found Hezhong while holding a child, her cloth SS soaked and freezing. He had only glanced at her and the child before telling them to go back. Thinking of this made her eyes well up. Looking back at the woman across from her, she felt angry. Some women just knew how to attract men. Hezhong's hand was under the coat, warming her cold feet, and Lin Shuyan felt a bit shy, blinking and glancing around. His hand was warm, and soon her feet felt cozy. Lin Shuyan unknowingly fell asleep in that position. The coat carried the clean, fresh scent of Hezhong. The train swayed, and she slept soundly. Around noon, the conductor came by with a cart to sell lunchboxes. Lin Shuyan opened her eyes sleepily and saw the man looking at her. "Are you awake?" he asked. She replied softly, reaching out for him. He helped her sit up and wrapped her in the coat tightly. Lin Shuyan leaned against his shoulder, enjoying his care. Hezhong adjusted her position and said quietly, "I'll go buy lunch." "Okay." The food on the train wasn't cheap, costing 3 yuan per portion, and most people hesitated to buy it. They usually shared one portion. Hezhong ordered 2 portions. The food today was decent, with braised pork and a fried egg, along with 2 vegetable dishes. When he returned with the food and placed it on the small table, he said softly, "I'll go get some water." "Okay, wash your hands." Lin Shuyan tilted her face up and added that he was complaining about touching her feet. Hezhong was speechless, but washed his hands before getting hot water. When he came back, he heard a child crying. Hezhong frowned and hurried over. "Eat, eat, eat. That's someone else's food. Your father doesn't want us, so who will give you money for food in the future?"
"Stop crying."
The 3-year-old saw the lunchboxes on the table, with eggs and meat, and cried loudly for food. An older woman couldn't bear to watch. All right, I'll buy you some. Just stop crying." The woman felt sorry for the child, but thinking about the future without a man to rely on, she shouted, "No buying. A portion of food costs several yuan. We could have several meals at home. No one will take care of us in the future. We can't live like this anymore." While scolding, the woman glared fiercely at Lin Shuyan, blaming her for taking the man's money. The man across from her looked impressive, tall and handsome, clearly someone from the military, yet he was taken in by such a woman. She couldn't help but think wildly and patted the crying child a couple of times, pulling out a steamed bun from her bag to give to the child. Hezhong didn't pay attention to others. His focus was solely on Lin Shuyan. He first handed her the water to drink, then sat by the bed to help her open the lunchbox. Lin Shuyan felt a bit uneasy. It was cold, and the steamed buns were hard. The child had tender teeth and was crying while trying to eat, looking pitiful. She immediately thought of her own child at home. Sighing, she nudged Hezhong with her elbow. "Get the snacks from the bag for me." He thought she wanted to eat, so he stood up straight and took out a paper-wrapped pastry from his bag on the upper bunk, left over from the day they bought it at Minfu Xian. Lin Shuyan had packed it, originally planning to enjoy it on the way. She picked two sweeter, softer pieces and handed them to the woman across from her. Give this to the child. It's soft and easy to chew. The woman froze for a moment, staring at the pastry in her hand. It looked soft and flower-shaped, so it must have been expensive. No, it's fine, she said, meeting Lin Xuyan's clear gaze, unable to speak and showing a hint of embarrassment. Take it, we still have a while to sit. Don't let the child go hungry. Lin Xuyan wasn't doing it for the woman. She just felt sorry for the little child crying so much. The woman accepted the pastry, biting her lip and saying thank you softly. Her sister glanced at Lin Xuyan awkwardly. Lin Xuyan continued to eat her meal, which was just okay. She had a fried egg and a few bites of rice with meat before feeling full. I'm done, she said, turning to look at Hezhong, who took her lunchbox and emptied it into his bowl. The woman across kept watching them, wondering if she had misunderstood. If a man was with another woman, it was usually the woman who catered to him. But these two were different. The handsome man was busy taking care of her. Where was the pampering like this? The woman saw Lin Xuyan holding a cup of water and couldn't help but ask, Sister, is this your husband?
Yes.
The water was a bit hot, so Lin Xuyan blew on it slowly and replied softly. It turned out they were a real couple. The woman awkwardly said, Your relationship is really nice. Not bad. Lin Xuyan smiled slightly. He takes good care of me. That was the truth. Anyone could see it. It wasn't just care. He treated her like a precious gem. It was something to be envied. Hezhong finished eating, tidied up the table, and sat back down. Seeing him sit for so long, Lin Xuyan leaned over. Hezhong, why don't you rest for a bit? Let me sit. He pulled her close. I'm not tired. Lin Xuyan raised her hand, holding the cup. Then drink some water. Hezhong took it, drank a couple of sips, then held it up to feed her, only putting the lid back on and placing it on the table once she had enough. The older sister climbed up to the upper bunk to sleep, and the child, having eaten, quieted down, blinking at Lin Xuyan. The little one said, Auntie, you're pretty. Lin Xuyan chuckled. The most beautiful in the world is your mom, you know that? She roughly understood what was happening. In this era, many women see men as everything. When they are let down, it feels like their world has collapsed. The child didn't understand and looked up at her mother, having already forgotten that she had scolded him moments ago, and snuggled into her arms. The woman's eyes turned slightly red, and her guilt rose to another level. I really should be ashamed. Lin Xuyan wasn't sleepy for a moment and leaned against Hezhong to speak softly. Hezhong, what is my grandmother like? Will she like me? Hezhong straightened her up, saying, Sit properly. With people coming and going outside, it was fine for him as a man to be this close, but it would lead to gossip about her as a woman, which wouldn't be good. Lin Xuyan didn't want that. She frowned and said playfully, I'm cold. I won't be cold if I lean on you. In reality, she wasn't cold at all. The train was warm, and she had just drunk hot water, making her cheeks rosy. She just wanted to lean on Hezhong. If you don't let me lean on you, I won't talk to you, the little girl threatened him, puffing up her cheeks. Hezhong was at a loss for words and had no choice but to let her lean back against him. You'll know what she's like when you meet her. She's not bad-tempered, just a bit strange. Thinking of his grandmother, who always pretended to be sick to get him to visit, Hezhong didn't know how to describe her. Does she live with your father's comrade? This was a bit complicated, so Hezhong summarized they used to live in the capital in the military family area, but they moved to the south when I was little. After my uncles passed away, it was just the two of them left. Just the two of them? Yes, they have a daughter who studied nursing. Grandma said she has been taking care of her recently. Lin Xuyan nodded. That's good. We should thank them properly when we arrive. Lin Xuyan knew that Hezhong was not very close to his family. Before getting married, he rarely went home, maybe once a year. This time, he was personally going to pick up his grandmother, which showed she meant something to him. Yeah, Hezhong replied, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Lin Xuyan pouted, thinking that Hezhong didn't understand much about human relationships. The train rattled along. Trains only traveled at 40 to 60 kilometers per hour these days, and looking out the window was quite pleasant. In the evening, they bought boxed meals. The woman across from them had also bought one. After the child finished eating, she and her sister shared a steamed bun. Outside, it grew dark, and as they traveled south, the snowy scenery gradually disappeared. What came into view was a desolate winter landscape with old trees and bare branches. Lin Shuyan chatted with Hezhong for a while before he encouraged her to sleep. The room had no light, just a dim glow from the hallway that barely revealed a silhouette. Lin Shuyan lay back on the bed, listening to the faint sounds of the train and tracks. Looking at the man's figure in the dark, she whispered, "You should sleep too." Hezhong was not at ease and placed her legs back on him. "You sleep, don't worry about me." When he made up his mind, he was as stubborn as a rock. He closed his eyes to rest and patted her calf, signaling her to behave. After a moment of silence, there was a rustling sound from under her coat. Lin Shuyan unexpectedly crawled over and changed sides. She rested her head on Hezhuang's leg, saying, "I want to sleep like this." Her small hands wrapped around his slim waist, her little face turned toward him, not letting go. "How can you sleep like this?" Hezhuang felt a headache coming on, but his hand reached out to hold her. The person on his lap squirmed like a little fish. "No, I want to sleep here. I'm scared of the window over there." She was talking nonsense with her eyes wide open. Hezhuang couldn't resist her and shifted back a bit to make her comfortable, pulling his coat up slightly. "Are you cold?" His voice was low and gentle, making Lin Shuyan feel especially safe in the darkness. "I'm not cold." "Then sleep."
Boring.
Although she complained in her mind, Lin Shuyan still closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Once she was sound asleep, Hezhuang tucked her arms back into her coat. Her face was pressed against his side, and her warm breath came through his shirt. Hezhuang raised his hand to gently her little face. How could she be so endearing? In a small building in Lian City, Su Jingji urged her grandmother to go to bed. "Grandma, don't worry. We'll be there by this time tomorrow.
Go to sleep now."
The elderly woman with gray hair sighed. "That boy should have come to pick me up earlier." "That's because you wouldn't let him. Hezhuang said he would come to get you. If I didn't let him, he wouldn't even say a word." The stories say that once a man has a wife, he forgets his mother. This boy has forgotten his grandma. The old lady mumbled as she reluctantly went back to her room. Su Jingji supported her and said, "That's not true. No matter how much Hezhuang loves his wife, he still cares for you. You are his dear grandmother." "Yes, yes, I am his dear grandmother." The old lady told Su Jingji to go back to her room and then secretly took out a cloth bag from the cupboard. Inside was a delicate ebony jewelry box, heavy in her hands. She opened it and looked inside. "Everything is ready. If she's a good granddaughter-in-law, I'll give it all to her." She then recalled the calls from He Pingwa, saying that this granddaughter-in-law was causing a fuss. However, He Pingwa is quite stubborn and hard to deal with. Sigh. Let's wait until the others arrive to talk. Chun Chun has something to say. "I am super hardworking. So if any kind friends have time, please give me a good rating with stars." Kiss at 4 in the morning, the car stopped. The lights in the aisle turned on. A woman with a child got off the bus, making quite a bit of noise. Lin Shuyan woke up groggily. As she moved slightly, the man's hand gently stroked her back, as if he had done it many times before and was already used to it. Lin Shuyan felt warm inside. Her hand slipped out of her coat and wrapped around his waist, snuggling closer. The man looked down at her, meeting her sleepy gaze. "Did I wake you?" 2 women had already left, and the car was quiet again, with no one else getting on. Lin Shuyan propped herself up to sit, and Hezhong reached out to help her. Her arm hung around his neck, and she leaned against him, still a bit dazed from sleep. "Where are we?" "Fuyang City. We should stop for 10 minutes. "Okay." Lin Shuyan touched the man's face, her beautiful eyes sleepily gazing out the window, where the glass was fogged up, and she could vaguely see the dim light of the platform. Her body pressed against him, and the sight of his little wife waking up looked like an innocent little deer, completely relying on him. Zhang liked her instinctive dependence and pulled her a little closer. Lin Shuyan became a bit more awake and turned back. Concerned, "Are you tired? Why not sleep for a while? There's no one here now." Zhang thought for a moment. The next stop was 2 hours away and quite a few people had gotten off, leaving the neighboring compartment empty, so he could take a nap. Mainly, if he didn't sleep, the little girl in his arms probably wouldn't let him. "All right, I'll sleep for a bit." He got up, ready to remove the blanket from across him and lie down on the leather bed for a short nap. Soft hands grabbed him, and Lin Shuyan frowned, a bit annoyed. "You sleep here." The leather bed looked hard and cold. It would be uncomfortable to sleep on. She moved to the foot of the bed to make space, patted the blanket, and emphasized again, "Sleep here." He couldn't do anything about her. When she was stubborn, she was very determined. Zhang turned back, lay down on the blanket, and then pulled her into his chest. Lin Shuyan's vision blurred as she bumped into his firm chest, her nose feeling a bit sour, and she looked up with red eyes. The man looked at her with amusement. "Then let's sleep like this." His legs were long, and with his upper body half lying down, he couldn't fit them all the way, so he simply rested them on the iron ladder at the foot of the bed. This way, it became a bit more spacious. Lin Shuyan was nestled against his chest, half lying on him, and her smile was like a delicate flower, softening his heart.
Can you sleep if I hold you down?
"I can sleep," the man replied, closing his eyes. Lin Shuyan watched his moving throat and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "I want to touch while I sleep." The man, feeling helpless, sighed. "Okay." 10 minutes passed, and the train's whistle sounded as it started moving again. The lights in the carriage went out. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Shuyan felt completely safe because of the person beside her. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. The train had stopped twice, and Zhang had woken up in between, but she had kept sleeping. Lin Shuyan shifted her stiff body. All right, although sleeping while hugging is romantic, her whole body felt sore. She pushed herself up, and the man below let out a muffled grunt, then grabbed her slender wrist. Lin Shuyan looked down, feeling like she had done something wrong, and quickly sat up straight. Her hand almost pressed down on something inappropriate. Zhang also sat up, looking at the girl with annoyance. "Did you even check where you were pressing? What if something went wrong?" Lin Shuyan fell silent, rubbed her eyes, and pretended not to understand. Not listening, just ignoring him. Zhang sat on the edge of the bed to put on his SS, shaking his numb arm. Lin Shuyan laughed. "I thought you were tough. Your arm is numb?" Zhang squatted down and took out his sheepskin SS from under the bunk. "Someone is too heavy and made my arm numb." Lin Shuyan protested. "I'm not heavy at all." She slipped on her SS, and Zhang took a towel from the upper bunk and picked up a thermos from the table. "Stay here, I'll go get some water."
Okay.
Zhang left for a while and quickly returned, handing her a warm towel that had been washed somewhere. As she wiped her face with the warm towel, her pores opened up, and she felt very comfortable. After finishing, Lin Shuyan hung the towel on the side of the table to dry. Zhang handed her the water, and she took small sips, her lips looking rosy like flower petals. She softly said, "Let's have pastries for breakfast."
Okay.
They finished the pastries they had brought in paper bags. By noon, they had to eat the boxed lunch from the train again. Lin Shuyan was starting to get tired of it. Although the dishes were different, they all tasted similar. She thought to herself that on the day they returned, she must buy some easy-to-store food to eat on the train. She didn't want to eat 3 box lunches in a row. The train traveled from day to night. Finally, before her bones got too stiff, they arrived. Lian City was the final stop, and as the train stopped, the conductor walked around, urging everyone to get off. Having packed her things in advance, Lin Shuyan put on her gloves and wrapped a scarf around her neck. It seems like it just rained outside. The streetlights reflect a warm glow off the puddles on the ground, making for a cool, rainy night. Zhang carried a suitcase and pulled her along as they left the train carriage. The cold wind hit them, seeping into their collars and sleeves, causing Lin Shuyan to shiver and pull her scarf up a bit. Indeed, the chill in the south feels like a magical attack. Although there's no ice or snow, it can be quite harsh. There weren't many people around, so they took their time walking at the back. Once they exited the train station, they saw a small car parked by the roadside, waiting to pick them up. Hezhong helped her into the car, and they drove to the Su family's home in Liun City. The two-story house was left behind by Su Jingji's father. Her mother had remarried and went to stay with her new husband as the year-end approached, leaving only Hezhong's grandmother and Su Jingji at home. Hezhong had mentioned this to Lin Shuyan before, and she thought it was nice not to have to deal with too many people. The car pulled up to the Su home, and they got out and walked inside. Lin Shuyan slowed her pace, thinking that she shouldn't have any issues that would make the elderly lady dislike her. Hezhong's grandmother should be a reasonable person. Overall, it would be best if the grandmother liked her, but if not, she would just take it in stride. With this thought, she felt much more relaxed. Inside the house, the grandmother was busy in the kitchen, boiling water to make noodles for them when they arrived. The boxed meal on the train was terrible, and she didn't like it at all. "Jingji, have they arrived yet?" Su Jingji, standing by the window, replied helplessly, "Grandma, you just asked that. They haven't come yet. Why don't you rest for now? I can make the noodles. Let me cook." "That boy only likes my egg noodles," the old lady said anxiously, rushing to the window and mumbling, "I wonder what his wife likes. She must like noodles too." Su Jingji's eyes flickered, and she pretended to look sad, playfully saying, "Grandma, if you keep this up, I might get jealous. Do you not like me anymore now that you have a granddaughter-in-law?" The old lady patted her hand. "Of course I still like you." "Oh, it's just that you and Hezhong don't seem to be meant for each other. Your mother was very close to his mother when you were young. But now that Hezhong is married, you should find someone for yourself soon." The old lady used to think highly of Su Jingji. She was caring and strong-willed, having studied medicine and spent a few years in the military. She and Hezhong seemed like a good match. But after not being in touch for years, during these days at the Su family, it has just been Su Jingji's mother and herself living here. Su Jingji has only returned for a few days, and she is unsure of his current character. That young man has married, and this time he even brought his wife along, which shows he cares.
She decided not to complicate things.
The old lady kept quiet, and Su Jingji also stayed silent. She knew very well that although the old lady was elderly, she was very perceptive and that they shouldn't rush things. Hey, look over there. Is that them? Is that Hezhong?" Two figures were coming down the road, and the little old lady strained to see, feeling anxious. "Yes, it's brother Hezhong," Su Jingji said as she went to open the door. "Grandma," he quickly followed, muttering, "You little rascal, you really know how to pick your time, coming here in the middle of the night." "There was only one train," Hezhong replied in a low voice, noticing the old lady's rosy complexion, which suggested she was still in good health. "Come in, it's cold outside," Hezhong said softly, still holding Lin Shuyan's hand. The old lady glanced at their intertwined hands, feeling a bit concerned. Indeed, with a wife, he seems to have forgotten about his grandmother. Su Jingji stepped forward to support the old lady, saying, "Grandma, it's cold. Let's go inside first." They all entered the house. The living room was brightly lit, and with the brazier, it wasn't too cold. Hezhong put down his suitcase, took off his chilly coat, and gently said, Yan, this is Grandma." Lin Shuyan stood beside him, looking lovely.
"Hello, Grandma. I'm Shuyan."
Since entering, the little old lady's gaze had been fixed on her, forgetting to look at her own grandson. It was hard to see outside in the dark, but once inside, she noticed her granddaughter-in-law's beautiful appearance, fair skin like jade, delicate features, and gentle eyes, which made her feel quite at ease. However, she was unsure about her character. Then she thought, anyone chosen by her grandson should be decent. But as an elder, she needed to maintain some authority and ensure the new bride followed the rules. Yes, she needed to act a bit more dignified. With that thought, the warmth on the old lady's face faded slightly. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" Grandma will cook you some noodles. No need, Hezhong interrupted. Letting Grandma cook noodles? He could barely manage to drink 8 cups of water tonight. He could handle it, but with Yen Yen here. Su Jingji stepped forward, understanding the situation. Brother Hezhong, I'll cook. You and sister can talk with Grandma. Hezhong slightly frowned at the title, feeling uncomfortable with it. Thank you for your help. It's not a bother, Brother He, sit down for a bit, Su Jingji said kindly with a smile. Grandma hasn't eaten dinner yet because she was waiting for you. Let's all eat together once it's ready. Lin Shuyan's gaze shifted slightly. She couldn't tell if she was overthinking it, but Su Jingji was polite in her words, yet didn't spare a glance in her direction. Never mind, she thought. After all, they weren't close, and she didn't have the habit of forcing friendliness on someone who was distant. The living room fell silent as Lin Shuyan was guided to the sofa. Hezhong was relaxed. He was always like this, behaving the same way no matter where he was. Grandma walked over and looked at her grandson, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, and said seriously, "Oh my, look at you, you've grown taller." Lin Shuyan couldn't help but smile. Can someone still grow taller at 27? Hezhong noticed her suppressed laughter, narrowed his eyes slightly, as if warning her not to laugh. Lin Shuyan blinked and ignored him. Grandma, you should sit on the sofa, Hezhong said, urging her. The old lady was used to his cold demeanor and complied, sitting beside Lin Shuyan on the sofa. Hezhong opened his suitcase and took out some warm slippers, placing them next to Lin Shuyan. Change into these first. The SS were mostly hard-soled, and after sitting on a train for over 30 hours, they were quite uncomfortable. Lin Shuyan glanced at the old lady beside her, relieved that she wasn't being difficult, and bent down to change into the slippers. As she bent down, the old lady's gaze shifted to her, secretly observing. Her waist was slim and soft, and her figure was curvy. Not bad. A curvy figure is good for childbearing. She looked healthy and well-fed, which pleased the old lady even more. Wait. Why is her grandson being so considerate now? In the kitchen, Su Jingji listened while cracking a few eggs into a pan, her lips pressed tightly together. That man was still as impressive as ever, tall and with a serious demeanor. She heard he was the best team leader in the 18th district. She had always admired strong individuals. After returning to the south, she thought she could find someone more suitable, but no one compared to Hezhong. With high standards, she decided to study medicine and became a nurse in the military, hoping one day to enter the 18th district and impress him. But why did he get married? When he got engaged to Yao Ling, she wasn't worried. She believed she was better than Yao Ling and didn't think much of her. But this woman was beautiful, and Hezhong treated her differently, holding her hand the whole way. Why was she always a step behind? She wanted her grandmother's love and to have a good man, but those were all things that belonged to that other woman. A woman from the countryside is just a bit pretty. What else can she do? How could she compare to herself? Su Jingji gripped her chopsticks tightly, her nails digging into her palm. She was unwilling to give up. Jingji, is the noodles ready? Grandma is coming, the old lady said, worried after waiting for a while. Su Jingji smiled, and her expression returned to normal. It's ready, Grandma. I'll serve it now. She put the noodles in a bowl and casually murmured, How can my sister let Grandma serve? The old lady heard but didn't respond, only reminding her, Be careful, don't burn yourself. Okay. The noodles were served, and they all sat at the table to eat. Su Jingji looked intently at Hezhong. Brother He, is it good? Hezhong nodded slightly. Lin Shuyan didn't have much of an appetite, and only ate a little. She thought it would be rude to leave food uneaten at someone else's house. She was eating slowly when someone took her bowl away. If you eat too much at night, it will upset your stomach. After saying that, Hezhong quickly finished his noodles. Seeing their expressions, Su Jingji tightened her grip on her hands. She suddenly remembered a time when she visited the He family as a child. Back then, He's mother was still there, sharing cookies from the south with everyone. After distributing them, there was still a small piece left in the box. She put it on Hezhong's plate, but he took it outside, saying, Don't give me leftovers. But now, He was eating something that this woman had already eaten without any change in expression. Su Jingji bit her lip. Is it that my noodles don't suit my sister's taste? Don't be picky. I'll make something better tomorrow. Lin Shuyan finally looked up at her with a half-smile, realizing that Su Jingji was indeed targeting her. Was it because of Grandma? Or Hezhong? With a half-smile, she said softly, no. Hezhong likes it. Hezhong. After finishing the noodles, Grandma told them to rest early. There were 2 guest rooms on the first floor, one for Grandma and the other for Hezhong and Lin Shuyan. Su Jingji watched them enter their room before turning to go upstairs. Seeing the big bed, Lin Shuyan just wanted to lie down. No matter how much Hezhong took care of her, 36 hours on a train was exhausting. They quickly washed up, and Lin Shuyan changed into her pajamas and eagerly lay on the bed, letting out a sigh of relief. Hezhong propped himself up on the bed, bent over her, and tucked her back under the covers. You're tired, go to sleep. Lin Shuyan nodded, closed her eyes, and thought that the next 2 days might not be so peaceful. It was time to go to bed early and gather some energy to cope. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, Lin Shuyan was awakened by the sound of knocking. Hezhong had probably gone out for a run. He was full of energy and usually very disciplined, except for the occasional lazy morning with her. Just a moment, Lin Shuyan said as she got up and put on a jacket to open the door. Outside stood Su Jingji, dressed in a white sweater and long skirt, clearly well prepared, her eyes subtly looking into the room. What's the matter? Lin Shuyan asked. Is Hezhong up yet?
Su Jingji inquired.
Lin Shuyan replied calmly. He went for a run. Oh, it's nothing. I just arrived, and I'm not sure about the customs here.
I should go serve tea to Grandma.
Lin Shuyan was aware of this. Before coming, Mama Chin had reminded her to serve tea to the elder with Hezhong on the first day. Okay, I'll change my clothes and be right there. Just as she was about to head back inside, she paused and added, since Miss Su calls Hezhong brother, then you should call me sister-in-law. Otherwise, it feels a bit strange, like we're in some ancient dynasty where the concubine addresses the main wife as sister. She smiled gently, her tone straightforward yet polite, and smart people would understand. Su Jingji's expression changed, and she stiffly replied, I'm sorry for my ignorance. Please don't hold it against me. Lin Shuyan ignored her and closed the door, going back to change. When she came out, Hezhong was already in the living room. Grandma was sitting in a redwood chair, with 2 cups of tea on the table. Lin Shuyan approached, greeted Grandma, and stood beside Hezhong, who had just returned from outside, still chilly, with slightly damp hair. Lin Shuyan frowned and reached out to touch his hair, not afraid of the cold at all. Grandma noticed their little interaction. TSK, even the tiger's hair can move now, she thought. Shuyan, since you 2 are getting married and Grandma isn't in Beijing, Grandma said, becoming a bit serious. Hezhong's mother has passed away, so I'll have to drink this cup of tea for her. Lin Shuyan replied softly, Grandma, you're too kind. As the elder, you should drink this tea. It's our fault for coming too late, so please don't blame us. Her gentle and considerate words made Grandma feel better. There were 2 cushions in front of the redwood chair, and Hezhong pulled her forward to kneel on one. Su Jingji brought the tea over, watching their backs with a cold glint in her eyes. As the tea was placed in front of them, Hezhong picked up 1 cup. Lin Shuyan raised her hand but hadn't touched the cup yet when the tray tilted, spilling tea everywhere. She frowned and instinctively raised her hand to block it, but Hezhong quickly pulled her aside. The tea splashed all over Su Jingji, who stood there stunned. She had wanted to embarrass Lin Shuyan. Her new dress. Su Jingji's pretty face was wet and messy, and she felt both embarrassed and angry. She suppressed her frustration and said, Sister-in-law, do you not like me? Lin Shuyan felt a chill. Is this kind of talk still popular? Everyone can act a little. She looked at Su Jingji gently and said, Where did that come from? We just met yesterday. Is there something about me that you dislike? Su Jingji's words got stuck in her throat, making her face turn red with frustration. Of course not, I know you didn't mean it. Grandma quickly took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to Su Jingji. Oh, dear. Did you get burned? Hurry and wipe it off. Just as Su Jingji was about to feel proud of being taken care of first, she saw Grandma move closer to Lin Shuyan, gently wiping the water stains off her sleeves and clothes with a concerned look. Are your hands okay? Did you get burned? Lin Shuyan shook her head. I'm fine, Grandma. Just a little wet. On such a cold day, the tea had been sitting on the table for a while, so it wouldn't be hot enough to burn anyone. Seeing that she was truly okay, Grandma turned back. Jingji, go change your clothes so you don't catch a cold. Okay, Su Jingji said, her eyes red as she left. Grandma watched her go, deep in thought. There was a hint of coolness in her aged eyes. She understood the difference between close and distant. No matter what, Su Jingji was not family. The real family was right in front of her, her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. She cared for Hezhong and, of course, she cared for Lin Shuyan too. With no one else around, Hezhong and Lin Shuyan were able to serve tea smoothly. Grandma smiled brightly, nodding repeatedly. After drinking her granddaughter-in-law's tea, she completely forgot about needing to be strict as an elder. Good, very good. This will be a good explanation for your mother in the future. Hezhong said coldly, don't say silly things. Grandma shot him a glare, but really, even if she was fierce, she still needed her daughter-in-law to manage things. Let's see how he acts in the future. She reached behind her and pulled out a cloth bag that felt a bit heavy, holding it out to Lin Shuyan with both hands. Shuyan, this is Grandma's red envelope. Since you two are married now, I hope you take good care of the family. Grandma wishes for you both to live happily together. Lin Shuyan looked at the cloth bag, which seemed to contain a box. It was the first time she had seen such a red envelope and couldn't quite tell what was inside. Seeing the elderly lady's trembling hands, I quickly took the package.
Thank you, Grandma.
Open it and see if you like it? The elderly lady felt a bit nervous. This was her first gift for her granddaughter-in-law. Surely, the granddaughter-in-law would like it. Last night, she noticed that Shuyan wore a jade bracelet left by her mother. But the elderly lady thought gifts should be gold, shiny, and festive. Shuyan agreed and lifted the cloth wrapping. Inside was a beautifully crafted ebony jewelry box. On the stairs, Su Jingji came down after changing her clothes. When the wooden box opened, the golden shine dazzled her eyes. Golden? The box was lined with red velvet, holding gold jewelry. There were 2 gold rings, 2 gold bracelets, and a pair of earrings. And they were quite large. The gold rings were wide, the bracelets thick and heavy, carved with dragons and nixes, and the earrings were extravagant with tassels. It felt like they were made for weight rather than looks. There's a small drawer below, Grandma said eagerly. Shuyan looked and opened 2 small drawers. Inside were a gold necklace and a gold hairpin. The intricate patterns were all heavy. This was not just gold jewelry. It was clearly gold lumps. Grandma smiled. Do you like it, Yen Yen? Like it? How could she not? Although she didn't know the current gold price, in her past life, gold prices soared, reaching 400 to 500 per gram. Here. She didn't know the weight, but it felt very substantial. But what weighed more was Grandma's affection. The jewelry box was exquisite and beautiful, showing the passage of time, possibly even an antique. Wrapped carefully in cloth outside, it was clearly prepared in advance. Even though it was their first meeting, Grandma couldn't wait to give these to her. She knew it was because Grandma valued Hezhong, so she extended that love to her. Because of this affection, she felt touched. Having never experienced familial love in her past life, she even felt a bit unworthy. Her eyes grew warm. I like it, Grandma. That's good. It's all for you. She leaned closer to Shu Yan and whispered, I don't have much else, but I have plenty of these. Keep them for us, Yen Yen. Seeing Grandma's playful smile made Shu Yan laugh too. I like Grandma's gift even more, and I love Grandma. She often said she liked Fu Bao and the little tree. She was especially sweet and affectionate towards Hezhong. But it was a little embarrassing to tell my elder that I liked them for the first time. Grandma seemed very pleased. She thought her granddaughter-in-law was adorable. All right, get up now. Grandma urged them to stand, and Su Jingji managed a small smile as she stepped forward. Grandma, didn't you say we would go shopping today and buy some local specialties? The old lady nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I want to buy some nice things for my old friends. Otherwise, when I get back to the capital, they'll come asking for favors. Yen, you should go shopping with Grandma. Okay. She had never been to the south, so it was a great chance to buy some New Year gifts for Xiaoshu and the others. The goods in the southern markets must be more diverse, and it would be nice to see. Lin Shuyan first took the gold jewelry back to her room, and when she turned around, she caught a glimpse of He Zhang's oddly sad expression. Oh, right. I'm going shopping with Grandma. What are you going to do? From her experience, He Zhang didn't seem interested. Seeing that she finally remembered him, He Zhang said, I'll take you there first, then I'll go meet a friend. Wrapping her soft arms around his neck, Lin Shuyan smiled at him and teased, What kind of friend? A guy or a girl? He Zhang held her waist. What if it's a girl? His little wife playfully replied, If it's a girl, then I'll take care of you. Heh. The man chuckled softly, his deep eyes filled with affection and helplessness. It's a guy, a comrade from the military. When will you be back? Will you be home for dinner? A bit later. I won't be back for dinner. Okay. Lin Shuyan nodded, her mind already wandering outside, thinking about how nice the southern department stores and markets would be. He Zhang took an envelope from the box and handed it to her. Take this for shopping. The envelope was bulging, and it was clear it contained money. Typical of him. So lacking in romance. Lin Shuyan didn't take it and instead looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Lin Shuyan blinked. Didn't you already give me the bank book? Why is there still extra money? He Zhang was puzzled by her logic. She was sweet and gentle in front of Grandma, but so quirky with him, and he liked her lively spirit. The bank book isn't the only one. There are bonuses and allowances from before. I didn't have time to deposit them or anywhere to spend them, so I just brought them back from the military last time. Lin Shuyan didn't really care about the money. The earnings from the noodle shop were more than enough for her needs. She was just teasing He Zhang. All right, you don't need to give me this. It's easier to lose it if I keep it. I have enough with what I brought. Seeing her say that, He Zhang tossed the envelope back into the box. Then you should take it yourself. Of course, I won't be polite. When men have money, they can become bad. It's better to spend it all. She fluttered her eyelashes like a little fan, and He Zhang was confused by her words, not knowing where she learned them. I wouldn't become bad, even if I had money. Lin Shuyan smiled and said, Grandma gave me so many gold accessories. They're too valuable. If Grandma gave them to you, just keep them, He Zhang said, feeling a bit jealous as he pulled her to the side of the bed. Why does Grandma like you so much? She doesn't just give things to anyone. Lin Shuyan playfully replied, Could it be that I'm loved by everyone, like flowers blooming? Everyone loves you? The man gritted his teeth. Who else do you want to love you? He held her down and kissed her, feeling annoyed. If he wanted her to be loved by everyone, he would just hide his little wife away. Lin Shuyan giggled as he kissed her. Stop it. He didn't listen, kissing her heavily and fiercely, claiming his territory without restraint. He only released her when she begged him to stop. Breathless, Lin Shuyan crawled under the covers, annoyed. Don't mess with me. I don't feel well. He Zhang paused, frowning. If I'm not bothering you, what's wrong? Lin Shuyan whispered in his ear for a moment, her face turning red. Her period was just a few days away, and she felt a bit cold from the journey, worried it might come a day or two early. Now she felt some discomfort in her lower abdomen. He Zhang covered her with a blanket. Rest for a while. We'll go out in the afternoon.
Okay.
By the afternoon, He Zhang took a few people to the market. Liyun City was bustling, with policies implemented earlier than in the north. There were not only department stores and shops but also markets and individual stores. It was lively just before the new year. After getting out of the car, He Zhang watched the crowd and said worriedly, There are a lot of people. Be careful. Su Jingji squeezed in. He Zhang, don't worry. I've arranged for someone to pick us up this afternoon. They'll take good care of Grandma. He Zhang frowned slightly and nodded. He waved to Lin Shuyan, who was already looking around. attracted by the many shops. She slowly came over, a bit impatient. What is it? Hee-jong patted her head and took out a pair of gloves from the front of the car. Your hands. You forgot everything. Oh. Lin Shuyan smiled and rested her hands on the car window. Hee-jong took her delicate fingers and quickly put the gloves on her. He wanted to say something else, but Lin Shuyan had already turned to help her grandmother. Wow, what's that? It smells so good. That's plum cake, topped with red dates and sesame. The old lady led the group towards it, glancing back at her pitiful grandson in the car. Don't worry, your wife won't get lost. He frowned, looked a couple more times, and then drove off. Nanching Street was really lively, and they started by having some snacks. Su Jingji busily attended to the old lady, being very attentive. Lin Shuyan enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere. Over time, she realized her grandmother was quite clever. They entered a well-decorated two-story shop. Yen, Grandma usually likes to come here. The products are good and the prices are fair. Take a look and see if there's anything you want to buy. Grandma, why don't you tell me what your friends like? I can help you pick something out. The old lady mumbled. What do they like? As long as I bring them something, they'll love it. Lin Shuyan covered her mouth and laughed, thinking her grandmother was really carefree. Over there, Su Jingji came over with 2 boxes of pastries. Grandma, don't you love these pastries? They're beautifully packaged, and I'm sure they'll love them when we take them back. Lin Shuyan glanced at them and thought they looked similar to another brand. She turned her head and noticed her grandmother didn't seem too excited. Grandma, do you remember Mingfukchuan? I feel like these are quite similar. How about we buy some tea from the south instead? I can already smell the tea fragrance from so far away. Good tea. The southern rainy season is perfect for tea cultivation, while the northern winter is too cold and the soil is mostly alkaline, which isn't suitable for tea trees. At least there aren't many local teas in the capital. Her grandmother enjoys drinking tea, so this suggestion pleased her. Let's go take a look. Jingji, we have plenty of pastries on the next street. Let's check out the tea first. The shop owner was brewing tea in front of the store, using a glass cup to showcase the tea's color, which was clear and fragrant. Lin Shuyan cheerfully asked, Can we taste it? The owner, seeing such a lovely girl standing in front of the shop, happily replied, Of course. Let me brew a cup for you. Lin Shuyan took the tea and first offered a cup to her grandmother. It was sweet and rich, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Her grandmother was very satisfied and waved for 5 boxes. After buying the tea, they browsed through a department store. Lin Shuyan had spent a lot of time shopping in the capital, either adding things to the house or buying little gifts for the kids. In the capital, there are many common things, and she knows what to choose. Every time, she can pick something her grandmother likes. The silk scarf is nice. When spring comes, everyone will go out and fly kites. If you wear this scarf around your neck or drape it over your shoulders, you will look like the most beautiful grandmother. Her grandmother laughed happily. Great, I like red. She bought a scarf for herself and picked one for her old friend, and also got gifts for her mother, older sister, and sister-in-law. Su Jingji, who was standing nearby, felt more and more overshadowed. She often stayed in the military and rarely went out, let alone shopped for herself, so she didn't know what other special items could be bought besides clothes. Once she had bought everything her grandmother wanted, Lin Shuyan left the items with a tea shop owner, saying she would come back for them later. Then she went to pick gifts for the 2 children. Speaking of the kids, Su Jingji knew about them. She had heard that He Zhang was marrying this woman because of them, which showed how important these children were to him. She had to choose some nice gifts to win the kids over. Lin Shuyan picked out some delicate hair clips for Fu Bao and bought a few pieces of red fabric with special patterns and golden accents. The little girl would surely be thrilled with a new jacket made from that fabric for the new year. After getting gifts for Fu Bao, Lin Shuyan spotted a place selling books. There were many colorful picture books. The ones she had bought for Xiaoshu before were just simple outlines without colors, but these looked nice. She selected a few books along with a workbook and a fountain pen. Su Jingji, who was coming over with toys, rolled her eyes. What are you buying for the kids? At their age, they love to play and have fun. Buying so many workbooks and books will just tire them out. Even though Hezhong values the kids, you can't keep pushing them to study all the time. They need a balance between work and play. Su Jingji finally found a chance to scold her, going on and on. Rural women just don't understand. They only push kids to study. If the kids feel too much pressure, it could backfire, and they might end up hating her. Lin Shuyan smiled and continued picking items. With a child like Xiaoshu, it's harder to let him play than to scold him. Well, you bought toys for them, so that saves me some money. Thanks.
Su Jingji was speechless.
Forget it. As long as the kids like her grandmother wouldn't say anything, and it would be natural for her to stay with the He family. Moreover, Lin Shuyan came from a rural background and had little education. She probably bought picture books because she couldn't read the words, only the pictures. Thinking this way made her feel better, and she went to pay for the toys. Lin Shuyan found a ready-to-wear shop and said, "Grandma, let's go look at some clothes." She wanted to buy her grandmother a new outfit since she had given her so many gifts. Seeing the shop, Su Jingji smirked. The clothes there were not cheap, and she hesitated to buy anything for herself. She thought the woman would be shocked by the prices and waited to see Lin Shuyan embarrass herself. The store was simply decorated but had many clothes. Rows of garments hung on racks, and there were more on the walls. When the owner saw a customer enter, she stepped out wearing a gray fur coat, twisting her waist. It was midday, and she had planned to relax with a cup of tea, but this customer chose a bad time to come in. With an impatient tone, she said, "Look around, and call me if you want to buy anything." Before she finished, her gaze landed on Lin Shuyan. Wow, this girl was truly beautiful. With her fair and delicate skin, everyone said the owner of the ready-to-wear shop in South City was charming, but at first glance, this girl had a different kind of beauty. The owner had no other hobbies but to admire pretty girls. Who doesn't like looking at beautiful people? Lin Shuyan paused to look at the owner, noticing that she had never seen someone so stylish and confident in this era. The owner smiled and said, "All right, let's take a look." But the owner didn't leave, saying, "Hey, I have 2 outfits that would suit you perfectly. Want to check them out?" Lin Shuyan was slightly surprised. "Me? Yes, you look lovely. Okay, but I need to pick out a couple of outfits for Grandma first. Where are the clothes for older ladies?" The owner pointed over there. "I can see your grandmother has a kind face and great style. Those sets over there are nice." Su Jingji gritted her teeth in the back. The last time she came here, the owner had said to look around but then ignored her. Lin Shuyan was being so bold, saying she would buy 2 outfits. The clothes here cost over 100 each. It was hard to believe she could afford them. What a show-off. Lin Shuyan pulled her grandmother to the rack and looked through a few items, holding them up in front of her. "Grandma, what style do you like? How about this dark red one? The pattern is simple and elegant, and the collar is comfortable when folded down." Her grandmother noticed how thoughtful the girl was. But since it was Lin Shuyan's first time buying something for herself, she felt she should be modest. Cough, cough, it's nice, but you should buy for yourself, dear. There's no need for an old lady to dress up. Thinking, it looks so good. Really beautiful. The pattern and color of this outfit will definitely make my old friend stand out. I really want it. Omega. Lin Shuyan picked up another piece and said with a smile, "That's not true. Grandma loves to dress up. When Grandma is happy, both Hezhong and I are even happier." She winked playfully and added, "Plus, everyone will say your granddaughter-in-law is the best in the world, so I'd be winning, right?" Her smile brightened her face, making her look lovely, and with her playful words, the old lady couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, yes, yes. Our granddaughter-in-law is the best. Buy it. When she wears it to meet her old friends, everyone will surely ask where she got the dress and who bought it. How could she not feel proud then?" Thinking of this, Grandma felt secretly pleased. Having a granddaughter-in-law is wonderful. Her grandson, on the other hand, is like a stone in a pit, stinky and hard, but her granddaughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Su Jingji stood by, not daring to speak. A coat costing over $100? She hoped she wouldn't have to pay for it. She looked around and spotted a wool coat. The black and white check would look great on her. "Shopkeeper, I'd like to try this one." The shopkeeper glanced at her with a smile. Two girls accompanied an old lady into the store. One girl was attentive and gentle, prioritizing the old lady, while this one only cared about herself. As a shopkeeper, she had seen many customers and could tell what kind of person this girl was just by her attitude. "That one is 120. Are you sure you want me to take it down for you? 120? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "Isn't this already a robbery? Do you have money for me to rob? If you don't let me try it on, how will I know if I want to buy it? It's store policy. No trying on, love it or leave it. I have plenty of clothes to sell." Su Jingji was furious. "If I don't want to buy it, then I won't." The commotion caught Grandma's attention. "Jingji, do you like something?" Su Jingji awkwardly laughed. "No, not at all." Spending 120 on a coat? She wasn't crazy. Lin Shuyan showed Grandma two outfits but wasn't sure about the size. "Shopkeeper, could you check if this one fits my grandma?" The shopkeeper came over, looking Grandma up and down. With her silver hair and graceful demeanor, it was clear she had a beautiful figure even in her old age. "Almost it should fit. Why don't you let Grandma try it on?" Su Jingji, who had just walked over, exclaimed, "Why does she get to try it on?" The shop owner glanced at her and said, "Respecting the elderly and caring for the young, the elder can try it on." Grandma and Lin Shuyan both looked at her. Grandma frowned slightly, while Lin Shuyan remained calm. Su Jingji realized she had misspoken and felt her face heat up. "Grandma, that's not what I meant." The old lady said nothing, feeling a wave of disappointment. She had been close to Su Jingji's mother, and this child hadn't been seen for many years. Just a few days ago, she returned and insisted on taking care of her. At first, she thought it was sweet, but now she felt the need to understand her better. "Thank you, shop owner. I'll let Grandma try it on." Lin Shuyan ignored Su Jingji, thinking the shop owner had made a good point. Instead of wasting time, she wanted to make Grandma happy. The old lady put on the new outfit and turned in front of the mirror. "Do you like it, Grandma? This set is festive and perfect for the new year. You can wear that one now. It's cold in the capital, so it needs to be thick." Grandma's face lit up. Good. If Yan Yan says it's good, then I like it." Lin Shuyan exaggerated. "Now I understand why Hezhong is so handsome. It's because Grandma is beautiful." The shop owner laughed. "Is this your granddaughter? How thoughtful." Grandma smiled widely. No, this is my granddaughter-in-law. Isn't she pretty?" She looked just like a child showing off candy. Everyone was cheerful, except for Su Jingji. She took a deep breath, thinking that Grandma liked Lin Shuyan, not just because of Hezhong. Once Hezhong liked her, Grandma would like her too. Her gaze fell on a men's scarf, and she gritted her teeth and bought it. With Grandma's clothes purchased, the shop owner eagerly wanted Lin Shuyan to try on her two signature outfits. Su Jingji mumbled. Earlier it was about respecting the elderly, and now what is this? The shop owner, with keen ears, replied, "Now I'm asking for help to try them on. If someone looks good, everyone will want to buy." The shop owner's taste was excellent. One outfit was a deep blue coat paired with a plaid pencil skirt. Wearing the coat gave her a great presence, and when she took it off, the skirt highlighted her beautiful curves. "It looks amazing. This skirt has been in the store for a while, and no one seemed interested. I thought of you as soon as I saw it." Lin Shuyan also liked it, especially since the fabric was very comfortable, much better than what she had bought at the Southern Trading Company. The other outfit was a long velvet dress, which had a touch of elegance. Lin Shuyan liked it but couldn't think of an occasion to wear it, as it seemed suitable for dining at a fancy restaurant. "It looks great, but I don't have any opportunity to wear it." "Where is there no opportunity? It's about to open up soon and business is booming. You know, the hotel by our dock has hosted many business meetings, and I've been to quite a few of them." "Business meetings?" "Yes, just a few big bosses organizing them, dancing and drinking fancy drinks. I noticed those people really like to wear dresses like that." Lin Shuyan didn't expect the South to be so open already. "Well, after this year it will be 1979, and soon it will be 1980. Everything is developing quickly. Maybe there will really be a chance to wear them. Grandma chimed in, buy them. If there's no chance to wear them out, you can wear them at home for me. Lin Xuyan laughed. Okay, I'll take these 2 outfits along with Grandma's.
Great.
If you wear them, I'll be happy. I wouldn't want someone who doesn't appreciate nice clothes to buy them. After saying that, she cast a subtle glance at Su Jingji. The total price for the outfits was quite high, over 300 yuan. After the shop owner mentioned the price, Su Jingji smiled. Over 300? Does Lin Xuyan have that much money? Oh, this fabric is a bit expensive, Grandma said, nodding. Lin Xuyan thought it was reasonable. Not only were the styles fashionable, but the quality was also good. If sold in the capital, they would be considered high-quality goods, each set costing over 100. Su Jingji took the opportunity to speak up. She hadn't seen Grandma waste money lately, so she must be a frugal person. Grandma, sister-in-law spends money without a second thought. Although He Zhang is the team leader, his allowance and bonuses are hard-earned. Sister-in-law is being too extravagant. Hearing this, Lin Xuyan calmly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. This woman may not be clever, but she keeps trying to stir up trouble. So annoying, like a fly. Didn't I think Jingji had read books and received new ideas? Why is her thinking still so outdated? Who says women can only spend men's money? This money is all earned by me. I just opened a small noodle shop, and I earn about 1,000 to 1,800 a month. Not to mention buying 2 outfits. I could buy 5 or 6 sets easily. Great figures have said that women can hold up half the sky. You can try a little harder too. Lin Xuyan spoke lightly, mentioning 5 or 6 outfits, as if they were cabbages. Su Jingji's face turned red from the mockery, and she wished she could just turn and leave. Grandma was surprised. Yan Yan opened a noodle shop? It's true, it's near Capital University. When we go back, I'll take Grandma out for noodles so she doesn't have to worry. Whatever she likes, I can buy for her, said Lin Xuyan. The old lady shook her head. I'm not worried. I was a good girl from a wealthy family. I even bought your grandfather's underwear. Lin Xuyan, that the older generation is really something. Su Jingji was going crazy. This woman just loves to brag. 1,800 a month? She's really making money off this. But the old lady believes everything. After the 3 finished shopping, it was time to head back around 4. They picked up their items from the tea shop and waited at the door for the person they had arranged to pick them up. The sun had set, and the wind was a bit chilly. Lin Xuyan took out a scarf and wrapped it around her grandmother. Are you still cold, Grandma? Not cold, she replied, still strong. In her youth, she used to brave the wind and rain, exercising every day with Grandpa He.
Okay.
Lin Xuyan held her hand, feeling a bit chilly herself. She usually gets cold easily, especially before her period, when she feels cold to the bone. The spiritual water has helped a lot, but it still needs some time. Fortunately, they didn't wait long before the car arrived to pick them up. When they got home, Grandma noticed Lin Xuyan looked tired and suggested she rest in her room. Lin Xuyan didn't refuse, saying she wasn't hungry and didn't need to be called for dinner. Once she lay in bed, she felt a bit better, not cold enough to shiver. Lin Xuyan dozed off. It's always uncomfortable to sleep in the evening, and when she woke up, it was dark outside. She felt a sense of longing, not knowing what day it was. Lin Xuyan didn't fully wake up, but she had a bad dream. In the dream, she saw scenes from her past life. Like all the girls who weren't favored by their parents, she had a suffocating, dark childhood. An alcoholic father and a weak mother. Abuse and endless oppression. She got her first period in 7th grade and panicked, thinking she would die, crying in the bathroom. Later, she thought that maybe it would be better if someone like her were gone. It was only when the attentive class monitor called the teacher that she learned it was a normal thing. She just missed having a loving mother to guide her. That day, the sun was shining brightly, and she felt reborn. Then the scene shifted to her coming to this era. Chen Dewan resolutely left Linjia village with her. Her sister's care, Grandma's love, and the trust of Little Tree and Fubao. The images were strange and vivid, finally settling on He Zhang's stern face. That broken life felt like a dream. But now light was shining through. She was in a daze, half awake. The door seemed to open, and someone sat down beside her bed. Her forehead was gently stroked by a familiar hand, carrying a fresh scent of soap. Lin Shuyan let out a soft sound as the hand caressed her cheek, feeling very comfortable. The skin under the palm was at a normal temperature. He Zhuang sighed in relief and softly called her name. Yen Yen. Lin Shuyan frowned and nuzzled against his palm, looking very obedient. He Zhuang remembered she had said she felt unwell in the morning and went to the kitchen. He transferred the charcoal from the stove to a fire pit and covered it with ash. His grandmother entered and worriedly asked, "Is Yen Yen okay?" He Zhuang replied, "She's fine, just a bit tired." "Well, let her sleep a little longer. The kitchen is keeping the food warm. We can eat later." "Okay." After a moment of silence, He Zhuang explained why Lin Shuyan was feeling unwell. At this time, many men still avoided discussing women's monthly issues. They believed that if a man mentioned it, he would bring bad luck, but in He Zhuang's eyes, it was just a normal physiological phenomenon. His grandmother realized, "Oh, she can't be cold. I'll make some sweet water for her to warm up."
Thank you, Grandma.
He Zhuang covered the fire pit with ash and took it back to the bedroom. Outside, Su Jingji watched the busy pair with jealousy and reluctance. The fire pit was placed at the foot of the bed, and the room gradually warmed up. He Zhuang stood up and saw the person on the bed waking up, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. He crouched down at the head of the bed. "You're awake?" The tall man crouching made them almost eye to eye, creating a sense of closeness. Lin Shuyan nodded softly, gazing at him with a trusting and affectionate look. "Do you still feel unwell?" Lin Shuyan spoke with a hint of grievance. "I had a nightmare." "What was it about?" The man was very patient, his deep gaze bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort. "I dreamed of very terrible days, being hit, being scolded, with no one caring for me." He Zhuang frowned, and for a moment, it felt like he grasped something in his mind, but it quickly faded. He instinctively said, "No one will hit you." "Yeah," Lin Shuyan sniffed, "my stomach hurts." He Zhuang's hand slipped under the blanket to her flat stomach, rubbing gently over her clothes. "Here?" Lin Shuyan guided his hand down to her slightly cool abdomen. "This." He Zhuang sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her and the blanket into his arms, gently massaging her. His hand was warm against her cool belly, providing much comfort. Lin Shuyan exhaled and reached out to hug him, but the man tucked her hand back under the blanket. "Don't move around." Seeing the little girl looking upset made He Zhuang feel uneasy. Lin Shuyan said pitifully, "Don't be mad at me." "I'm not mad at you," the man sighed. "Why would I be mad? I'm just worried about you." "Women are like that. It's okay." "Yeah." He Zhuang replied quietly, regretting that he had rushed to bring her here. He could have just picked up his grandmother himself. She leaned against He Zhang's chest, feeling soft and listening to his strong heartbeat, enjoying his care. After a while, her stomach stopped hurting, and she felt better. Lin Shuyan moved his hand away and chattered about where she went today and what she bought. The man suddenly asked, "What about me? What did you buy for me?" Lin Shuyan's gaze drifted, and her voice was tiny. "I bought a pen." Seeing her guilty expression, He Zhuang went to the bag on the table and pulled out the pen. It was small, just right for a child, but in his hand, it looked like a toy. He raised his eyes and looked at the person sitting on the bed with annoyance. "Are you sure it's for me?"
Hee.
"Your hands are so big." Lin Shuyan quickly covered her head with the blanket. The man tossed the pen back into the bag, strode to the bed and caught her, kissing her deeply on the back of her neck. Everyone thought of it, but they forgot about themselves. One day, this little girl would drive him crazy. As the man's kiss fell, Lin Shuyan tilted her neck back, her small hands grabbing his collar. Their lips touched, making it hard to part. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. As soon as the brown sugar water was ready, Grandma hurried in. "He Zhuang, let Yen Yen drink this." "Oh dear, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all." Grandma raised a hand to cover her eyes, and if she hadn't left a gap between her fingers, Lin Shuyan might have believed her. Her face turned red, feeling embarrassed, and she shot Hezhong a glare for not locking the door when he came in. Hezhong remained calm. There was nothing wrong with being affectionate with his wife at home. He took the brown sugar water and added, "Grandma, next time knock on the door." Grandma replied, "Knock? Should I knock on your head instead?" Oh well, for the sake of her great-grandchild, she would hold back for now. "Got it, next time I'll knock. Hurry, and let Yan Yan drink to warm up. Don't let her hands and feet get cold." After saying that, Grandma left. Lin Shuyan sighed in relief, her face still burning. "Did you tell Grandma?" "Yeah, I went to boil water." As Hezhong went out to heat the water, Lin Shuyan took a sip of the brown sugar water. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. Indeed, dreams are often the opposite of reality. Here is the person who cares for her the most. After a comfortable foot soak, Lin Shuyan no longer felt cold. She went to the kitchen to serve the meal and had Hezhong eat with her. When she felt unwell, she wanted to be pampered, curling up in the blanket at night. Lin Shuyan twisted in his arms, saying, "If you rub it, it won't hurt."
I'm uncomfortable.
"Don't kiss me." Hezhong was at his wit's end, negotiating with her. "I can rub it, but you can't be so close to me." With her slender legs draped over his waist, the young girl took advantage of her discomfort, being quite bold. Being close feels warm. It was warm, but it was making him feel overwhelmed. "If you won't let me be close, then I won't be close to you anymore." Hezhong let out a breath, his tone warning, "Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson in a few days." Lin Shuyan immediately behaved, not wanting to be counted like a child. I'm going to sleep. Seeing she was no longer causing trouble, Hezhong held her comfortably, still rubbing her, and whispered in her ear, "Yan Yan. Don't be afraid of nightmares. I'm here." Lin Shuyan was momentarily stunned, her eyes feeling inexplicably warm. "I know." That night, it rained, and the next day, the sun shone after the rain. As dawn broke, Su Jingji got up, changed into new clothes, and stood outside with a cloth bag in her arms. It was the scarf she bought yesterday. Hezhong would definitely come for his morning run. The day he arrived, he wore a gray scarf, which was quite ordinary. This one she bought for 15 yuan was the best in the store. He would surely like it. Su Jingji waited, thinking that Lin Shuyan, who came from the countryside and didn't go to school, was pretty but lacked education. The leader of the 18th district received the strictest training and education. How could he be interested in someone without depth? After studying for several years and now working as a nurse in the military district, she was the one who could stand alongside Hezhong. As long as she took the initiative, Hezhong would definitely notice her worth. Thinking of this, her frozen hands felt warm. Su Jingji smiled slightly. Creak. The door was pushed open. A tall man stepped out of the house, his expression serious. Seeing her, Hezhong's deep eyes were cold. "What's the matter?" "Brother Hezhong, I've been a military nurse in the 405th Regiment for 2 years, and after the new year, I will apply to transfer to the 18th district." Hezhong frowned, his demeanor distant. "You can submit a regular application, but the 18th district has very high requirements. If you haven't held a formal position for 3 years and received a rating, you won't be able to enter." Su Jingji's mouth was slightly open. She knew that saying this was to show him she was trying hard. "If I can't get accepted, I will apply to Capital University and keep studying hard." "Oh, there's no if. With your current situation, you can't get in." Hezhong's voice was low as he looked into the distance. He had other matters to attend to and had already spent a lot of patience saying these few words. "I understand," Su Jingji replied. She realized that if she didn't make herself clearer, Hezhong wouldn't understand. Gritting her teeth, she handed him the scarf she was holding. "Hezhong, I saw you wearing a scarf. I found this one while shopping yesterday, so I bought it for you." At this point, Hezhong sensed something unusual. In this era, it was rare for a girl to give a boy a personal gift like this. It usually implied a romantic interest. Hezhong frowned. "There's no need. I only wear the one Lin Shuyan knitted for me." He had never worn a scarf before. The only one he owned was made by Lin Shuyan, and he didn't want to hurt her feelings by not wearing it. As for the scarf in front of him, anyone could wear it if they wanted. "Excuse me, I have things to do," he said before quickly walking away. Su Jingji stood there in shock, watching as he disappeared into the morning mist. In the 405th Regiment, she was always being flattered by the young soldiers, but He Zhuang didn't even spare her a glance. She stamped her frozen feet, wishing she could tear the scarf apart. Lin Shuyan's, what's so special about it? He Zhuang hurriedly left and caught the earliest bus to the department store, where he bought a few hot water bottles before rushing back. His figure moved through the streets, his face expressionless. Dressed in a black coat, he stood tall, attracting many curious glances. He paused briefly in front of a breakfast shop to buy hot porridge and buns. When he returned home, he found Su Jingji sitting on the sofa with red eyes. He ignored her, went to the kitchen to heat water, filled the hot water bottles, and then returned to the room. He would be going back to the capital tomorrow, and everything here was inconvenient. The person on the bed was still sound asleep. He Zhuang took a thin shirt from the box, wrapped the hot water bottle, and placed it against her lower abdomen, putting another one by her feet. He should have bought these last night to spare her discomfort. The bed was warm, and Lin Shuyan slept soundly. He Zhuang went out to wash up. Before long, his grandmother woke up.
How is Yan Yan?
Is she still feeling unwell? The elderly lady was immediately concerned about her granddaughter-in-law. Knowing Lin Shuyan didn't want her grandmother to worry, He Zhuang replied, "She's fine now." "It's fine, let's go to the kitchen and heat up some coals to make the house warmer. I already did that this morning. Then you can go in and keep her company." He Zhuang responded and returned to the room. Grandma went to the kitchen and boiled another pot of brown sugar water. Su Jingji stood by the door, biting her lip, on the verge of tears. After yesterday's events, Grandma had lost her previous warmth towards Su Jingji. If it weren't for promising her mother to bring the child to the capital, she wouldn't want to bother with her. Seeing that Grandma wasn't talking to her as usual, Su Jingji couldn't hold back. "Grandma, are you making brown sugar water for my sister-in-law?" "Yes, Yan Yan isn't feeling well." She walked into the kitchen and said, "Sister is the one, right? I saw He Zhuang buy several hot water bottles. At times like this, it's easy to feel cold, which can lead to health issues that are not good for having children." These days, Su Jingji understood what Grandma wanted. She wanted a great-grandson. If Lin Shuyan couldn't have children, Grandma would surely be anxious. After hearing her, Grandma frowned. Is there any way to improve her health? Su Jingji hesitated. It's difficult to improve. It takes time, and it may not show results. My sister-in-law and He Zhuang have been married for quite a while, implying that there was still no news. Grandma stirred the brown sugar water and sighed. It's fine. They're still young. They will have children eventually. Yan Yan looks healthy and well. Grandma knows about observation, listening, inquiry, and diagnosis. You're studying medicine, so you should be careful and responsible, not jump to conclusions. She paused and continued. Even if she truly can have children, it just means our He family isn't lucky. We still have Xiao Shu and Fu Bao. There's nothing to worry about, as long as she and He Zhuang live well together. Look at He Zhuang. If he likes a girl, he's determined. The men in the He family are all the same. Once they commit, they stick to it. This was both a truth and a warning. It told some people not to think about unnecessary things. I understand. It's all my fault for saying the wrong thing. Grandma remained silent, thinking that if she knew she said something wrong, she should speak less. Before she could finish her thoughts, the person standing nearby started to cry. Su Jingji sobbed, "I really envy my sister-in-law. Grandma loves her, and He Zhuang cares for her so much, unlike me." She wiped her tears and said sadly, "My dad passed away early, and my mom has remarried and started a new family. As the new year approaches, I can't go to her place and disturb her and her stepfather." Grandma was somewhat speechless. Su Jingji's mother was a good person and didn't dislike her daughter just because she remarried. On the contrary, she always thought of her. This time, Su Jingji insisted on going to the capital, so she didn't go to that home. Her mother was upset about it for a long time. If you say that, Cui Lan will be sad. She is your mother, and you know better than anyone how she treats you. This was very direct. Grandma always spoke plainly and didn't like to beat around the bush. The brown sugar water was bubbling, and Grandma didn't listen anymore. All right, I'll take the brown sugar water to Yan Yan first. Grandma carried the bowl out and knocked on the bedroom door. Lin Shuyan was already awake, sitting in bed with a hot water bottle.
Good morning, Grandma.
Seeing her made Grandma feel at ease. Some people are like family, and you just know they belong together, like Lin Shuyan. She couldn't explain it, but she liked her and felt cared for. Yan Yan, drink the brown sugar water while it's hot. The brown sugar water was steaming. Lin Shuyan obediently took it.
Thank you, Grandma.
I'm fine now. Who is working hard? Some people rushed out early to buy a hot water bottle. Of course, she was talking about Hezhong. Lin Shuyan smiled a little proudly. He even bought me buns. All right, buns are good. Brown sugar water is even better. You're the best, Grandma, Lin Shuyan said, drinking the sugar water and sounding even sweeter. After lunch, Hezhong went to buy train tickets. Grandma mentioned that Su Jingji was also going to the capital. I promised her mother. When we get to the capital, she will go to her relative's house. We're just going along. Okay, I understand, Hezhong replied in a low voice as he left. Grandma's situation was complicated for the Su family, and she was careful with her promises. They were only taking the same train, and she hadn't agreed to anything else. The train wasn't his, and even if he didn't buy a ticket for Su Jingji, she could buy one herself. So, Hezhong didn't say anything. After staying another night at the Su family, the next day, the four of them went to the train station with their things. On the train, they found their seats according to the tickets. The three of them entered the same compartment, while Su Jingji looked at her separate compartment with a frown. Grandma, why am I in the next compartment? Grandma glanced at Hezhong and said with her eyes wide open, cough, cough. This ticket was hard to get. Maybe there were no tickets left for this compartment. Su Jingji tried to exchange tickets with a person in the compartment, but that person had already climbed to the upper bunk and refused to come down. Su Jingji reluctantly went to the next compartment. Hezhong first helped his grandmother make the bed, while Lin Shuyan handed her grandmother the blanket for the upper bunk. Grandma, cover up. We'll squeeze together. Okay. Late at night, Grandma watched the two of them snuggled together in the lower bunk. She turned to go into the sleeping area. It felt like she should go next door too. After 2 days and 1 night, the train arrived in the capital. The capital was different from the south, with snow up to their ankles, but the platform was very clean. Yang Xiaoshan and Fuyang came to pick them up. When they saw them, Yang Xiaoshan approached. Grandma, it's been a while. You look even healthier. Then he greeted Lin Shuyan. Hey, sister-in-law, Higa. Grandma looked at him. Oh, Xiaoyang, you've grown taller. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but smile. She understood that growing taller was Grandma's way of starting a conversation. Hezhong went aside to talk with Fuyang for a moment, then turned back and said, Yan Yan, Xiaoshan will take you and Grandma home. I need to go to the police station. Knowing he had something to do, Lin Shuyan nodded. Okay, you go ahead. Will you be back tonight? I'll see tonight. After saying that, Hezhong helped move their things to the car. Su Jingji felt invisible the whole time, just following Grandma as they got into the car. With Yang Xiaoshan around, the atmosphere in the car was great. Sister-in-law, I went to school with Fuyang earlier and happened to pick up Xiaoshu and Fubao from the noodle shop. They insisted on waiting for you at home. Yang Xiaoshan was observant. He noticed the group's lukewarm attitude towards the unfamiliar woman and didn't engage much. Lin Shuyan smiled. I haven't seen the kids for days. I've been thinking about them. But why did you go to school? Yang Xiaoshan hesitated. Oh, Fuyang had something to discuss with Xiuyu. Lin Shuyan thought for a moment. She felt something was off between Fuyang and Xiuyu. But right now, she was more focused on the kids. Her heart was already at home. Grandma felt the same way. She loved those 2 kids the most and regretted not bringing them when they went south. But thankfully Lin Shuyan was there. Hezhong said that Yan Yan took great care of the kids. Grandma asked Su Jingji, Jingji, your relatives live in. Grandma. Su Jingji quickly interrupted, I just arrived, and I don't remember my relative's address clearly. I'll call my mom later to ask. I also bought some small gifts for the kids. Let's go see them first. She said this, and Grandma couldn't insist on sending her away. All right, you can stay for a day, and tomorrow I'll call your mom. Su Jingji clenched her fists and nodded in agreement. The car arrived at Su Garden. Two little heads peeked out from beside the gate. As the car got closer, Xiao Shu and Fu Bao's eyes widened with excitement. Aunt is here, Fu Bao. It's Aunt. Fu Bao clapped her hands, bouncing with joy, and shouted, Auntie, since being with Lin Shuyan, the two little ones had never been away from her for so long. This time, it had been 6 or 7 days. Although Mom Chun and Aunt were very nice, the two children missed their aunt the most. Auntie, Fu Bao ran out, wearing her little coat, her bangs blowing in the wind, her cheeks flushed with happiness. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Shuyan hurriedly got out. She missed the two kids so much. As she opened the car door, Fu Bao ran up and hugged her leg, saying, Auntie, Fu Bao misses you. The child looked up at her with big, round eyes and suddenly turned from joy to tears, saying, Woo-woo, I miss Auntie, I miss you. Xiao Shu hesitated for a moment, then ran up like a sister and hugged Lin Shuyan's leg. Since Uncle wasn't around, it was okay to hug. Lin Shuyan's heart melted as she bent down to pick up Fu Bao and ruffled Xiao Shu's hair, saying, All right, Auntie is back. Are you both being good? Fu Bao nodded vigorously. Good. Fu Bao is good. Okay, let's see who else is here. The elderly lady got out of the car and looked at the two little ones being affectionate with Lin Shuyan, feeling very pleased. Hezhuang was right. Both children really liked Yan Yan. Kids are very sensitive. If someone doesn't treat them well, they wouldn't be so close. Moreover, Xiao Shu used to be shy around everyone. Quickly greet great-grandma. The elderly lady loved the two children. When their mother left, they stayed with her for a while, but later they were sent back because the Zhou family wanted the children home. Xiao Shu stood up straight and politely said, Hello, great-grandma. Fu Bao ECD, hello, great-grandma. Good, my dear. The elderly lady's eyes glistened with tears as she heard Fu Bao speak for the first time. Fu Bao, our Fu Bao can call great-grandma now. Xiao Shu said thoughtfully, Auntie, I made the heater work. The house is very warm. Good, let's go inside. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoshan was unloading luggage, saying, Sister-in-law, you go in, I'll carry this. Okay, thank you, Xiaoshan. The two children followed their aunt and great-grandmother into the house, while Su Jingji, who was last, was ignored. She thought for a moment and hugged the gift she had bought. The room was warm. Lin Shuyan set Fu Bao down, but the little girl clung tightly to her skirt, like a little tail. Auntie.
Aunt.
Fu Bao, Auntie can hear you just fine. The little girl giggled, wanting to stay close, which made the elderly lady laugh heartily. Xiao Shu thoughtfully made tea for the great-grandmother, the aunt, and Uncle Yang. He glanced at the unfamiliar woman outside and decided not to make tea for her. Then he rushed to the coffee table, grabbed his homework and test papers, and brought them to Lin Shuyan. Auntie, I got all excellent on my homework and full marks on my math test. Lin Shuyan smiled gently, praising him. Xiao Shu, you're so amazing. Xiao Shu's face turned slightly red as he put away his homework. Lin Shuyan sat on the sofa with Fu Bao nestled in her arms, nodding seriously. Brother is great. Just as they were enjoying the moment, Su Jingji's voice came from the door. Is this Xiao Shu and Fu Bao? I've heard your grandmother talk about you. Come here, Auntie brought you lots of gifts. Su Jingji squatted down and placed a pile of gifts and toys on the floor. Plastic dolls, little cars, tin frogs, slingshots, and glass marbles. A big heap on the ground. Although Lin Shuyan didn't like Su Jingji, she wouldn't force the children to dislike her either. She preferred to teach them proper manners. She remained silent, watching how the children would react. Xiao Shu frowned. Auntie, who is she? Children are sensitive. If she were someone familiar and liked by their aunt, they would greet her right away. Lin Shuyan replied softly, "Annie doesn't know her well." "Xiaoshu, I'm a good friend of your grandmother, and also a friend of Hezhong." Xiaoshu looked at her calmly. He was actually quite wary of outsiders, especially women, because Zhou Heng had brought an outsider home before. Why was this woman trying to win over him and his sister? The last woman who came to their home also brought gifts to get close to them. Xiaoshu didn't reach for the gifts, keeping a watchful eye on her. Fu Bao remained still in Lin Shuyan's arms, tilting her little head to look at Su Jingji and then at the gifts, showing little interest. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Su Jingji struggled to maintain her smile, cursing inwardly at the little brats. She picked up a small dog plush toy and shook it towards Fu Bao, saying, "Do you like puppies, Fu Bao? This flowery dog can keep you company at night."
No.
Besides her aunt and brother, the most important thing to Fu Bao was the floral rabbit that Lin Shuyan had sewn for her. Only Fu Bao and the rabbit could sleep in the small bed. She didn't want the dog. Fu Bao doesn't want the dog. The rabbit sleeps. Fu Bao turned her little head, pouting like she could hang a pot on it. This aunt wanted to take the rabbit's place with the dog. Fu Bao was upset. Su Jingji didn't expect the child to be so difficult. Seeing the many gifts and this attitude was not what she had imagined. She didn't know that Lin Shuyan had always treated the child well, whether it was food, clothing, or favorite gifts and toys. She was never stingy. The child was filled with love and had a rich inner world, so she wouldn't be easily swayed by a small gift. Just as Su Jingji was about to lose her patience, Xiaoshu surprised everyone. "Aunt, does she want to be my aunt too?" Wow, this statement shocked even Lin Shuyan. She hadn't said anything. Su Jingji's little thoughts were not hidden well, and once exposed, no matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't hide her embarrassment, turning bright red. Yang Xiaoshan walked in with things, leisurely standing at the door to watch. "Oh, so that's how it is, Xiaoshu is done for." Xiaoshu said, "We don't want a new aunt." As soon as her brother spoke, Fu Bao slipped to his side, as if they were a team. Fu Bao chimed in, "No. Xiaoshu added, "You should leave. Our family doesn't want you here. Bad woman." Fu Bao said, "Go away, no, I want bad. Xiaoshu insisted, "Uncle only likes my aunt, you leave." Fu Bao ECD, "Uncle likes."
Go.
The two children sounded like a duet. Lin Shuyan almost laughed out loud. Fu Bao couldn't keep up with her brother, but her spirit was strong. Every time she spoke, she nodded her little head, her face saying, "Whatever my brother says is right." Lin Shuyan found it funny, yet helpless. Although Su Jingji was annoying, the Su family had taken care of Grandma for a while, so she had to consider Grandma's feelings. More importantly, while the children were defending her, they shouldn't become aggressive or insult someone unworthy. Compared to teaching the children, Su Jingji was nothing. She had another way to deal with Su Jingji. "You two come here." Lin Shuyan waved them over. Xiaoshu pressed his lips together and walked over with his sister. The two children stopped in front of her. Xiaoshu was clutching his clothes, his little face tense. Fu Bao snuggled into her arms, and Lin Shuyan pulled the little girl out to stand with Xiaoshu. Outside, Yang Xiaoshan wanted to peek in but was afraid of getting in trouble with Hezhong, so he just placed the items at the door and left. "Sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. The shop has some matters to attend to." "All right. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoshan. Come over for dinner another day." "Sure." Lin Shuyan turned her attention back to the two children, her expression becoming a bit serious as she instructed, "Xiaoshu, you may not like her, but you shouldn't insult her. She was brought back by her great-grandma, and it would make things difficult for her. Plus, if you insult her, won't your sister learn from you?" Xiaoshu lowered his gaze, seriously considering his aunt's words. He didn't like this woman, but he realized he had indeed said something rude. Would his aunt dislike him now? The child clenched his hands tightly, feeling a bit uneasy. Lin Shuyan didn't blame him. In fact, she felt touched by his protective nature. However, she didn't want Xiaoshu to become a villain like in the stories, so she taught him to manage his emotions and avoid extremes. If you don't like a gift, it's okay to refuse it, alright? He Xiaoshu nodded. Yes, he shouldn't insult Fubao, nor should he make things difficult for their great-grandma. Aunt, I understand. From now on, if someone treated his aunt poorly, he would secretly send them away. Lin Shuyan was unaware of the child's thoughts. If she knew, it would surely confuse her. Meanwhile, Su Jingji sat beside the elderly lady, looking upset with red eyes and not saying a word. The elderly lady shook her head, wondering how she could still sit there. Sigh, she would have to call her mother tomorrow to send her home. Lin Shuyan didn't want to deal with her either, and gently patted Xiaoshu's head. But thank you, Xiaoshu, for protecting your aunt. Your aunt also got gifts for you and your sister. Shall we open them? Feeling the gentle touch on his head and hearing that his aunt wasn't angry but was thanking him instead, Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. His aunt was so nice, he liked her the most. Okay. Fubao, only half understanding, was focused on the idea of gifts. Want. Fubao wants gifts. Lin Shuyan noticed the child seemed to speak more fluently after just a few days. She went to the door to bring out the items. A calligraphy book, a fountain pen, a picture book, a hair tie for Fubao, a red scarf, 2 pairs of mittens, and fabric for making new clothes. Each time she presented something, Fubao exclaimed in delight. This made Lin Shuyan and the elderly lady unable to hold back their laughter. The emotional joy was overflowing. Lin Shuyan pinched Fubao's little face playfully, teasing her. Don't keep saying, wow, baby. People might think your aunt never buys you anything. On the other side, Xiaoshu eagerly opened the picture book. Wow, it's colorful.
Fubao leaned in. Wow.
Lin Shuyan was speechless and took out a pair of little gloves. Here, Fubao, try on the gloves. The red gloves were knitted with yarn and had 2 little white pom-poms on top, making them especially cute. Xiaoshu also had a pair which were blue. The 2 children put them on together, and Lin Shuyan gently said, Do you like them? These were bought for you by your great-grandmother.
What do you want to say?
Xiaoshu turned around, looked at his loving great-grandmother, hesitated for a moment, then walked over and bowed seriously. Thank you, great-grandmother. Little Fubao imitated his brother, bending awkwardly. Thank you, great-grandmother. The elderly lady smiled so widely that her eyes nearly disappeared, hugged Fubao, and looked at the taller Xiaoshu. So good. You are both good children. The room was lively. Lin Shuyan arranged for her grandmother to stay in the room where Chen Mama and the others had lived, helping her bring in clothes and things. The living room stove was burning well, and Lin Shuyan set up a fire pit in the room. Grandma, you must be tired after sitting on the train for so long. The room is warm, so you can take a nap. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Grandma agreed and pulled Lin Shuyan closer, lowering her voice. Yan, I will have someone come to take her away tomorrow, so don't worry.
It's fine, Grandma.
I just won't pay attention to her. It's better if she leaves tomorrow. Grandma nodded. I don't understand how she has changed after not seeing her for years. Her mother has been very kind to me and has taken good care of me.
I know, Grandma.
Her mother will come to the capital in the future, and I will treat her well. But her, not so much. Yes, you are right. Grandma patted Lin Shuyan's hand and asked with concern, Go on. You should rest too. Are you feeling better? Much better. She had secretly drunk a little spring water on the train, which made her feel a lot better. Seeing the elderly lady lie down to rest, Lin Shuyan returned to the living room. In the living room, Su Jingji looked at the beautifully decorated house, feeling both envious and jealous. Then she looked at the 2 children circling around Lin Shuyan and finally realized she was too late. This woman had already won the hearts of everyone in the family. Su Jingji was a self-serving person. She didn't really like Hezhong. All her efforts were just to live a life that others envied, a superior life. She had a high opinion of herself, but lacked the skills to match. But now, her mindset had changed because of Lin Shuyan, feeling overshadowed at every turn. She had already taken Lin Shuyan as her imaginary rival. She secretly vowed to live better than that woman in the future. Now that she is back in capital, if she can't have Hezhong, she'll find someone else. There are many talented people in the capital, Not just Hezhong. She also knows medicine, can get into Capital University, and can work at a hospital. She will definitely have a better life than that woman. After feeling defeated by Hezhong, Su Jingji's mind wandered to other people. The two who came to pick them up at the station today were Yang Xiaoshan and someone else whose identity she didn't know. She would find out another day. Anyone who could be friends with Hezhong must be special. Su Jingji thought to herself, casting a glance at Lin Shuyan filled with hostility.
What is she?
Humph. In the evening, Hezhong returned with food. He frowned when he saw Su Jingji still there. He placed the food on the table, greeted his grandmother, and went upstairs. Lin Shuyan had just finished her shower, feeling refreshed. Indeed, nothing beats the comfort of home. When Hezhong entered, he immediately saw her, freshly bathed, with a rosy face, delicate like a flower. She looked like a freshly steamed bun. He couldn't help but smile. Did you rest well? Yes, Lin Shuyan replied, putting on her jacket. Is Grandma awake? I let her sleep this afternoon. She's awake, downstairs. She hasn't left yet. Lin Shuyan shrugged. She'll leave tomorrow. Grandma has been staying at her house for a while, and it's not right to rush her out now. We can just ignore it.
Okay.
In matters like this, Lin Shuyan's word was final. As long as that woman didn't upset her, everything would be fine. Lin Shuyan also thought of something else. Tomorrow is the weekend. Little Yu should be coming back. Because they were tired from the train ride, after dinner, everyone went to their rooms early to rest. With no extra rooms, Su Jingji could only temporarily stay in Little Yu's room next to Grandma's. The next day was the weekend, and Lin Shuyan felt good returning home. Hezhong went to the military district, so she decided to make breakfast. After not cooking for a few days, Lin Shuyan was in high spirits. She first chopped meat to make some small wontons, then fried scallion pancakes and egg pancakes that the kids liked. There were still some rice cakes from her sister in the fridge, which she fried and drizzled with sweet syrup, making them soft and sweet. With a mix of sweet and savory, they could eat whatever they liked. Once everything was ready, she boiled the wontons. The small ones floated to the surface in no time, with thin skin and plenty of filling. Lin Shuyan took out a few bowls for dipping sauce, adding soy sauce, chopped green onions, and a bit of flavorful pork fat. Make the wonton soup, then scoop out the steaming wontons, filling the air with a delicious aroma. However, before she could taste them, cheerful voices came from outside. Sister-in-law, I'm back. It smells so good. Hesiu tossed her bag onto the sofa and rushed into the kitchen. Then she gave Lin Shuyan a big hug. Ah, sister-in-law, I missed you so much. Lin Shuyan pushed her away, feeling a headache. Be careful with my wontons.
Ah.
Wontons, I want to eat too. Lin Shuyan replied impatiently. Wait a moment. I have good news and bad news for you. Hesiu pulled back a little and blinked. What's the good and bad news? The good news is I brought you a gift. I bought a set of silk bed sheets with the little floral pattern you like. Xiaoyu was delighted. Lin Shuyan's eyes sparkled mischievously. The bad news is, there's a woman you dislike lying on your bed right now.
What?
Who is it? Xiaoyu exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves. Weren't you saying there was a daughter of your dad's comrade who always looked down on you? Luckily, she moved to the south. Lin Shuyan blinked innocently. It might be her. She remembered seeing Fu Yang yesterday and thought of Xiaoyu, which triggered her memory. What? Is it Su Jingji? She dares to sleep on my bed? No way. Wait. Lin Shuyan leaned closer, looking pitiful. She also has her eyes on your brother, so help me out a bit. Be smart about this. You just got back and found someone on your bed. What do you think? Hesiu looked at her sister-in-law's expression, feeling something was off but quickly got angry instead. How dare she have her eyes on my brother? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. A certain commander sneezed. Swan meat? Xiaoyu dashed out quickly. Lin Shuyan did it on purpose, letting Xiaoyu vent her frustration while also releasing her own. She calmly continued to scoop wontons, listening closely. Xiaoyu rushed to her room, just about to kick the door open when she remembered it was her own room, so she angrily pushed it open. The woman on the bed was still sleeping, and Xiaoyu was furious. How dare she look down on her just because of her good grades? Every time their dad invited the Su family over for dinner, Su Jingji acted like she was there to teach her a lesson. She would say her studies were poor and her temper was bad, and that she needed to change.
Change what?
Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and muttered, "Today, I'll show you just how bad my temper can be." She raised her hand, pulled back the blanket, and jumped onto Su Jingji, pinning her down tightly. Su Jingji was sleeping on her stomach, exhausted from 2 days on the train. Just as she was in a deep sleep, something heavy landed on her. She screamed, "Ah, help!" Xiaoyu started hitting her back playfully, shouting, "There's a thief. We're being robbed. I'll get you, you little thief. How dare you steal from my room?" Hit, hit, hit. Xiaoyu was strong. She had shown her strength when dealing with He Jifei before, and it was clear she had practiced. Each hit landed Su Jingji, leaving her dazed and in pain, tears streaming down her face. "Ah, I'm not a thief.
Ah,
I'm not a thief. Ugh, you little thief. If you keep screaming, I'll call for help." Xiaoyu was enjoying herself, taking revenge for past grievances, feeling quite pleased as she shouted, "I'll get you, you little thief, and a girl at that. How shameless. Call for help." The noise was so loud that Grandma heard it and rushed over in her robe. When she saw her granddaughter, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, Xiaoyu, what's going on here?" Before she could finish, Xiaoyu shouted, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll catch this thief." With that, she hit Su Jingji a couple more times, causing her to cough violently, feeling like her lungs might burst. "This family is crazy." She just wanted to go home, crying softly. Su Jingji struggled to turn around, her hair a mess covering her face, and Xiaoyu took the chance to slap her again. "You little thief. Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Look at who I am. Wow. Where did this ghost come from? Scaring me. I'll take you to the police." Saying that, she playfully hit her a couple of times. Seeing Su Jingji's tear-streaked, frightened face, Xiaoyu almost burst out laughing and quickly pinched her thigh to hold it in. Finally, Grandma came closer, saying, "Oh dear, this is Jingji. Why are you trying to catch a thief so early in the morning?" "What? Jingji?" Xiaoyu looked innocent, pushing her hair back and accidentally pulling a few strands out. "I thought she was a thief. Why didn't anyone tell me she was sleeping in my bed? I came back early and saw someone lying on the bed. I was startled and just wanted to catch the thief." Xiaoyu chattered away while Su Jingji gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face, with a big handprint on her left cheek. She was in so much pain. Her back hurt, her face hurt, and her arms were definitely red and swollen. She glared fiercely at Xiaoyu and gritted her teeth, saying, "Xiaoyu, you did that on purpose." "On purpose? What did I do? You slept in my room, and you think you have a right to complain? Did I even let you sleep there?" Su Jingji was shaking with anger. You, what about me? Get off me, ah." Outside, Lin Shuyan had also arrived. 2 kids were eavesdropping at the doorframe. Seeing Xiaoyu's serious expression, Grandma couldn't tell if she was telling the truth and looked at her suspiciously. Lin Shuyan entered the room, saying, "Oh, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Grandma, we really had a break-in last time and they had a knife." Xiaoyu was scared.
what?
"A knife?" Grandma gasped. "What happened next? Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine now, so Xiaoyu is still a bit shaken." "Jingji, Xiaoyu didn't mean it. Please don't blame her." Lin Shuyan looked guilty. "It's all my fault for not hearing Xiaoyu come back earlier and warning her." It turned out that she had become addicted to pretending. Su Jingji had never been hit like that before. It hurt so much, especially coming from the person she disliked, Xiaoyu. She broke down, saying, "I'm leaving. I'm going right now. You're all crazy. Your family is all crazy." Xiaoyu clenched her fist. "Who are you cursing? Do you want more trouble?" Su Jingji shivered, completely afraid to provoke Xiaoyu again. She realized that Xiaoyu was indeed unpredictable. It must have been on purpose. She stumbled out of bed, put on her coat, grabbed her bag, and headed for the door. Grandma shook her head. Hey, Jingji, didn't you say you didn't know your relative's address? Su Jingji's eyes were filled with tears, both angry and wronged, but her bruised face looked a bit scary. Grandma, I remember now. I'm leaving. You should stay with your good granddaughter and good granddaughter-in-law. I can't stay here anymore. I need to go back and tell my mom. With that, she ran off with her bag. Once she left, the room fell silent. Grandma turned to look at the two. Good granddaughter? He Suyu replied, Hey, hello, Grandma. Grandma asked, Good granddaughter-in-law? Lin Shuyan smiled and blinked. Seeing the two of them playfully bantering, the old lady finally understood. Really not on purpose? Lin Shuyan nodded and cleared her throat. Grandma, I'm making wontons for you. I was chopping meat and didn't hear you. He Xiaoyu nodded. Grandma, I was just catching a thief. Fei Yong taught me that when you find a thief, you need to act first and catch them off guard. Grandma, chopping meat? Catching a thief? Do you think Grandma is foolish? Forget it, forget it. Yesterday, I said I would send her home, but she refused to leave. The old lady didn't care anymore, it was done. If Tsuelon really calls, she can just say it was a mistake while catching a thief. Yes, just catching a thief. The old lady convinced herself as she went out. Lin Shuyan and He Xiaoyu exchanged amused glances. He Xiaoyu leaned in to take credit, holding out her red hand. Sister-in-law, my hand is sore from hitting. Lin Shuyan looked at her hand and nodded, appearing worried. What do you mean by that, sister-in-law? He Xiaoyu mimicked her nodding. Lin Shuyan replied, It's a good thing you didn't hit me when you listened to Yaoling back then. He Xiaoyu. Woo, sister-in-law, can you stop bringing up my silly mistakes? Okay, I won't mention it. I'll reward you with 2 egg pancakes. Hee hee. And that new set of bed sheets is upstairs. Please wash them and change them, this set is dirty. Yay, sister-in-law, I love you. He Xiaoyu happily ran out of the room and picked up the little dog at the door. Let's go. Fu Bao, it's time for lunch. He Xiaoshu frowned. Learning something today. This situation needs to be analyzed carefully. Ant's approach is correct. Act silly, and find a good reason. Then, when it's time to act, just do it. After a noisy morning, the house felt peaceful without any annoying people. Breakfast was served, and the aroma filled the air. It was Grandma's first time eating Lin Shuyan's cooking, and she kept praising it. Yanyan's cooking is so delicious, no wonder the noodle shop makes so much money. If Grandma likes it, eat more. I'll make whatever you want in the future. Grandma smiled with her eyes squinted. Good. Life was relaxed, except for Hezhong, who was particularly busy. In the morning, before Lin Shuyan woke up, he left for work, often returning around 9 or 10 at night. Sometimes Lin Shuyan was already asleep. One afternoon, Lin Shuyan made lunch, planning to take it to the military district for Hezhong and see what everyone was busy with. She prepared braised eggplant, mincemeat with green beans, steamed base, and 2 pieces of pork. 2 lunch boxes were packed full, and she added 2 boxes of fried dumplings. She packed everything in a cloth bag and set off on her bicycle. Hezhong had mentioned that family members could enter the 5th Regiment with registration, while places like the 18th District required an application. The 5th Regiment is not far away. It takes about 20 minutes by bike. Lin Shuyan locked her bicycle and took her lunch box to the registration booth. The soldier at the booth was so taken aback by her beauty that he almost couldn't speak and didn't dare to look directly at her. Hello, comrade. Who are you looking for? Hello, Lin Shuyan replied softly. I'm looking for Hezhong. I'm his wife. Ah, you're looking for Commander He. Commander He had been at the 5th Regiment for a while, training the soldiers to be obedient, and everyone respected him. So this is his wife. She's really beautiful and a perfect match for Commander He. After registering her name, the soldier led her inside. As they passed through the office area, the soldier pointed to the training ground in the distance. Commander He is still on the training ground. You can wait here for about 10 minutes. Lin Shuyan smiled gently. Okay, thank you. I'll wait here. The soldier was dazzled by her smile and quickly left. The training ground was a bit far, but Lin Shuyan spotted her man right away. That's what it's like to love someone. You always notice them first in a crowd. The man was wearing a white shirt, standing tall, with his sleeves rolled up even in the cold weather, and his belt was tightly fastened. His broad back was like a mountain. It seemed someone hadn't been trained well. He raised his hand to point, as if scolding. Lin Shuyan smiled to herself, imagining his serious expression just from his silhouette. He must have a stern face, very serious and strict. She found it amusing and didn't notice someone approaching from a hallway. It was Xiao Ding, who had just returned after being sent to fetch some documents. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Lin Shuyan snapped back to reality, shouting, I brought lunch for your commander. Seeing the bag she was holding and remembering the delicious food from last time, Xiao Ding's mouth watered. We're almost done. Should we wait in the commander's office? No need, I can wait here. As she spoke, Lin Shuyan took out 2 boxes of pan-fried dumplings from the bag. I made these dumplings this morning just for you to try. Xiao Ding's eyes lit up as he quickly took them, grinning widely. Thank you, sister-in-law. This is amazing. Their sister-in-law even brought them food. What a wonderful sister-in-law commander he has. They all felt lucky to benefit from it. Just then, the training ground was dismissed. After being trained by He Zhang for the whole morning, the soldiers of the 5th Regiment were feeling miserable. However, during this time, the regiment's progress was evident, so even though it was tough, they gritted their teeth and endured. At this moment, they charged toward the cafeteria like hungry wolves. Oh, I'm so hungry. That's harsh. My legs are weak. You're weak all over. Get lost. Watch me not hit you. They were all young people joking around together. Hey, who's that over there? She's really pretty. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Who is she? Do you guys know her? Looks like she's talking to Xiao Ding. Chao Fong pushed through the crowd. It can't be that girl. Xiao Ding's wife, right?
Gao Fan.
Run 10 more laps. A stern voice came from behind. Chao Fong's legs went weak as he turned to see the captain with a serious face.
Why?
Captain what did I do wrong? I practiced really well today. He had been working hard every day. Why was the captain punishing him again? Zhan didn't even look at him and walked away quickly. Big Hu patted Chao Fong's shoulder sympathetically. Well, that's the captain's wife. Ha ha ha, go on, Chao Fong. Chao Fong wanted to cry. What else could he do? Run. Save me some food. Zhan walked briskly down the hallway, his expression softening in an instant. The others followed at a distance, peeking but too shy to look directly. She's so beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely lady. Shut up. Do you want to run with Chao Fong? Lin Shuyan smiled lightly, her gaze fixed on her captain. After the scolding, his hair was slightly damp, and he radiated strength and energy. Zhan approached. What brings you here? She raised her hand, shaking a small floral bag. Of course, I brought you lunch. Let's eat in the office. Zhan took the bag and led her to the office. Lin Shuyan stepped closer, wrapping her slender wrist around his arm, wanting to walk close to him. The man cleared his throat and said softly, Yan, be mindful of your surroundings. Oh, Lin Shuyan blinked and turned to look back, seeing a crowd of young soldiers following. She let go and obediently walked beside Zhan, her eyes wandering. The deep blue coat made her porcelain-like face stand out. She walked lightly, her skirt swaying gently, and her long black hair shone. Even the strands looked soft. The soldiers following her were mesmerized, all envious of the captain. But then they thought about the gap between themselves and Captain He. Yeah, it was quite big. It made sense they couldn't marry such a beautiful wife. The captain's wife looked stunning in that outfit. The coat must have cost a lot, plus the dress, little SS, and the beautiful green jade bracelet on her wrist. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Until the outside noise gradually faded away, and her lips felt numb from the kisses, Zhang finally pulled away from her mouth. Her tongue followed him, gently licking his lips. Lin Shuyan looked momentarily confused, her eyes slightly red like a shy deer. Yen Yen. Hezhong held her tightly. His tall figure had to lean down to be close to her face. Are you comfortable? His deep voice was a bit husky, making her ears flush. Lin Shuyan playfully hit his chest. You just said to be careful. The door is closed, implying that if no one could see, there was no need to be cautious. Double standards. Lin Shuyan stood back on the ground, feeling embarrassed that the man had kissed her until her feet left the ground. She mumbled softly, "Why do you have to be so tall?" Huh. His quiet laugh brushed against her ear, hitting her heart. It's not like I chose to be tall. Hezhong, the humble one. All right, let's go eat, she said shyly, urging him away. Hezhong released her hand and led her to the table. He had quickly biked over, and the food in the bag was still warm. All of it was his favorite. Have you eaten? I have. Can I look around here? Lin Shuyan surveyed the office. There was a bookshelf on the right wall filled with many books.
Sure.
She walked over to the bookshelf, casually browsing while Hezhong focused on his meal. Most of the books were inspirational stories, and some with youth slogans. Lin Shuyan flipped through them but lost interest and moved closer to him. Hezhong pulled out a chair for her to sit down. She obediently sat down, gently swinging her legs while watching him eat, occasionally being fed a bite by him. After 2 days, Grandma invited her old friends over. They were all from the former military family area, and Lin Shuyan said she would help organize. Being invited by Grandma meant they got along well. Otherwise, with Grandma's personality, she wouldn't bother. It was snowing outside, and the room was warm with a heating stove. Lin Shuyan found a small red clay stove, filled it with burning coals from under the heating table, and placed a clean iron mesh on top. Sunlight streamed in through the window. She gently tied her hair up, inserting a simple wooden hairpin, looking soft and serene. She wore a new qipao tailored by Hehe's family, with a bit of cotton, keeping her warm at home while accentuating her graceful figure, looking elegant and charming. Yen Yen, what are you doing? Don't worry, Grandma. You'll see soon. Lin Shuyan placed the small clay stove on the heating table and went to bring over the prepared items from the coffee table. In the 4-compartment wooden tray, there were peanuts, sunflower seeds, red dates, and longan. Besides these, there was also a plate of chestnuts and some sweet oranges and persimmons. The table was full and colorful, looking lively and interesting. Little Fubao leaned by the table, watching quietly. Lin Shuyan carefully reminded, "Baby, you can't touch the stove and the iron mesh. It's very hot." Fubao nodded, his big eyes looking at her. "Fubao is good. I won't touch."
Great job.
Just after they spoke, the sound of a car came from outside. The delivery person had brought guests. 2 elderly ladies arrived, along with one who had her granddaughter-in-law with her. A strong voice called out, "Mei Xiang, we're here. Wow, this house is really nice. It looks better than the military housing area." The speaker had a cheerful tone, and it was clear she had a lively personality. The elderly lady quickly stood up and opened the door. "Oh my, what a big entrance. Look at what time it is to arrive." Though she complained, her eyes were smiling, and her mouth couldn't stop grinning. "Where is Manhwa? Why didn't she come? Just the 2 of you?" "She went to visit her grandson in the county. She'll come back to see you later," replied a graceful grandmother behind her. Next to her was her granddaughter-in-law, in her 20s, wearing a thick cotton coat. She had a thin face, but a slightly plump figure. "Come in quickly, it's warm inside." The 3 of them entered the house, closing the door behind them. "Is this your granddaughter-in-law?" The lively grandmother looked energetic and healthy, her face glowing and very likable. "Yes, isn't she pretty? She really is lovely." The grandmother pulled Lin Shuyan closer. "Come here, Yen Yen. This is Grandma Li, and that's Grandma Qiu, and this is Grandma Qiu's granddaughter-in-law, Juanzi." Lin Shuyan smiled sweetly and said gently, "Hello, Grandma Li, hello, Grandma Qiu. My name is Lin Shuyan." Then she looked at Juanzi and nodded at her. "Very nice names." Grandma Li was straightforward and quickly took a liking to Lin Shuyan. Being elders, Lin Shuyan took care of them, saying, "It's warm inside. Why don't you take off your outer clothes? Let's sit by the table and warm up." Everyone agreed and took off their coats. When Juanzi removed her thick coat, Lin Shuyan noticed she was pregnant, with a noticeable belly. She quickly helped take the clothes, saying, "Let me hold this for you. You sit down and warm up." The warming table was quite low, with small chairs around it, making it even cozier. Everyone looked at the items on the table, feeling a bit curious. "Granddaughter-in-law, what are these?" Grandma Li is very friendly and often calls her granddaughter-in-law. Lin Shuyan doesn't mind and gently says, "Let's enjoy some tea together and relax in this cozy atmosphere." "That's wonderful. Mei Xiang, your granddaughter-in-law, is quite cultured." Mei Xiang is the grandmother's name, and only a few close friends call her that. Of course. Our Yan Yan is still studying at Jingyi High School. Grandma Li responds, "What a coincidence. Juanzi was also at Jingyi High School, right?" Juanzi, looking calm, replies, "Yes, Grandma Li, but I haven't met Xu Yan yet. She looks so lovely. I'm sure I would remember her if I had." Lin Shuyan smiles. "I just transferred this semester to Class 2 of the second year and have only been here for a little over 2 months. "No wonder," Juanzi says with a hint of envy, placing her hand on her round belly. "I'm expecting a baby, so I had to take a break from school." After waiting over 3 years for the college entrance exam to resume, now she has to wait another year due to her pregnancy. Lin Shuyan thinks to herself, "It's wise to finish important things before starting a family. She wouldn't want to be pregnant during the exams." Of course, nothing is certain, and some things are unpredictable. The elderly lady looks at Grandma Chiao. "How many months along is Juanzi? That belly looks like it's going to be a big boy." Among the three, Grandma Chiao appears the quietest, wearing reading glasses and looking scholarly. "It's been over 6 months. Who knows? I see she loves spicy food, and the saying goes, sour means a girl, spicy means a boy, so it doesn't match up." Lin Shuyan finds their conversation quite interesting, sharing a smile with Juanzi. The grandmother adds, "But whether it's a boy or a girl, it's all good. Just look at how adorable our Fubao is." "Absolutely. He's really cute." As the elderly ladies chat, Lin Shuyan goes to the kitchen to get a small clay pot, which looks like a medicine pot, but without a lid. Grandma Li's attention is drawn to her. "Granddaughter-in-law, what are you making?" "I'm brewing some tea for you. Do you like it sweet?" "Yes, I love sweet things." The elderly lady has lived through tough times, so she enjoys a sweet taste now. Lin Shuyan smiles. "Great. Let's make rose milk tea. I just found out there's a milk station in our city, and they delivered fresh milk this morning." At this time, milk is in high demand. Employees at the workplace need a letter of introduction, and those in the military district also need a certificate to subscribe to the milk delivery service. Every other day, a milkman delivers to their homes, with options for ½ pound and 1 pound. Lin Shuyan subscribed for 1 pound, thinking that she could let Xiaoshu and Fubao have some milk now, and then for extra nutrition. Today, it was perfect timing as she was making milk tea. After she mentioned it, the older ladies looked puzzled.
What kind of milk tea is that?
"With roses and milk. Is it good, granddaughter-in-law?" "Don't worry, Grandma Li. It's delicious. You can roast some tangerines and chestnuts on the stove, and they will go perfectly with the milk tea." Jianzi picked up 2 tangerines, curious as she was about the same age as Lin Shuyan.
Can I do it?
"Just put them on top." "Yes, use a spoon for the chestnuts. Be careful not to burn yourself." While speaking, Lin Shuyan continued her work, pouring 2 spoonfuls of black tea into a small pot and adding 2 pieces of brown sugar. The stove was used for roasting chestnuts, and the small pot fit perfectly in the fire pit on the table. "First, we need to melt the tea leaves and brown sugar to bring out a caramel aroma." As she spoke, her delicate wrist moved gracefully. The tea leaves and brown sugar released a fragrant scent. Lin Shuyan poured in the milk and ½ cup of spring water she had prepared earlier. The milk turned a light brown due to the brown sugar and tea, and the spring water enhanced the rich aroma of the tea and milk. As she stirred slowly with a spoon, Lin Shuyan listened to the older ladies chatting, but everyone's attention was focused on the small pot of milk tea, which was very intriguing. "It smells so good. I didn't know milk could be enjoyed this way," Grandma Chiao said. I thought tea was tea and milk was milk, but combining them is quite clever. Lin Shuyan thought to herself that it made sense why milk tea chains were popping up everywhere in later years. Moreover, sweet flavors were still rare at this time, so having a cup like this was a treat. All right, it's ready to drink now. Lin Shuyan took a small porcelain cup, placed a cloth under the pot's handle, and poured the tea. The light brown milk tea filled the cup, and she sprinkled a little dried and crushed rose petals on top. Not only did it look beautiful, but it also smelled delightful. Grandma Li was the first to taste it, her eyes lighting up. It's sweet and delicious. The light scent of the rose is the perfect touch. Of course, this is made by my granddaughter-in-law, Grandma proudly announced before even finishing her sip. Not to mention Fu Bao, who was eagerly blowing on his cup. Speaking of her granddaughter-in-law, Grandma asked, "Where's Hien? Why didn't you bring her today?" Grandma Li looked out the window and said, "She said she would go get something. But why is she taking so long?" Hien is Grandma Li's granddaughter-in-law. Speaking of her, Grandma Li felt a bit troubled. Hien always loves to dress up and look pretty. You let her into the house because she looks just like you did when you were young, always wanting to be beautiful, Grandma Li pointed out without hesitation. Speaking of that, look at my face. Doesn't it look smoother? Grandma Li smiled and pointed at her face. She is the youngest among the three elders, but because she is thin, she has many wrinkles. However, her skin is smoother and slightly whiter than most older people. Hey, I said it looks different. You are a bit fairer now. You used to be darker than me. Grandma Li looked closely, her eyes almost glued to Grandma Li's face. After a while, she said stubbornly, "I must be seeing things. It's like you're getting younger." Grandma Li looked a bit annoyed. She rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a small glass jar. "This is what my Hien gave me, something called snow cream. It works well." Now it was Lin Shuyan's turn to look a bit annoyed. What a coincidence. It seems there's a market for this among students, and there's an unexpected gain. When the snow cream reached Grandma Li's hands, she opened it and sniffed. This scent feels familiar. It smells really good. Where did you buy it? If it works so well, let Hien get me a jar too. The usually calm Grandma Chio was also tempted. Who doesn't want to look good, especially as they get older? Grandma Li replied, "This stuff is hard to find. I heard there are only a few jars available each time, and they sell out quickly. There aren't enough for the students." Hien got it because she has a friend who lives in the same dorm as the seller, so she was able to buy some. It's quite expensive, over 20 for a small jar. Grandma Chio was surprised. Wow, that really is pricey. But I think it's worth the money. We've worked hard all our lives. Shouldn't we spend a little to make ourselves happy? Grandma Li agreed. You know, in the past, every winter my face would turn red and painful. Grandma Chio said, "That's true. Your face was quite a struggle." "Not anymore, it's much better now," Grandma Li said, talking animatedly. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but smile. Grandma Li could be a spokesperson for this product, sharing her experience so well. But since the conversation had gone this far, she felt it was an opportunity. "Grandma Li, actually this snow cream. What is it, granddaughter-in-law?" Lin Shuyan gently said, "I made it. Just wait a moment." She got up and went upstairs. There were still 25 bottles left at home, and Lin Shuyan brought down 4 bottles. The people in the living room were still processing what was happening. Grandma Li asked, "What is it? Did my granddaughter-in-law make this?" "I don't know. I just got back to the capital," Grandma said, looking confused. She had no idea how talented her granddaughter was. Lin Shuyan shared the snow cream with everyone, even giving a bottle to Juanzi. It moisturizes, brightens the skin, improves beauty, and slows down aging. Just apply it after washing your face. Grandmas, you can give it a try. I don't have many made right now, but I want to do this business in the future. Yen, how do you know how to do everything? Grandma held the small bottle, and it looked exactly like the one Grandma Li had. Juanzi was even happier but a bit shy. "This must be very expensive." Lin Shuyan joked, "Not at all. If it's used well, it can help me promote it. It's like advertising costs, so I've already made a profit." This was true. There were many wealthy people in the military family area. Since Grandma Li loved to chat, she might spread the word about the snow cream anytime. Grandma Chiu, usually calm, was also happy. Thank you, Yan Yan. It smells great. Just as they were enjoying their time, loud noises suddenly came from outside.
Mom.
Please help our family, help your little grandson. Oh, dear, our poor Jifei. Woo woo woo. It was the He family, with He Ching crying in front, followed by Lu Xiaomei and He Yan, all wearing old clothes full of patches. They looked quite pitiful. The old lady's expression immediately changed. Lin Shuyan frowned slightly. It seemed that their cozy tea time was coming to an end. Someone had come to cause trouble. The door was knocked on loudly. Lin Shuyan got up and opened the door, looking coldly at the three of them. He Qingguo was usually proud but was now leading the crying. It seemed he had been holding back a lot. Lin Shuyan said coldly, "What do you want?" The warmth from the room hit them, along with the aroma of tea and sunflower seeds. He Qingguo and his family had come before, but the security wouldn't let them in. They had been waiting outside for over an hour, nearly freezing. Now, seeing the cozy scene inside, they felt both jealous and envious, and their resentment towards Lin Shuyan grew. Today, he was determined to make the old lady help them return to the city, no matter what. Thinking this, he pushed past Lin Shuyan and rushed to the old lady. Bang, he knelt down. Mom, we've been in Xiaoqiao village for 16 years. Back then, Yanzi was only 3, and Xiaomei was pregnant with Jifei when Big Brother drove us away. 16 years. We suffered in Xiaoqiao village, enduring everything, but the one thing we couldn't let go of was you. Now that Big Brother is on the island, please let us return to the city. Xiaomei, and I can take care of you. He Chengwa spoke with tears, his words filled with sincerity. Lu Xiaomei wiped her tears, looking anxious. If people didn't know their true nature, they might feel sad listening to them. Lin Shuyan found it amusing. They were changing their approach, trying to appeal to emotions first. He Chengwa said, "You said I made a small mistake, and I've paid for it over the years. Don't you want your son back?" The old lady frowned deeply. It had been 16 years. She hadn't even looked at this son, and had long considered him dead. A small mistake? You still think it was a small mistake? The old lady said sternly, "That was a serious mistake. If I were to forgive you, your father would wake up in the middle of the night and argue with me." As the old lady's close friend, Grandma Li knew very well what the useless second son of the He family had done. Grandma Li was not one to hold back. "He Chingwa, I think your brother should break a leg and throw you out, so you don't come back to bother your mother. What you did back then is a stain on the He family, making people criticize us for so long. If it weren't for your brother's abilities, the He family would have been ruined. And you still have the face to come back." Hearing this, Lin Shuyan became even more curious about what He Chingwa had done. This wasn't mentioned in the book. The two old ladies were quite fierce, and Lin Shuyan stood by, listening with her arms crossed. Fubao saw He Yan and was no longer as scared as before. She bared her little teeth and glared at her, then sweetly ran into Lin Shuyan's arms. Lin Shuyan picked up the little girl, patted her back, and whispered, "Baby, and we'll help you later." Little Fubao's eyes lit up, wide and round, and she gave Lin Shuyan a big kiss on the cheek. He Chingwa was furious, but dared not say anything in front of Grandma Li. He looked pitifully at his mother. "Mom, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. If we return to the city, we will work hard to take care of you and take care of Little Tree and Fubao and continue to make amends for the He family." Taking care of the kids? Is it about letting He Yan hit them or cooking pig food for them? Lin Shuyan sneered. Everyone was shocked by her words. The old lady looked incredulous.
What?
Hitting the kids? Yes, Lin Shuyan raised her eyes, staring at the quiet person. He Yan, why are you silent today? You quickly forgot how you hurt Fubao before? You still dare to come here? No, sister-in-law, I didn't mean to. He Yan was scared, remembering how Lin Shuyan dealt with things. Her father, He Chingwa, wouldn't listen to her advice to stay away today. As she spoke, she knelt beside He Chingwa in fear. This kneeling confirmed that Lin Shuyan was telling the truth. The old lady's face turned pale. How could she still hit Fubao? Alright, looks like I wasn't wrong about you. He Chunghwa looked at his useless daughter and slapped her, saying, "You are such a disappointment." After hitting her, he quickly added, "Mother, Yanzi is young and didn't understand. I have already punished her for this." Such shameless words. Lin Shuyan put the child down and picked up the fire tongs from beside the heating table, kindly telling Juanzi, "Wan sister, you go rest on the sofa. I'll make a lot of noise, don't let it bother you." Juanzi nodded and left, holding her stomach. Lin Shuyan looked at He Yanyan with a cold smile, feeling that this family deserved it. It was perfect to repay the grudge. She couldn't hit He Chunghwa directly, so she swung the tongs at He Yanyan, hitting her arm and accidentally striking He Chunghwa a few times too. Young? Don't understand? Alright, I'm a few months younger than He Yanyan and I don't understand either. He Yanyan didn't expect to be attacked and was scared, dodging left and right. Mom, help me. It hurts so much, sister-in-law. I was wrong. She rolled on the ground, while He Chunghwa hurriedly crawled toward the door, ignoring his daughter. "You're crazy. Lin Shuyan, once you enter the He family, you have to call me uncle. How dare you hit me?" Lu Xiaomei rushed over to pull her daughter away, trying to push Lin Shuyan. Lin Shuyan was quick, stepping back and hitting Lu Xiaomei's hand with the tongs. Lu Xiaomei screamed, her hand turning red. "Oh no, you're going to kill me. Help. Lin Shuyan, you sent my son to the police station, and you still dare to hit us?" The old lady. "What is going on here?" Lin Shuyan sneered. "I actually want to send all of you in there together, so you can celebrate the new year as a family." "Grandma, it's He Zifei who came to our house with a knife to steal money and even tried to hurt me." This was true, but it was a bit exaggerated. He Chunghwa glared at Lu Xiaomei in frustration. Didn't they agree not to mention this today? Just to gain sympathy. Now, nothing could be said. He Chunghwa glared at Lin Shuyan. It was all this woman's fault. He rushed towards Lin Shuyan, but she was quick and used the fire tongs to defend herself, catching them off guard. With the three of them charging at her, she knew she would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Shuyan wasn't afraid. If they dared to touch her, she would have them all taken away. Unexpectedly, she didn't suffer any loss. As He Chunghwa charged, Grandma Chiu stretched out her leg and tripped him. Then she quietly pulled her foot back. "Oh dear, why are you bumping into people's feet?" Grandma Li wasn't as calm. She grabbed a piece of firewood and swung it at Lu Xiaomei. "Hey, after doing so many bad things, you still dare to come here? Today, I will help Mei Xiang teach you a lesson, you ungrateful son." He Chunghwa fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, unable to get up. Oh no. Grandma was furious. Back then, you dared to take advantage of the military supplies, and now your son dares to come and steal money and hurt people. Humph, what a disgrace. It would be better if you were gone. The three grandmas were surprisingly strong. They had faced danger before, having fought in battles and defeated enemies. Watching them fight, Lin Shuyan was stunned. It seemed like she had nothing to do today, as the grandmas handled everything. She really felt like she was showing off her skills in front of experts. Seeing that Grandma didn't have a proper tool, she kindly handed her the fire tongs. The old lady struck He Chunghwa on his backside and legs, occasionally spitting at him. Get out, don't dirty my house." The family wailed and scrambled out to the yard. He Chunghwa, embarrassed and angry, couldn't hold it in anymore. "You old woman, I'm your son, and you're helping an outsider beat me. So, what if I took some benefits? Who told me my allowance was so little? My older brother gets more than I do."
Puffed.
"If you want a bigger allowance but refuse to work hard and only know how to steal, do you deserve it?" Grandma stood on the steps, hands on her hips, cursing loudly. "Your father lived his life honestly, never taking anything from others. How could you be such a son, bringing shame to his name?" The noise was too loud, and a neighbor called security over. The yard quickly filled up with people. Miss Lin, what happened?" 3 people in the yard were beaten up, and several elderly women inside were holding fire tongs and wooden sticks, clearly having been involved.
This.
They hit me. Comrade, you have to help us. He Chunghwa clung to the security officer's arm like it was a lifeline. Lin Shuyan sneered, "This is my home. If you three hadn't come here to cause trouble, I wouldn't have hit you. You came to my house to rob and hurt us. Of course, we had to fight back. And I already said not to let Lu Xiaomei in again. Why did she get in when the security was supposed to be guarding the entrance?" Many neighbors were outside the gate, and Lin Shuyan directed her question at the security. The security officer pulled He Chunghwa's hand away, looking serious. "You all need to come with us to the police station." Several people behind him quickly restrained He Chunghwa and the others. He Chunghwa was stunned. You can't arrest me. I'm the brother of Chief He. Mom, help me." The elderly woman threw down the fire tongs. "Take them away. They should spend the new year in jail. Our He family doesn't need this kind of disgrace." The security officers knew who lived here, and realizing this was the grandmother of Commander He, they understood her importance. This elderly woman had a distinguished background, and even high-ranking officials would greet her respectfully. They had been too bold to question her about what was happening. Immediately, they softened their tone. "Sorry, ma'am. We'll take them to the police station right away." Then, they sternly added, "If you dare to bully a military family, you will face consequences. Take them away." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei threw a tantrum and collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. It's all your fault, He Chunghwa. Why did I marry such a useless man? Now my daughter and I are going to be arrested." "Shut up, you know nothing." He Chunghwa rushed to hit Lu Xiaomei, but was stopped by the security officers. "Still causing trouble?" He Chunghwa's face turned pale, breathing heavily as he glared at Lu Xiaomei and her daughter. The family was turning against each other, and Hien Yen felt completely defeated. Her hopes of living in the city were dashed. If they ended up in jail, she would never find a good husband. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she burst into tears. Lin Shuyan frowned. "Hurry up and take them away." All right. The security personnel immediately dragged the three away. The people gathered outside the gate began to discuss. They deserve it. Daring to cause trouble. Lin Shuyan gently said, "I'm sorry for disturbing everyone today." It's fine. Those bad people should be caught." "Exactly. We don't want them bothering us again." Lin Shuyan exchanged a few words and then let everyone disperse. The house fell quiet. Lin Shuyan turned around and saw a few elderly ladies, unable to help but chuckle. "I didn't realize you ladies are such heroes. So impressive." Grandma Li tossed aside some firewood and clapped her hands. "That's right. I wanted to do that a long time ago, and today I finally got my chance." "Mei Xiang, don't feel bad," Grandma Chiu said, noticing her concern. To everyone's surprise, Grandma Li replied, "Feel bad? Not at all. I was just thinking I didn't do well enough. I should have broken his leg." Lin Shuyan. After all the commotion, it was getting late. The elderly ladies had things to do at home and didn't stay for dinner. Lin Shuyan handed out the gifts Grandma had bought and personally saw them to the gate. The car arrived on time, and the elderly ladies left happily with Juanzi. As the new year approached, Xiaoshu and Xiaoyu were on break. The house became lively, and Xiaoshu once again ranked first in his class. Lin Shuyan rewarded him with 50 yuan to spend as he wished. Thinking back, in her past life, she envied how her classmates received money from their mothers during the new year. Now, with her 2 children, Lin Shuyan wanted to treat them well. Xiaoshu was thrilled, tightly holding the money. "And, can I really spend all of it?" Lin Shuyan smiled. "Of course. Buy whatever you want."
Great.
Xiaoshu nodded eagerly and rushed back to his room to get paper and a pen, starting to think about what to buy. The New Year atmosphere was everywhere. Every family in Su Garden hung up couplets and lanterns. Lin Shuyan discussed plans with both sides. They decided to have the New Year's Eve dinner at the Fragrant Noodle House, and on the first day of the new year, Chen Mama and the others would come to Su Garden for a meal. Both sides would be lively. On the 27th, everyone prepared to buy New Year goods. They went directly to the Southern Trading Company to shop, and since Lin Shuyan had enough money, she bought the best items. The noodle shop had brought in 2,200 yuan over the past few months. After distributing wages, Lin Shuyan also gave He and others red envelopes, calling them year-end bonuses. She still had 1,800 yuan left. Shui and Shuang kept a few bottles, selling the rest. Along with the money Lin Shuyan already had, she counted and found over 5,000 in cash. Not to mention, there were also savings books. In this day and age, having several thousand is enough to buy anything. It's best to shop for New Year goods early. In the morning, Hezhong drove to the group and dropped a few people off at the Southern Trading Company. He also took a break, saying he would pick up some things and come back for them. The elderly lady didn't join. She went to a noodle shop and got along well with Chin Mama, insisting on staying there for a few days, even wanting to go shopping for New Year goods with her. As the car drove, He chattered from the back. Brother, sister-in-law, Xiao Shu has a shopping budget, what about me? Hezhong replied calmly, what did you score on your exam? Sister-in-law. Her brother was heartless. Sister-in-law was more reliable. Lin Shuyan smiled. Xiao Yu, we need to be fair. Xiao Shu ranked first in the exam. You ranked 53rd this time, so I can't give you the same reward as him. Sister-in-law, but I improved by 20 places. Yu's voice got softer, leaning over the seat, looking pitiful. However, I can reward you for something else. She was referring to the Shui and Shuang matter, and Yu immediately understood, her eyes lighting up. Really? The two were speaking vaguely, and Hezhong frowned. What's the reward? His voice was calm, already thinking about what his little wife was up to, wondering if there was anything he didn't know. Lin Shuyan smiled at him, but hadn't spoken yet. Yu interrupted, hey, I won't tell you. This is my secret with sister-in-law. It was rare to see Hezhong at a loss, but it wasn't anything important. Lin Shuyan let it go. The car stopped at the Southern Trading Company. Hezhong watched as the two got out with Xiao Shu and Fu Bao. He reminded them, if you need anything, look for Xiao Shan. He's at the store today. Lin Shuyan replied, okay. It was only when the three entered the store that Hezhong restarted the car. What secret? If she didn't tell him now, he would find out tonight. With the new year approaching, the Southern Trading Company was bustling. The entrance was decorated with couplets and a row of lanterns, filled with festive spirit. People were rushing in and out to buy New Year goods. Seeing the crowd, Lin Shuyan thought to herself that there were still many wealthy people in the capital. The items at the Southern Trading Company weren't cheap. She held Fu Bao's hand, with Xiaoyu and Xiao Shu following behind.
There are so many people.
What if we can't find Auntie later? Fu Bao lifted his little head and looked around, then pointed at the salesperson behind the glass counter. Fu Bao is looking for Auntie. The child is smart, he remembered after hearing it just once at home. Lin Shuyan smiled and said, yes, if we can't find Auntie, we must go to the counter to find her. Don't go with anyone else, Xiao Shu, remember that too. This was just in case, and Lin Shuyan held on to little Fu Bao tightly. New clothes are a must for the new year. They went upstairs to buy clothes first. The most eager was Xiao Shu, who had 50 yuan from Annie's reward and 16 yuan saved from his pocket money in his coat pocket. He held onto it tightly, afraid of losing it. Annie, can I go buy something by myself? Xiao Shu was about to turn 9 and was quite clever. Lin Shuyan wasn't worried. She patted his head. Go ahead, buy what you need and come back to find Auntie, or wait for us at the counter on the first floor. Okay. Xiao Shu nodded seriously and quickly disappeared into the crowd. The second floor had many new clothes, bright red and purple, perfect for the new year. Fu Bao had already bought fabric last time, which Grandpa he had made into clothes, but Lin Shuyan couldn't resist buying her a fluffy little outfit when she saw it. She picked up a pair of black corduroy pants with 2 cute red bows on the sides. At this time, corduroy was considered a high-quality fabric and wasn't often seen during regular visits. Lin Shuyan crouched down to ask the child, these little pants are so cute. Does Fu Bao like them? The red bows were irresistibly attractive to Fu Bao. I want them. Fu Bao wants them. This one looks great, sister-in-law. Buy it, buy it. Xiaoyu chimed in from the side. Lin Shuyan laughed and said, everything looks good on you. Buy whatever you want. If it weren't for earning some money, It wouldn't be enough for a few kids to spend. Xiaoyu smiled eagerly. He, sister-in-law. What about my reward? Lin Shuyan took out 100 yuan. Go ahead. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're so nice. Xiaoyu hugged her tightly, making quite a scene that attracted others' attention. She had her own money, but sister-in-law's was especially nice. Lin Shuyan sent her off to shop and took Fubao to browse slowly. After buying 2 little outfits for Fubao, she turned to the adult clothing rack. A few plastic mannequins were displayed in the middle, wearing the latest styles, and 2 rows of metal racks were filled with finished clothes. This area had fewer people. Most were still more willing to make clothes from fabric to save money. However, Lin Shuyan didn't mind. She casually looked around, wanting to buy a couple of jackets for Hezhong. The clothes hanging on the wall are the best and also the most expensive. Lin Shuyan, holding Fubao's hand, noticed a long coat made of nice wool fabric that felt soft to the touch. However, thinking about the man's strong muscles, it seemed that softness didn't matter to him. As for appearance, Hezhong always looked good in any outfit. She asked the salesperson for the right size, and then went to pick out some fabric. She had too many tickets, some of which would expire soon. A few days ago, she had already given some to Aunt Chen and her older sister while shopping for New Year supplies. But she still had plenty left. There were many colorful fabrics, but Lin Shuyan chose the basic, comfortable cotton. Once her sister-in-law had the baby, she could make little clothes, socks, and diapers. She also picked some linen for Grandpa to make a few aprons for the noodle shop. The rest could be used to make quilts or spring clothes for Aunt Chun and others. While she was selecting, the salesperson noticed she was buying a lot with a child in tow and sent someone to help her. After buying the fabric, she also got a few pairs of SS. Comfortable cloth SS for her grandmother, cotton SS for her older sister and Aunt Chen, and non-slip SS for her sister-in-law. And her older brothers too. As Lin Shuyan continued shopping, she turned around and saw the salesperson carrying a big pile of items. Sorry, I picked out too much, she said. It's okay, I'll take these to the first floor counter for you. Just come down later, the salesperson replied. All right, thank you. Seeing that she had almost finished shopping on the second floor, Lin Shuyan picked up Fubao and headed downstairs. The first floor mostly had food items like nuts, candies, and cookies. With the intention of using up her tickets, she bought 10 pounds of candy and cookies, planning to put them in the noodle shop after the new year. Students could get a bowl of noodles and a piece of candy, and it would be gone in 2 days, helping to create a good impression. She still had the most grain tickets. Besides keeping a few meat tickets, she gave the rest for buying fine and coarse grains to her older sister, so she could get flour and other supplies for the noodle shop. Xiaoshu took out a piece of paper and started choosing what to buy. For his aunt, he picked a pretty headband and a brooch. He remembered seeing his Chinese teacher wear a beautiful flower brooch, which would look nice on her too. For his sister, he chose a new drawing book and hair ties. For Grandma Chen, he got some medicine for back pain. For his grandmother, everyone was getting a little something, but of course, the gifts for his aunt and sister were the best. Xiaoshu had brought a backpack and planned to put everything in it to take home and give to them later. On the first floor, someone was writing couplets by hand. Lin Shuyan bought 2 sets, along with lanterns and some small decorations for the new year. She was in a great mood. In her past life, she spent the new year lying on a cold hospital bed, with only the on-duty nurse bringing her a few dumplings, which she couldn't eat due to her health. It was a very lonely time. These days, the atmosphere for celebrating the new year is still very lively, and Lin Shuyan really enjoys it. She filled 3 large bags with her purchases, but they were too heavy for her and her friends to carry. Lin Shuyan asked Xiaoyu and Xiaoshu to watch over the bags while she held onto Fubao and went to the entrance to wait for Hezhong. She stood outside the door, cradling a beautifully crafted rice dumpling in her arms. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her. However, she didn't see Hezhong. Instead, she spotted a familiar face. It was Lan Wan, whom she had met in Xiaoqiao village. Lan Wan was walking with a man who looked to be in his 30s, slightly over 5 feet tall, with a bit of a belly. They seemed close, but the man's expression was not very pleasant. When they reached the entrance, both the man and Lan Wan noticed Lin Shuyan. The man was attracted by her beauty, while Lan Wan recognized her. At first, Lan Wan didn't recognize her, but when she did, she felt both surprised and jealous. This woman seemed to have all the luck. She used to be foolish, but now she looked so good. Remembering how Lin Shuyan had spoken by the river, Lan Wan felt uneasy and wanted to say something sharp. "Hey, isn't that Lin Shuyan?" she called out, deliberately hanging onto the man's arm. Lin Shuyan glanced at her with a half-smile. "Lan Wan. It's rare for you to remember me," Lan Wan laughed, shaking the man's arm and speaking in a theatrical tone. "Let me tell you, she was foolish for over 10 years. In our village, she either mooched off others or embarrassed herself, even falling into the river once. It was hilarious." The man didn't care about her foolishness. He found Lin Shuyan attractive and couldn't take his eyes off her, which made Lin Shuyan feel uneasy. However, the man looked somewhat familiar to her, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Seeing Lin Shuyan's indifferent attitude made Lan Wan even more annoyed. Now that she was with this man, who was from the city and had relatives in the military, she felt she was better off than Lin Shuyan, even if the man wasn't particularly handsome. Still, he was willing to come to the Southern Trading Company to shop today. Thinking this, she felt superior to Lin Shuyan. "Are you here to buy New Year goods? Why didn't you buy anything?" It seems that even though people have moved to the city, life isn't necessarily better. The things at the Southern store aren't affordable for everyone. I suggest you check out the state-run department store. Lin Shuyan felt no emotion from such comments and casually replied, "Then you should buy more. You need to get 2 new outfits for the new year, along with jewelry, new SS, and snacks." I saw many people inside buying a lot. Lan Wan is living well now. It's clear this gentleman cares for you and wouldn't let you miss out on anything. After saying this, she intentionally lifted Fu Bao, showing off the beautiful jade bracelet on her wrist. There was also the gold bracelet her grandmother insisted she wear, which was thick and wide, looking quite flashy. Lan Wan noticed it immediately, and her expression changed. Since she and the man weren't officially together yet, she wouldn't be buying gold or silver for herself. Just being able to buy a piece of clothing today was already good enough. At that moment, she couldn't hold back and shook the man's hand, saying, "Old Zhang, you promised to buy me new clothes. I want 2 sets." The man initially thought Lan Wan was decent-looking and sensible, so he was willing to buy her 1 outfit. But now, not only did she not look as good as the woman in front of him, but she also wanted 2 outfits. His expression darkened. "We agreed on 1 set, so we're only getting 1. The matchmaker said you are frugal, so we can't waste money." Lan Wan was furious and was about to say more when a group of people came out of the store. After standing there for a while, they overheard a conversation. "Huh? Zhang's second son. Is this the bride your family mentioned?" The voice was familiar. Lin Shuyan turned around and saw it was Grandma Li, who had visited their home a few days ago. Grandma Li winked at her, and Lin Shuyan smiled. The man quickly approached her, wearing a flattering expression. He claimed to have distant relatives connected to the military, referring to Grandma Li's family. But since the old man from Grandma Li's family also had the surname Li, and this man was named Zhang, the connection seemed quite distant. The man caught on to Grandma Li's implication, saying, No, she's not my bride. We've only met a few times." "Oh, I see. Marriage is a big deal, so we should get to know each other better," Grandma Li replied. Lan Wan's face turned sour, but seeing the man's attitude toward the elderly lady, she didn't dare to say anything. Her fingers clenched tightly. "All right, Grandma Li, I will think about it more," the man thought to himself, cursing silently, blaming the woman for being unreasonable. After Grandma Li finished speaking, she ignored him and walked over to Lin Shuyan with a loving expression. Yan, why did you come to buy things by yourself?" Lin Shuyan had not replied, yet when the little treasure in her arms raised a small hand and said in a sweet voice, "There's also little treasure." Oh, and our good little treasure too." Lin Shuyan smiled. "I'm waiting for Zhang. He will come to pick me up soon." The man beside her watched the elderly lady's attitude towards Lin Shuyan, his face turning red with frustration. Grandma Li was the highest-ranking elder in the Li family, with her son serving as a political officer in the 18th district. The whole family benefited from her status, so they couldn't afford to offend her. Grandma Li was blunt with those she didn't like, and her kindness towards this woman meant she must have a good impression of her. Just moments ago, Lanwan had dared to upset her. Thinking of this, the man shot a fierce glare at Lanwan. Lanwan's face turned pale. After chatting for a bit, Lin Shuyan noticed the cold weather and kindly suggested that the elderly lady head home first. "All right, I've bought enough too, so we'll leave now," Grandma Li said, surrounded by a group of younger family members as they departed. Lin Shuyan glanced at the man and Lanwan, feeling uninterested, and walked a few steps outside. Behind her, she heard the two arguing quietly, and Lanwan, gritting her teeth, ran up to Lin Shuyan.
Lin Shuyan, I'm sorry.
"I finally found a family from the city. Please don't say anything to the elderly lady. If she says something bad, my marriage will be over." Lanwan bit her lip, tears in her eyes. If the elderly lady spoke poorly of her, she wouldn't be able to enter the man's family. Lin Shuyan raised an eyebrow. "I don't have the time to worry about your problems. Also, you're a few years older than me, so stop calling me sister." "Okay, I understand. Thank you," Lanwan replied, relieved, and ran back to the man. A jeep stopped at the side of the street, and the man inside had a stern profile. Upon seeing Lin Shuyan, he opened the car door and stepped out. He quickly approached her, concern evident on his face. "Why are you standing outside?" "It's cold. I bought too many things. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shu are inside watching." Hezhong patted her shoulder. "Wait in the car, I'll go get them." Lin Shuyan said nothing and got into the car, with little treasure. When Hezhong came out, carrying several large bags, the man couldn't believe his eyes. What was this about not being able to afford things? She had bought so much, and even had a car. Lanwan's face burned as she lowered her head and entered the store, not daring to look back. Lin Shuyan held little treasure in the passenger seat, with the bags in the back. The car started and headed home. She suddenly remembered that she had seen this man before at the Southern Trading Company, accompanied by another woman. But she didn't care. Everyone has their own fate. Whether Lanwan's fate was good or not depended on her own choices. All the way home, Lin Shuyan first directed Xiao Yu and Xiao Shu to organize everything. Put what belongs in the kitchen in the kitchen. Pack what needs to go to the noodle shop together. Then there were candies and cookies. She took a plate and placed it on the coffee table, putting the rest in the storage room on the first floor. The last items were the new clothes she bought for them. Xiao Shu held onto his backpack tightly, and, once Lin Shuyan finished organizing, quietly slipped the gift to her. "Auntie, I bought this for you." The brooch in his hand was exquisite, with a small flower in the center surrounded by a circle of tiny pearls. Seeing the child's innocent and eager eyes, Lin Shuyan smiled. "It's so beautiful." "Thank you, Xiao Shu, Annie loves it." Hearing that she liked it, Xiao Shu's lips curled up, but he tried to suppress it and acted mature. Auntie said she liked it, but this money was still given by Auntie. He thought for a moment and said loudly, "Auntie, I will earn a lot of money in the future to take care of you and buy you the prettiest clothes and jewelry." Lin Shuyan ruffled his hair, feeling warm inside. "Okay, then Auntie will wait to enjoy life." Hezhong came out after putting away the things, his gaze cold. "Xiao Shu, did you finish your training today?"
Ah?
Xiao Shu's eyes widened. He completed the training plan his uncle gave him every morning at 6:30. He was confused about why he was suddenly asking and looked at him suspiciously. "I finished." Hezhong remained expressionless. "Do 5 more laps, then you can eat." Xiao Shu was puzzled but dared not disobey, so he dropped his things and ran out. Fu Bao, skilled in his duties, immediately ran to cheer for his brother. In the kitchen, Xiao Yu came out munching on a cucumber. "Brother, why did you suddenly make Xiao Shu run? That's too harsh. Do you want to run too?" Xiao Yu stuffed a piece of cucumber into her mouth, made a shushing gesture, and slipped back to her room. Only the two of them were left in the living room, and Lin Shuyan knew what the man was thinking. Her bright almond-shaped eyes focused on him, and she said helplessly, Captain He, you're so intimidating. You just bully the kids. Hezong pulled her close, his arm going around her legs, lifting her up securely. He started walking upstairs. Lin Shuyan quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. It was broad daylight. He usually didn't act like this. What are you doing? The kids will see us. Let them see more. Why should I rely on him? My wife doesn't need him to take care of her. Lin Shuyan's face flushed as she hit him lightly. Are you really arguing with a child? I joined the military at 15. What's a child? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that.
Not a stitch on.
Later, Lin Shuyan didn't even know when she fell asleep. She only remembered that the man was fiercer than before. It seemed he even asked her if she wanted to have a baby. Lin Shuyan mumbled, no way. She still had to take college entrance exams. She couldn't go to the exams with a big belly. That would be embarrassing. Looking at the person sleeping in his arms, Hezong frowned and leaned down to kiss her lips. Once, then again. After a long time, he covered her with a blanket, got up, and put on his clothes. The nightstand had been bumped into at some point, and the drawer was slightly open. He bent down, about to close it, when his sharp gaze caught sight of a fallen bottle. A small porcelain bottle had tipped over, rolling out a few dark pills. He picked one up and sniffed it. On a whim, he wrapped 2 pills in paper and put them in his pocket before closing the drawer. On New Year's Eve, the family was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. Lin Shuyan had just put on her clothes when Fu Bao ran in with her little cotton jacket. Auntie, Fu Bao is wearing new clothes. The children's new clothes had been laid out the night before on their bedside. Fu Bao had been thinking about it all night and was finally able to wear them. Lin Shuyan smiled and picked up the child, placing her on the bed to button her up. Where's your brother? Brother is ready. He went with uncle to hang the lanterns. That was with Hezong to hang the lanterns. Okay, let's get Fu Bao ready and go downstairs to hang the lanterns. Once she put on the little red jacket, Lin Shuyan took a new red hair tie and styled Fu Bao's hair into 2 little braids. The soft little bundle was so happy. Fu Bao looks good. Very pretty little show-off. Lin Shuyan tapped her on the head. She was indeed very cute. It reminded her of when she first met Fu Bao, who was a malnourished little bean sprout. Now she was round and white like a little dumpling. Come on, Auntie will give you a little red. Yay, Fu Bao wants it. Lin Shuyan took a lip tint, dabbed a bit with her finger, and pressed it on her forehead, making her look even more festive. After dressing up Fu Bao, she styled her own hair, rarely put on some eyebrow makeup, and applied a bit of lipstick. Let's go to the noodle shop to find Great-Grandma and the others. As they went downstairs, Hezong had just finished hanging the lanterns. Lin Shuyan handed him his coat and smiled. Happy New Year's Eve, Captain He. The man looked at her. Her already beautiful face, with a touch of makeup, was even more stunning. He took the clothes and leaned in to kiss her cheek. Happy New Year's Eve. Last night, it snowed heavily, covering the ground with a thick layer. They hurried to arrive before dinner. The car drove into Qinghe Alley, where the small houses on both sides had couplets posted, creating a festive atmosphere. Hezong parked the car, and everyone got out. In the alley, children were running around. An elderly neighbor was shoveling snow and greeted Lin Shuyan warmly. Oh, Shuyan is here. Your mom told me yesterday that you would be having New Year's Eve dinner at the noodle shop today. Yes, Grandma Lu. Happy New Year. Lin Shuyan replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. She wore a beige coat over a red sweater, making her face look bright. You look beautiful today. Hurry inside. Your mom is probably waiting anxiously. Okay, you take care. They walked towards the courtyard, and Grandma Lu couldn't help but admire them from behind. What a lovely sight. The son-in-law is handsome, and the daughter is charming. Even the children are adorable. As evening approached, lights were lit in the courtyard. In the front yard, several lines were strung up with lanterns, creating a cheerful vibe. The kitchen was the liveliest place, with smoke rising from the chimney and sounds of laughter and chatter coming from inside. Little Tree and Fu Bao ran ahead, calling out Great-Grandma, Grandma Chen, Annie. Oh, my sweet grandchildren are here. Where's your uncle? Here, here. Lin Shuyan entered, and the place was bustling with people. Grandma hadn't gone back yet. She was sitting on a small stool by the stove, watching the fire. Mom Chun was frying donuts, and Lin Xianglian was preparing ingredients. Team leader, he is here too. You can sit in the big room across. There's a brazier to keep warm. Hezhong stood behind Lin Shuyan and nodded slightly at the suggestion. He Xiaoyu was the last to come in. She had been outside watching the children set off firecrackers. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Mother. Hello, Big Sister. Good, good, good. Xiaoyu, go eat some candy in the other room. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. I don't want candy. I'm taking Little Tree and Fu Bao to set off firecrackers. Little Tree's eyes lit up, but Fu Bao didn't understand and just stared at the frying donuts, drooling. Hezhong looked over sternly and said, You can only take Little Tree. Okay. Xiaoyu took Little Tree and slipped away. The kitchen was filled with women, and Lin Shuyan turned to Hezhong. You should go have some tea and chat with my brother.
All right.
Wait. Please take my coat, Lin Shuyan said, feeling the warmth of the kitchen. She took off her coat and, in her red sweater, started rolling up her sleeves. Hezhong took the coat and reminded her, Don't get cold. I won't. Only then did he take the coat and head outside. Your brother and sister-in-law are making dumplings in the living room. It's snowing outside, and I don't want your sister-in-law to keep going back and forth. Lin Shuyan said, Yes, we need to be careful. How has your sister-in-law been feeling these days? Lin Iwang has been married for 6 or 7 years, and his wife is finally pregnant. Chun Mama is genuinely happy about it. I think our family has had good luck this year. This good fortune comes from our Yen Yen. Now that she's well, everything at home is getting better. Now your elder brother is going to have a child too. Everything will have hope in the future. Grandma smiled and said, Let's not talk about that. Let's enjoy ourselves. Chun Mama nodded and waved her hand. Yes, let's enjoy. Look at Fu Bao, eagerly watching the fried dough sticks, such a little foodie. Little Fu Bao was leaning by the stove, pouting her lips, clearly craving the food. Lin Shuyan first took one and placed it in a small bowl for her. The fried dough stick was filled with shredded radish and vermicelli, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Very delicious. Come, Fu Bao, sit next to Grandma and eat. Lin Shuyan used chopsticks to break the fried dough stick into small pieces, afraid it might be too hot for the child. On it before you eat. Auntie, Fu Bao will on it. The little one held her bowl and sat obediently on a small stool, snuggling next to Grandma. She didn't forget to feed Grandma a bite first, Great-Grandma. It's delicious. Oh, it really is delicious, and Fu Bao's is even more tasty for Great-Grandma. Fu Bao was pleased with the praise and happily started eating, her mouth getting all greasy. With both old and young at home, it was quite lively. In the kitchen, pots were sizzling with food, preparing for the new year with big dishes. Mushroom chicken soup, braised pork knuckle, steamed base and fried dough sticks, stir-fried meat, and fried tofu. The kitchen quickly became crowded. Chun Mama wiped her hands and said with a smile, I'll take this over to the big room. The round table is set up. We'll eat there today. Great. And please bring the dumplings over to boil. Lin Shuyan smiled, quickly stir-frying some greens to balance the rich dishes. Okay, Chun Mama said as she carried the large pork knuckle outside. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, covering the freshly swept front yard with a thin layer of snow. Truly a good omen. Chun Mama raised her hand to shield the pork knuckle, stepping on the snow with her cloth SS, making a crunching sound as she walked through the front yard. Even her footsteps were filled with joy. She ran to the big room, lifted the curtain, and felt the warmth from the fire pit inside. I'm here.
Dinner will be ready soon.
You all tidy up and set the table, and bring the dumplings over for me to boil. Mao Yanping was about to stand up, but Lin Dage told her to sit. I'll do it. Chun Mama took the 2 large baskets of dumplings and headed to the kitchen. The dumplings are boiling in a big iron pot, floating to the surface. Occasionally, the sound of fireworks can be heard outside. Lin Shuyan filled a plate with dumplings and said, Sister, call Xiao Shu back. I want him to take some dumplings to He and the others. Okay, Lin Xianglian replied, walking to the courtyard door and calling out. He Xiaoshu quickly ran back, following Lin Xian's instructions, and took the dumplings next door. When he returned, he had a plate of sweet rice cakes in his hands. Aunt, he made these sweet rice cakes. Great. Put them on the table across from us. We'll eat together later. He Xiaoran also hurried back, holding a plate of 8 treasure rice and a plate of rice cake. Sister-in-law, these are from Grandma Lu and the neighbors. Grandma stood up from the bench, leading Fu Bao outside, and glanced at He Xiaoyan. You two always come to report every little thing to Yan Yan. He Xiaoran chuckled. Grandma, now that sister-in-law is in charge at home, of course, I report to her. Otherwise, I'll come to you next time. Don't bother me, old lady, the grandmother said, taking Fu Bao out the door. Come on, Fu Bao, let's ignore your aunt. Fu Bao, with his big round eyes, nodded obediently while holding a greasy dough ball. The dumplings were ready, and the New Year's Eve dinner was complete. Thinking about the food the neighbors had sent, Lin Shuyan picked up 2 bowls of braised pork from the steamer to take to them. It was lively, with neighbors coming and going, sharing tofu and fried snacks, enjoying everything together. Just as she stepped out of the kitchen, a chill hit her. After a moment's thought, she hurried outside, determined to deliver the food and return quickly. However, after just a few steps, a man approached her, draping her coat over her shoulders. Didn't you want me to bring your jacket? With a furrowed brow, he took the braised pork from her hands. Lin Shuyan smiled and put on the coat, wrapping her arms around his. On New Year's, you can't criticize me. Let's go deliver this and get back for dinner. As snow fell heavily, they delivered the braised pork and quickly returned. In the main room, the small table was replaced with a large round table. Outside the glass window, snow was falling, while inside it was warm and cozy. A hot pot was steaming, and chicken soup was bubbling in a copper pot. In the corner, a small stove warmed yellow wine. As He Zhang and Lin Shuyan returned, everyone started to settle down. The two sat together, with Fu Bao on Lin Shuyan's right, followed by Xiao Shu and Mama Chen. The family was relaxed and casual. Everyone filled their cups with wine, and even Grandma and Chen Mama said to have a drink. The yellow wine was warm, fragrant, and not too strong. Since it was the new year, they decided to indulge the elders. Sister-in-law and Xiao Shu can just have some sweet water, Lin Shuyan said as she poured for them. Mao Yanping laughed. If I weren't pregnant, your brother wouldn't be able to drink more than me. She was 5 months along and had a noticeable belly. Big sister, just hold on. There will be plenty of chances to gather in the future. Soon, Lin Shuyan witnessed her older brother's drinking ability. After a few cups, he had red eyes, thanking Lin Shuyan and He Zhang, and stammering his gratitude to his wife for finally having a child. For the Lin family, this year was a time of joy after hardship. Mao Yanping then playfully slapped his shoulder, saying, "Don't say anything gloomy during the new year." Lin Yiwang felt embarrassed and stopped talking, pouring more wine for Grandma and He Zhang. Lin Shuyan sipped from her small porcelain cup, finding the wine enjoyable and not too intoxicating. Of course, she wanted to have a couple of cups during the new year. The man beside her sat up straight, serving her some food. Eat first, then drink. Lin Shuyan obediently ate, smiling gently at him. He Zhang felt warm inside. Perhaps he hadn't had such a lively new year in many years. In the past, on New Year's Eve, it was just him, He Pingwa, Grandma, and He Xiuyu, 4 of them sharing a meal. After a few years away, it had been a bit livelier in the army. It was all because of this little woman that life felt vibrant. He couldn't help but reach under the table to hold her warm little hand. The meal was lively, and by the end, everyone was a bit tipsy. Except for Mao Yanping, who went to sleep first, everyone else stayed up in the main room to welcome the new year until midnight. The dishes were cleared and sunflower seeds and candies were placed on the table, along with another pot of warm wine. Lin Shuyan felt a bit drowsy, leaning against He Zhang. The room was warm, so she took off her outer coat, and her red sweater added a touch of cuteness. Fu Bao and his brother were competing to shell sunflower seeds, and He Xiaoyu insisted on joining, teaming up with little Fu Bao. The three of them leaned over the table, giggling. The others chatted drunkenly about everyday life. Lin Shuyan felt sleepy, her long eyelashes fluttering as her head bobbed. Hezhong helped her sit up properly and said helplessly, if you're tired, just go to sleep. No, I want to set off firecrackers. She mumbled sleepily, snuggling closer to him, and Grandma laughed. You're just like a child. Indeed, with her flushed cheeks, she only knew how to act cute and clingy. Mom Chen watched the two of them and was surprised. The son-in-law seemed cold and distant, but in front of Yan Yan, he showed a different side. Her daughter was charming. It was hard for any man to resist. She said, now that the eldest has a child, I hope Xiang Lian can settle down, and Yan Yan, and Captain, he can have a child too. That would be perfect. Yes, they should have a child, Grandma teased, glancing at the two. Lin Shuyan looked at them. I'm still young. He Zhuang suddenly thought that having a child might solve everything. Yan Yan would never leave. He never imagined he would want to keep someone this way. At that moment, firecrackers started going off outside. Looking at the clock, it was exactly midnight. Firecrackers are going off. Where are ours? Xiuyu was the most excited and opened the door to go outside. Mom Chen said, there are 2 strings hanging at the front. Be careful, Xiuyu.
Let's go see.
The group went to the front door. Neighbors were all outside, children were running in the alley, and adults were lighting firecrackers in front of their homes. Lin Shuyan handed Fubao to He Zhuang and said, Baby, cover your ears. Fubao obediently raised her little hand to cover her ears. Each time a loud bang sounded, she blinked her eyes, looking incredibly cute. Her older brother stepped forward to light the firecrackers, hanging 2 big strings at the door. Once lit, the fuse quickly burned, followed by a deafening noise, and the smell of smoke filled the air. Everyone covered their ears and stepped back, their faces filled with joy. The firecrackers went off for a minute or 2 before finishing, and the children began running into the alley with sparklers, laughing and playing in the snow. Next door, Lu Dongdong ran to their door, his chubby face flushed, panting, Auntie, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Fubao. He handed Fubao some candy. Lin Shuyan ruffled his hair. Happy New Year, Dongdong. They played a little longer, greeted their neighbors, and then went their separate ways. It was late at night. Snow was still falling outside, and they discussed their plans. A few children and Grandma stayed at the noodle shop, while He Zhuang and Lin Shuyan drove back home. They would pick them up tomorrow to eat at Su Garden. I think you shouldn't go back. He Zhuang has been drinking. It's not safe to drive, Grandma worried. He Zhuang put on his coat. I didn't drink much. The effects have worn off. I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow. A group of people escorted them to the door, and Lin Shuyan waved her hand for everyone to go to sleep. The white smoke from the firecrackers had not yet cleared, and lanterns were lit in front of every home. He Zhong held the small hand of the person beside him, feeling its softness. Lin Shuyan wrapped her arms around his, knowing that no one would see them at this late hour. She felt so happy. It had been a long time since she had such a lively new year, with family and a loved one. It turned out that being human in this life means having someone to care about. He Zhong, she called softly, stopping in her tracks. Snowflakes landed on her long, dark hair, and the houses beside the alley glowed with warm, dim light. He Zhong turned to look at her, his deep eyes meeting hers. What's wrong? He brushed a snowflake off her clothes, his voice low and gentle. I'm so happy, she said, her eyes bright and charming. The white mist around them made it feel like this moment could vanish at any time. He Zhong pulled her into his arms. What are you happy about? I'm happy to celebrate the new year with you.
Let's always be like this.
Okay. Lin Shuyan nestled against his chest, leaning on him, and tiptoed to kiss his sharp chin. Then, she playfully asked, will you carry me? I can't walk anymore. Sure. He helped her stand and bent down. Lin Shuyan obediently climbed onto his back, and he lifted her securely. The car was parked outside the alley, not far away. He Zhong walked slowly through the snow, carrying her. The girl swung her legs, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Their shadows stretched long across the snowy ground. Su Yuan was full of wealthy people. On New Year's Eve, the firecrackers were meant to be loud. When the car arrived home, the sound of firecrackers was still booming outside. The girl in the passenger seat curled up slightly, her little face flushed, looking adorably innocent. Hezhong thought all the way that if they had a child, it might truly capture the heart of the person beside him. Even if it wasn't for that, he would still want to have a child with Yan Yan. He scolded himself for being so selfish. The car stopped for a moment, and Lin Shuyan noticed he wasn't getting out. She looked over with suspicion. Her wet eyes sparkled, and her red lips were as bright as flowers. "Get out." Her lips were suddenly covered by his, as Hezhong leaned in, his presence strong and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. In the distance, firecrackers exploded, lighting up the night sky. The car was partially shielded by the courtyard wall. Lin Shuyan didn't understand why the man was kissing her at that moment, but she didn't resist. She had drunk too much, and now the cold air made her head spin. The man's broad shoulders enveloped her, almost hugging her completely. Her small hand rested softly on his chest, and her dry lips welcomed his kiss, her tongue responding in kind. The kiss grew more urgent, as if it would never be enough. Soon, he held her waist and lifted her into the driver's seat. The driver's area of the military jeep was spacious, unlike modern cars with their cramped interiors. Lin Shuyan, feeling dizzy, sat on his lap, her lower back brushing against the steering wheel, which he blocked with his hand. He kissed her while gently squeezing her waist. Feeling that her clothing was too thick, his hand slipped under her coat, moving upward. Her delicate skin tingled at his slightly rough touch, causing her to shiver. Lin Shuyan trembled slightly, tilting her neck as she swallowed hard.
"Why?"
"Let's go home." Her voice was soft and weak, but he quickly silenced her with another kiss. The wind and snow swirled around them, and the sound of firecrackers had faded away. The man finally stopped kissing, their foreheads touching, their noses nearly brushing. In the dim light, she could see the deep desire in Hezhong's eyes, making her feel a bit weak in the knees. "We're home," Hezhong replied, but he didn't move. Lin Shuyan remained on his lap. She could feel every little movement. Anxiously, she shifted her waist, trying to get up, but he held her down. "Yan Yan." She let out a soft hum. Yan Yan, he called again. "I'm here. Yan Yan." For some reason, Lin Shuyan sensed a hint of vulnerability and helplessness in his voice that she had never heard before. She reached out to gently touch his face, feeling his clenched jaw, as if he was holding back something. Hezhong's heart felt like it was being fried on a hot pan. "Let's have a baby." Lin Shuyan was taken aback, thinking he might want a child because he had seen his older brother with kids. But she wasn't ready for that. Getting married was one thing, having a child was another. In her previous life, she often said she wanted to avoid marriage and children for peace of mind, feeling she couldn't raise a child well. Here, being spoiled by Hezhong, her life was carefree and without worries. She was enjoying her time. After the new year, Hezhong would return to his unit, and she would continue her studies, preparing for the college entrance exam before joining him. This body is only 20 years old, and there are many things to do. She feels that having a child would limit her freedom. Lin Shuyan is not from this era. She still wants to do many things. Right now, she is independent and belongs to herself. She is not ready to be anyone's mother. Most importantly, the thought of childbirth scares her to death. Why do you suddenly want a child? Fubao is still small, and so is Xiaoshu. I'm still young too. The implication is that she does not want to have a baby. The woman he loves does not want to have children and is hiding her identity. Just these 2 points are enough to crush this young leader, who usually feels confident. Don't you want one? I'm scared of the pain. Childbirth must hurt a lot. Let's wait a bit longer. He didn't really listen to her reasons. At this moment, any excuse sounded like a reason not to have a child. He felt a surge of strong emotions in his chest. For the first time, He loved someone and he thought he had great self-control, but he didn't know that feelings could make someone feel so out of control. Lin Shuyan wanted to explain more, but her mouth was covered. This kiss was a bit fierce, and her lips felt slightly sore from the contact. Then, the sound of a belt being unbuckled was heard. She shivered, goosebumps rising along her spine. The man was moving his hands quietly, not saying anything, and he tore off one of her pants. Then another. When he discovered there was still another layer, he exclaimed in frustration, "How many pairs of pants are you wearing?" Lin Shuyan's face turned slightly red, and she replied pitifully, 3. The car swayed slightly. She sat up straight, her clothes neat and tidy. She truly looked pitiful as she cried, "Boo you, I want to go home." Lin Shuyan had nowhere to lean, relying entirely on the man. Her voice occasionally rose, fearing that someone might pass by on this cold night. She could only bite her lip, tears streaming down her face. Her clothing covered all her embarrassment.
I don't like this.
Woo, I don't like it. It hurts. Firecracker sounds suddenly erupted in the distance, drowning out her sobs. The man's face was hidden in the shadows, occasionally turning to kiss and comfort her. Until the whole world fell silent, the person in his arms cried and fell asleep. He raised his wrist. The watch was cold, and the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock. The temperature in the car was warm, so he took his coat and covered her. Her tear-streaked face rested on his shoulder, her nose red and looking so pitiful. He gently tucked her hair behind her ear and wrapped her tightly in his coat as he carried her out of the car. The next morning, at the start of the new year, the sound of firecrackers filled the air. However, the person in bed was not disturbed. He Zhuang left early to pick someone up from the noodle shop, letting Lin Shuyan continue to sleep. Lin Shuyan slept fitfully, feeling more tired as she dozed off, and finally opened her eyes in frustration. After adjusting to the light in the room, she angrily got up, feeling as if a tank had run over her back nearly breaking. That annoying man. Last night, he was like a wolf, not satisfied with the New Year's feast. He wanted more. Lin Shuyan mumbled to herself, quickly drank some spring water, and dragged her sore body to the bathroom for a soak. Once she changed her clothes, she felt more alive. How would I survive without spring water? She got dressed and went downstairs to prepare lunch. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, He Zhuang had also returned with someone, and he walked over to her as she pouted in the kitchen. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Lin Shuyan glared at him. "I feel terrible. You weren't hungry last night." I'm sorry." The man immediately admitted his mistake and kissed her forehead. "I'll go pick up another round." One trip wasn't enough. He had to go back again. Lin Shuyan wasn't really angry. "Go ahead." "Okay." He Zhuang left the kitchen, calling He Xiaoyu to come in and help. The children arrived home, excitedly running to the kitchen. He Xiaoshu covered his red envelope, his little face flushed. "Aunt, this is from Grandma Chun, great-grandma, and my aunt. I don't want it, it's all for you." Lin Shuyan smiled. "Why don't you want it? You can buy things when school starts." He Xiaoshu shook his head. All his money was for his aunt. "I already bought everything I need. I don't want to spend money." He pouted, clearly indicating he wouldn't leave unless Lin Shuyan accepted it. Lin Shuyan had to take the money. After all, the child didn't lack for food or clothes, and it was the thought that counted. "Thank you, Xiaoshu. Aunt can buy new clothes now." He Xiaoshu immediately brightened up, his voice loud and proud. "Good. Aunt will buy pretty clothes." After he finished, Fu Bao jumped into Lin Shuyan's arms, holding up his own red envelope. "For Aunt. Fu Bao will buy candy for Aunt." Okay, Fu Bao's is also for Aunt." Lin Shuyan held more than 10 red envelopes and suddenly felt the joy of receiving gifts from children. But for her own 2 kids, she didn't even need to pretend. Lunch was plentiful, and after eating, they returned to the fragrant noodle shop. Lin Yuan was going back to Linjia village. Lin Shuyan sighed and called him aside to say a few words. "Why is your big brother still living there? His wife is already staying at the noodle shop. Lin Yiwang is simple-minded but too conservative. Sister, It's good for our mother and the others to live in the city. I'm fine on my own as a man. He scratched his head. Father is getting old and alone. It's not good for him. What's wrong with that? If he is a responsible father, no one will say anything, Lin Shuyan replied, frowning. She thought that Lin Yiwang's stubborn and conservative nature was due to his fear of what the villagers would say. At least he still had a son in the village. Lin Shuyan said it one last time. If he didn't listen, she wouldn't care about future matters. Forget about Lin Diyu, you should think about your wife and children. What will happen when the baby is born if you stay in Lin Jia village? Will you bring your wife and child back? Do you want them to live like before, where even education is a luxury? Do you want them to struggle like you did all your life? How can you block their future just for the sake of others' opinions on filial piety? Her words were harsh, but without them, Lin Yiwang wouldn't think deeply. In Lin Shuyan's eyes, she didn't see Lin Yiwang as filial, but as weak. This weakness stemmed from outdated ideas and his own character. Your wife has suffered for so many years in the Lin family, and now she is having your child. I think you should consider them more. Don't hurt those who love you for someone unworthy. Lin Yiwang looked anxious, wanting to argue but unable to respond. He felt most guilty toward Mao Yanping, who had never had a good day since marrying him. He thought his filial piety was right, but now, after his sister's words, he felt regret and clarity. Yes, how could he only think of his own filial duty and neglect his wife and child? Lin Yiwang's eyes turned red as he stammered, I was wrong. It's my fault. Mao Yanping stood not far away, feeling heartbroken seeing him like this. But honestly, she didn't want to go back to the old days. She touched her belly and didn't want her child to live that way either. Since coming to the city, she had gained experience and realized that with hard work, they could survive here. She wasn't afraid of hard work. She was afraid of a future without hope. Awang, think about me and the baby. I'm willing to endure hardships in the city, but I really don't want to go back to Linjia village, Mao Yanping said, her eyes slightly red as she looked at Lin Yiwang. In the city, our lives have hope. I don't want the child to be born and then be pressured by my father-in-law to do this and that for him, and even be hit. Lin Yiwang felt a lump in his throat as he looked at his wife's pregnant belly and nodded heavily. Okay, I will go find work in a couple of days. We won't go back. Seeing her son come to a decision, Chen Mama felt relieved. As for Lin Diyu from Linjia village, their fate was sealed. It was over. After discussing everything, Chen Mama and the others went back. He Xiaoyu finished cleaning the kitchen and grabbed a lunchbox to head out. Where are you going, Xiaoyu? Grandma casually asked as she saw her coming out. He Xiaoyu quickly replied, Fuyang is on duty today, so I'm kindly bringing him lunch. Noticing her cheerful steps, Lin Shuyan sensed something. Xiaoyu and Fuyang have a good relationship. Huh? Grandma thought for a moment, when Grandpa was around, I lived in the old house. Xiaoyu was little, and sometimes when no one was home, she would go to Fu Yang's house. He took care of her. Lin Shuyan nodded, understanding they were close. Fuyang isn't much older than Xiaoyu, right? I remember, he is 2 years younger than Hezhang. 2 years younger means he is 25 now, and after the new year, he will be 26. Xiaoyu is the same age as me, 20. Everyone rested in the living room, snacking on seeds and candies. Lin Shuyan had slept in and wasn't tired, just a bit bored, so she picked up a children's book to look through. After a while, a noisy group of people arrived outside, dressed nicely and carrying various gifts. Oh, Grandma, you're finally back. Why didn't you let us know? We could have come to see you earlier. The woman at the front, slightly plump with trendy curly hair, looked to be in her late 30s and wore lipstick. Behind her were a man and a woman, both carrying bags filled with oranges and pastries. The man was in a suit, and the woman, who was slender, was also well-dressed. Auntie, the slender woman squeezed past the plump one, swaying her hips as she approached. This house is really impressive. Look, I brought you some pastries you like. As they entered the house, Lin Shuyan guessed they were relatives of the He family by how they addressed each other. She stood up from the sofa and noticed her grandmother's unenthusiastic expression, so she just nodded slightly in greeting. The plump woman set down the items. Oh, so this is Hijang's wife? You look really lovely. Come on, make us a cup of tea. We're exhausted from the trip. Lin Shuyan raised her eyebrows slightly. It's no wonder Grandma doesn't like her. Guests should be treated with respect first, then business. Lin Shuyan turned to the kitchen to brew tea. The elderly lady sat by the fireplace, glancing at the visitors. What are you all here for? What kind of talk is that, Aunt? Said the thin woman, pulling a small chair to sit next to Grandma. It's the new year. Of course, we came to see you and show you the nice things I bought for you. The plump woman rolled her eyes at her and tugged at the man's shirt. Aren't you going to give it to her? The man quickly placed 2 bottles of wine on the table. Hee, Happy New Year, Aunt. Grandma shot him a sideways glance. Aren't those from the third family? You finally have time to visit this old lady today?
Don't say that, Aunt.
Last time I was supposed to take you to the train station, I was on a business trip and couldn't come, the man said, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. The elderly lady was not polite at all. With your office job, you still have business trips? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly turned cold. Lin Shuyan brought out the brewed tea, but hadn't set it down yet when the plump woman grabbed her hand, eyes wide. Wow, Hijang's wife, your bracelet is really nice. Where did you buy it? I want one too. Why don't you give me yours and buy another for yourself? The thin woman, fearing she would miss out, chimed in. Oh, I like the gold one. Hearing this, Lin Shuyan immediately understood what kind of people they were. With a gentle smile, she replied, I didn't even know how to address you two. If you want to give something, it should have a proper name. The plump woman thought she had a chance and raised her eyebrows proudly. Grandma is my aunt, and I am the daughter-in-law of Hijang's grandfather's family. Lin Shuyan processed this relationship in her mind. Hijang's grandfather is the second in line, so this woman is a cousin-in-law. Oh, so you are my cousin and cousin-in-law? Yes, just call me that. Go get some snacks and candies for us to enjoy. Lin Shuyan smiled warmly. So, what brings you two cousins here today? I thought you were here to rob the place, asking for bracelets in gold and expecting to be treated well. After saying this, she turned and placed the tea tray on the coffee table. Well, it seemed they wouldn't even get to drink tea. The plump woman pouted and muttered, TSK, why be so stingy? It's just a bracelet. Robbing sounds so harsh. What are you all really here for? The old lady's voice became serious, and her face showed displeasure. The thin woman quickly forced a smile and said, Of course, we came to wish you a happy new year and to see how many children you have. Oh, look how much taller Little Tree and Fortune have grown. They are truly adorable. The old lady sneered. Now you come. But back then when I wanted to send the children to your home for a while, what did you say? If it weren't for these relatives making excuses, the children wouldn't have ended up at He Cheng's house, facing hardships. When the He family was doing well, these relatives rushed to visit, but when trouble struck, they acted as if they didn't know them and distanced themselves completely. The old lady spoke directly, and the faces of the few people present turned uncomfortable. Hey, Aunt, please don't blame us. At that time, it really wasn't convenient for us to take in 2 children. The plump woman chuckled awkwardly, and at that moment, she stopped arguing with the thin woman, and they exchanged glances. Look, we came to see the children, and even brought them oranges to eat. Saying this, she pretended to speak to the children by the sofa. Come here, Little Tree. Eat this orange. It's very sweet. Lin Shuyan sensed the situation. These were just relatives trying to take advantage of the He family's good fortune. Now that the He family was in trouble, they were quick to distance themselves. But now that the old lady was back and He Zhang hadn't been punished, they pretended to be close again. Lin Shuyan smiled and waved to the children by the sofa, and Little Tree and Fortune ran over. What's wrong, Aunt? Lin Shuyan replied with a smile. Little Tree, Fortune, look how nice your uncles and aunts are. They specially came to our home to wish you a happy new year. Quickly say some auspicious words. Little Tree's eyes lit up. A few days ago, Aunt had said that before receiving red envelopes, they must say auspicious words. So, this means... The two women thought Lin Shuyan was helping them, thinking she was somewhat perceptive. Little Tree's eyes darted around, and he said to them, "The new year has arrived. I wish you uncles and aunts smooth sailing, 2 dragons soaring, 3 sheep bringing peace, for seasons of safety, 5 blessings arriving, 6 smooth paths, 7 stars shining bright, and 8 directions bringing wealth." The series of phrases left the adults stunned, their eyes wide as they looked at the child, surprised at how well he understood. Perfect harmony. May everything go smoothly. Little Tree paused, stretched out both hands, and said to them, "Wishing you wealth. Where's my red envelope?" "Oh my, this little one speaks so well." What red envelope?" The plump woman praised him before realizing, her face turning pale. Little Fortune, thinking she didn't understand, stretched out his little hand and imitated his brother. "Wishing you wealth. Where's my red envelope?" The thin woman unconsciously covered her pocket and said, "You 2 kids. Where is it? Where is it?" Asking others for. Lin Shuyan kindly replied, "Grandma values these 2 children the most. Cousin and sister-in-law care for them so much, so if anything comes up, just let us know." The thin woman smiled awkwardly. Hee. Yes, yes, yes. On the first day of the new year, I should give the kids red envelopes. Look, I almost forgot. Saying this, she reluctantly opened her cloth bag and fished out a few coins. Wow, Little Tree and Fortune, these ants are nice. They must be giving you big, red envelopes. How much did Annie give you yesterday? As soon as Lin Shuyan spoke, He Xiaoshu understood and loudly said, "My sister and I both got 88. Annie said this way we will get rich." Lin Shuyan couldn't help but laugh. It was actually $8.08. Even if the older sisters wanted to give 88, she wouldn't let the kids accept that. The thin woman's face turned pale. 88, 2 envelopes, and she only earned $48 a month at the factory. But thinking of her son, who desperately wanted to enter District 18, a place decided by Hezhong, made her heart race. If he got in, it would be a matter of pride for the family. With that thought, the woman gritted her teeth, counted out 2 88s, and reluctantly handed them over. Little Tree, Fortune, take this. Happy New Year." As soon as Little Tree received it, he handed it to Lin Shuyan. "Here, Aunt." "That's great. Remember to appreciate this." "Aunt," she said, glancing subtly at the other 2. The plump woman tightly held her handbag, hesitating to give any money, while the man glared at her, holding over $100. "Hurry up, give me some more. It's not enough." The plump woman had no choice but to open her bag. The man quickly grabbed it and dumped all the money out. Little Tree, this is a red envelope from Uncle. Take it and study hard." "Thank you, Uncle." He Xiaoshu turned around and handed the money back to Lin Shuyan. Lin Shuyan generously nodded. It was indeed quite a bit, more than 88, $230 in total. The old lady felt pleased seeing Lin Shuyan make these stingy people pay. Usually, they just came to the He family to eat and drink, but today they finally contributed. They had taken so much advantage of the He family, and just because they were relatives of Director He, they received countless benefits. This money was a small price for them. The plump woman was furious, her chest heaving as she glared at her husband. This trip was a big loss. Not only did she spend over $10 on things, but she also gave out $230. "Grandma, is Hezhong home today? I have something to discuss with him," the man said with a sheepish grin. Normally, he would go to He Pingwa, not daring to speak to Hezhong, but now he had no choice. "I don't know. Why are you asking me? Go ask his wife." "Haha, true, true. Is Hezhong's wife home?" Lin Shuyan stuffed the money into her pocket and smiled at him. "Yes, she is home, but when we got married, my cousin and his wife didn't come. Everyone else gave us money, but... Sigh, I thought my cousin and his wife didn't accept me as part of the He family." "How could that be?" As the man spoke, he glanced at the overweight woman, who turned away. "Don't look at me. I have no money. I gave it all to you." The man rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a few bills from his pocket, handing them to Lin Shuyan with a pained expression. "We're all family. Please help me call Hezhong down." The overweight woman suddenly snapped, standing up and twisting the man's ear. He Sheng, are you itching for trouble? How dare you hide money? I'll teach you a lesson. Stop arguing. We'll talk at home, the man shouted, pushing her hand away. Lin Xuyen pointed at the money. It's not a small amount, 100 yuan. What about this sister-in-law? The thin woman reluctantly took out 50 yuan and handed it to Lin Xuyen. I didn't bring much money, it's all I have. Look at your granddaughter-in-law. She must have lost her mind. It's just to ask Hezhong something. Why all this fuss about money among family? The elderly woman scoffed at her. Ask something? How much have you benefited from Manhwa? You can't even give a proper red envelope for the child. Downstairs, there was a commotion as Hezhong came out of his study. What's going on? As soon as Sheng saw Hezhong, he rushed to speak. Lin Xuyen quickly ran to Hezhong's side, frowning and saying, Hezhong, one of them wants my jade bracelet, and the other wants a gold bracelet. Hezhong shot a cold glance at everyone, making them uneasy. In the past, Sheng wouldn't have dared to say a word to Hezhong. Even when they occasionally met at the He family gatherings, he would eat quickly and leave. He always felt that this cousin was even more intimidating than Manhwa. Just a look from him felt like a threat. You want bracelets? When did you two get the courage to ask for my mother's family heirloom? His voice was stern, commanding respect without anger, and just his presence made others hesitant to provoke him. Sheng trembled, his legs weak, and the two women dared not speak. Sheng forced a smile and said, Come on, it's just a joke. Hezhong sneered, Then I'll joke with the construction bureau and say your nonsensical report is just waste paper.
Don't he?
Hezhong, I spent several sleepless nights writing that report. Hezhong replied, I wasn't wrong, it's not a joke. Your report is indeed waste paper. Just wait, it will be rejected in no time.
Ah.
The thin woman gleefully leaned in. Captain He, isn't your little nephew of age now? I heard that District 18 will be selecting personnel next year. So? You're the captain of District 18, right? The woman met his gaze, but couldn't say another word. Just go back. Don't come here often. The He family has never wronged you, but I remember everyone who has wronged the He family. The three of them wanted to say something more. Hezhong stepped forward. Aren't you leaving? They quickly fled. We're leaving, Auntie. We'll come back another day. Grandma spat. Don't come back. Stop bothering me. Once they left, Lin Xuyen covered her mouth and laughed. Hezhong turned to her. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because you are more effective than anything else. I was worried about how to deal with them, but you scared them off with just a few words. Hezhong frowned. Am I really that scary?
No.
They just don't know you're a paper tiger, Lin Xuyen said, holding his hand. In front of others, Hezhong was a real tiger, but with her, he was just a paper tiger. The man felt his image was challenged. Come here. I have something to say to you. After saying that, he pulled her upstairs. Thinking about last night, Lin Xuyen felt a bit sore. She looked at Grandma for help. Grandma, save me. The old lady looked around. Oh, I'm tired. Time for a nap. Xiaoshu wanted to help, but was glared at by his uncle and buried his head in eating oranges. Lin Xuyen was dragged to the study, where the man held her on his lap and wouldn't let her go until her lips were swollen. Xiaoyu carried a lunchbox all the way to the police station. This is such a hassle having to work during the new year. She was familiar with the place and greeted the staff, quickly finding Captain Fu's office. The office was empty, so she left the lunch and asked someone else, who said Captain Fu was in the interrogation room. Xiaoyu turned and headed to the interrogation room. Peering through the small window in the door, she saw an unexpected person. Su Jingxi? What was she doing here? Fu Yang and the recorder were sitting there, while Su Jingxi was tearfully wiping her eyes and saying something. Feeling a gaze, Fu Yang turned around and saw Xiaoyu at the window, looking furious. What did this girl get upset about? Fu Yang tilted his head and said, then stepped out, closing the door behind him. What are you doing here? Why is Su Jingxi here? Xiaoyu glared at him. Fu Yang looked at her. She was robbed on the street and came to file a report. Do you know her? No way. Let someone else handle her. She's a bad woman. Fuyong looked at her seriously. Since when did you start giving orders at the police station? It's the first day of the new year. Go back and don't disturb everyone's work.
You.
Hiseoyu was so angry that her forehead felt hot. She came to bring food out of kindness, and he treated her like this. She might as well starve. She stomped her foot. You're driving me crazy. I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she angrily ran out of the police station. Fuyong frowned, watching her leave, then waved for his subordinate to come over. What's up, Team Leader Fu? You go inside and handle this case. The subordinate nodded, got it. Fuyong walked back to his office. The new year quickly passed, and on the fourth day, the shops on the street reopened for business. Neighbors greeted each other in the lively streets and alleys. A jeep drove out of Siyuan and stopped on the street opposite the traditional Chinese medicine shop. Hui Chun Tang. Hezhong held a paper-wrapped pill in his hand, his expression serious. The bottom of the porcelain bottle had the Hui Chun Tang imprint. After about 10 minutes, Hezhong came out of the pharmacy. The young apprentice inside was cutting herbs and asked, Master, is that medicine for the woman who bought ginseng last time? One Juqing sighed. This was a new formula. Nowadays, most people preferred to get their medicine from the hospital, especially for something not commonly bought. Since the new formula was created, only Miss Lin had come to buy it. He shouldn't have shared her personal information, but she had shown a military ID, so he had to explain. However, looking at her expression, it didn't seem like it was for official business. The snow had stopped, and the snow piled up half a foot deep. There were hardly any people on the road. Under the bare sycamore tree stood a tall man, his long-term training and self-control making him stand straight like a pine tree at all times. He furrowed his brow, silently pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and putting it in his mouth. He rarely smoked, but he needed it now to distract himself. The smell of tobacco temporarily suppressed his swirling emotions. Hezhong let out a cold laugh, tinged with self-mockery. On New Year's Eve, she said she didn't want to, thinking it was just talk, but it turned out she had planned it all along. Hezhong looked down the long street to Sioux Garden. At this time, she should be awake, downstairs preparing breakfast, drawing and writing with Xiao Shu and Fu Bao at the coffee table. Everything seemed normal, yet everything had changed. As the smoke dispersed, he extinguished his cigarette and drove away. You're quite eager today, inviting me to dinner early in the morning. Finally, it's your turn to ask me out. Yang Xiaoshan said while changing his SS, looking at the statue of a Buddha standing outside the door. Well, it seems he won't be waiting for Hezhuang to invite him to dinner for another 100 years. Just us? Should we invite Fu Yang and the others? Whatever. Hezhuang replied in a low voice, radiating coldness. Yang Xiaoshan could see that Hezhuang was handling the family's troubles with calmness and composure. Today, however, with his brows tightly knit, he looked unapproachable. This tough man could only be worried about his delicate little wife at home. Yang Xiaoshan was actually pleased to see Hezhuang like this. It showed he had gained a bit more popularity than before. Feeling he couldn't handle the situation alone, he called Fu Yang and the others. When they arrived at Yunqing Cottage, they sought some peace and quiet. As evening approached, Lin Shuyan finished preparing dinner. Xiao Shu, help your aunt bring the dishes out. Okay, aunt. He ran into the kitchen, skillfully brought the dishes to the table, and then returned to grab a plate of braised pork. Is uncle back yet? Xiao Shu shook his head, not yet. He said he would be out for a bit, but it's been all day. Lin Shuyan wondered while serving rice. Even after finishing dinner, he still hadn't returned, so she thought he must be eating out. Aunt, I'll wash the dishes. Xiao Shu moved a small stool from behind the stove to the sink, rolled up his sleeves, and stood on it to wash. He wasn't tall enough yet, but by next year, he definitely wouldn't need the stool anymore. Lin Shuyan patted his head. You've worked hard, Xiao Shu. It's not hard, aunt. I can help you with many things. Seeing the child's innocent expression, Lin Shuyan felt a sense of pride and accomplishment, knowing he would grow up to be a good person. After reminding Xiao Shu to be careful, she returned to the living room to draw with little Fu Bao. Around 8 o'clock, Grandma went to bed, but He Zhuang still hadn't returned. Just as Lin Shuyan was about to take the two children upstairs, the phone in the living room rang. Xiao Shu, take your sister to bed. Okay. She answered the phone, and it was Yang Xiaoshan's voice. Hello, is this sister-in-law? It's Xiaoshan. It's me, what's wrong? Is He Zhang with you? Yang Xiaoshan called, and Lin Shuyan instinctively thought it was about He Zhang. Yang Xiaoshan was also frustrated. They had lunch together, and after eating, he wouldn't let anyone leave. They had dinner again that night. Fuyang had gone back to work, leaving only him and Lu Jingxi to keep company. As a result, the big leader kept drinking alone and ended up getting drunk. Having known him for so long, it was the first time Lin Shuyan saw He Zhang drunk, and it was even more alarming than when he was sober. Anyone who got too close would be in trouble. He had almost harmed Lu Jingxi, who was still nursing his sore neck and arms. The restaurant was about to close. Although they wouldn't be kicked out, staying there all night wasn't ideal. After thinking it over, Lin Shuyan figured only she could take him home. Sister-in-law, I need to trouble you to come over. Otherwise, we might end up in a mess with He Zhang. Lin Shuyan frowned. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there. She hung up, went upstairs to grab her coat, and took a scarf, feeling a mix of anxiety and concern. He Zhang usually knew his limits with alcohol. He shouldn't get drunk. Had something happened since he hadn't come home all day? She peeked into the next room and saw that Fu Bao was already asleep, while Xiao Shu was still awake. Xiao Shu, Auntie is going out to pick up Uncle. You be a good boy and go back to sleep. Xiao Shu sat up worriedly. I'll go with you, Auntie. No need. Stay with your sister. If anything happens, go find Grandma. Auntie will be back soon. Seeing the child lie back down obediently, Lin Shuyan hurriedly left. As she opened the door, a cold wind rushed in. Lin Shuyan shivered, but was glad she had her scarf. There was snow outside, and riding a bike would be freezing. She tightened her coat and walked quickly. At the entrance, the security guard was still there. Seeing her out so late, he greeted her. There's a rickshaw at the state-run hotel. You're lucky to find one at this hour. Miss Lin, please be careful. Okay. Lin Shuyan nodded slightly and quickened her pace. The streetlights in Wudong Alley were dim, with only one light visible from a distance. Lin Shuyan had never been out this late before, so it was impossible not to feel scared. She covered half her face with her scarf, keeping one hand in her pocket, gripping a small knife. She walked to the state-run hotel, and because of her nerves and worry, she was out of breath but didn't feel too cold. After turning a corner, she indeed saw a few rickshaws in front of the hotel. She waved one down and headed toward Yunqing Cottage. Upon arrival, Lin Shuyan paid the rickshaw driver. The surroundings were dark, with only the lantern in front of Yunqing Cottage lit, and there was still some activity in the courtyard. She followed the path inside and was taken to a private room by the boss lady. The boss lady knew who was in the room, so she didn't say much and welcomed her with a smile. As she got closer, she heard a voice inside. It was Yang Xiaoshan speaking. Hey, brother, you're my big brother. Let go of my hand. It's going to break. He had just reached for He Zhang's drink, and his hand was twisted behind his back. Lu Jingxi was anxious on the side, but with his glasses and gentle appearance, he was no match for He Zhang. Approaching would only lead to trouble. He Zhang sat straight in his chair, drinking from his glass. If it weren't for his bullying actions, no one would think he was drunk. Lin Shuyan rushed in. He Zhang, why are you drinking like this? At the sound of her name, the people sitting froze for a moment. Lin Shuyan walked to his side and reached for his drink. Yang Xiaoshan jumped in surprise. Be careful, sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, the person who had just been unrecognizable let her take the drink from his hand without resistance. Yang Xiaoshan. Seeing his state, Lin Shuyan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Why did he drink so much? She grabbed He Zhang's hand and leaned closer. You need to loosen your grip. Xiaoshan's hand is almost broken. He Zhang's mind was hazy. He instinctively wanted to control everyone around him, but he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. The familiar scent filled his nose. It was Yen Yen. He released his grip, and Lin Shuyan placed her small hand on his forehead, worriedly checking him and smoothing his slightly messy hair. How did you end up like this? Her words were not accusatory, but filled with concern and care. Hezong had always seemed invincible in her eyes, but now his state made Lin Shuyan feel heartbroken. Sister-in-law, we don't know why either. We were called over at noon, and we just kept drinking until now. No one could convince us to stop. Yang Xiaoshan rubbed his arm, initially thinking they had argued, but seeing Lin Shuyan's expression, he realized she seemed unaware of anything. Okay, Lin Shuyan nodded and said gently, please help me get his jacket. Lu Jingxi handed over the jacket, and Lin Shuyan helped Hezong put it on, buttoning it up. He let her adjust him, without any resistance. Xiaoshan, could you please help us get home? It's fine. I'll support you, Yang Xiaoshan said nervously as he stepped forward. Brother He, please don't hit me. With Lin Shuyan there, Hejing's focus was entirely on his wife, and he ignored Yang Xiaoshan completely. He was tall with long legs, and luckily, even when drunk, he could still walk with some help. Lu Jingxi led the way as they helped him out the door. Once they got him to the car, Yang Xiaoshan told Lu Jingxi to head back first and drove Hezong home. Be careful on the road. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Goodbye. Thank you for your help. After a quick farewell, the car headed back to Sioux Garden. Inside the car, the man finally relaxed, leaning against Lin Shuyan. She gently touched his face, smelling the strong scent of alcohol, and murmured, You shouldn't drink so much. Hearing her voice, the man turned his head, resting his forehead against hers, his deep eyes hidden in the dark, soft and affectionate. Yen Yen. His voice made Lin Shuyan's heart soften immediately. What's wrong? I can't scold you? You're usually so careful. How did you get drunk today? He shook his head, cupping her face with both hands, not really listening to her words. Instead, he softly kissed her lips, tender and cherished. Yang Xiaoshan in front was about to say something but caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and quickly fell silent. Noticing his mood, Lin Shuyan asked worriedly, Hezong, what's wrong? If you're unhappy, just tell me. Being drunk is so uncomfortable. Lin Shuyan let him kiss her, speaking softly, but the drunk man couldn't respond. Don't go. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to be with you. Okay, good. Lin Shuyan stroked his face, feeling a sudden pang in her heart. The car quickly returned to Sioux Garden. Lin Shuyan helped him out, saying, Xiaoshan, you can drive back. I'll have Hezong come to pick up the car tomorrow. Late at night, with snow beginning to fall, Yang Xiaoshan didn't argue and drove away. To avoid waking her grandmother, Lin Shuyan carefully helped him back to the room. She leaned him against the headboard, almost falling onto him as the man frowned and closed his eyes. Remembering to get a towel to wipe him down, she hadn't even moved when he grabbed her wrist. Where are you going? He opened his eyes, looking at her in confusion. Lin Shuyan bent down, helping him take off his jacket and unbuttoning 2 buttons of his shirt. I'm just going to get a towel to wipe you down. You smell like alcohol, and it will feel better. Okay, Hezong replied, but his grip didn't loosen. It seemed he didn't really understand, his fingers gripping her sleeve tightly. Lin Shuyan felt helpless. He was usually so calm, but drunk he was confused. All right, let go of my hand. I'll be right back, she said in a soothing tone, leaning down to give him a quick kiss. Hezong released his grip. Lin Shuyan quickly walked into the bathroom and brought out a basin of warm water. She carefully wiped his face with a towel while asking, So, why did you go drinking? The man, the leader of District 18, was tight-lipped and wouldn't say anything, keeping his lips pressed together. His deep gaze was fixed on her, and he remained silent. Looking into his eyes, Lin Shuyan felt strangely as if Hezong was examining her. After wiping him down, she changed into her pajamas. Luckily, he was in a good mood even when drunk and cooperated, so she got into bed by herself. Lin Shuyan poured out the water, tidied up, and climbed into bed. The room was chilly since she hadn't had time to light a fire. After helping him, she felt warm, but lying down was a bit cold. She snuggled closer to him, The man who had been drinking felt warmer than usual. Hezhuang lightly closed his eyes, and after being wiped down, his mind cleared a little. But he still didn't know how to face her. Unaware, she gently touched his nose and then his cheek, thinking she was still a bit tipsy, leaning in to cuddle. Her soft hair brushed against his neck as Lin Shuyan softly chattered, "I'm telling you, don't drink like that again next time. You almost hurt their hands. How could you get so drunk?" She continued talking and affectionately kissed his chin, hugging him like a clingy child. He Zhuang's temples throbbed, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite express. In his 28 years, he had never felt such confusion and conflict. "Forget it, I won't scold you anymore. Being serious all the time is boring. It's nice to relax with a drink sometimes. But I was so cold waiting for you today. I walked a long way, you annoying guy." Lin Shuyan looked up, playfully bit his chin, then snuggled into his arms, satisfied and ready to sleep. He Zhuang clenched his jaw and pulled her into his embrace. A flurry of kisses fell upon her. The next morning, Lin Shuyan woke up to find he was gone. She rubbed her waist, wondering who said men couldn't perform when drunk? What a lie. However, He Zhuang had left directly for the capital. "I know you're eager, but please wait a moment, haha. Everything needs a little build-up, right? Then I'll clarify and get to the main point." Running away. The call came back in the afternoon. It was Xiao Ding, sounding anxious. "Sister-in-law, the captain went after the fugitive. I'm providing support, and it's urgent. He asked me to let you know." Lin Shuyan's heart tightened. "A fugitive? When will he be back? If we catch him, we'll bring him directly back to District 18 for questioning." "I'm not sure when that will be." Thinking of the captain rushing to the vehicle, he quickly shared what he knew. "The captain told you not to worry.
I have to leave now."
Lin Shuyan didn't want to delay. "Okay, please be safe, and tell Hezhuang to be careful too."
Yes.
After that, the call ended abruptly. Lin Shuyan stood there for a moment. Every time Hezhuang left, she always knew in advance. This was the first time he left so suddenly. "Yan, what's wrong?" Her grandmother came out of the room and asked. "Hezhuang has a mission and will go straight back to the military district when it's over." Seeing her worried expression, her grandmother understood. "Oh, dear, that's how it is. It's been like this since his grandfather's time. Remember that time when a mission came up and he left in a hurry?" Her grandmother walked over and pulled her toward the sofa. "We can't do much. We can only support them from behind and trust them."
I know, Grandma.
Lin Shuyan sighed. "Some habits are hard to change. Once she finishes her studies, she will pack her things and go to District 18. That way, at least when there are no missions, she can see Hezhuang every day. Hezhuang is capable, even better than his father. There's no need to worry." Lin Shuyan talked with her grandmother for a while, sharing stories about her grandfather and Hezhuang's father. Gradually, she felt more at ease. On the mountain road, a jeep led the way, followed by a military pickup truck. Who sat in the passenger seat? "Captain, why do you think Yao Zhenxing suddenly escaped? Did he discover something?" Hezhuang replied in a low voice, "It's good that he escaped. It means he will slip up and we can catch him." They were investigating Yao Zhenxing's case, initially just a routine check due to Yao Ling's involvement, but they were surprised by what they found as they dug deeper. Yao Zhenxing had done many shady things in the capital. Not only was there corruption in road and bridge construction, but he had also tampered with veteran benefits. Yan had mentioned her grandfather's situation, which was connected to this. The snow began to fall again, making the mountain road muddy. Along the cliff's edge, a small mistake could send both people and vehicles tumbling down. However, this kind of mission was something District 18 had handled countless times. Time flew by, and several days passed. The school year is starting, and after Lin Shuyan helped Xiao Shu with his registration, she went to Jingyi Middle School to check in herself. Teacher Liu was very happy to see her and directly complimented her on looking much prettier, insisting on chatting for a while. In the last final exam, her English still ranked at the top. After registering at school, classes would not start for 3 days, so Lin Shuyan returned home first. When she got home, there were guests visiting, and they were chatting with her grandmother by the fireplace. Her grandmother was all smiles, holding her hand. "I thought you came to see me, but it turns out you came to see Yen. Grandma, that's not true. Of course, I came to see you too. I got delayed on the way, and when I arrived, I ran into Grandma and the others, so I came home first." All right. Hearing her name, Lin Shuyan walked in. "Grandma, I'm back." Her gaze fell on a woman nearby, around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a white shirt, a plaid skirt, and a stylish blazer. She looked very fashionable yet professional, clearly a strong woman. Lin Shuyan rarely saw women like her. "This is..." The woman stood up and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Hien." She spoke confidently, and Lin Shuyan stepped forward to shake her hand. "Lin Shuyan." Hien smiled and got straight to the point. "I know. I'm here to find you. Last time, Grandma took a bottle of Shuyan cream, and I found out it was made by you. So she came for the Shuyan cream?" Grandma stood up and headed to the kitchen. "You young people chat. I'll go make some tea." Lin Shuyan agreed, took off her outerwear, and sat down by the fireplace. "So, Miss He, you came to see me for the Shuyan cream?" "Yes. To be honest, I was very surprised when a friend helped me buy the Shuyan cream, because its effects were amazing." Hyeon's eyes sparkled, and her voice was filled with excitement. "Later, when the girls' school was on break, I didn't know it was Suyu selling it, and I had no idea you were the one making it. This time it was a twist of fate, thanks to Grandma." Lin Shuyan understood. "So you came today too?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. We have a small workshop focused on beauty products, and if you're willing, we hope Shuyan cream can be our first product." Hien rubbed her hands together, directly asking for the formula, which was quite bold, but she preferred to be straightforward. "Today, all daily chemical companies are state-owned, but there aren't any particularly outstanding products. Given my background, I have some understanding of future development trends." Hien said a lot, mainly wanting to create a strong state-owned daily chemical brand before foreign brands enter the capital, and she believes that Shuyan cream is her best product. Lin Shuyan also plans to open a small factory to make skincare products using spring water and snow lotus, which aligns with Hien's ideas. Now that Hien has extended an olive branch, it could save her some trouble. Hien is backed by the Li family, and Lin Shuyan knows that Grandma Li's son is Commissioner Li, making the Li family a strong supporter. But she didn't agree right away. "Okay, let me think for a few days. The ingredients of Shuyan cream are a bit complex, and most importantly, I need a trustworthy team. Take your time to think it over. I'll come back in a few days," Hien said before leaving. Grandma secretly made some milk tea in the kitchen. Lin Shuyan asked about Hien and received very positive feedback. After waiting a week, Lin Shuyan didn't receive a call from Hezhong. She couldn't help but worry, thinking he might have returned to District 18, so she called him. Hezhong answered, but he had just put down his things and was heading to the interrogation room. After a week of non-stop work, they almost crossed the provincial border before bringing back Yao Jinqing. They were so busy that they barely had time to eat, and in this era, phones were still a rarity. However, he knew that the urgency of the task had become an excuse for avoiding contact. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hezhong had just entered the office, answering the call while grabbing documents from the table. They needed to conduct the interrogation overnight to avoid any complications. "Hello."
Hezhong.
Hearing his voice, Lin Shuyan felt relieved and excited. "You're back."
"Yeah."
"Did you complete the task? When did you come back? Are you hurt?" She fired off a series of questions, holding the phone tightly, filled with concern. After not hearing the girl's voice for a long time, Hezhong thought she must be going crazy, but at that moment, he felt a chill. Outside, Xiaoding stood at the door, pointing to his wrist, reminding him it was time to start the interrogation. "I'm fine, Yen. I'm busy, so I can't talk now." "You." The call was already disconnected. Lin Shuyan stared blankly, finishing her half-sentence. "Call me back when you're done." Why is he so busy? Did he just get back today, or has he been back for a while? She bit her lip, feeling heavy-hearted. It was a bit upsetting. Starting tomorrow, updates will be in the evening, around 9 or 10 o'clock. Just adjusting the schedule. Hugs. The interrogation was over. Hee-jong looked at the notes and checked his watch. It was 2 in the morning. Yen should be asleep. He returned to the office, still busy. For several days, everyone in District 18, Team 13, was busy with tasks. As the team leader, Hee-jong was especially swamped. He could only make a call home occasionally, and his words lacked the joy they used to have. Lin Shuyan noticed this change. At first, she thought he was just too busy, but gradually she realized he had something on his mind. Unlike before, when she would talk and joke around, he no longer laughed. She suddenly remembered their first kiss. The next day, the older man acted as if nothing had happened. Just as she was feeling down, Tang Meng arrived. Yen, are you home? Lin Shuyan was resting her head on the warming table and didn't look up. Yes, my relatives just left. Finally have some time to myself. Tang Meng sat down next to her. What are you talking about? She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them, noticing Lin Shuyan's lack of energy. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Her voice was sweet and drawn out, making it sound friendly. Yes. If anyone could talk comfortably with Lin Shuyan, it was Tang Meng. He Xiaoyu was the same age, but had a much younger mindset. The others, like her older sister and mother or grandmother, had some generational gaps. But with Tang Meng, they were the same age and both married to absent military officers, so they connected well. Hey, do you have something else bothering you? Your family cares for you, and team leader he cares for you even more. You don't have to deal with all those relatives during the new year. Tang Meng cracked seeds and exaggeratedly complained. You have no idea how many relatives I had to deal with these past few days. My face is sore from smiling. The man went back to the military base, and my mother-in-law took me along. I had to be both presentable and polite. It was exhausting. She kept talking, but Lin Shuyan remained quiet. Tang Meng leaned closer, resting her head next to Lin Shuyan's, facing her. Come on, tell me, are you missing team leader he? Lin Shuyan sighed, suddenly sitting up and startling Tang Meng. I was just thinking, what have I done wrong? Why is Hee-jong so cold? Has he changed his mind?
Huh.
Team leader he? Cold?
To you?
Tang Meng sat up straight and looked Lin Shuyan up and down. She thought to herself that she had a soft waist, a big chest, and was pretty, but she was different from Lin Shuyan. Lin Shuyan's beauty was subtle and graceful. She didn't need much makeup. Just her presence would draw everyone's attention. Tang Meng had seen many times how Captain he looked at his wife, his eyes fixed on her like a dog staring at a meat bun. Tang Meng felt like she was speaking ironically. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Really? Why would I lie to you? Lin Shuyan rested her chin on her hand and started talking. The two chatted for a while, and Tang Meng understood the gist of it. Lin Shuyan said with frustration, That's how it is. In the past, he would say sweet things on the phone and comfort me, but lately, he's been like a closed-off person. Tang Meng thought of her own partner, who was even more reserved, barely saying 10 words on a call, as if he thought making a phone call was like sending a telegram, charging by the word. Oh, Captain, he can actually comfort someone. That's not the point. Lin Shuyan tapped her on the head, looking at her with clear eyes. Tang Meng quickly offered her advice. I have experience. He must be upset about something and is sulking. Upset. Lin Shuyan said angrily. What's so hard to say clearly? Sulking is not acceptable. Haha, then you should ask Captain He. I will. Next time I call, I'll make sure to get to the bottom of it. Tang Meng chatted with her for a bit longer before heading home. Lin Shuyan went upstairs, and Fu Bao was still napping. Regarding Shui and Shuang, Hien had come by a few more times. Lin Shuyan planned to check the space. She hadn't entered the space for a long time, and when she stepped in, she suddenly noticed that it seemed a bit different. The air was filled with white mist, and the light from snow lotus flowers and wild ginseng sparkled within the fog, more vibrant than usual. As soon as she entered, she felt invigorated and completely relaxed. She looked at the storage compartments. There was originally only one, but now it had turned into 3. So, it could hold 3 types of items? It seemed that way. The space felt upgraded, as if it had been refreshed. Lin Shuyan focused her thoughts and discovered that the golden and red lights could float according to her will. She suddenly remembered when she took the snow lotus flower out of the space, it turned into golden light and merged into Shui Yan Shuang. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyan quickly went to the cabinet and took out 2 empty glass jars. She thought about extracting the essence of the snow lotus flower into a glass jar, and the golden light seemed to float out into the air. She heard a rustling sound nearby. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the glass jar contained golden crystals, finer than sand. She was stunned and lifted the small jar to her nose. The fragrance of the snow lotus flower filled the air. So, this means she had materialized the essence of the snow lotus flower without having to pick the petals? She tried the same method with wild ginseng, and a light red glow filled another glass jar, resembling fine pink salt. Lin Shuyan quickly returned to her space, where the floating white mist had caused both the golden and red lights to disappear. She planned to check again next time. If the essence could regenerate, she could keep collecting it, and it would be enough. Moreover, the crystallized essence would be easier to explain. Thinking of this, she looked at the spirit spring, which flowed as usual, bubbling without any light. But the white mist was rising from the spirit spring. Lin Shuyan tried to extract the white mist, but was unsuccessful. She looked at the spirit spring water. Compared to the wild ginseng and snow lotus flower, the spirit spring water was endless. A thought crossed her mind. She had only considered taking water before, but what if she tried to extract the essence from the water? Deciding to give it a try, Lin Shuyan focused intently. Just like before, a small stream of water flew up from the surface. She attempted to refine it, but there was no change. Then she thought, like seawater, when water evaporates or dries, it leaves behind salt. As she pondered this, a familiar sound landed on the table. When she opened her eyes, there was already a small pile of white crystals on the table, looking very much like salt. Lin Shuyan dipped her fingertip into it and brought it to her lips. Colorless and tasteless. But just like the spirit spring water, as soon as it touched her mouth, it brought a refreshing feeling. The snow lotus flower and wild ginseng had their own plant fragrances, so it made sense that the spirit spring water had no taste. Looking at the 3 types of crystals, Lin Shuyan felt very happy. This way, not only would the spirit spring water be easy to store, but the 2 plants wouldn't be consumed too quickly. In a good mood, she remembered there were still 2 empty spaces. Why not go to the rejuvenation hall and see if she could find any more plants? Although the chances were slim, Lin Shuyan decided to take a chance. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyan couldn't wait any longer. She went downstairs to tell her grandmother and headed to the rejuvenation hall. The weather had cleared up for a few days, and the snow had melted, but the wind was still cold. When she arrived at the rejuvenation hall, her face felt frozen from the cold wind. She rubbed her face and walked inside.
Dr. 1.
Miss Lin, what brings you here today? Are you feeling unwell? Wen Juqing asked with concern upon seeing her. No, I just wanted to see if there are any new herbs that have arrived recently. Not much has come in these days. It's too cold. We did receive some yesterday. Would you like to take a look? Sure. Lin Shuyan followed Dr. Wen to the small courtyard at the back. The courtyard was filled with the scent of herbs, and the plants were laid out on bamboo trays. She looked closely for a while, but didn't see anything glowing. Although a bit disappointed, she realized that finding spiritual plants wouldn't be easy. Lin Shuyan thought it might be better to purchase some herbs. Traditional Chinese medicine has many uses, and they wouldn't spoil if stored properly. This could also help her find spiritual plants. Dr. Wen, can you help me buy some herbs? What kind of herbs do you need, Miss Lin, and for what purpose? Let's start with some rare and valuable herbs, like the wild ginseng from last time. I'm very interested in traditional Chinese medicine, and I want to gather some for future needs. I can also help those in need later. She didn't have much cash on hand, so she wanted to buy a little to understand the market price. Additionally, rare herbs would likely have a higher chance of being spiritual plants. Lin Shuyan said, if possible, I can give you the money now, and you can have Dodo deliver whatever you find to Su Garden for me. It would be best if they are freshly picked and don't need to be dried. Although this request was a bit unusual, Dr. Wen didn't ask further. All right, I'll see what I can find for you. Lin Shuyan counted out 1,000 yuan from her purse to give him. Half of this money was from a recent encounter with a troublesome relative, so she didn't mind spending it. 10% of this is your fee. The rest is for buying herbs. After discussing a few more details, Lin Shuyan prepared to leave. Dr. Wen called out to her, by the way, the medicine you bought last time, an officer came by asking about it. He showed his military ID. After the formula was changed, only you bought a portion, so I wondered if it was you. He didn't finish his sentence, and Lin Shuyan was taken aback. An officer? Tall and handsome? Dr. Wen. Yes, quite tall and handsome. The ID mentioned something about District 18. Lin Shuyan. It seemed she suddenly understood what was going on. She thanked Dr. Wen and left. As she walked, Lin Shuyan thought about how someone was concerned about her child. It's not like she couldn't have one. She stomped her feet in frustration, but then realized there was something off about it. He wouldn't pressure her like this. If he were someone who cared about outdated ideas of this era, they wouldn't have come to this point. Lin Shuyan knew very well that she trusted Hezhong. But why didn't Hezhong say that he didn't believe in himself? Thinking of this made Lin Shuyan even angrier. She wished she could rush home right now and call to confront him. She walked back, muttering angrily, "Stupid man. What's so hard to say?" After a couple of complaints, her eyes turned red again. Did he feel so bad thinking about how he looked when he was drunk that day? District 18. Hezhong had been working nonstop for several days, and he had almost finished investigating Yao Zhenqing's case. The report was submitted, just waiting for the punishment to come down. The night was deep. A cold wind blew through the schoolyard, rustling the trees. Hezhong returned to the office, leaning back in his chair and letting out a heavy sigh. His military uniform buttons were fastened neatly to the top, and half of his face was in shadow, his features deep and serious. He raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a chill between his brows. He remained silent for a long time until the clock struck 8. His hands, hanging by his side, felt slightly stiff. Hezhong lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on the phone on the desk. It was time to call Yan Yan. His low mood had made him less enthusiastic on the phone lately, and hearing her disappointed voice occasionally made him feel uneasy. Yan Yan must be upset. He knew he was caught in self-doubt. He didn't necessarily want a child, but this matter combined with her hidden identity weighed heavily on him. He couldn't help but think about it. The veins on the back of his hand were tense as he clenched his fist, his knuckles turning pale. He needed to clarify things no matter what. He would ask everything clearly. Hezhong picked up the phone, and once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate. When the phone rang, Lin Shuyan was curled up on the sofa, lost in thought. She had taken off her SS and covered her legs with a thin blanket. The room was warm with the stove. Hearing the ringing, she quickly ran to the phone. "Hello," the man's voice was calm, just like usual. Lin Shuyan felt inexplicably wronged and remained silent for a while. The voice on the other end called out again, "Yan Yan." Noticing her emotions, Hezhong almost forgot what he wanted to say. "I have something to tell you. I want to ask you." They both spoke at the same time and then paused. After a moment, Hezhong said, "You go first." Lin Shuyan bit her lip, her eyes getting warm. "You haven't talked to me properly these past few days. Why?" When she asked this, Hezhong's first reaction was guilt, wondering why he hadn't spent time talking to her properly. He said gently, "That's what I wanted to talk about today. You went to the rejuvenation hall, right?" Lin Shuyan interrupted him, saying, "So you are blaming me and are angry with me." Tears filled her eyes, making her vision a bit blurry. "I'm sorry, I'm not blaming you," Hezhong sighed. "There are other reasons." Lin Shuyan asked, "What reasons?" The issue of identity was sensitive. Hezhong trusted her, but that didn't mean the military would overlook it. The operator was still listening. Hezhong glanced at the time, his brow furrowed. "You should go back to your room and sleep. I will tell you later." "What?" Lin Shuyan didn't have time to react before the call ended. In the office, Hezhong picked up his keys and hurried to his car. 10 minutes later, the Jeep left Area 18 and drove up the mountain road. At 8:30, he hoped to reach home before midnight, finish what he needed to say, and then return to the military base. He couldn't discuss this over the phone. He needed to ask her in person. The night was silent, and the mountain road was completely dark. The shadows of the trees were still in the darkness, and the wind was chaotic, like a lurking monster. He gazed ahead, unsure of what the answer would be regarding everything Yan Yan was hiding and who she really was. He said abruptly, "I will tell you later." Lin Shuyan didn't understand what he meant. Could he really come back now? With so much on her mind, Lin Shuyan found it hard to sleep. She went upstairs to check on the children first. Fubao was nestled in a pink blanket, sleeping with a floral rabbit, his little face round and rosy. Little Shu was sprawled across the bed, sleeping in a twisted position. If he sleeps like this, what will happen when he has a wife in the future? He can't just push her off the bed, right? Thinking of this made Lin Shuyan laugh. She bent down to cover him with the blanket. Grandma was out at the noodle shop, busy and happy with her work. Lin Shuyan just reminded Mama Chen and her sister to keep an eye on things and let Grandma go. After taking a bath, Lin Shuyan crawled into bed and took a few glass jars to fill with the essence of the spring water. She had tried it at dinner. The essence was no different from the spring water. Adding a little while cooking had the same effect. Filling a few bottles to send to the noodle shop was more convenient than using spring water, and one bottle could last for months. By the time she filled several jars, 2 hours had passed. With her mind so focused, she felt tired. Lin Shuyan put the jars away and fell asleep on her stomach. As the car entered the city and drove through the long street, there were still some people awake. Hearing the car, they poked their heads out and grumbled, driving so fast in the middle of the night. At 11:50, the car stopped in front of Su Garden. Hezhong sat for a few minutes, his face serious as he opened the car door. Click. The door opened, and he stepped up to the second floor. The bedroom door was not fully closed, letting out a warm yellow light. He quietly pushed the door open and saw a girl sleeping under the covers. Her hand hung outside the blanket, and she curled up slightly at the edge of the bed. If it weren't for the fire pit in the room, she would have been cold. Hezhong took off his chilly outer coat and walked to the bedside. His eyes were slightly red, and stubble had grown on his chin from several days of work, but his face showed no signs of weariness. They had been apart for over half a month. He had chased after Yao Zhenxing for 10 days, and the interrogation had lasted another 6 or 7 days. This return felt different from before. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. In the end, there was only one. No matter what Yan Yan was, even if she were some mystical creature from the mountains, he accepted it. After all, she was his wife. The thought made him chuckle. It felt outdated and superstitious. As a captain from the 18th district, he was leading the way in defiance. He had to leave by 4 o'clock, so he couldn't stay long. Despite his reluctance, he had to wake her up.
Yan Yan.
Hearing his voice, the girl frowned and waved her hand in dissatisfaction. He reached up to tuck her stray hair behind her ear and called her name again. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and Lin Shuyan woke up. When she saw the person sitting by the bed, her beautiful almond eyes lit up, and she reached out to hug him. "Why are you back?" She hugged him tighter, completely forgetting her earlier intention to be upset with him. Her soft, pale arms wrapped around his neck as she snuggled into his embrace. Hezhong felt his emotional defenses nearly crumble, but he steeled himself and gently pulled her hands away, looking deeply into her eyes. Seeing the redness in his eyes and the stubble on his chin, Lin Shuyan remembered why he had come back. Suppressing her concern, she pouted. "Tell me, why did you come back in the middle of the night to interrogate me?" Her words carried a hint of annoyance, but thinking about Hezhong's attitude lately and his investigation into her, she felt a tightness in her chest. "You're investigating me? What about the medicine?" "I just don't want to have kids." "Is that how you treat me for not wanting to have kids?" "I'm only 19. I still have exams." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Hezhong furrowed his brows. almost unable to resist pulling her into his arms. But thinking of the more important matters, he forced himself to stay strong. Some things needed to be clarified. Otherwise, they would remain stuck in the heart for a lifetime. I'm not asking you to have a child. His voice was cold as he held her shoulders and turned her to face him. If she truly didn't want to have a child, he wouldn't force her. With little Tree and Fu Bao around, they could just think of it as raising a child. His expression was serious as he squeezed out a few words. I want to know who you are. You're Lin Shuyan, but also not. He released her and pulled out a few sheets of paper from his pocket. On your first day at Jingyi High School, you will take English and math tests. Lin Shuyan's eyes widened as she realized he was holding 3 test papers from the office. She looked at the serious man, finally understanding how sharp he was. Seeing her reaction, he continued, then there was your first quiz. You scored 7th, right? No matter how smart someone is, they can't do well on things they've never encountered before.
And,
he sighed, you have too many flaws, Yan Yan. Lin Shuyan stood there, her previously flushed face now pale. So you started investigating me long ago? Do you see me as a monster? A bad person? Or some kind of traitor? She understood a bit about the current environment. A large part of the mission in Area 18 was to eliminate hidden threats and spies. If you doubt me, why did you tear up the divorce papers? Just take me away then. He found it hard to understand the girl's thought process. If he truly didn't trust her, he wouldn't be so conflicted. He wouldn't be thinking about keeping her by his side, even using such a low tactic as having a child. This isn't the main point, Yan Yan. But Lin Shuyan didn't want to listen. This is very important. She bit her lip, her eyes turning red. She couldn't explain why, but she felt both wronged and sad. There were things she dared not say. Who would believe that this world was a story from a book? It seemed absurd, as if she would be seen as superstitious. In this world, she felt isolated and helpless, thinking that Hezhong was her support, but he was also investigating her. She was so heartbroken that she didn't care whether the man treated her well or loved her. She just felt the most wronged in the world, tears streaming down her face. Fine, if you want to know, I'll tell you everything. At worst, he would see her as a monster. But that was better than this situation, where he pretended to care for her while investigating her and even resorted to emotional coldness. The stubborn girl looked at him, gritting her teeth, and after a long pause, said, Your world is just a story written by someone else. I'm not the Lin Shuyan from 1980. I'm the Lin Shuyan from 2024. I don't know why I'm here. I just got sick and died, and when I woke up, I was here. I've been to school, I know English, I know math, and I know a lot of things. If you want to know something, I'll tell you, so you won't have to search everywhere. She babbled on, spilling everything out. It would be better than being taken away by Hezhong for research. Hezhong's mind was buzzing. What 1980? What 2024? A book? He couldn't process it all at once. His face was serious, but his hand instinctively reached to wipe her tears.
what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Lin Shuyan swatted his hand away, her eyes red, not wanting to be touched. I just read a novel about Yao Ling and Meng Xiaoqi. You're just a supporting character who likes Yao Ling and even gives her money. Lin Shuyan is your wife, and she divorced you. Then she was harmed by Yao Ling. She seemed to return to the moment she read the novel, venting her frustrations at him. You still doubt me? You're all fictional, all fake. You're just Yao Ling's helper, giving her money, protecting her, making her life easy, like a star surrounded by admirers. Lin Shuyan, with red eyes like a frightened rabbit, kept her distance from him. Hezhang's face turned pale. What novel? What fake? Helper? Giving money to Yao Ling? He squeezed out a few words, impossible. If what Lin Shuyan said was true, then he was a fictional character.
How could that be?
Hezhong furrowed his brow, barely hearing anything. A hint of panic spread in his chest. He began to regret investigating. Why did he come back? If he hadn't returned, would everything be the same as before? How could he be a character in a novel? This can't be a book. He gripped her wrist tightly. Lin Shuyan frowned. She was also upset, so they could be upset together. I'll tell you, but you won't believe me. 1979, Lin Xuyan recalled and mentioned a few events that would happen in 1979. Some were already showing signs, and some hadn't been announced yet, but because of He Zhang's position, he could know in advance, and everything matched up. He was trying to prove that the other person was hiding something, but now Lin Xuyan had to prove that she came from another time. Their roles had switched, and their feelings were completely turned upside down. Lin Xuyan was feeling reckless. She liked He Zhang and wanted them to be honest with each other, but there were some things she was afraid to say, fearing that everything good they had would disappear. But He Zhang was already close, and there was no way to hide. The He Zhang she had always seen was calm and confident, but now he had his head down, looking defeated, with a deep sadness in his eyes. Lin Xuyan bit her lip, tears hanging on her eyelashes, ready to fall. It hurt this much just once. If they could get through it, they would be fine together. If not, she didn't know what to do. What was she supposed to do? The man gripped the side of the bed, his veins standing out on his hands. His heart felt like it was being scalded, a pain worse than cramping or skinning. It was so unbelievable that he couldn't convince himself right away. So now, what did Lin Xuyan think of him? A fictional character, a lucky charm, a foolish second lead? He cleared his throat, his voice hoarse and strained. Then why is the story different now? Yao Ling is in jail. And you said at first you wanted a divorce, to find a small place and live alone. Why did you stay? Because I'm a lucky charm? Can I make everything go smoothly, like a star being adored? These words were like hurting the enemy while harming himself. He spoke each word with difficulty, as if he were crying blood, nearly breaking his heart. It wasn't just love that was collapsing, it was also decades of unwavering belief and everything he had risked his life to protect. And now everything was just a simple story. It had all turned to ruins. He wasn't even a real person anymore. Lin Xuyan's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. She threw off the covers and jumped out of bed. What was he saying? She was so angry she could burst. She wanted to leave, right now. Find a small place and live on her own. What lucky charm. She wasn't the main character. Lin Xuyan shouted, "Go find your Yao Ling. I'm not her." After saying that, she ran barefoot to the closet, pulling out clothes one by one, bending down to find her small leather suitcase. Tears kept falling. She couldn't see clearly, but she just wanted to leave. If she didn't face him, she wouldn't feel sad or hurt. She could live anywhere. Seeing her grab clothes, He Zhang stepped over, grabbing her wrist and pulling her into his arms. "What are you doing? I don't want to be with you anymore. Let's get a divorce. I'm leaving now."
No.
The man stared at her. If she left, how could he live? Without her, how could he go on? "You think I'm with you for some reason, but that's not true. I don't want to be with you anymore." Her words pierced his heart, leaving wounds that bled. He hugged her tightly. "Don't say divorce. I won't let you go." "Yan, are you trying to hurt me? Are you really trying to hurt me?" His voice trembled, filled with emotion. Lin Xuyan cried. "How can you think that of me? How can you?" Her sobs were broken. "You investigate me. You don't trust me. You come back at midnight to question me, and you have all your reasons." As she cried, He Zhang felt like he deserved to be punished. How could he have pushed her to this point? "Yan, I'm sorry," he whispered, gently kissing her tears. "I'm so scared. I'm afraid you only like me for other reasons, that you stay with me for something else. Wherever you came from, where you are, I love you. I won't let you go." Lin Xuyan, frustrated, scratched and bit at him, but he was unyielding, making her even angrier as she kicked him. "What do I want from you? I have knowledge of the future, I've studied for years, I can speak English, I can cook, I can earn money. Why would I need to follow you? Back then, I was picking mushrooms every day, saving money to leave. If I hadn't fallen for you, I would have left long ago."
You.
Her mind was spinning from crying, her body weak. He Zhang gently patted her back, filled with regret. What was a story in a book? A living person was in his arms. Even if it was a story, what did it matter? He knew it was a story, yet it could still be real. But without Lin Shuyan, he couldn't live. She said she wanted to leave, to divorce, and that felt like the end of the world. I was wrong. It was my mistake. He held her neck, gently rubbing behind her ear. I was wrong, Yen Yen. It's my fault. I'm the... She trembled in his arms, crying uncontrollably. He leaned down to kiss her, from her brow to her nose, and then to her cheeks, wiping away her tears with utmost care and tenderness. He realized that one day, even he could feel fear. He trembled as he comforted her. It's my fault, my fault. I accept the punishment. He picked her up and placed her by the bed, then knelt down to help her put on her slippers. Her tears fell onto his hand, making his heart ache. He wanted to say more. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoshu was asleep, but there was noise coming from the next room. He thought he heard his uncle's voice and then his aunt crying, which made him wake up suddenly. He felt scared. Before, Zhou Heng would argue with his mom, and sometimes even get physical. Could it be that his uncle was hurting his aunt? No way. Xiaoshu clenched his fists and ran to the door.
Aunt.
Are you okay? Lin Shuyan was stunned, and Hezhong was also taken aback. One had red eyes from crying, and the other didn't look much better.
It was not a sight for a child to see.
Lin Shuyan couldn't control herself. She felt like she needed a few sips of water to calm down. I'll go open the door. Hezhong touched her face, stood up, and walked toward the door. Lin Shuyan didn't want the child to see, so she quickly slipped into the bathroom. She closed the door, turned on the water, wiped her face with a towel, and pressed it to her eyes. Outside, the sound of the door opening could be heard. Xiaoshu saw his uncle's serious face and felt a bit scared, but he still peeked inside. Why did his uncle come back so suddenly? He looked fierce. Where was his aunt?
Aunt.
He felt the pressure from his uncle and called out softly. Hezhong looked at him, clearly not in the mood to deal with a child, and said sternly, Your aunt is in the bathroom. Xiaoshu, why are you here? I heard aunt crying. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face resembling Hezhang's, looking less like he was searching for someone and more like he was ready to fight. It's fine now, go back to sleep, and don't knock on doors at night. Hezhong urged him to leave, but Xiaoshu was reluctant to move. Until the bathroom door opened behind him. Lin Shuyan wiped her face, but her eyes were still red. She walked to the door, go to sleep, and is fine. Seeing the worried look on the child's face warmed her heart. No matter what, the two kids truly cared for her. Xiaoshu looked up. He wasn't an ignorant child and could tell his aunt had been crying. To him, his aunt was always cheerful and beautiful.
Aunt.
Lin Shuyan ruffled his hair. Go back to sleep. Your sister will wake up soon. He didn't know why, but Xiaoshu suddenly felt scared. He had just heard his aunt mention something about leaving. But he didn't catch it all. Would his aunt really leave? Would she not want him and his sister anymore? He rushed forward and hugged Lin Shuyan tightly. Aunt, are you going to leave? Please don't go, I will be good.
Please don't go.
Lin Shuyan felt a pang in her heart. A child who had been abandoned once might carry that hurt for a lifetime. She squatted down and gently hugged the child. Aunt isn't leaving. It's late, you should go to bed. The two of them hugged each other, looking pitiful. It made Hezhong seem like a heartless villain. Xiaoshu bit his lip, staring at her with wide eyes, waiting to confirm that she was telling the truth before he hesitantly said, Okay. He turned back to his room, looking back 3 times. Lin Shuyan walked to the bed. After crying, she felt only exhaustion and didn't want to talk to anyone. Hezhong closed the door and lay down under the covers. As long as she wasn't leaving, it didn't matter where he lay. The clock showed 3 o'clock, and he had to hurry back to the military base in an hour. He couldn't bear to leave her alone. The person in bed had her back turned, half of her small face buried in the blanket. Her eyes hurt and felt dry. Lin Shuyan didn't want to cry anymore, but tears kept flowing. She had said everything, and Hezhong still thought that way. Did he really believe she was taking Yao Ling's place? She knew that wasn't true. Hezhong wasn't that kind of person. He was strong, steady, open-hearted, and upright. His heart never wavered without reason. He had principles and a sense of balance. But even in a moment of anger, he had hurt her feelings. Hee-jong leaned down, remembering the time she said she wanted to be alone and couldn't sleep, ending up with dark circles under her eyes. Now, after crying like this, her eyes would probably be swollen tomorrow. He reached out and picked her up, wrapping her in the blanket like a child. "It's my fault. As long as you don't leave, everything will be fine. No matter if this is a story or something else, you are my wife, and you will always be. Yen, I can't live without you. I wish I could carry you everywhere, hold you in my hands. How did I get such a wonderful wife? You're like a treasure." His voice was close to her ear, his cool lips brushing against her earlobe, using every sweet word he could think of. Lin Shuyen, despite her gentle appearance, was stubborn in some ways. If something truly hurt her, she could remember it for days. Even if the sky were falling, all she could think about was how Hee-jong had upset her, and her tears felt like they would run dry. Her fair face made her red eyes and nose stand out, looking like a small cabbage in the snow, pitiful and delicate. He was just glad she still let him hold her. If she didn't want anything, he would truly go crazy. "I'll get a towel for you to rest on," he said, placing her down and watching her sit on the bed, hugging her knees. When he returned to her side, he wrapped her in his arms and placed the warm towel over her eyes, easing the soreness. Lin Shuyen could feel his carefulness, and she remembered all they had been through together. She liked Hee-jong. Although he had a charm at first, it was more his sense of responsibility and care that attracted her. Even when they weren't close, he would help with family matters and never let her feel burdened. Moreover, everything about him matched her taste, so it was natural for her to like him. Thinking of this made her even sadder. With the towel covering her eyes, she could only sniffle and mutter, "You." At that moment, even if she scolded herself, Hee-jong acted as if it were a celebration. You're right, Yen. Lin Shuyen fell silent again. Exhausted from crying, she gradually leaned against him. He held her a little tighter, noticing there was still half an hour left. He wanted to say they wouldn't go back to the military district, whether taking leave or retiring. How could he leave her at a time like this? But tomorrow, he had to personally Yao Jinqing and others to the prison in Lin County. His task was not yet complete. His identity as a soldier left him with no choice. The mission was paramount. Guilt filled his heart, making it hard to speak. Until he had to say it. "There's half an hour left. I need to get back. Sleep for a while. When you wake up, eat well, and stop crying, Yen. When I return, you can scold me 100 times or hit me 100 times. Just don't cry, okay? Please don't say you're leaving, just." He couldn't bring himself to say the word divorce. Lin Shuyen didn't know he had to go. Just moments ago, she wanted to distance herself from him, but hearing he was leaving made her feel worse. Fine, go ahead and leave. She wouldn't think of him, not at all. She bit her lip, remaining silent. They fell into silence, each second stretching endlessly. Outside, it was dark as ink, and the wind howled. It sounded like the long night was crying. Hee-jong pressed down the ache in his heart. "I've never liked anyone else. Meeting you made me understand what it means to love someone, but I'm too inadequate. I can't do anything right. From now on, you tell me what's wrong and what needs to change, and I will fix it. Just don't say things that hurt me deeply. When you say them, it feels like a part of my heart is being torn away. Yen, I will change. Just give me a little time, and I will." If life had gone smoothly, as the son of a high-ranking official, he wouldn't have faced anything he couldn't handle in these 28 years. But today, he was truly afraid. He held her a little tighter and leaned down to kiss her lips. Lin Shuyen instinctively pushed him away, but her lips parted slightly against her will. He took the chance to deepen the kiss. He kissed her gently, but his expression was not one of usual joy. It was sincere and precious. She was his treasure, and he didn't want to lose her. The minute hand pointed to 12 and then past 5 minutes. 4:05. Hee-jong reluctantly let go. He took off the towel, and his beautiful eyes were still red and looked at her with a glimmer of moisture. He leaned in and kissed the corner of her eye. I have to go now. Lin Shuyan stared at him and turned her head away, not wanting him to see her. The man pulled the blanket over her.
Lie down.
She lay on the pillow, her gaze downcast, actually watching his hand. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, and his hands were warm and dry, just as she remembered. He tucked her in, gently stroked her hair, and said, "Sleep." Then he went to put on his outerwear. Lin Shuyan's gaze followed him, and when he looked over, she quickly turned her head away. He buttoned his shirt and said in a deep voice, "I'll be back as soon as I finish." After a moment of hesitation, he walked to the bed and kissed her forehead. "Yen, I'm leaving." Lin Shuyan remained silent, her hands tightly gripping the blanket. Hejan knew his little wife was sad, and it was all his fault. He hoped to finish his tasks at the military base quickly and return. Time had already passed. With a heavy heart filled with worry and reluctance, he left. Watching the door open and close, Lin Shuyan's eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth to squeeze out 2 words. It was cold outside. Hejan sat in the car, still feeling the aftereffects of the recent emotions. He exhaled deeply and looked up at the second floor, where the lights were still on. He feared the young girl might still be crying. His temples throbbed, and he suppressed the pain inside. He had once thought that marrying and living a simple life would be enough. But he didn't realize that love was as heavy as a mountain. In the face of love, his self-control felt meaningless. Love is not clear-headed. It is uncontrollable, filled with longing and heartache, always wanting to meet. He would act like a madman, braving the wind and snow in the deep night, just wanting to see her and finish what he had to say. In this fast-paced world, he only wanted to completely and unconditionally have her and protect her. The wind blew through the window as the man silently started the car. Hearing the sound of the car leaving, Lin Shuyan ran to the window, hugging a blanket, and tears streamed down her face. She cried for a while, then finally fell asleep from exhaustion. School had already started. Fortunately, the next day was the weekend. When Lin Shuyan woke up, her mind was hazy, and her eyes and throat hurt badly. The room was warm. Normally, the fire would have gone out by morning. As she opened her eyes in confusion, she saw 2 fluffy little heads. Little Tree and Fubao were leaning by the bed, their big eyes staring at her. Seeing her awake, Fubao exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth, remembering that his brother said not to disturb Auntie while she was sleeping.
Wait.
Auntie was awake. Fubao lowered his hand and reached out to touch Lin Shuyan's face, sweetly calling her Annie, Auntie. How did you get here? Fubao turned to look at his brother, who said he wanted to keep Auntie company. Lin Shuyan touched the child's warm little hand. Did you have breakfast? Fubao nodded. Little Tree said, I started the fire and cooked noodles for my sister. I also added some warmth to the room, so Auntie can sleep a bit longer. Lin Shuyan felt a warmth in her eyes. She tried hard to be good to the children, hoping they wouldn't have to be so understanding at such a young age, only 9 years old. But she really liked having such well-behaved children. Thank you, Little Tree. Auntie is just a bit tired. You don't need to worry. You can go play downstairs. Little Tree shook his head. I also made porridge to bring to Auntie. Okay. Lin Shuyan didn't refuse the child. She felt completely exhausted, as if she had been in a fight all night. But it wasn't a fight. It was more like an argument. Little Tree whispered something to Fubao before going downstairs to get the porridge. Lin Shuyan got up, put on a sweater, and went to wash up, casually talking to Fubao. Did you dress yourself? I did. Fubao replied loudly, following closely beside her. Lin Shuyan went to the bathroom, and Fubao followed. Lin Shuyan went to pull the curtains, and Fubao followed her. Lin Shuyan went to tend to the fire, and Fubao squatted down beside her. Her gloomy heart felt a bit lighter as she squatted down. Why are you being shy again? Fubao leaned in close, covering her mouth with her little hand, and whispered, Brother said to keep an eye on Aunt, so she doesn't run away. Aunt, where are you going? Can you take Fubao with you? The child spoke innocently, and Lin Shuyan felt a pang of love, pulling the child into her arms. Aunt isn't going anywhere. If I do, I will definitely take Fubao and brother with me. Fubao patted her chest and sighed like a little adult. She felt relieved. Then will you take Uncle too? The little girl blinked her big eyes, still worried about Uncle. Lin Shuyan huffed softly. It depends on my mood. She thought to herself, anyway, she wouldn't pay him any attention for the next few days. Little Tree brought over porridge and steamed buns, along with Lin Shuyan's favorite pickled radish. He ran back down to get his sister's crayons and drawing paper. The three of them stayed in the bedroom all day. Fubao drew pictures while Little Tree practiced writing. Lin Shuyan just sat there, feeling useless. Children are the best remedy, and by evening, Lin Shuyan felt much better. She had thought all day and finally shared her secrets with Hezhong. Although they had been emotional last night, she knew Hezhong accepted it. This was better. It felt more comfortable than hiding things. Let's go downstairs. What do you want for dinner? Aunt will cook for you. Fubao tilted her little head. She was easy to please and never picky, so she had no objections. He Xiaoshu rarely said what he liked to eat, but today he spoke up. Aunt, I want to eat those noodle dumplings we had before. He was referring to the ones they had in Xiangqiao village, as a family. Okay, Aunt will make them for you. Author's note, next time we meet.
Hee.
The three of them went downstairs, and the house was always stocked with ingredients. Lin Shuyan made a deluxe version of noodle dumplings. First, she chopped some meat and marinated it with a bit of rice wine and soy sauce. Then she prepared the dough. She added water to the flour multiple times, mixing it into small dumplings, and heated oil to sauté the chopped green onions and meat. The two children busily helped out. Little Tree went to get bowls. Fubao helped her brother, cheering him on, then ran back to cheer for Aunt. Lin Shuyan laughed as she watched the little girl, her braids bouncing, busier than the one cooking. She sautéed the tomatoes until they were soft, boiled the dumplings, added 2 eggs, and sprinkled in some chopped greens. Once it boiled, it was ready to serve. She filled bowls for the two children and carried them to the warm table in the living room to eat together. The weather is still very cold, but a bowl of dumplings warms me up nicely. Little Fubao is blowing air but hasn't blown any on the dumplings, looking a bit silly. Lin Shuyan helped her move the spoon down a bit. Suddenly, she thought that children are quite adorable. They can be born, of course, but she would wait until she calms down first. The three of them were eating happily. Little Tree had 1 bowl and then filled another half bowl. Seeing that he couldn't get enough, Lin Shuyan asked, "Is it that delicious?" "Yes, it's delicious. Aunt makes great food, but I like dumplings the most." Back when they were at Lu Xiaomei's house, Aunt had made dumplings for him and his sister after scolding He Yan. He was a naughty child and even pushed Aunt into the river. But she never blamed him. While Little Tree was lost in thought, the phone rang. At home, no one called except Hezhong. Lin Shuyan was stuck to her chair, not moving. She looked down at her dumplings, then looked up again. The two kids were staring at her, as if to say, "Why isn't Aunt answering the phone? She usually rushes to it." Lin Shuyan swallowed her food and said to Little Tree, "You go answer it and say, Aunt is sleeping." Hezhong listened to her and obediently ran to answer. Hezhong held the receiver, his serious expression hiding a bit of nervousness. He had just escorted someone to the county and hadn't even returned to the military district before he found a phone to call. When the line connected, the man felt a little relieved. Even though Yan Yan was angry, she still answered his call. The next moment, a child's sweet voice came through the phone. "Uncle." Then again, "Uncle." The first voice was Little Tree's, and the second was Fubao's. She was like a clever little student, mimicking Little Tree. Hezhong dropped the pen in his hand, words stuck in his throat. Where's Aunt?" Little Tree's eyes darted around. Lying felt wrong, but compared to listening to Aunt, lying was fine. "Aunt is sleeping." Hezhong looked outside. It wasn't completely dark yet. He checked his watch. 6:17. Wondering why she was sleeping so early, the duet began again. Fubao nodded seriously, "Yes. Aunt said she is sleeping." Lin Shuyan. Little Tree. Hezhong. Okay, she was still angry. He sighed and patiently asked the kids. What time did they wake up? What did they eat for lunch? What did they have for dinner? Did Aunt pack her clothes to run away? He asked every little detail. Little Tree answered dryly, wondering why Uncle was asking so much. Uncle has never talked to him this much before. Turns out Uncle is quite chatty. Fubao lost patience long ago and ran back to Lin Shuyan, munching on some dumplings and making noises like a little pig. After another 3 to 5 minutes, Xiaoshu couldn't take it anymore. Uncle, I need to go do my homework. Are you done asking? Done, I'll call again tomorrow. Hezhong hung up the phone in frustration. Xiaoshu let out a sigh. Finally, he could do his homework. The next day was Sunday. Lin Shuyan went to the noodle shop to pick up Grandma and also gave the crystal made from the spiritual spring water to her older sister. She packed it into 3 glass jars, which were left over from storing spices, quite large, each about 200 grams, enough to last the noodle shop for half a year. Big sister, once you use this, you won't need to use water anymore. This is also a kind of seasoning, just add a small half-spoon to each pot, no need for more. Lin Xianglian looked at the white substance in the glass bottle and asked curiously, little sister, isn't this just salt? No, it's a seasoning that enhances flavor. It must not be given to anyone else. It's only for our noodle shop. Hearing this, Lin Xianglian nodded seriously and put 2 bottles into the cabinet with the salt so that others wouldn't notice. Lin Shuyan smiled. Her sister had a lot of practical wisdom at times. The two chatted for a while. School was starting again, and the noodle shop was reopening, but since it was Sunday, it was relatively quiet. You go rest in the back room and chat with Mom and sister-in-law. I'll prepare for tomorrow. Having run the shop for so long, Lin Xianglian knew exactly what needed to be done and was very organized. Lin Shuyan replied, okay. She left the kitchen and walked to the backyard. During the new year, it was mid-January, and now it was already the end of February. The weather had warmed up a bit, but they still needed the fire pit. The back room was warm, and Mama Chin brought back some popcorn for the kids. With a loud bang, the popcorn filled the alley with a delicious smell, and it was still warm when they brought it back. Fubao grabbed 2 pieces in one hand, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Seeing Lin Shuyan come in, she quickly jumped off the stool and offered the popcorn. Aunt, have some popcorn. Although she could say a lot, sometimes she still forgot things. Lin Shuyan smiled and squatted down to eat the popcorn from her little hand. Delicious. Mao Yanping sat on the Kong, her belly round, enjoying watching Fubao being such a good child. Fubao and Xiaoshu have grown up so well. Xiaoshu looks like Captain He, and Fubao is so cute, round and chubby. Lin Shuyan smiled and said, sister-in-law, you should spend more time with our Fubao and Xiaoshu. The babies they have will be just as cute. Sure, I'll watch them every day. Mom Chen also liked the 2 kids. They were the best-behaved children in the world. You've taught them well. I just bought popcorn and they know to wash their hands before eating. Which 3-year-old is this clean? That's true. Most kids these days are a bit wild and don't have strong hygiene habits. Lin Shuyan never hesitated to praise the children. Our Fubao is really amazing. Fubao, hearing the praise, had bright eyes like little crescents and covered her face as she ran back to the table to continue eating her popcorn. How is sister-in-law doing? Are you feeling well lately? Mao Yanping touched her belly, which was round and noticeable at 6 months, and just then the baby kicked, creating a little bump. I'm doing well. This baby is quite active. I think it might be a boy. She waved to Lin Shuyan. Yan, come feel. The baby is moving around. Lin Shuyan had never touched someone else's pregnant belly before and was very curious. Really? I want to feel. Go ahead, Mao Yanping said generously, guiding her hand to her belly. Lin Shuyan felt a gentle nudge and exclaimed, it's moving. The sensation was quite amazing. She felt a tiny spark of life. Indeed, it's very active. It's a lively child. The room was filled with laughter as they chatted for a while. Lin Shuyan and the 2 children stayed to have lunch before heading home. Passing by the state-run department store, Lin Shuyan went in and bought many jars of various sizes, both glass and plastic. She couldn't carry them all, but luckily the salesperson said they could deliver for a fee, which was perfect for Lin Shuyan. If she could pay to get things done, she wouldn't hesitate. She happily paid on the spot. Soon, the items were loaded onto a cart and sent to Su Garden, making 3 trips to deliver all the jars. The delivery person was puzzled, not understanding why someone would buy so many jars. It seemed like they could pickle vegetables for days. Once the jars were moved into the first-floor storage room, Lin Shuyan waited until no one was around to put them all into her space for easy access later. So, during her free time, she started crystallizing the spring water and storing it in jars for future use. It took 3 hours to refine 1 pound of crystals, and she filled about 3 bottles for the noodle shop, which was just over a pound. Lin Shuyan spent 4 or 5 days filling them up, and it wasn't tiring at all. She gradually collected more whenever she had time, little by little. Hezhong would call home every couple of days. Most of the time, it was Little Tree and Fubao who were close friends, and they were even closer than before with their uncle. Lin Shuyan was curled up on the sofa, her little temper flaring up, so she didn't want to answer the phone. He Xiaoshu was a good messenger. On the first day, Aunt said her throat was uncomfortable and she didn't want to talk. Hezhong knew she was still upset. Tell Aunt to drink more water. On the 4th day, Aunt said the bass fish Uncle Xiaoshan sent was delicious. Hezhong crushed a walnut on the table, his voice cold, who told him to send fish. On the 6th day, Aunt said that since the weather was warm, she wanted to take us flying kites. Hezhong replied, "Be careful and keep an eye on Aunt." On the 11th day, Aunt came back with a bouquet of flowers that had a little card. Hezhong gritted his teeth. "Give me the card." "Read it to me." "Pretty lady, a gentleman likes." "Shut up. Burn the card." He Xiaoshu protested. "But this is Aunt's." Hezhong gritted his teeth. "This person wants to be your new uncle." He Xiaoshu quickly ran to the fireplace and tossed the card into the flames, watching it turn to ash. Only then did he think, new uncle? But the flowers and card were from Aunt Tang next door. Lin Shuyan sat quietly on the sofa, not saying a word. If it was burned, then so be it. "Humph, Little Tree, do you want to eat pastries from Minfuxuan?" He Xiaoshu understood. Aunt wants to eat pastries from Minfuxuan. The next day, Yang Xiaoshan brought 2 boxes of pastries over and mumbled as he entered. "Sister-in-law, isn't it strange? Last night, brother he called me to buy pastries from Minfuxuan for you." Lin Shuyan face-bombed. She hadn't thought that Hezhong would ask Yang Xiaoshan to buy. "Sorry, Xiaoshan, next time don't listen to him. If I want to eat, I'll buy it myself." Yang Xiaoshan was confused. "It's fine, I know someone who can save a spot in line for you. You guys would have to wait if you went to buy." But brother, he was also strange. A few days ago, he called and said not to send you bass fish, then changed his mind and told me to let him know before sending. He pointed to his head. "Sister-in-law, last time brother he got drunk, he didn't hurt his head, did he?" "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Shuyan glared, not allowing anyone to speak poorly of Hezhong. She took the pastries, feeling sweet inside. Not allowing the fish to be sent was because someone was jealous, but allowing the pastries meant he remembered she liked them. Lin Shuyan didn't insist on anything. She just had a feeling stuck inside her that hadn't gone away. She was usually very gentle with people, but only Hezhong knew that when his little wife was unhappy, she could be quite stubborn. Hezhong liked to let Lin Shuyan be herself. If she wanted to laugh, she laughed, and when she was angry, she showed it. But this time, when she was angry with him, it was hard for him to handle. Lin Shuyan went to school, as usual. Last time, she was taken away by Hezhong on the playground, and everyone talked about it for a long time. Fortunately, after the new year, most people forgot about it, but some still whispered when they saw Lin Shuyan. Once at school, she ran into Yang Cheng. He glanced at Lin Shuyan with a dark expression and quickly looked away. Lin Shuyan didn't think much of it. It was just a young boy experiencing his first feelings. She understood her relationship with Hezhong, so she moved on. As the weather warmed up, Lin Shuyan spent more time with Hien. She visited the small workshop Hien mentioned, where there was 1 man and 1 woman besides Hien. The woman was named Zhang Yu, and the man was Gu Jisheng. Zhang Yu was a top student who helped develop a cream for a southern trading company, though Lin Shuyan wasn't sure how Hien managed to recruit her. Gu Jisheng came from a family with connections. His ancestors were merchants, but after some trouble, his father chose to stay low-key until recently when he wanted to start a business again. In short, both of them had skills and connections, and with Hien's background, they made a capable team. The small workshop was still basic, but Gu Jisheng had just found a way to buy equipment. The three of them left the workshop and went to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Hien went to order, leaving Zhang Yu looking at Lin Shuyan with bright eyes. "Miss Lin, is that Shuyan cream really made by you? I borrowed some equipment but couldn't figure out the ingredients, yet the results are amazing." "Yes, that's one of my secret recipes, and the main ingredient comes from snow lotus flowers." "Right, I know about the snow lotus, but there's something very special in it that I can't identify." Zhang Yu quickly added, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your secret. Please don't mind me." She wore thick glasses and simple clothes, her face showing only her passion for academics. Lin Shuyan trusted anyone Hien brought along. "It's fine. That ingredient hasn't been named yet. It's unique and special, which is key to why you're interested in Shuyan cream." Of course, it hadn't been named, as it didn't belong to this world. As they talked, Gu Jisheng remained quiet and respectful, sitting quietly while occasionally glancing at Lin Shuyan. A woman like her, beautiful and gentle, was appealing to any man in this era. Hien just returned from ordering food and sat down beside her. Lin Shuyan took out a small glass bottle, about the size of her palm, filled with white crystals that had a hint of gold. The golden snow lotus flowers floating in the spiritual spring space would slowly recover, but it would take a long time. Lin Shuyan had collected them twice more and added a petal, filling only a small jar with less than 50 grams. This way, the petals could continue to grow, and the space would also recover efficiently. The small jar of snow lotus flower crystals was very useful. She only added a tiny bit, less than 2 grams, to the crystal water. She handed the small bottle to Hien, saying, "There's about 20 grams of snow salt here. Just add it to the face cream, and you can make 100 portions of snow cream. You can try it first." Grandma Li held Lin Shuyan in high regard, and after several interactions, Hien liked her even more. Before coming, the two had agreed that the secret recipe would belong solely to Lin Shuyan and would not be shared with anyone else. Hien would find ways to handle everything else: technology, production, funding, and equipment. So, Hien simply took the items without asking more questions.
Great.
"We'll try it right away, and I'll be the first to tell you when the product is ready." "Okay." Just then, the dishes arrived, and after they finished eating, Lin Shuyan left first. Hien saw her to the door, and they said their goodbyes. Lin Shuyan softly said, "Is Mr. Gu married?" "I am married." Hien, being very perceptive, immediately understood her meaning and smiled. "I understand. You can go back with peace of mind. Be careful on the way." After Lin Shuyan left, Hien shrugged helplessly. Anyone who saw such a charming and delicate person would be attracted. But no matter how wealthy Gu Jisheng was, he couldn't compare to Lin Shuyan's husband, who was the leader of the He family in District 18. Coincidentally, Gu Jisheng and Zhang Hua came out, and the three of them walked back together. Hien casually remarked, "You can trust Miss Lin's character. She is the wife of the He family. Collaborating with her is a privilege for us." Zhang Yu, not fully understanding, nodded. "We're not worried at all, Sister Yen. I trust the people you trust." Over there, Gu Jisheng paused for a moment, a hint of a helpless smile on his face. The He family? Was there any other He family in the capital worth mentioning? Indeed, such an outstanding woman should be with a young and capable leader of the He family. He only felt a sense of admiration. Lin Shuyan took a leave of absence and didn't return to school in the afternoon. She went to the noodle shop to pick up Grandma and Fubao, then returned to Sioux Garden. When she got home, she felt very tired. She had been tired for the past few days. "Grandma, I'll take Fubao for a nap. Aren't you going to rest a bit?" The old lady waved her hand and went to the kitchen to find a small basket. No, Grandma is going to the backyard to pick some cabbage for tomorrow's noodle shop. It saves money too." Lin Shuyan understood her grandmother's restless nature and let her be. Let's go, Fubao, it's time for a nap. Fubao obediently followed her upstairs. With Hizong not at home, Fubao slept in the master bedroom with her. The little girl moved her floral bunny to Lin Shuyan's bed. She changed into her pajamas before snuggling under the covers. Seeing Lin Shuyan lying down, Fubao hugged her bunny. Aunt! The bunny's ear fell off. Lin Shuyan looked and saw that indeed half of it was missing. Her sewing skills were poor, and back in Xiangqiao village, the materials were limited, so the floral bunny was made quite roughly. Okay, Aunt will fix the bunny, she said, holding the bunny while talking to Fubao. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were already closing, and she mumbled, I'll fix it after we wake up. Little Fubao blinked her big eyes. Oh, Aunt fell asleep first. She hadn't even patted Fubao yet. Fubao sighed and crawled over like a little adult, trying hard to pull the blanket over her aunt before snuggling next to her with the bunny. She patted her own back and closed her eyes. Lin Shuyan only planned to sleep for a little while, but when she woke up, it was almost 4 o'clock. The sky was gray, and she stared blankly for a while. Fubao must have woken up first and gone downstairs to find great-grandma, so she turned over again. She didn't want to get up. She felt very sleepy and tired. She hadn't done much, after all. Spring makes people sleepy, and autumn makes them tired. It was probably early spring, which made her easily drowsy. After being lazy for a while, she finally got up, went downstairs to the kitchen, and poured herself a glass of water, adding a bit of spring water to drink. Feeling a bit more awake, she went outside, where her grandma and Fubao were sitting on the sofa. The old lady, wearing her reading glasses, was sewing the bunny's ear for Fubao while complaining, Oh dear, Fubao, where did you buy this bunny? What a waste. It's so rough that the stitches could fit a big cabbage. Fubao giggled at her great-grandma's teasing, holding her belly and laughing, then said, Aunt made the bunny. Grandma immediately changed her words. Hey, Yin-Yin's bunny is really special. The nose is a nose, and the eyes are eyes. Fubao blankly exclaimed, There's a big cabbage. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but laugh. Didn't Grandma just say the stitches could fit a big cabbage? Well, that's okay. Grandma will fix it for you. As long as our Yen makes it look good, that's all that matters. Lin Shuyan sat down next to her. Grandma, if you keep this up, I'm going to become your precious granddaughter. What is a precious granddaughter? Grandma spoke casually, but Lin Shuyan was used to it. It means I'm Grandma's favorite granddaughter, and you spoil me the most. Grandma adjusted her glasses and poked her nose. All right, you are the precious granddaughter, and so is Fubao. Lin Shuyan hugged Fubao. Come here, Annie wants to hug our precious Fubao. The family laughed for a while. He Xiaoyu and Xiao Shu returned. He Xiaoyu had been wild lately, staying in the dorm for a few days and finally decided to come back. Ooh, Fubao, my sweet baby, did you miss your aunt? He Xiaoyu changed her SS and rushed to the sofa, giving Fubao several kisses. She then looked at Lin Shuyan with a cheerful yet guilty expression. Sister-in-law, did you miss me? Miss you? Not at all. Lin Shuyan tapped her forehead. Have you gone wild? Not at all. He Xiaoyu mumbled, then added, Oh, on my way back today, I passed by the noodle shop and saw Chen's mom kicking a man out. Lin Shuyan frowned. Who was it? I was catching the bus, so I didn't go in after seeing the man being kicked out. The noodle shop occasionally had strange customers, and since her brother would go there after work, Lin Shuyan wasn't too worried. All right, I'll ask about it tomorrow after school. That evening, they had hot pot, taking advantage of the weather before it got too hot to enjoy more meals together. After eating, Lin Shuyan settled on the sofa to read. Xiao Shu was quietly doing his homework. Lin Shuyan felt a bit uneasy, not wanting to admit it was because someone hadn't called. Xiao Shu, how many days has it been since your uncle called? Xiao Shu replied, 5 days. 5 days, Lin Shuyan murmured. Has he stopped caring? It's only been a short time since he last called, that silly man. But then she couldn't help but worry. Not calling home for so long likely meant he was on a mission. She sighed. The next day after school, Lin Shuyan stopped by the noodle shop. With Grandma at home, Fu Bao didn't need to be at the shop every day, so she didn't bring him today. It was just after school, and there were many students eating noodles. But as soon as she reached the alley, she saw a crowd blocking the way. A man in front was swaying with a bottle of alcohol, shouting loudly, "Why can't I come to my daughter's noodle shop? You ungrateful bunch. I raised you all, and now you enjoy life in the city, while I starve in the village. White-eyed wolf. Worthless. I'm staying here today. If you don't let me in, your business is done for." Outside, students and neighbors gathered, unable to eat, all eager to watch the drama unfold. Who is this? Could he really be the boss's father? It's not good for father to live in the village alone. A regular female student said, "What's wrong with that? Look at him, he's drunk and swearing. He doesn't seem like a good person." Li Meifong was also in the crowd, enjoying the show. She shot a glare at the girl and said, "Hey, no matter how bad he is, he's still a father. It's unfair to let him live in the village while enjoying a comfortable life." The girl huffed, "I think the boss's family are good people. They aren't unreasonable." "I think so too. They always speak kindly to us, and they even brought their siblings over before. Why not bring their dad?" "Exactly, there must be something wrong with him." Being city students, they had clearer thoughts than the villagers who just liked to gossip. Li Meifong rolled her eyes. Whatever the reason, the noodle shop wouldn't be open today, and she hoped everyone would come eat at her place instead. Lin Dio had come by yesterday. His shoulder had finally healed, but last month Lin Yuan, that useless son, dared to leave him and come to the city. With him gone, there was no one to work at home, and Lin Dio was getting angrier by the day. When Lin Yuan returned home to get something a few days ago, he followed him to the city. After being kicked out by Mama Chin yesterday, he decided not to return to Linjia village and spent the night under a bridge. Today, he was back, waiting around. Such a fancy house and a good business. No wonder they all came to the city. Mama Chin stood at the door with a broom, hands on her hips. "Lin Dio, we've split up. If you don't leave now, I'll call someone to have you arrested." "Split up? When did that happen? I never agreed to it. Do you have proof? You're still on my family's records." "Ugh, shameless. Who would want to be with a lazy man who hits women and children? Get out, get out." Lin Xianglian stood nearby, unable to shout, but holding a spatula. If Lin Dio dared to act up again, she wouldn't let her mother be bullied. In the backyard, Mao Yanping paced back and forth, holding her stomach, feeling very anxious. Mom Chen asked Lin Yiwang to stay with his wife and not go ahead. He followed her closely, worried she might fall, but his ears were listening to what was happening in front. Mao Yanping pushed him. "You should go ahead and check. Don't let Mom get hurt." But Mom asked me to stay with her." "Stay with her?" "I'm going inside to sit down. There's nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Lin Yiwang nodded and took her back inside before heading to the front yard. Seeing his usually calm son come out, Lin Dio felt energized and approached him angrily. "You useless fool. Even you dare to run away. Go back and earn your keep." Lin Yiwang wanted to argue, but didn't want to upset Lin Dio.
"Dad, please."
"Hurry back. I'm not going back. I'm making money in the city." Lin Dio kicked at him. "What money? If you've made any, show it to me. Your life is mine. Whatever you earn belongs to me." "Lin Dio, how dare you hit someone?" Mom Chin shouted, swinging a broom at him. "You haven't taken care of the kids for a day, and you haven't earned a single point at home. Why should you get anything? Ugh, you old hag. Who are you cursing?" A cold voice came from the crowd as Lin Shuyan stepped forward. The neighbors felt more confident seeing Lin Shuyan, even though she seemed the weakest. They quickly started to complain. "Wow, Shuyan, you're here. Is that really your dad? No one expected such a messy man could have a beautiful daughter." "He's not my dad. We've separated." Hearing this, the older women understood. "Shuyan, look, he even threw stones at your door and scared the kids eating noodles away. He came yesterday and is back today." Everyone was worried. Having such a father was troublesome. Even though they had separated, it was hard to run a business with all this chaos. No one could manage family matters. Lin Shuyan didn't say much and walked toward the door. Mom Chun instinctively stood in front of her to protect her. Yan Yan, why are you here? It's fine, I can handle him. Lin Shuyan glanced at the broken door, gently patted Mom Chen's hand, and looked at Lin Diyu. Lin Diyu usually feared no one, but when his daughter stared at him, he felt uneasy, and his injured shoulder throbbed. It was her. She was living well while he got nothing from it. She had driven everyone away, and now no one was there to take orders or help him earn money. Why are you staring? I'm her father too. Lin Shuyan sneered, calm and unhurried. Well, you're in luck today. Let's go get a division certificate. From now on, you, Lin Dio, will have nothing to do with us. Since Chen's mother left Linjia village, Lin Shuyan had asked Hezhong about the divorce process. For them, getting a divorce now was relatively straightforward, especially with military marriages. They just needed to file a divorce report, and it would be approved. However, for the older generation, divorce was much more complicated. In the past, there were no marriage certificates. Even now, proposing a divorce could be seen as disturbing social stability, making it hard to carry out. Instead, getting a division certificate from the village committee would be more effective. I'm not dividing anything. Just because you say so, doesn't mean I have to listen. Lin Dio stubbornly replied, feeling bold since he didn't see the military officer present. You either send Lin Yuan back to serve me, or you give me money, he said, eyeing the impressive courtyard that could earn a lot daily. Money would be best. Just give me 50 yuan a month. As soon as he said this, the onlookers began to chatter. 50 yuan? That's asking for too much. He's really coming here to ask for money. I knew this father wouldn't be reliable. 50 yuan wasn't a problem for the noodle shop, but for Lin Dio, it was better to feed pigs. Lin Shuyan smiled faintly. 50 yuan? Why not ask for 100? If you really give me 100, I wouldn't mind, Lin Dio thought wildly, believing Lin Shuyan was scared. After all, they were in business, and those without SS don't fear those with them. He happily took a sip of his drink. So, have you thought it over? If you don't give me this money, I'll come here every day and see how you keep your business running. Author's note, dear readers. I'm taking a break today, just a quick update. Shouting, Happy Lantern Festival, and quickly running away. Lin Dio, do you think the city is the same as the village? Making a scene here seriously disrupts public order, and you could get arrested. Don't scare me. You're my daughter. Your home is my home. Can I make a fuss in front of my own house? Whether you can or not is not up to you. Lin Shuyan looked towards the alley. The person she was waiting for should be arriving soon. How about this? 50 or 100 is impossible. If you stay obediently in Linjia village, I can have my brother send you 5 yuan every month. And don't say children don't support their parents. Lin Shuyan smiled brightly. The noodle shop was doing so well, and Lin Dio was a greedy scoundrel who wouldn't be easily dismissed. Sure enough, he jumped up angrily. $5 is just a way to shoo away a beggar. $50, not a cent less. $5 was already a lot for someone from the countryside, where they grew their own vegetables and rarely spent money. Seeing Lin Shuyan, all dressed up, Lin Dio felt like she was treating him like a beggar. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he smashed a bottle on the ground. The flying glass shards scared the onlookers, who quickly ran away.
Give me money now.
Give me money. Lin Dio staggered forward, looking like a despicable person. Lin Shuyan pulled Chinmama back and stood on the steps. Lin Dio, do you know about the woman who was beaten by a drunk man in the cornfield of Linjia village at the end of December last year? She ended up with a broken leg. Hearing this, Lin Dio's eyes widened, and he sobered up a bit. He shouted, I don't know. Why should I know about such a small matter? His loud voice seemed to reveal his guilt, and he looked around nervously. Stop wasting time here. Just give me the money. He was anxious, wanting to grab the money and leave. Suddenly, voices came from the alley. Make way, make way. The security team is catching someone. The crowd parted, and before they could react, Lin Dio took off running down the alley. Chase him. Over there. The security team, wearing red armbands, hurriedly rushed in. Chinmama didn't understand what was happening and quickly pulled her daughter behind her for protection. What's going on, Yin Yan? Lin Dio did something wrong. Her gaze was cold, showing no sympathy. Lin Shuyan despised every man who committed domestic violence. Whether it was the Lin Dio from her past life or this one, she hoped he would receive the punishment he deserved. The security team was quick, and before Lin Dio could escape the alley, they pinned him to the ground and swiftly controlled him. Hey, what's the danger? My sister-in-law is still over there. He Xiuyu broke free from Fu Yang's grip and ran over. Sister-in-law, are you okay?
Lin Shuyan replied calmly, I am fine.
The fight had been mentioned by Sister Zhao when she came to deliver cured meat last year. During the wedding, Lin Shuyan had given her the address, and she was thinking about the big red envelope. Before the new year, she had brought cured meat and homemade rice cakes. As they chatted about village matters, the woman who was beaten happened to be from Xiaoqiao village, and Lin Shuyan immediately thought of Lin Dio. She knew that once her older brother arrived in the city, Lin Dio would definitely cause trouble. She had already asked He Xiaoyu to inform Fu Yang about the situation. Although it wasn't Fu Yang's responsibility, he had influence, and he sent people to investigate. Yesterday, He Xiaoyu mentioned that a man was kicked out of the noodle shop by Mama Chen, and she immediately thought it was Lin Dio. So, she brought Fu Yang along this morning. They really caught him. Let me go. You can't hold me. Why are you arresting me? Lin Dio struggled and cursed, his shirt torn and looking disheveled. The security team held his arms tightly and shouted, Do you know you committed a crime? How dare you cause trouble in the city? As he passed by the entrance, Lin Dio glared at them. You. Lin Shuyan. How dare you let them catch me? I should have choked you to death back then, you fool. Lin Shuyan ignored him. For decades, just his random abuse of Mama Chen was enough to put him in prison for life. From the original memories, Chen Dewan's injuries never fully healed. She would get better for a bit, then suffer another beating. Later, when Lin Xianglian and Lin Yuan grew up, they tried to intervene, but they couldn't stop him every time. A person like him was too dangerous to be outside. Knowing where the noodle shop was meant endless harassment in the future. It was easier to take him away. With Lin Dio arrested, the alley returned to calm. The students hadn't left yet, and some clapped and cheered. Li Meifong, who didn't get to see the joke, angrily said, They even arrested their own father, how heartless. Hey, what are you saying? He Xiuyu said, shaking her fist at her. Keep talking, and they'll arrest you too. Seeing Fu Yang standing behind her, Li Meifong turned and walked away. Lin Shuyan said, It's all good now. Everyone who wants noodles can come in. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Fu. It's nothing. Thanks to you, we caught him. The person from Xiaoqiao village reported it to the station later, and there were other villagers who saw Lin Dio running away that day. For this crime, he'll at least be sent for 5 years of reform. Okay, Lin Shuyan nodded. Xiuyu, take Captain Fu to eat something too.
I don't want to.
Because of the meal incident, the two were still in a bit of a quarrel. He Xiuyu was about to refuse, but when she met Lin Shuyan's gaze, she closed her mouth. She had to be the best little sister to her sister-in-law. By the way, lately, He Xiaoshu had been very clever. Her position in her sister-in-law's heart was shaky. Got it, I'll take care of him. He Xiaoyu glared at Fu Yang. Let's go eat noodles. He said nothing and stepped into the noodle shop. As he turned around, he slightly raised his eyebrows. The students had all gone inside, still discussing what had just happened. Some, unaware of Lin Dio's character, thought it was a bit much to arrest his own father. However, most of them sided with the noodle shop. Lin Xianglian went in to cook noodles, while Chun Mama and Lin Yiwang stood at the door. After hearing some of the students' comments and seeing Lin Yiwang's conflicted expression, Chun Mama spoke before Lin Shuyan could. Lin Dio deserves to be arrested for his wrongdoings. We didn't force him to commit any crimes. Yan Yan did the right thing. When they left Linjia village, Chun Mama had made up her mind to always support her daughter. Lin Yiwang scratched his head and glanced at his mother and sister. I didn't say it was wrong. That's fine. We won't worry about this anymore. Lin Dio has been a troublemaker all his life, causing chaos wherever he goes. Now that he's been sent for reform, it's for the best. The madman from the neighboring village was also sent for reform. He works in the fields and repairs roads there, which is much better than being outside. That was true. Reform meant being sent to tough places to work, but they still had food and wouldn't die.
Got it, Mom.
All right, go on and keep Yanping company. Chen Mama sent her eldest son off and turned to Lin Shuyan. Yen, don't worry about it. Let others talk. Lin Shuyan smiled. She wasn't worried at all. She was happy to see Chen Mama so clear-headed. This world was so much better than her last life. All the past shadows had disappeared, and she was slowly healing. Okay, Mom, I'll head back now. Fu Bao and Grandma are still at home. All right, wait a moment. I'll pack you some food. Chen Mama ran to the kitchen and handed Lin Shuyan a container of braised beef and tea eggs. Take this back to add to your meals. You can cook less tonight. I've noticed you've lost some weight these past few days. Lin Shuyan didn't feel that way as she took the food. I haven't lost weight. I'm leaving now. After saying goodbye to Chen Mama, Lin Shuyan took a ride back to Su Yuan.
Su Yuan.
An elderly woman and 2 children were busy. As soon as Xiaoshu returned, he went to the kitchen to start cooking rice. He worked diligently, thinking that this way his aunt wouldn't have to cook when she got back. Grandma and Fu Bao were in the backyard, picking peppers and greens, and were washing them by the sink. Grandma, I'm back. Xiaoshu, Fu Bao, Lin Shuyan said as she put down her things and bent down to change her SS. Fu Bao ran out, her little braids swaying. She hugged her and looked up, saying, Aunt, Fu Bao and Grandma picked cabbage. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Shuyan squatted down to hug her and pinched her rosy little cheeks. Brother is amazing. He washes the vegetables. Is brother really that amazing? In the kitchen, Xiaoshu was smiling more and more, trying hard to hold back his laughter. The grandmother shook her head. The whole family loved this precious granddaughter-in-law, and she loved her too. Lin Shuyan took the beef to the kitchen and put it in the pot to heat. Let's stir-fry the cabbage. What else does Grandma want to eat? Let me stir-fry. You take a break. Hearing that Grandma wanted to cook, the 3 of them stiffened. They had already experienced Grandma's cooking. They couldn't eat a single bite. In the end, Lin Shuyan thought of herself and decided to stir-fry some greens, make an egg soup, and serve it with beef and some side dishes, enough for several people. The family enjoyed a warm dinner together. She went upstairs to take a shower, leaving the 2 kids in the living room. After 2 days, Lin Shuyan felt something was off. Even though she slept well at night, she kept feeling sleepy during the day. Although she didn't have to attend those classes, her sudden sleepiness was troubling. Who falls asleep halfway through a meal? That would be like Fu Bao. Normally, with the special water they were drinking, she should be full of energy. Feeling confused, Lin Shuyan thought she needed to go to bed early tonight. It was Saturday. The first thing Lin Shuyan did when she woke up was count her fingers. It had been 8 days. Hezhong hadn't called back in 8 days. He rarely took this long on a mission. She hadn't slept well last night and felt uneasy, waking up twice. Was the mission too difficult? Could there be danger? Thinking this, her heart raced. She missed Hezhong a lot. These days should have been enough for him to process the situation, and Lin Shuyan had already calmed down. She liked Hezhong. In both her past and present lives, he was the first man she loved and the only one. Lin Shuyan sighed softly, noticing it was already 9 o'clock. She planned to go downstairs to call the military district. She knew she couldn't ask about the mission, but talking to Commissioner Li would ease her mind. Just as she changed her clothes to go down, the phone rang. Xiaoshu was in the living room reading and was about to run to answer it when he saw his aunt running down to pick up the phone. Xiaoshu stayed nearby, just in case his aunt needed him. Uncle has been quite chatty lately. He was watching when he noticed Aunt's expression change. What? Listening to the voice on the phone, Lin Shuyan couldn't believe it and asked in disbelief, feeling dizzy. What do you mean someone got shot? What do you mean someone fell into the water? Commissioner Li looked serious. Comrade Lin, don't panic. The person is on the way to the hospital and the military district will send the best doctors. I'm heading there now. With her fingers digging into her palm, Lin Shuyan forced herself to calm down, but her trembling voice revealed her emotions. Commissioner Lee, which hospital? I need to go. After a moment of silence, Commissioner Lee gave her an address. Okay, I'm on my way now. Lin Shuyan murmured, not listening to anything else on the line, and quickly hung up. Without time to explain, she ran upstairs, pulled a small suitcase from the closet, threw in a few clothes, and grabbed their marriage certificate and military dependent card, stuffing everything inside. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Lin Shuyan felt lost but forced herself to suppress her panic. She needed to find Hezhong. At this moment, she was grateful that the hardships of her past had given her the strength to face challenges alone. After a quick packing, Xiao Shu and Grandma came upstairs. Grandma anxiously asked, "What happened, Yan Yan? Is everything okay?" Hezhong was injured. Commissioner Lee just called. He needs someone to take care of him, Lin Shuyan said, trying to sound calm, knowing she couldn't hide it. Injured? Where? How serious is it? Lin Shuyan forced a smile. Commissioner Lee said he's out of surgery. Grandma, I need to go there first, and will call you when I arrive. But how can you go alone? It's chaotic on the train. Lin Shuyan grabbed her suitcase and headed outside. It's fine. It only takes 5 hours to get to Shaoyang. Grandma, you take the kids to the noodle shop for a while. Oh dear, don't worry about me. Just be careful on the road. Call me when you get there. I'll be waiting for your call at home. Okay, Lin Shuyan nodded and waved to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, you're the big kid now. Aunt isn't home, so take good care of Grandma and your sister. She felt anxious, her expression serious. Xiaoshu nodded seriously, and don't worry. I'll take care of Grandma and my sister. Good. Unable to say anything more to Fubao, Lin Shuyan took her suitcase and hurried out the door. She rushed all the way to the train station. With the experience from last time, Lin Shuyan went directly to the staff with her military family certificate and quickly bought her ticket. Fortunately, it was morning, and the train hadn't left yet. It was only a few minutes away. She stood on the platform with her suitcase, staring blankly in the direction of the train, her body trembling uncontrollably. The wind blew, and Lin Shuyan's face turned pale, fragile like a willow, yet she remained strong. The staff noticed her condition and thought something might have happened at home, so they handed her 2 freshly bought buns. You haven't had breakfast, right? Take these to warm your hands and don't worry. With the warm buns in her hands, Lin Shuyan stiffly said thank you, but her mind was blank. She waited until the train arrived, and the staff even helped her board. Her seat was by the window in the 3rd row, with her suitcase placed under the table. The journey from the capital to Shaoyang would take 5 hours. The train left at 9:50 and would arrive at 2:50. Lin Shuyan bit her lip, focusing only on her train ticket, her slender fingers turning white from the grip. The carriage gradually filled with people. Next to her sat a kind woman, and across from her were 2 men, one old and one young. Lin Shuyan hoped the train would depart soon. Every minute felt precious. 10 minutes later, the conductor's voice finally came through, reminding everyone to close the doors. The train whistled and slowly started moving. The scenery outside began to retreat, and with the window half open, the wind rushed in. Lin Shuyan seemed unaware, but the woman next to her couldn't take it anymore and gently said, "Young lady, could you please close the window? You might catch a cold." The woman glanced at her again, thinking how beautiful the girl was and worrying about how her family could let such a lovely person travel alone. Hearing the woman's voice, Lin Shuyan finally felt the coldness enveloping her. She raised her hand to close the window. As she moved, tears began to fall. Since she received the news, she had been holding back her emotions, packing her things, and setting off alone on the train. Now, watching the scenery pass by, she could no longer hold back and broke down in fear. The 2 buns in her hand were now cold and deformed from her grip. The woman was startled by her reaction, and the 2 men across looked over as well. Lin Shuyan covered her face and cried, tears streaming down her cheeks and into her palms, her thin shoulders shaking, making anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. Why are you crying?" The kind woman, who seemed warm-hearted, noticed that the girl was about the same age as her son, and thought she must be going through something difficult alone. "Oh, dear, please don't cry. It's okay. Everything will pass." Lin Shuyan bit her lip, unsure of how Hezhong was doing. At that time, medical care was limited, and she couldn't help but worry about what would happen when she arrived in Shaoyang. A comforting voice came from an aunt who felt helpless. Such a beautiful girl was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. She only had a son at home and didn't know how to care for a young girl. She quickly found a clean handkerchief and handed it over. Lin Shuyan quietly said thank you and wiped her tears, but as soon as she wiped them away, more fell. She missed Hezhong so much. She felt immense regret and guilt for acting stubbornly and not answering his calls. "Oh, dear. Stop crying. Your eyes will be ruined," the aunt said. Lin Shuyan nodded. Crying didn't help. She took a deep breath and asked, "Auntie, where are you going?" "We're going to Shaoyang City."
How about you?
"I'm also getting off in Shaoyang City." "What's the quickest way to get to the military hospital from the train station?" The aunt understood that someone in Lin Shuyan's family was sick. However, she didn't know how to get to the military hospital, so she turned to her son and asked, "How do we get to the military hospital?" Her son, around 20 years old and looking honest with a standard buzz cut, replied, "The military hospital isn't far. You can just take a rickshaw from the entrance. If you wait for the bus, you might have to wait a while, but if the number 2 bus comes, you can take that." "Thank you." Lin Shuyan leaned back at her seat, feeling dizzy, her pale face and red eyes looking weak and pitiful. The aunt was still worried. "Dear, you haven't eaten anything. Your stomach is empty. You need to eat something first. Even if we're just going to the hospital, you need energy." Lin Shuyan's eyes flickered. She had received a call as soon as she got up and had been on the train since then. She hadn't eaten or even had a sip of water. The aunt's words made her realize how hungry she was, and her throat felt dry. When she arrived in Shaoyang, Hezhong would definitely criticize her for looking like this. Lin Shuyan took a steamed bun from the table. It was cold, and she broke off a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing slowly without tasting anything. Her heart felt tight, and as she ate a little, she felt nauseous. She wanted to throw up but couldn't, so she forced down 2 more pieces of the bun. The aunt watched with concern and found an enamel cup, asking her son to get a cup of hot water. The water was brought back quickly, and the aunt placed it in front of her. "Drink some warm water." Lin Shuyan didn't move, thinking about how chaotic it had been on the train. "Drink it," the aunt said, noticing her hesitation. She then gave her son a light slap on the back, saying, "Get your ID out." Her son scratched his head and pulled out his ID from his pocket, looking a bit clumsy. "Comrade, I'm not a bad person. I'm a new recruit from District 18. This is my old ID. I haven't received the new one yet." "Don't worry, everyone in District 18 is a good person." Hearing about District 18, Lin Shuyan finally reacted, looked up at him, and softly said, "My husband is also in District 18. "Oh, what a coincidence. Is he in the same regiment? Maybe I know him?" As soon as he finished speaking, his father gave him a light tap on the head. "You're a new recruit. You won't know anyone until tomorrow." The young man, feeling a bit defiant, quietly replied, "I know Commander He, Deputy Commander Wen, Commander Chen, and Political Officer Li. I know them all." "You know them? They don't know you." Lin Shuyan was stunned. She didn't expect to hear about Hezhong at a time like this. But she couldn't say anything. What if Hezhong was on a confidential mission? Even being injured and hospitalized couldn't be disclosed. She stayed silent, took a sip of water, and ate a bit of steamed bread. Once she had something in her stomach, she felt a bit better. The 5-hour train ride included 7 stops, with people getting on and off, creating quite a commotion. Lin Shuyan leaned against her seat, staring out the window, her slender hand unconsciously resting on her belly, sitting quietly without speaking. The train was indeed chaotic, with people losing things and fighting for seats. Fortunately, she was sitting next to a family with a woman and a man, so it wasn't too noisy around her. She wasn't sure how she managed to get through the journey. When the conductor announced they had arrived in Shaoyang, she dazedly got up. The woman beside her looked worried and insisted on accompanying her out of the station. Only when she saw Lin Shuyan get into a rickshaw did she finally relax. Lin Shuyan thanked them. After all, they were from District 18, and she would have the chance to repay their kindness in the future. Along the way, she had already decided not to return to the capital. She didn't want to be separated from Hezhong again. These 5 hours felt too long to bear once more. The rickshaw stopped at the hospital entrance. Lin Shuyan grabbed her suitcase and hurried inside. Shaoyang City is further north. In early March, the spring chill was still in the air, and the tree branches had yet to sprout new buds, creating a desolate scene. Lin Shuyan was anxious to arrive. She had only thrown on a coat over her clothes, and her tense emotions made her not feel the cold. She asked around for directions, and luckily, a nurse recognized the patient she mentioned, as the case had attracted the attention of the hospital's specialists. She made her way to the second floor, where the operating room was located. The hallway was long, the tiles cold, and there were many people in front of the operating room, all dressed like leaders. Each of them wore a serious expression, staring at the light above the door. Lin Shuyan forced herself to walk closer, her small SS making soft sounds on the tiles. She hid her unease and anxiety. Someone looked over. A woman with a beautiful face, pale skin, and messy hair showed signs of exhaustion from a long journey. A soldier approached and stopped her, saying, "Comrade, please do not let unauthorized people in here." Lin Shuyan took a deep breath and spoke in a hoarse voice, "I am a family member of Hezhong." A few words made everyone in front of the operating room turn around. The leader, a man in his 40s with neatly combed hair and glasses, appeared strict and meticulous. "Xiao Zhang, let her through." The soldier named Xiao Zhang stepped aside, and Lin Shuyan moved forward. Political Commissar Li looked at her and said, "You've worked hard. Please wait a moment. He has been inside for 4 hours." The location of the incident was some distance from Shaoyang City. After the incident, they only provided basic treatment before rushing him to the hospital. The experts had only been inside for 2 hours. Lin Shuyan asked, "Was he shot? Where is he hurt?" Born in a peaceful era, she had never even seen a real gun. Political Commissar Li felt a bit relieved by her calmness and gently replied, "He was shot in the left shoulder, and he has a head injury from falling into the water." It's a bit tricky. He did not hide the truth. He could tell that Lin Shuyan understood the situation. A head injury can be serious, but no news is often the best news. Lin Shuyan set down her suitcase and silently stared at the closed door.
Hezhong will be fine.
"Yes, please sit down and rest for a moment," Political Commissar Li said kindly, asking a female colleague nearby to help Lin Shuyan sit down. Lin Shuyan's legs felt weak, and she did not refuse. She sat on the cold bench, her eyes fixed on the operating room door. If anything happened, at the very least, she had wild ginseng from her special space. She sat there, ready to enter if the doctors said there was danger, even if it meant revealing her secret. Time passed slowly, and apart from a few sighs, no one spoke. Tap. A doctor placed medical instruments on the cold stainless steel tray and sighed in relief. Soon after, the door opened. Lin Shuyan hurried forward, and everyone instinctively made way for her. The doctor came out first. "He is not out of danger yet. The bullet has been removed, and fortunately, it did not hit the heart. He will recover slowly, but we need to continue observing the head injury. Let's take him to the ward." A nurse pushed out the unconscious patient, whose face showed no color. Lin Shuyan felt a weight lift from her heart as she hurried to catch up. It was hard to accept that someone who was usually so strong was now lying down. She gently touched his hand and followed him into the hospital room. Doctors and nurses were busy, and when they saw Lin Shuyan was a family member, they advised her to stay close tonight. After some time, Commissar Li told everyone to leave, as they couldn't help here. The whole mission had gone wrong, and there were many things to handle afterward. Commissar Li glanced at the hospital bed again. He was worried about Hezhong, the most valued leader in District 18, especially considering his family's background. But there were still matters to attend to at the military district, so he had to leave. The woman following him, Wu Weihong, was the head of the Women's Federation in the family area. She said, "I'll stay for a while. You can go back, Commissar." Li remained silent for a moment, then replied, "All right, come back later tonight." Also, arrange for a few military family members to take turns helping out. He's new to Shaoyang and might need extra support. I understand. Wu Weihong nodded, knowing how to handle things as the head of the Women's Federation. Once Li left, she turned to Lin Shuyan, who was gently holding He Zhang's hand, her small face pale with worry. She hadn't expected He Zhang's wife to be such a delicate and lovely girl, though she seemed calm and steady. Wu Weihong approached her. "He Zhang's wife, I'm Wu Weihong, the head of the Women's Federation. What's your name?" Lin Shuyan came back to reality. "Hello, Director Wu."
My name is Lin Shuyan.
"That's a lovely name."
I'll call you Shuyan from now on.
Lin Shuyan nodded, and Wu Weihong continued, "Don't worry too much. He Zhang is usually very strong. He'll be fine. If you need anything, just let me know. The military district will take care of the families." "I'm fine, I don't need anything," she replied, feeling that her only wish was for He Zhang to recover. Then she added, "Director Wu, I haven't eaten anything on my way here. If you go to eat, could you bring something back for me?" As she spoke, she reached into her pocket and handed Wu Weihong 5 yuan. Wu Weihong declined. "It's just a little food. You don't need to pay. It's not right for you to spend your money. Please take it, otherwise I won't feel at ease, and He Zhang will scold me when he wakes up." In truth, he would never scold her. Seeing her sincerity, Wu Weihong accepted the money. "Then I'll go buy some food."
Thank you.
Seeing Lin Shuyan's thoughtful and polite demeanor, Wu Weihong couldn't help but admire her. This daughter-in-law of the He family seemed quite nice. She just hoped that nothing serious had happened to He Tuan. Otherwise, what would happen to his wife? With that thought, she left the hospital room. The nurse and doctor had already left, leaving just the two of them in the room. Lin Shuyan held back her tears. She was really scared and didn't dare to look at He Zhang. His head was wrapped in thick bandages, and his shoulder, chest, and wrist were also bandaged. She couldn't imagine how many injuries he had. Just looking at him made Lin Shuyan feel frightened and in pain. She couldn't bear to think about what it must have been like when he was hurt, and her heart ached with bitterness. She deliberately sent Director Wu away and went to the bedside to get a cup. There was hot water in the kettle, so Lin Shuyan poured half a cup, added some spring water, and mixed in some wild ginseng crystals. She carefully approached He Zhang to feed him. His lips were pale, dry, and cracked, tightly closed, making it hard for her to get anything in. Lin Shuyan wiped her eyes and softly said, "He Zhang, please drink this. I'm begging you." After saying this a few times, she was finally able to get a little bit into him. With patience, she found a small spoon, bent over the bedside, and continued until she finished the cup of water. The spring water was definitely effective, especially with the addition of wild ginseng. Wild ginseng could sustain life and replenish energy and blood, making it perfect for this situation. Lin Shuyan didn't dare to touch him. After feeding him, she sat back down beside the bed and gently touched the tips of his right fingers. She thought for a moment, then went out to ask the nurse for some medical cotton. Dipping it in spring water, she gently wiped the exposed wounds. The bullet had gone through his left shoulder, too close to the heart, his right wrist was fractured, and he had suffered a head injury. There were also large bruises on his face, waist, and legs, which were shocking to see. As she wiped, her hands trembled, and her heart felt twisted in knots. Not long after she finished, Director Wu returned. She was holding a large enamel bowl with rice at the bottom and vegetables on top. In her other hand, she carried a bag containing a basin, toothbrush, and towel. "Eat this first. I figured you didn't bring any of these, so I took the liberty of buying some for you," Wu Weihong said, placing the items on the table along with some change she had brought back. At 40, she looked at Lin Shuyan as if she were a child. "Thank you, Director Wu," Lin Shuyan replied. "There's no trouble at all. I asked the nurses, and they will be on duty tonight. If you need anything, just go to the nurse station on the first floor. I have to return to the military district, but someone will come to help you in the morning. Isn't it too much trouble? I can manage on my own. The military district values mutual help. When someone has a problem, we all support each other. You can't handle everything by yourself. You could tell she was a bit spoiled and used to being cared for. It seemed that Heetwan usually didn't let his wife face hardships, and staying by the hospital bed was a worrying task. All right, it's settled. Stay for a couple of days, and once you get used to it, you can go back. Lin Shuyan had no choice but to nod, okay. The empty bed over there is available. You can lie down and sleep at night. Remember to eat. Once you have energy, you'll be able to take care of Heetwan, Director Wu added before leaving the room. The enamel cup was on the table. She was very hungry, to the point of feeling uneasy, but she had no appetite. But Director Wu was right. Without food, she wouldn't have the strength. She still needed to care for Hezhong. She opened the lid and saw the simple meal, a stir-fried vegetable, a scrambled egg, and minced meat with chili. Lin Shuyan forced herself to take a few bites, her eyes watery. If Hezhong had bought the groceries, he would have kept the rice separate, knowing she didn't like them mixed together. She blinked, tears falling into her food, but she didn't mind, chewing numbly. She stopped after finishing almost half a bowl. She returned to the bedside, holding Hezhong's hand, looking at him anxiously. His hand was cold, unlike before when it was warm and dry. Lin Shuyan gently rubbed it, careful not to touch his wrist. The injury to his head could be serious or minor, and with current medical technology, there were no MRIs or CT scans available. All Lin Shuyan could do was pray that the healing water would help him recover slowly. Her mind wandered with worries. What if he had amnesia? What if he woke up and didn't remember her? She would take charge. Let's see if he would be responsible. After that thought, she felt a pang of sadness. There was no one in the room, so she didn't have to pretend to be strong. She sniffled and spoke softly. Hezhong, please get better soon. I'm not angry anymore. I won't argue with you again. I listened in when you called. I didn't want to ignore you. I don't like it when you're sick or hurt. I miss you so much. Her voice grew quieter, softly murmuring as her small body gradually leaned against the bed and fell asleep. She was exhausted and could hardly keep her eyes open. When she woke up, it was the nurse who called her. Lin Shuyan jolted awake, looking at the person in the bed, feeling guilty for falling asleep. The nurse checked her blood pressure and said softly, "Don't worry, everything is normal. You just dozed off for a few minutes." Lin Shuyan thought she had slept for a long time. "We will come to check on you every half hour, so don't worry too much."
Okay.
Even though the nurse said this, Lin Shuyan hardly slept all night. When she felt tired, she took a few sips of the special water and pinched herself, leaving bruises on her arm. The nurse couldn't bear to see this and offered to stay with her, but Lin Shuyan refused. Until the next day. The doctor checked again and said she would likely wake up in the afternoon. Her injuries would take time to heal, and they would check her head once she was awake. Wu Weihong's arranged visitor was Yu Shaoqing, the wife of Deputy Regiment Leader Wen Changzhou. She was about the same age as Lin Shuyan, looked gentle, spoke softly, and didn't dare to look up. Wu Weihong thought it was appropriate to send her, since Wen Changzhou was the deputy leader of 704. Lin Shuyan felt very tired and exchanged a few simple words with Yu Shaoqing, then went downstairs to find a phone to call her grandmother. There was a phone at the nurse's station, and when she called, it rang twice before being answered. Her grandmother had probably been waiting by the phone since early morning. "Yen Yen, how are you?" Lin Shuyan tried to sound casual. "Grandma, don't worry. The doctor said I just need to rest for a while. I can't go back yet." "That's good to hear. Just stay there and take care of yourself. Don't overdo it," her grandmother said, concerned. Hearing her grandmother's caring voice made Lin Shuyan's heart ache. She cleared her throat. "Okay, I know. I need to go buy breakfast for Hezhong. You take care at home, and I'll call you in a few days." "All right, take care." Lin Shuyan hung up the phone and bought some light porridge and side dishes to take back to her room. Yu Shaoqing was sitting at the foot of the bed and smiled shyly when she saw her come in. Xiaoqing, I'm going to wash my face. Yu Xiaoqing rubbed her hands together. Sister-in-law, you can go ahead. Lin Shuyan took a towel and basin to the washroom. The washroom was at the end of the hallway on each floor, where they also had hot water. There weren't many people in the hospital, so it was quiet. She filled her basin with hot water, added a bit of cold water, and splashed it on her face, feeling much better. A mirror hung on the wall, fogged up from the steam. She wiped it and looked at her reflection. Her eyes were completely red, filled with blood vessels. She added some special water to the basin and used the towel to soothe her face before returning to her room. Yu Xiaoqing was still very reserved. When she saw Lin Shuyan return, she stood up from her chair. Please sit down. Thank you for coming to help me. Yu Xiaoqing quickly waved her hand. No, it's not hard at all. Captain, he has helped my family a lot. Not just helped, he has saved us many times. This morning was the first time she raised her hand when Director Wu asked. Lin Shuyan smiled wearily. There were still empty beds in the ward, and Yu Xiaoqing quietly suggested, Sister-in-law, you should eat something and take a nap. If anything happens, I'll call you. Lin Shuyan was really tired. After a few sips of porridge, she lay down on the empty bed next to her. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. It was unclear whether it was the effect of the spiritual water or if Hezhong was truly recovering well. He woke up 2 hours earlier than the doctor had said. Sister-in-law, Captain, he is awake. I'll go get the doctor. Lin Shuyan was awakened by Yu Xiaoqing's voice. She quickly got up from the bed, not even having time to put on her outer clothes, and rushed to the bedside. Her mind was still hazy from sleep. Hezhong slowly opened his eyes, but closed them again due to the bright light. His head felt like a tightly wound spring, causing him pain. The anesthesia had long worn off, and the area on his chest where he had surgery felt like it was being torn apart. If he were an ordinary person, he would have cried out in pain by now. After just 2 minutes, sweat from the pain covered his forehead.
Hezhong.
A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Hezhong, in a daze, thought he was dreaming. A soft hand touched his forehead, wiping away the sweat, carrying her unique fragrance. Lin Shuyan's hands trembled as she saw his furrowed brow, imagining how much he must be suffering. Don't move. Wait for the doctor to come. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? She asked cautiously. Hezhong used all his strength to open his eyes. His lips moved as if to say he was fine, but no sound came out. Lin Shuyan hurriedly said, I'll get you some water. Don't rush to speak and don't move. Footsteps approached from the hallway, growing louder. Several doctors and nurses rushed in to conduct an examination. Hezhong managed to say a few words, but his gaze kept drifting to the petite figure by the bed. Seeing her dark circles and red eyes, they looked swollen like peaches. How could her chin look so sharp? The doctor asked a few simple questions and confirmed that he was conscious, which eased their worries. You definitely have a concussion. It's normal to experience headaches, dizziness, and nausea afterward. Try not to move too much. The doctor said a lot, and Lin Shuyan took careful notes. So, there won't be any danger? Is he okay? The doctor hesitated. It's hard to say. A head injury can vary in severity, so we need to observe him. For now, it looks much better than expected. Captain, he woke up early. Lin Shuyan thought, could it be the effect of the spiritual spring water and wild ginseng? It's possible. Seeing Hezhong covered in sweat, the doctor felt admiration and said, once the medication wears off, it will hurt a lot. I'll prescribe some painkillers. Before Lin Shuyan could respond, the person on the bed spoke first. No need. Painkillers have some side effects. He figured he could endure the pain for a bit. Although Lin Shuyan felt heartbroken, she didn't say anything. After giving instructions, the doctor left. Yu Xiaoqing stood by the door, feeling like she shouldn't be there at that moment, so she quickly stepped out and closed the door behind her. The ward fell silent. Lin Shuyan glared at the person on the bed. Seeing his weak state made her feel even more worried. She bent down and spoke softly. Does it hurt a lot? Hezhong looked at her. The last time they met, he had made her cry, and now, seeing her again, he felt the same sadness. What had he done to make his wife feel this way? His eyes were fixed on her face as he hoarsely asked, "Are you angry?" Lin Xuyan's nose turned red as she mumbled, "I wasn't angry before, but now I'm really upset. Why did you let yourself get hurt like this? What will I do if something happens to you?" Her voice choked. She had endured a whole day and night. Her heart felt crushed and on the verge of breaking. "Don't cry. It's just a small injury." "It's not just a small injury. You hit your head and got shot." Lin Xuyan wiped her eyes. "Please don't get hurt again, Hezhang."
I'm scared.
Just hearing the doctor speak made Hezhang's head throb with pain. But seeing his wife cry made his heart ache even more. "It won't happen again. Don't be afraid." Lin Xuyan cried a few times, then held it back, realizing she shouldn't let the injured person worry about her. "Don't talk, I won't cry anymore. I'll get you some water." Hezhang couldn't move, so she secretly added some spiritual spring water, thinking it would help ease the pain. She was determined to make him drink it to help him recover. She used a small spoon to feed him, managing to get him to drink just half a cup. Then she took a cloth to wipe his sweat, feeling a bit better seeing him awake. After a major surgery, Hezhang didn't have much energy and felt drowsy after drinking the water. "Go ahead and sleep. I'll stay here with you." The man looked down at her and said, "Let me touch it." Lin Xuyan obediently placed her hand in his, saying, "Don't move too much. Your wrist is still fractured, and you can't move your head either, or you might shake your brain." Feeling better, she chatted more, her little hand gently scratching his palm. "All right, go to sleep now." He gently pinched her delicate fingertips and fell asleep peacefully. When he woke up, things were much better. With the help of spiritual spring water and wild ginseng, Lin Xuyan secretly fed him while he slept. Not only did she feed him, but she also carefully tended to his skin injuries. The next day, when Hezhang woke up, he looked noticeably better. Aside from dizziness and pain from his wounds, there were no major issues. Commissioner Li came by again, assuring him to focus on healing and not worry about military matters. In the morning, it was still Yu Xiaoqing, bringing fruits from the Women's Federation. When she arrived, it was unfortunate timing. Hezhang had just woken up, and Lin Xuyan was wiping his face, leaning by the bed, holding his hand and chatting softly. Yesterday, Lin Xuyan looked pale, but today she resembled a flower that had been watered, her eyes and smile full of joy. "I don't want to sleep. I'm not tired. I just woke up," Lin Xuyan said, sitting up and tying her hair into braids with a soft tone. Hezhang seemed helpless against her, slightly frowning, but his words were filled with affection. "Then sleep this afternoon. Your eyes are dark." Okay, I'll sleep this afternoon too." Lin Xuyan quickly tied her hair, letting the long braids fall in front of her. While others might look awkward tying their hair, she made it look beautiful effortlessly. Yu Xiaoqing had never seen a couple interact like this. All the couples she knew were polite and distant, like herself and Wen Changzhao, who hardly spoke a few words when together. How could they be so close? It made her envious. Yu Xiaoqing gently knocked on the door, her head down. "Sister-in-law, Commander He, I was sent by Director Wu to bring some fruits." Lin Xuyan, unaware of Yu Xiaoqing's envy, smiled and got up. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoqing. Please tell Director Wu thank you tomorrow, and there's no need to send anyone else. I can manage on my own." Yu Xiaoqing nodded. "Okay, I'll tell Director Wu." "Sister-in-law, have you eaten yet? I can buy something for you." "No, it's fine. I just asked the nurse. I can rent the cafeteria stove. Can you keep an eye on it while I make some soup?" Hezhang needed to recover, and the cafeteria food was lacking in quality and taste. Lin Xuyan thought her cooking would be best, especially with the spiritual spring water. "All right, then you go ahead." Lin Xuyan returned to the bedside, said a few words to Captain He, and then left the room. As soon as she left, Captain He closed his eyes and returned to his usual expression. In Area 18, everyone respected Captain He. Yu Xiaoqing, whose husband worked under him, feared and respected him even more, so she sat on the bench, sweating. "Have you little troublemakers finished your winter break homework? Let's support each other." Lin Shuyan went downstairs and first bought a large round lunchbox with 3 layers. She also bought bowls, chopsticks, a spoon, and a separate soup container before heading to the cafeteria. There were several stoves in the kitchen, some empty, burning coal. Lin Shuyan spoke to the head chef and rented 2 stoves. Each stove cost 20 cents a day, and the coal cost an extra 10 cents. Lin Shuyan happily paid 6 yuan to rent them for 10 days. With a military family certificate, she could buy rice, flour, oil, and ingredients from the cafeteria, including meat. She wanted to buy 5 pounds of rice, but the staff kindly reminded her to buy what she needed for today first. With many people around, she wasn't the only one renting stoves, so any leftover food could easily be lost. Okay, then I'll take 1 pound for now. Listening to advice is wise. After buying the rice, she also got half a chicken, a small piece of pork, and some vegetables. Ingredients could be bought fresh anytime, as long as there was enough to eat. Aside from oil, which had to be bought separately, other seasonings could be used freely. Lin Shuyan filled a small bottle with oil to take back to the ward, ensuring it wouldn't get lost. Carrying a large bag to the small kitchen, Lin Shuyan was quite generous. There were 6 stoves, 2 already in use, so she chose 2 by the window for better ventilation and less smoke. She took out her items, including 2 small glass jars, one containing crystal from the spring water and one empty. She took a small piece of wild ginseng. Although the crystal would suffice, the wild ginseng had a stronger flavor. Previously, she had secretly given some to Captain He while he was unconscious. If the soup had the taste of ginseng, it needed to show at least a couple of slices. Moreover, using the wild ginseng directly would be more effective than the crystal. The wild ginseng was sliced thin and placed in the empty glass jar, leaving 2 slices on the cutting board. As the stove heated up, Lin Shuyan started cooking porridge, adding a bit of the spring water crystal. She chopped the half chicken into pieces for the soup. In her space, she also had some dried herbs, which she had bought during her visits to the rejuvenation hall. Just before coming, she had secretly taken some goji berries along with the wild ginseng. First, blanch the chicken, then stir-fry it briefly with slices and rice wine, and add hot water to simmer. She tossed in some mountain ginseng slices, added crystal spring water, and threw in a bundle of green onions. Before long, the chicken soup filled the air with a rich aroma. 2 people nearby were cooking their dishes, occasionally glancing over at her. Those willing to rent stoves usually had some money, but seeing Lin Shuyan rent 2 stoves and buy chicken and meat showed she was quite well off. Looking at her outfit, it was clear she was doing well. She was attractive, and her cooking smelled delicious. Lin Shuyan didn't pay attention to others. She just wanted to finish cooking and go upstairs. She first prepared the porridge and packed it into a lunchbox, then used the empty stove to start frying vegetables. To ensure a balanced diet, she stir-fried some bok choy, minced pork, and made a steamed egg and meat patty. Knowing Yu Xiaoqing's personality, she guessed she wouldn't want to eat together, but she still made a sauce with radishes as a side dish. The doctor advised against greasy food, so Lin Shuyan tried to keep the other dishes light. She was used to cooking and quickly finished several dishes, packing them into lunchboxes before leaving. When Yu Xiaoqing saw her return, she was ready to leave. Just as Lin Shuyan expected, she politely refused to stay for a meal. Lin Shuyan walked her to the door and returned to the bedside, asking, "Are you still dizzy? Do you want to eat something?" "I won't feel dizzy if I don't move." He was being honest. Earlier, he didn't want to worry the young girl, but now he didn't dare hide anything. Seeing the sweat on his forehead despite the cold, she knew he was in pain. A bullet had pierced his chest, and after surgery, he still had other injuries. Every one of them hurt. She bit her lip and wiped his forehead with a cloth, feeling a deep ache in her heart. Who could bear to see someone they cared about in such pain? Is it very painful? It's okay. It hurt, but he could endure it by gritting his teeth. He couldn't move, and Lin Shuyan was afraid to touch his head, even worried about placing a pillow, so she let him lie there as the hospital bed couldn't be adjusted. She took a spoon and carefully fed him. He took a sip and asked, "What's in the soup?" "I added some ginseng." You lost a lot of blood, so you need to replenish your strength. Lin Shuyan also fished out 2 slices of ginseng and fed them to him. Replenish, replenish, replenish. He couldn't eat much, but knowing she had put effort into it, he forced himself to drink a few sips of porridge, eat a bite of egg, and have some chicken soup. I'm done. I don't want to eat anymore. Normally, he could finish this amount of food by himself, but now he was eating less than usual, which made Lin Shuyan feel uneasy. He urged her, hurry up and eat, or it will get cold. Outside, it was probably only around 10 degrees, still chilly. Lin Shuyan replied and realized she couldn't eat much on her own. There was still a lot left. After finishing and cleaning up, Lin Shuyan went to get hot water. When she returned, she saw the person on the bed was still awake. Are you feeling unwell? Let me wring out a towel to wipe you down. Even though he was the commander of the military district, a tough man, Lin Shuyan knew He Zhang liked to stay clean. He always wore crisp white shirts and took showers daily. Now, he was sweating a lot, which must be uncomfortable. Just as Lin Shuyan was about to pour water, she noticed his tightly furrowed brow. He seemed to be gritting his teeth, his face tense. Her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere? I'll call the doctor.
No.
He Zhang quickly stopped her, his gaze dropping slightly. Help me to the bathroom. After 2 days of 4 fluids, no amount of sweating could compare, so he clearly needed to use the restroom. Lin Shuyan paused, relieved it wasn't anything more serious. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Where do you think you're going? You can barely move. She bent down and felt around under the bed, finding a.
Just use this, as the doctor said.
The plastic container looked like a teapot, but with a larger opening at the front. He Zhang's face turned pale. How could he use that? How could he let her handle this? With her delicate, fragrant hands. The man said firmly, I can get up. No way, Lin Shuyan replied, a bit annoyed, her eyes wide. Are you sure you won't feel dizzy? What if you faint, and I can't even support you? What if your wound opens up? Besides, you really can't get up. He Zhang turned his head. Then I won't go, I don't really need to. Before he could finish, he felt a chill as the blanket was lifted. He Zhang. He felt a lump in his throat and silently closed his legs. Really? Lin Shuyan gently patted his leg, knowing where he wasn't hurt. Come on. What's there to be shy about? I've seen it before. She glared at him, her face calm and unflustered, looking up at him with innocent eyes. It was that pure gaze that left He Zhang speechless. I'm telling you, holding it in can be bad for you. He Zhang, feeling helpless and having never experienced embarrassment before, finally understood what it meant to be embarrassed. He took a deep breath, resigned. Yan, at least close the door first. Oh, sorry, Lin Shuyan quickly went to close the door and made sure to lock it. Her man, if someone saw, it would be her who suffers. Returning to the bedside, Lin Shuyan carefully pulled down his hospital pants. That was really a bit inhumane. Couldn't they make the opening a bit larger? He didn't know how it ended, but once it was over, he closed his eyes with a solemn expression, like a flower picked too soon. Lin Shuyan was the flower thief. She took it to the bathroom to empty it, rinsed it with water, and returned only after it was clean. The man on the bed was silent. Lin Shuyan felt pity, but also found it amusing. However, she couldn't laugh. If she did, he might hold back next time. Pretending nothing happened, she added some warm water to the basin and said gently, All right, if you're tired, go to sleep. I'll help you clean up a bit. It will feel better. The man mumbled in response, unable to resist opening his eyes to look at her, feeling that her tone sounded a bit familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized it was how she spoke to their child. He sighed, hoping he would recover soon. Lin Shuyan unbuttoned his shirt, and the little bit of humor vanished. The injury on his chest was covered with thick gauze. She hadn't dared to look when the doctor examined him in the morning, but now, even through the gauze, it was shocking, and tears welled up in her eyes. Remembering what the doctor said, that if it shifted just an inch, he wouldn't need resuscitation, made her heart ache. Seeing her distressed, He Zhang said gently, You'll be fine in a few days. Please don't get hurt again. She looked up, biting her lip, holding back tears. Hezhong replied, okay. After this, he truly didn't want to take such risks again. Although he knew that in a crisis, he would still instinctively rush in, he would think more carefully about future tasks, ensuring there were no oversights. Because he was hurt, Yan would be even more upset. Hezhong couldn't bear to see her sad. Even a single tear from her made his heart ache. Lying in bed and needing care, he felt she looked exhausted. Remembering something, he said, "How could you come alone?" The train was so chaotic. Thinking of her sitting in the carriage, a pretty young girl, alone and unaware of what she might face, made Hezhong uneasy. He couldn't help but feel upset thinking about how many people might be watching her. Next time something happens, make sure to bring someone with you, like Yang Xiaoshan or Fu Yang. They are close friends and will help. If needed, I can return the favor later. Then she thought again and realized she couldn't bear to let him go out alone. Forget it, I'll stay with you from now on. Lin Shuyan glared at the man, who kept changing his mind. There won't be a next time. I don't want to go back to the capital.
Huh?
He Zhuang looked at her. If you don't go back, where will you go? With the troops. Anyway, you know everything. Even if I can't attend school, I can still get into college by studying at home. Thinking about the 5 exhausting hours on the train made Lin Shuyan feel upset. The helplessness and frustration of wanting to fly to Shaoyang was something she never wanted to experience again. She knew that no matter how much Hezhuang promised, he would still have to go when needed. If she stayed at the military district, she could find out anything immediately, and if there were no missions, they could see each other every day. Hezhuang naturally wanted her by his side, but considering where they were staying, a small room with no hot water or bathtub, nothing was convenient. It was fine for him as a man, but how could she manage? Moreover, the military district was under construction, with dust flying everywhere and trucks coming in and out, making it very noisy. I know, but it's too chaotic over there right now. The new family area will be ready in 2 or 3 months. We can go then. Lin Shuyan didn't want to listen. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. If she decided to go, she had to go. I don't care, if you can stay there, why can't I? She wasn't afraid of hardship, and besides, with He Zhuang's personality, he would probably go back to training as soon as he felt better, without paying attention to his injury. Such a serious injury, even if it looked healed, would still need months of care, and she couldn't relax if she wasn't there. Seeing that he couldn't convince her, He Zhuang could only say, let's talk about it in a few days. A few days won't help, Lin Shuyan muttered softly. She carefully wiped around his injury, avoiding it. Her delicate hands occasionally brushed against him. Her hands, soaked in warm water, felt soft and gentle, but they were also light, making it hard to endure. He Zhuang was injured in the head and chest, but his lower body was fine. Then, while she was wiping, he suddenly sat up straight.
He Zhuang.
Lin Shuyan's eyes widened and her cheeks flushed. She felt embarrassed, while He Zhuang seemed unfazed. Didn't you just say you've seen it all? Lin Shuyan was taken aback, puffing her cheeks and hurriedly pulling up the blanket. He Zhuang took a sharp breath, realizing he had forgotten that she had double standards. She could tease him, but he couldn't. Once everything was settled, He Zhuang felt quite exhausted. If it weren't for the wild ginseng and spring water chicken soup he had just eaten, he wouldn't have been awake now. All right, you should sleep. Yeah, you should sleep too. You've lost weight. Where have you lost weight? Lin Shuyan thought it was okay, but she was really tired, so she lay down on another bed to sleep. A few days passed like this. Hezhang's health improved well, and he no longer felt dizzy. The doctor came to check, saying, the injury on your head looks fine now, but the gunshot wound and your wrists still need time to heal. You should rest for at least another 20 days. Hezhong frowned. I actually feel like I've recovered well. The wound is too close to the heart. You still need to take care of it, the doctor said, a bit worried about the young captain. Thankfully, as a doctor, he was not too fragile emotionally. Hezhong wanted to say something, but Lin Shuyan shot him a look, signaling him to behave. Knowing he was at fault for this injury, Hezhong let her have her way. Okay, I understand. Captain, he is doing well. If it were someone else, they wouldn't recover this quickly. He Zhang found this strange. It wasn't his first injury, but this time he did heal faster than expected. When can I get out of bed? If you have the strength, you can walk a little each day, which will help the wound heal, but don't exert yourself. The doctor gave a few more instructions before leaving. Lin Shuyan scolded him. Just listen to what the doctor says. Don't be stubborn.
I know.
Compared to others, He Zhang preferred to listen to his wife. Lin Shuyan grabbed a lunchbox, ready to cook, and turned back to add, "You have to wait for me to come back before you get out of bed." He Zhang chuckled, "Okay." On the way to the cafeteria, Lin Shuyan always arrived a bit late. One of the other two women left. It seemed someone from their family had been discharged, but two new ones arrived. Food was already being prepared inside, and a strong fishy smell filled the air. As soon as Lin Shuyan stepped outside, the smell made her feel nauseous. Ugh. She covered her mouth, feeling like something was stuck in her chest, wanting to come up. Cough, cough, ugh. The feeling was unbearable. Her chest felt tight, and she wanted to throw up but couldn't. She squatted by the door, tears welling up in her eyes. Ugh. The people inside noticed and quickly came over. Since they saw each other every day, they had become quite familiar. What's wrong? I told you that you were too thin. Taking care of others has worn you out, hasn't it? A new girl, cheerful and straightforward, rushed to help Lin Shuyan. The others gathered around, asking, "Are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor?" Lin Shuyan's face turned pale as she shook her head. "It's just that fish." Thinking about the fish made her feel a bit nauseous, and she turned her head to gag slightly. "Is it the fishy smell?" The fish was made by the ant, and it was just taken off the stove. "It's okay. I cooked it well, and I'm about to leave," she said. Lin Shuyan apologized. "I'm sorry. My stomach hasn't been feeling well lately." "It's no problem," the ant replied as she quickly packed the fish and hurried off. Lin Shuyan thanked a few people and walked to the window. The breeze by the window finally eased her strange nausea. Once the meal was ready, she planned to check on things since they were all at the hospital. Nothing is more important than health. Thinking this, she started cooking. The cafeteria had rice, but Lin Shuyan preferred to steam it herself, adding some snow salt for better taste. She simmered the yam and pork rib soup and leaned against the window to enjoy the breeze. The girl who had finished cooking approached her and said, "Hey." Lin Shuyan looked at her and gently asked, "What's wrong? You're pregnant, right?" "I've had 2 kids, so I know some smells can make you feel sick just like you," she said. The girl was only 2 years older than Lin Shuyan at 22, but already had 2 children. Lin Shuyan was taken aback. Pregnant? But she had been taking birth control pills. Wait, during that time when He Zhang got drunk, after the New Year, she spent a day at a noodle shop with her grandmother and then forgot to take the pills. It wasn't impossible. After the New Year, at the end of January. Now, it was early March, over a month ago. She recalled when she started feeling nauseous, it was the day she took the train, and she felt a bit unwell on the train too. And she had been sleeping a lot. Seeing Lin Shuyan in shock, the girl added, "Just check later, you look like it." "Okay." Lin Shuyan was dazed, her hand unconsciously touching her stomach. Her period was late, and she had been too busy to notice. She had even forgotten. When the soup was ready, Lin Shuyan didn't cook anything else and hurriedly left the kitchen with her lunchbox. The obstetrics and gynecology department was on the left side of the first floor. Lin Shuyan noticed it while going up and down the stairs. A few minutes later, she was sitting in front of the doctor. At this point, there was an ultrasound available, but not all hospitals had one. The military hospital had a machine, but you needed to apply and make an appointment in advance. Before the ultrasound, pregnancy checks were usually done by traditional Chinese medicine through pulse diagnosis. Since Lin Shuyan had come on short notice, a pulse check would be the simplest. Her heart was racing, feeling like it might jump out of her chest. In her past life, she lived for 28 years without ever being with a man. Could she really be pregnant? Lin Shuyan felt extremely anxious, biting her lip and placing her hand on her wrist. The doctor, a gentle woman named Zhang, asked, "When was your last period? Is your cycle regular?" Lin Shuyan answered each question, nervously glancing at her wrist. When she left the doctor's office, Lin Shuyan felt completely dazed. Should she say that Hezhong was amazing or what? Just once without protection, and now she was pregnant. When the doctor confirmed it, her first reaction was joy, but then she nervously asked if the birth control pills she had been taking would affect the baby. The doctor reassured her that everything was fine, gave her some advice, and prescribed calcium tablets. The sunlight streamed in through the window, brightening the hallway. Pregnant women walked by, their bellies round. Lin Shuyan leaned against the wall, touching her flat stomach, feeling nothing yet. People passing by couldn't help but glance at her, noticing how beautiful she looked, even though her eyes seemed lost and confused, which made her seem vulnerable. A breeze from outside stirred her thoughts. Here there was a child. Her and Hezhong's child. Her eyes felt warm, and she couldn't express the complicated emotions inside her. Before this, she had many plans. To study, to take exams, to earn money. But now, all she could think about was the baby in her belly. One day, it would sweetly call her mom and Hezhong dad. Just thinking about it made her heart feel soft. She sniffed, picked up her lunchbox, and headed upstairs. She wanted to tell Hezhong first. Hezhong would surely be very happy. Lin Shuyan walked slowly, feeling as if she could hardly walk with a baby inside her. Her legs felt like they were at odds. She had only worn these heeled SS out, and she realized she needed to buy some flats. She also needed to take her calcium tablets and eat more meat. Her mind was a mess, but she couldn't help but smile. It was a joyful smile. In the hospital room, Commissioner Lee arrived. This was a mistake on our part. We didn't expect the other side to have so many people, all armed. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been dire. That day, they were supposed to take down a spy's information point, with intel suggesting only 3 people were there. But when they arrived, there were over 10, all with guns. If Hezhong hadn't taken out a few, they might have faced total disaster. Hezhong said in a deep voice, "What's the current status?" "I'm fine and can return anytime." Li Zhenwei was silent. This matter was indeed in Hezhong's hands, as he understood the situation best. The follow-up work must involve him to proceed. Let's rest for a few more days. For now, Deputy Wen can take over. 3 days should be fine. I have no problem with just commanding at the military district, Hezhong thought. He needed to catch that group of people who had caused him such trouble. Moreover, the error in intelligence sources was even more serious. He was restless even while lying in the hospital. Lin Shuyan overheard the last few sentences. The door was not soundproof. Once the two were done talking, she knocked and entered. Li Zhenwei is here. Li Zhenwei had a good impression of Lin Shuyan. She was calm and sensible, and it was clear she cared about Hezhong. Of course, he had no idea about her playful side with Hezhong. After discussing serious matters, Li Zhenwei's expression turned concerned. "You've really worked hard these days. Thankfully, everything is fine now. I used to wonder why Hezhong changed his attitude, but it seems it was necessary, given how much you care for him." Lin Shuyan smiled. "He is good to me too." It was mutual. Li Zhenwei felt relieved and didn't want to disturb the couple, so he said he would leave. Lin Shuyan had calmed down a bit. She thought about the matter of accompanying the troops and offered to see him out. That day, Hezhong had firmly opposed her going with the troops, guessing that the military district was busy with construction. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyan touched her belly. Telling Hezhong now would likely make him even more against it. He was still recovering, and she didn't want to end up taking care of him. It was better to ask Li Zhenwei first. The corridor was quiet as they left the hospital room. Li Zhenwei turned to her and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" "Nothing can be hidden from you." "Li Zhenwei," Lin Shuyan replied. "I wanted to ask about accompanying the troops." Hezhong mentioned that the process in District 18 is quite complicated and a report needs to be submitted for approval before I can go. Li Zhenwei, being the manager of District 18, knew all the details and nodded at her words. District 18 has special circumstances, and everything is quite strict. A report is indeed required, but since you are a military couple, they checked your family background when you got married, so the approval process will be quicker now. Lin Shuyan felt a surge of happiness. Can I write the report myself? Zhang needs to write it. However, sensing the tension, Li Zhongwei guessed that the young couple had not reached an agreement. He asked, is that kid not allowing you to go? Lin Shuyan felt a bit shy. She couldn't say that someone thought the military district's housing was too shabby for them to live in. Zhang said the military district is building new houses, and it's a bit chaotic. He told me to wait until the new family building is ready, but I can't help but worry. His injury is serious, and if I'm not there to keep an eye on him, he won't take it seriously. Commissioner Li didn't think too much about it. It's normal for a man to care for his wife. Besides, Lin Shuyan was right. Who would commander he listened to in the regiment? Even his words didn't carry much weight. Zhang had 2 regiments under him, and his rank could have secured him a small 2-story building. But in the past, he preferred to be alone and said he didn't need it, so he gave up the assigned house to a family in the regiment. The place he was currently living in was under construction, with dust flying everywhere, making it an unsuitable environment. It was understandable that he didn't want his wife to go there. All right, if you really want to go, I'll make an exception and submit your request. But if that kid inside gets angry, I can't handle it, Commissioner Li joked. Lin Shuyan smiled. I definitely won't let Commissioner Li take the blame. But that place is really not good. Once the new family area is built, we'll see about the allocation. It's fine. I can manage wherever, she replied. Although she preferred clean places, she wasn't afraid of hardship. She had lived in a drafty house in Xiaoqiao village before. Lin Shuyan felt happy and planned to persuade Zhang to take her to the military district while waiting for Commissioner Li's report to come through. Once it was confirmed, he wouldn't be able to send her away. She thanked Commissioner Li and happily returned to the hospital room. As she walked in, her smile faded. She glared at the person in the hospital bed. Zhang looked at her and asked, what's wrong?
I'm fine.
Can I go back now? Can I carry a gun and fight? Lin Shuyan put on a show, mimicking his earlier tone. Commander, he is so impressive. He has a hole in his chest and can still decide when to leave the hospital. Zhang sighed and waved for her to come closer, patiently explaining, when I go back, I won't be on a mission. I'll just be making decisions at the military district, just like in the hospital. Lin Shuyan sat by the bed, her eyes darting around like when Fu Bao is scheming. Then take me to the military district. I said to wait a bit. With the state of his room, the wind could and dust from the construction site across the street, making it unlivable. He regretted not taking the house when it was offered 2 years ago. Knowing he shouldn't have, Lin Shuyan put on a pitiful and wronged expression, just for a few days. Otherwise, I won't let you leave the hospital. I came to Shaoyang for the first time and have never been to the 18th district. I just wanted to see what your usual place is like. She was being cute and a bit clingy. He couldn't take it anymore, and besides, he couldn't let her go back alone on the train. Once they got to the military district, he would arrange for someone to take her home. He said firmly, you can only stay for 2 days. Lin Shuyan blinked, thinking that he didn't really have the final say, but she replied cheerfully, okay, just 2 days. Once they arrived, it wasn't like he could carry her out. With things settled for now, Lin Shuyan's heart was still fluttering, feeling like she was in a sweet dream. She held her stomach, feeling like she was keeping a big secret. Just a few more days, little one. She sat on a bench, swinging her legs happily. He felt warm inside, knowing that her cute and playful side was just for him, which made him very satisfied. After watching her for a while, he noticed her holding her stomach and asked with concern, does your stomach hurt? The sudden question startled Lin Shuyan, and she put her hands down. It doesn't hurt. Whose stomach hurts? I'm just hungry. She almost forgot about food. Lin Shuyan opened her lunchbox, which only had pork rib soup. He couldn't eat much, so he took some soup with rice, finishing half a bowl and nibbling on a couple of bones. Lin Shuyan didn't want to eat meat, so she picked out the yam to eat. She thought she would make something else for dinner. There were herbs in the soup, and since she was pregnant, she had to be careful about what she ate. After finishing their meal, Lin Shuyan clung to him, feeling warm inside. Knowing she was having a baby made everything feel different. Even though they were married, she still felt independent before. Now it felt like they were tied together creating a strange bond. It felt like he had her tied down, and what if one day he changed his mind?
Right.
Men can easily change their minds. Then she would just leave with the baby. Suddenly, she imagined herself sitting on the curb with her poor child, eating steamed buns.
How sad that would be.
Her thoughts wandered, emotions rising and falling, feeling a mix of feelings, and she started to feel anxious, hearing that childbirth could be very painful. He was leaning back on the pillow, reading documents brought by political commissarily. His hand was healing well, and holding a light document was no problem. Noticing she hadn't spoken for a while, he turned to look at her and saw her red eyes gazing at him sadly. He quickly ran through his mind, alert and filtering through his actions. Did he do something wrong today? It seemed not.
Come here.
Lin Shuyan leaned in, resting her head on his uninjured shoulder, looking as pitiful as a little kitten. He Zhuang's heart softened. What's wrong? Are you going to change your mind? He Zhuang was taken aback, quickly responding, why would I change my mind? It was an unfounded accusation against him. After all, where could he find a wife as wonderful as her? Lin Shuyan was easily comforted and smiled again, snuggling closer to He Zhuang. I want to sleep here. The bed was spacious, and her slender frame fit perfectly. He Zhuang shifted slightly to make room, and Lin Shuyan lay down beside him, slipping under the covers. It was nap time, and the sun shone brightly outside. The shadows from the wooden window cast patterns on the floor, with climbing vines swaying gently. The two had not lain together for nearly a month. Lin Shuyan cautiously wrapped her arms around his waist and snuggled closer.
He Zhuang.
The man looked down at her smooth forehead, her soft hair carrying a pleasant scent, gentle and obedient. Feel my stomach. I ate too much. He Zhuang turned slightly and gently touched her belly, which felt flat, not at all like someone who had overeaten, but it was warm and soft. Remembering what the doctor said about not rubbing the stomach too much, Lin Shuyan pressed his hand down. Just leave it, don't move. He Zhuang chuckled, his deep voice close to her ear. You have quite a few requests. Lin Shuyan huffed in dissatisfaction and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. 3 days later, Xiaoding came to pick them up. They had spent 12 days in the hospital, and He Zhuang's wound was healing well. After all, he had eaten almost half a wild ginseng from the spring, which was potent enough to sustain life, so, of course, he was recovering well. Xiaoding drove to pick them up, having been granted special permission to leave the unit today to collect the commander. Seeing his commander, the young man, who was about 6 feet tall, had tears in his eyes. Commander, I'm so glad you're okay. That day, they had split into 2 groups, and He Zhuang was the only one who got seriously injured while driving to block the enemy.
I'm fine.
He Zhuang replied briefly, maintaining his serious demeanor as the commander in front of others. Xiao Ding brought his clothes. Sister-in-law, here are the commander's clothes. Okay. There was a military shirt and a jacket. He Zhuang stood up from the bedside. He had been getting up and walking around for the past 2 days, careful not to move too much to avoid straining his wound. Xiaoding, can you help me get the medicine? I need to change He Zhuang's clothes. Sure, Xiaoding said, grabbing a list and quickly running out. Lin Shuyan helped He Zhuang change his clothes, and luckily, he had a jacket since it was still cold outside. She lowered her gaze, buttoned him up, and carefully adjusted his collar, smoothing out the wrinkles on his shoulders. He Zhuang always paid special attention when wearing his military uniform. How long will it take to get to the military district? Can you handle the ride? It's fine, just over an hour. Lin Shuyan looked up at him. Remember, when we go back, you have to listen to me. The doctor said you can only be active outside for 2 hours a day.
Okay.
The man who usually trained others was now being managed by his wife, and all he could say was okay. After changing clothes, Xiaoding returned. They didn't have much, just Lin Shuyan's small suitcase and the lunchbox they had been using for the past few days. Xiaoding took everything, saying, Sister-in-law, let me handle it. Thank you, I appreciate it. Lin Shuyan smiled and supported He Zhuang as they walked outside. Xiaoding scratched his head. Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. Once we're at the military district, you can boss me around. Also, there's De Hu and Lao Zhang. We'll all listen to you. Sounds good. Lin Shuyan quite liked the few of them. They were cheerful and lively. She wondered how her usually serious husband ended up with such lively soldiers. He Zhang frowned. When did his wife start needing them to do things?
He was still there.
The sun was shining, and the car stopped right at the hospital entrance. Lin Shuyan and Hezong got into the back seat, and as the car drove through the streets, Shaoyang was bustling with activity. Being a northern city, it was not much different in style from the capital. The buildings were spacious, and the streets were wide. She thought about when they could come back for a proper visit. Leaving the urban area, the car drove for a while along the road before turning onto a narrow mountain path. There was nothing special at the intersection. Most people would just think it led to a village. After a few turns, they were surrounded by empty fields, with no signs of life. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for one car, and it was bumpy and rough. Lin Shuyan worried, "Are you okay?" Hezong was used to driving on this road, so he was fine.
I'm okay.
After a while, Lin Shuyan couldn't take it anymore. The bumps were making her feel sick, and she couldn't tell if it was motion sickness or morning sickness. Shouting, "Stop for a moment." The car stopped, and she covered her mouth as she got out, squatting by the roadside feeling nauseous for a while. Hezong quickly got out and wrapped his arms around her. "Why are you feeling so sick?" There was no one around, and a cool breeze blew. Lin Shuyan waved her hand, still squatting by the road. "Just go back in the car. I just need a moment." He Zhuang stood beside her, blocking the mountain breeze. The air in the mountains was fresh, filled with green scenery and the scent of leaves, grass, and soil. Lin Shuyan took a moment to catch her breath and stood up, patting her chest. "All right, let's go." He Zhuang reached out to smooth her messy hair, feeling uneasy. If it weren't for his injury, she wouldn't have had to come all this way. The car started again, and He Zhuang reminded Xiaoding, "Drive slowly, we're not in a hurry." "Okay, Captain." Coughing, he was used to driving fast, almost treating the car like a plane. As the speed slowed, the ride became smoother, and Lin Shuyan leaned against He Zhuang, feeling sleepy. "Take a nap, I'll wake you when we arrive." She barely responded before dozing off. There were 2 accommodation areas in District 18. One was a dormitory building for regular soldiers, and the other was a family compound for officers and their families. Regular soldiers who had not served a certain number of years were not allowed to bring their families due to the strict nature of District 18. Even marriage was regulated. He Zhuang's place was on the edge of the family compound, a small house with 1 room inside and outside, barely a 1-bedroom apartment. Lin Shuyan was curious about everything as the car drove through the path lined with tall pine trees. Even the trees in the military were planted so neatly. In the distance, they could see the training grounds, where many people seemed to be training. They passed through the dormitory area and arrived at the family compound. Originally, the family compound had connected single-story houses, with the best buildings being 2-story. The walls were slightly yellowed, simple yet showing signs of age. They were indeed old houses. Newly built buildings were about 200 meters away, mostly completed. In front were 2-story standalone houses with small yards, clearly meant for higher-ranking officers. Behind them were 3-story row houses, about 5 rooms in a row, likely assigned to families with fewer members or lower ranks. But they were all new houses and looked quite nice. Logistics vehicles were transporting bricks and tiles, leaving deep tracks on the ground. The sounds of unloading and breaking stones filled the air, with layers of yellow dust swirling in the wind. Indeed, the conditions were tough, but once the houses were finished, it would be great. Lin Shuyan was optimistic. Having decided to accompany the troops, she felt happy to be with He Zhuang and found everything appealing. As the car turned into the row house area, the sounds of construction faded away. In front of the houses, many families sat together on low stools and high chairs. Tall ones are in front, short ones are sitting down, and there's a stack of envelopes by their feet. The ones on the left are not folded well, while the ones on the right are neatly folded. They chat about daily life while folding envelopes, using glue from a glass jar, probably doing some small tasks. Previously, Lin Shuyan heard Yu Shaoqing mention that the Women's Federation sometimes finds small jobs for everyone to do, allowing them to earn some extra money if they want to participate. She looks outside, and people outside are also looking at the car. Hezhong lives in the outermost building, and when the car stops, everyone looks over from a distance. Seeing it's Hetuan, they all know he was injured, so they are happy to see him back. There aren't many leaders in the 18th district, and many of the battalion leaders and deputy leaders are family members of his subordinates. If it were someone else, people would have rushed over to show concern, but Hetuan is different. Even the men feel uneasy, and the women are even more hesitant to approach. So they can only watch from afar, with no one stepping forward. As they watch, they see Hetuan helping a delicate girl out of the car. The wind gently blows. Lin Shuyan is wearing a dark blue coat that highlights her porcelain-like face. Underneath, she has on a white sweater and a fitted dress that shows off her slim waist and figure. With an oval face, big eyes, black hair, and rosy lips, she looks charming and well cared for. The women around her start to chatter excitedly.
Hey, who is that?
She looks really good. Are you silly? Hetuan is helping her. It can't be anyone else. Didn't they say Hetuan got married last year? That must be his wife. She looks so lovely, like a young lady from a wealthy family. Don't say that. Young lady isn't a compliment. It's an insult. But she really does look like one. Just look at her figure and skin. She must be well taken care of, or who could raise someone like that? Didn't they say Hetuan's wife is from the countryside? What good is that? We value being capable and managing a household. She looks too delicate to do anything. Some are praising her while others are being critical. Meanwhile, Lin Shuyan has already followed Hezhong into the house. The doors and windows were tightly shut. Hezhong hadn't been back for over half a month, and when the door opened, a musty smell filled the air. But it was better than leaving it open. That would have let in dust and dirt everywhere. Lin Shuyan looked around. There was one room inside and one outside. The outer room had a stove, and it was clear that Hezhong ate at the cafeteria. Besides a kettle and a teacup, there were only 2 bowls and no pot. There was a square table and 2 wooden chairs. In the inner room, there was a bed, about 1.5 meters wide, much smaller than her bed at home. Against the wall was a wardrobe. Lin Shuyan took a deep breath, feeling as if the place had been ransacked. She turned and looked at Hezhong with a mix of admiration and frustration, saying, "You say you are frugal, but it looks like you have nothing at all." Hezhong didn't mind. As a man, he felt he had everything he needed. Xiaoding came in with some items and cleared his throat, speaking softly. "Captain, Political Commissar Li said to come see you when you return." Hezhong glanced at him and replied, "Got it. Yen Yen, you rest for now. I'll be back soon. Don't worry about dinner. I'll get something from the cafeteria." Lin Shuyan glared at him. "Why are you running around? Come back as soon as you're done." She looked at Xiaoding. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him wander off to the cafeteria." Xiaoding nodded obediently. He understood that in the team, they followed the captain's orders, but at home, they listened to the captain's wife. After Hezhong and Xiaoding left, Lin Shuyan took her small suitcase to the bedroom. She felt grateful that Hezhong was very organized. Although the place was simple, it was clean, and the blankets were neatly folded. However, she really didn't want to sleep under such rough blankets. They looked cold and dusty. She didn't dare to fully open the window, so she just cracked it open for ventilation. Next to the honeycomb stove was a sink, and the water was conveniently brought in from an outdoor faucet. She sighed with relief. If there had been no water, it would have been too difficult. She picked up the teapot from the table, ready to boil some water, when someone knocked on the door. The door was ajar, and Yu Shaoqing stood at the entrance with a thermos. She had just been folding an envelope at her own door when she saw Lin Shuyan return and hurried over with some hot water, knowing there was probably no tea at home.
"Great, Hezhong is gone," she said.
"Sister-in-law, let me help you tidy up." Lin Shuyan had a good impression of Yu Shaoqing. It was nice to see someone she knew. "Come in and sit." She smiled wryly. "There's not much to tidy up. Hezhong has hardly anything in this room." She should have gone to the department store while she was in town. She didn't think of it. Yu Shaoqing had never been here before. Looking around, she noticed how cold and empty it felt. It seems like there's really not much to tidy up, but you should drink some water first. I brought some. There are ready-made things, so Lin Shuyan is of course happy, saving the trouble of boiling water and heating the stove. Okay, thank you. She took a cup to wash in the sink, and Yu Shaoqing came over. Sister-in-law, let me do it. This faucet hasn't been used for many days, and the water in the pipes is dirty. We need to let the dirty water out first. Yu Shaoqing has lived here long enough to know everything. Lin Shuyan noticed that the water coming out was indeed a bit murky.
Sigh.
Otherwise, we might as well drink spring water in the future. But letting out a little will make the rest better. Lin Shuyan found some tea leaves, brewed 2 cups, and asked Yu Shaoqing, "Is there a place to buy things in the military district? This place has nothing, and I don't know how Zhang gets by usually. As for how the captain gets by, Yu Shaoqing certainly knows even less. This place has nothing, and I don't know how Zhang gets by usually. As for how the captain gets by, Yu Shaoqing certainly knows even less. She only heard her man say that sometimes captain he sleeps in the dormitory over there, so he probably doesn't come back here often. She pursed her lips. Yes, there is a supply and marketing cooperative near the Women's Federation courtyard, and there are vegetable and meat stations. The meat station opens every 2 days, but the vegetable station has fresh. Lin Shuyan didn't know where to start. She wasn't just staying for 2 days. She needed to buy everything, so she decided to check out the supply and marketing cooperative first. Lin Shuyan didn't know where to start. She wasn't just staying for 2 days. She needed to buy everything, so she decided to check out the supply and marketing cooperative first. Before going out, Yu Shaoqing helped Lin Shuyan take the quilt outside to dry. The people over there were curiously looking at Lin Shuyan. Since Captain he wasn't around, they felt even bolder in their scrutiny. Lin Shuyan didn't mind, and even smiled at them. After all, they would see each other often, so it was better to build good relationships first. Someone muttered, "I told you she can't do anything by herself. She even needs help to hang a quilt." Others didn't say much, and someone muttered, "I told you she can't do anything by herself. She even needs help to hang a quilt." Others didn't say much and continued folding envelopes while laughing. Of course, Lin Shuyan could hang it by herself, but with a little one in her belly, she wasn't used to it yet. Everything felt a bit awkward, and she was afraid of startling the baby. The supply and marketing cooperative was a bit far, going straight through the family courtyard. She saw a notice board. Then she saw a courtyard with a sign that read, Yu Shaoqing spoke softly, keeping her head down and walking along the edge of the path. Lin Shuyan nodded. As long as it has everything, that's good. We really have. Yu Shaoqing spoke softly, keeping her head down and walking along the edge of the path. Lin Shuyan nodded. As long as it has everything, that's good. We really have too few things at home. They entered the little general store, which was quite spacious, a large room that combined 2 smaller ones. There was a row of glass cabinets about 10 meters long, filled to the brim. Next to it, there were wooden shelves stacked with fabric. The number of people needed to be precise, not excessive, so a regiment only had 600 soldiers, divided into 3 battalions, which were further divided into companies. There were a total of 6 regiments in the military district, but only Zhang was in charge of 2 of them. Including officers, logistics, and family members, there were about 5,000 people. The soldiers lived in dormitories, and supplies were distributed uniformly, but in the family area, there were about 100 officers, each with 3 to 5 family members, totaling several hundred people who relied on the small store for their needs. At the counter, there were 2 salespeople, and 2 or 3 women were also shopping with their children. When Lin Shuyan saw the children, she thought of her 2 little ones at home. Once she settled in, she wanted to bring Fubao and Xiaoshu over. Lin Shuyan was a newcomer and stood out with her looks, quickly drawing attention. Usually, in the family compound, Yu Shaoqing was a person who blended into the background, and the salesperson could only remember her name. Now, the salesperson waved enthusiastically. "Oh, Shaoqing, you have such a lovely relative. Is she from the city?" Yu Xiaoqing wasn't used to such warmth and quickly waved her hands. No, this is Hetuan's sister-in-law. Sister Zhou was taken aback for a moment. Hetuan? Oh, you mean Hetuan, right? This is Hetuan's wife. Lin Xuyan smiled, greeted them, and then turned to look at the items. She was in a hurry. After shopping, she needed to find Hezhong. The families in the military district lived in the mountains for a long time and had little contact with the outside world. Unlike the girls in the capital who were already dressing in bright colors, they still wore simple and plain clothing. Lin Xuyan felt out of place but didn't mind. She knew it would become normal after a few days. She definitely needed to buy a pot for making soup every day, as both she and Hezhong needed to nourish themselves. She also planned to buy 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks, as well as a basin, towels, and a clothes rack, focusing on what she needed right away. Lin Xuyan thought about buying less to avoid carrying too much back, but after looking around, she ended up buying more. She didn't bring many clothes, so she bought 2 cotton sweaters for changing. The items here weren't varied in style, but the quality was good, and the prices were reasonable since the military district wasn't focused on making a profit. It was all about making life easier for everyone. She had enough tickets and money, so she didn't have to hold back when shopping. When she reached the S rack, she noticed that Yu Xiaoqing was wearing rubber-soled SS bought from there. She asked, "Are these SS comfortable? Do they slip easily?" Yu Xiaoqing looked down at her feet and said, "It's okay, but it can be slippery on rainy days. If you're worried about slipping, you should buy cloth SS, but they will get wet." Lin Xuyan glanced over and noticed some cloth SS nearby. They had a simple design with a soft, thick sole and a strap across the top with a small buckle on the side. They were fine for wearing at home, but they were a bit ugly. She picked up the cloth SS and thought she needed to buy some slippers too. After looking around, she ended up with a pile of items that cost about 30 yuan. With Yu Xiaoqing's help, she managed to carry everything home. After setting her things down, Lin Xuyan realized it had been over an hour. She wanted to find Hezhong and borrow a phone to call Fu Bao and Xiao Shu. After asking Yu Xiaoqing for directions, she set off on her own. That day, she had asked Commissar Li about the schoolyard. He said she couldn't enter freely, but she could go to the office area. Since Hezhong wasn't officially back yet and his situation was special, Lin Xuyan was allowed to take care of him. After all, the military district hoped Hezhong would recover from his injury soon. In the office, Hezhong had just finished listening to Wen Changzhao's report and let the waiting company commanders in. Xiao Ding and who were also there. Everyone was excited to see the commander back and reported on the situation in the team over the past few days. While Hezhong was away, they had not slacked off at all. They were even more determined to train hard for this mission. They got so busy that they lost track of time. Xiao Ding felt anxious. He had said it would be an hour, but now it had been 2. Hezhong still hadn't dismissed them. He muttered to himself, glancing around, and caught sight of a beautiful figure walking in from outside. Oh no, this is bad. Seeing people in the office, Lin Xuyan stood outside, waiting. After another 10 minutes, Hezhong finally waved his hand impatiently. All right, dismissed. Time for training. As everyone filed out, they spotted the beautiful woman standing at a distance. They were all men who rarely saw women in the military district, and upon seeing someone so pretty, their eyes lit up. They nudged each other, wanting to look but hesitant to do so. Who is that? Lin Xuyan turned slightly and saw Da Hu, giving him a small nod. Everyone looked at Da Hu in disbelief, their expressions questioning. It can't be your wife, right? Da Hu almost punched someone. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Hezhong glanced at the documents on the table. The new training ground was almost ready, and they needed to find time to test it in the next few days. Xiao Ding still hadn't left, standing there looking uncomfortable. Hezhong frowned. Is the task done? Why are you still standing here? Xiao Ding quickly ran off. Once everyone had left, Lin Xuyan approached and knocked on the door. He thought it was little Ding returning, and Hezhong impatiently looked up, his gaze softening immediately. Why are you here? Lin Xuyan came in without looking at him. I need to borrow the phone. Her small face clearly showed she was upset. Hezhong glanced at the clock. He had been out for a while. Calling Grandma? Yeah, Lin Shuyan walked to the phone, dialed the number, but there was no response. Why can't you get through? Hezhong helped her redial. It's a military area. You need a code.
Oh.
The call connected. Today was the weekend, so everyone should be home. Grandma said she would wait for her call. After a few rings, someone picked up. Hello, Aunt? Is that you? A child's excited voice came from the other end. Lin Shuyan smiled. Yes, it's Aunt. Is Little Tree at home? I'm drawing with my sister. Little Tree replied obediently, and then a cheerful voice chimed in. Aunt, it's Fubao. Fubao, do you miss Aunt? Hearing the children's voices made Lin Shuyan think of them. Even though she had been away in the south last time, she hadn't been apart from them for so long. She missed both children, raising them as if they were her own. Wah, I miss you, Aunt. Come back. The little girl started to cry. She hadn't seen her aunt in a long time. Usually, she didn't say much, but when she missed her aunt, she would sneak into her room with her little bunny and lie on her bed. Aunt, please come back, Wah. Lin Shuyan felt a lump in her throat and quickly comforted the child. Don't cry, sweetheart. You'll see Aunt in a few days. She was determined to bring the children over. With a sobbing voice, Fubao tried hard to speak clearly. How many days? Lin Shuyan thought for a moment and will tell you next time I call, okay? She wanted to wait until the new house was ready before bringing the children over. If she told her a specific number of days now and couldn't meet it later, the child would be disappointed. Wah, Fubao will be good, the little girl said, holding the phone, tears streaming down her cheeks, looking as pitiful as a little cabbage. She timidly added, Aunt, don't leave Fubao. Though her words came out in a rush, Lin Shuyan understood and felt her heart tighten. Even though the child was small, she understood things early without a mother. Even if she didn't fully grasp the situation, Fubao knew she didn't have a mother or father. Only Aunt and Uncle remained. She was very afraid that if Aunt left, she would be forgotten. Fubao blinked her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she mumbled, Auntie wants Fubao. Lin Shuyan softened her voice. How could Auntie not want Fubao? Auntie wants Fubao, and also wants her brother. Fubao doesn't need to be afraid. Nearby, Grandma spoke, helping the little girl wipe her tears. Oh, my dear, Auntie will be back in a few days. Don't cry so sadly. The little one cried, and so did the older ones. Hezhong, standing by, felt a headache coming on. Grandma answered the phone. Yen Yen, where are you? How's everything over there? Is Hezhong with you? Lin Shuyan didn't want Grandma to worry, so she cleared her throat. Hezhong is here. We arrived at the military district. Everything is fine. Grandma, tell Fubao not to cry. How could I not want her? As she spoke, her heart felt heavy. The little girl misses you. She runs to your room every day and wakes up wanting to see you. She talks about you many times a day. Yes, I will be back in a few days. She glanced at the man beside her. In a few days, we will see each other. Tell Little Tree and Fubao not to worry. Okay, you too. Take care of yourself. Hezhong is fine, and the doctor said there's nothing to worry about. Lin Shuyan felt a bit relieved, thinking of herself as Grandma's own granddaughter, while Hezhong was like a found child. The phone was passed around among the three of them before Lin Shuyan reluctantly hung up. Turning to Hezhong, she suddenly remembered, I forgot to let you say a few words. Mainly because the others had also forgotten. Hezhong raised his hand to wipe her face. It's fine. Just what you said is enough. She had covered everything, being more thoughtful than he was, and Hezhong had nothing to add. Lin Shuyan sighed. I miss Fubao. Then I'll arrange for you to go back soon. The military district has a car going back to the capital. Taking the train takes longer, but driving only takes a little over 4 hours. Ah. That wasn't exactly what she meant. Lin Shuyan quickly stopped the man, blocking him with her words. No, I need to supervise you for a few days. Didn't we agree to be out for just an hour? Look how long it's been. Hezhong. They had indeed been out for a long time, and now that it was mentioned, he felt a thin layer of sweat on him. All right, let's head back, Lin Shuyan said, pursing her lips. If she didn't come looking for him, he probably wouldn't even think about going back. Okay. The two of them had lunch at the cafeteria. When they got home, Lin Shuyan boiled water and started organizing the things she had bought, asking him as she tidied up, "Do we need to go to the city to buy furniture?" Thinking of the mountain road made her nervous. It was quite bumpy. Hezhong put his clothes in a corner of the wardrobe and replied, "The military district has carpenters who can make furniture there. With so many new houses being built, it seems like there will be quite a wait. That's pretty convenient. I'll go and order a few things tomorrow." Hezhong came out and took the towel from her hand. "Why are you doing that? There's enough here. When the new house is assigned to me, I can come along with the army. I just want to prepare now." That's true. They stood by the table, and Hezhong pulled her close. "Stop tidying up. Aren't you tired from the ride?" Seeing her moving around, Hezhong felt uneasy. He didn't want her to be busy for him. Lin Shuyan glanced around the room. She hadn't done much, just bought new sheets from the store, washed them, and that was it. She wouldn't tire herself out. She had to take care of herself and the little one. The man had already taken off his jacket, leaving only a shirt on, his hands resting on the table behind her. She looked up slightly and could see his Adam's apple moving. Hezhong looked at her soft hair, leaned down, and kissed her forehead. "Let's take a break." Lin Shuyan didn't insist on doing more. She brought the blanket in and took a nap with Hezhong. Before sleeping, she made him drink a cup of spring water and added a thin slice of wild ginseng to it. A 1.5-meter bed wasn't too cramped. Even though Hezhong was tall, his fit physique wasn't bulky. She hadn't felt tired while tidying up, but once she lay down, Lin Shuyan quickly fell asleep. The person lying next to her, however, couldn't sleep. The water he drank didn't quench his thirst, and he felt hot all over. Thinking it might be because his wife was beside him, he carefully pulled her closer. After lying there for a while, he still felt hot. The warmth inside him was rising, and unable to get up, he drank another cup of water. When Yu Shaoqing returned, she was busy sealing envelopes at the door. She wasn't very social and didn't chat with the other women in the neighborhood. Today, however, others approached her. People are naturally curious, especially these days when there isn't much entertainment at home. When women gather, they can't wait to gossip about anything new for days. Today, they saw Yu Shaoqing going out to buy things with the new wife of He Tuan, and they wanted to know more. A few of them gathered around Yu Shaoqing's chair, looking curious. "Do you have something to share?" Yu Shaoqing was shy, her head down, her hair covering half her face, giving off a gloomy vibe. Someone started the conversation. "Hey, Shaoqing, how did you meet He Tuan's wife?" Yu Shaoqing rubbed her dry hands nervously and said softly, "Not long ago, Director Wu needed someone to help at the hospital, and my family asked me to go." "That's right. Your man is the deputy of the He Group. It makes sense for you to go. Can you tell us about He Group's wife?" Everyone brought their small stools and sat down in a circle. Yu Shaoqing had never been surrounded by so many people. She felt very shy. "Well, she came from the capital, but I don't know much." "From the capital? I heard she's from the countryside." It seems He Group was going to get a divorce at one point. Wherever there are people, news spreads quickly. A little rumor here and there and everyone knows something. "I really don't know." "TSK, how come you don't know anything?" Yu Shaoqing genuinely didn't know, and even if she did, she wouldn't say. She didn't like to gossip about others, especially about He Group and his wife. She admired Lin Shuyan. Saying she liked her was an understatement. She envied her. Lin seemed so at ease in everything she did at that big hospital, whether talking to doctors or nurses. She was always calm and collected, unlike Yu Shaoqing, who spoke with her head down and hesitated. "Please stop asking me. I really don't know." Her hands fidgeted more anxiously. A pregnant woman standing behind her chuckled softly. Everyone turned to look. It was Wang Chui. Wang Chui was the wife of the deputy from room 702. She was quite attractive, tall, and a local from Shaoyang. Her parents were both government officials, giving her an air of superiority. Her husband was a hard-working man, always eager to prove himself and worthy of her. The more he catered to her, the more she flaunted it. After all, there are few men nowadays who spoil their wives like that. Wang Chui often ordered her husband around in front of others, complaining about how she suffered in this remote place because of him. She insisted on wearing the best clothes and using the most expensive things. Now that she had a child, she was even more demanding. In the courtyard, everyone tried to save money, earning only a few cents each day. Wang Chui didn't bother with that. While others worked, she lounged in a rocking chair, soaking up the sun. She looked down on such small amounts of money, being the only daughter from her family, which occasionally supported her financially. You Xiaoqing, you usually act so independent. Now that you see he group's wife, you're eager to flatter her, Wang Chui said, displeased. She had previously ignored Yu Xiaoqing, but today she noticed her trying to get close to he group's wife. What good things did you give? It's just like being behind someone. You country folks like to gather together. Isn't He Tuan's wife also from the countryside? They are all deputy regiment wives. Logically, when Changzhou is the deputy of 704 and there are 6 regiments in the military district divided into different ranks. 703 and 704 are under He Tuan, so they are more significant compared to Wang Chui's husband's deputy. However, Yu Xiaoqing comes from a small place and has a rural background. She is usually reclusive, so Wang Chui doesn't pay her much attention. I didn't take anything from Xu Yan, Yu Xiaoqing said, raising her head and staring at Wang Chui. An older sister-in-law quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Hey, what are you talking about? Deputy Wen is from 704, so Xiaoqing naturally feels closer to He Tuan's wife. We see each other every day in this courtyard, and we'll get familiar with each other soon. Exactly, I'll also say hello tomorrow. Wang Chui rolled her eyes at the group that only knew how to mediate. I didn't say anything wrong. Everyone lost interest in the conversation. They kept calling her a country person, and there are plenty of people from the countryside in the family compound, which was uncomfortable to hear, but they didn't want to argue. As the crowd was about to disperse, the door creaked open, and Lin Shuyan came out. She had taken a long nap, and He Zhang was awake, saying he was going to the cafeteria to buy dinner. Lin Shuyan didn't let him go, and went out herself. Xiaoqing, are you going to buy dinner? When Changzhou usually returns after eating at the cafeteria, while Yu Xiaoqing usually cooks for herself. But now, she didn't want to be surrounded by these people, so she quickly stood up. Yes, wait for me a moment. She took the envelope into the room. Everyone looked at Lin Shuyan, who stepped forward to greet them. I'm from He Zhang's family. My name is Lin Shuyan. I'll be living here, so I hope everyone can help me out. Lin Shuyan smiled, her voice gentle and considerate, and everyone politely responded positively. Let's take care of each other. Someone asked, how is He Tuan's injury? Much better, just needs some more time to heal. That's good. We'll go home to cook now. Come by to chat when you have time. Yes, we're like family in the military family compound. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Lin Shuyan smiled and agreed. Yu Xiaoqing listened to the voices outside and felt envious, wishing she could chat like that too. She came out with her ticket and money. Let's go, Shuyan. The cafeteria wasn't far, and the two walked along the path, with Lin Shuyan carrying a lunchbox. In the distance, dust was rising, and the sun had already set. Before Lin Shuyan came out, she heard some noise and asked Yu Xiaoqing, what were they just saying? Nothing much. Lin Shuyan didn't really like to pry into others' privacy, but since it seemed related to her, she let it go when Yu Xiaoqing didn't elaborate. After walking a few steps, Yu Xiaoqing spoke up again. Shuyan, are you from the countryside too? Yes, my home is in a small village. We have a family member who drinks too much, and we are the poorest in the village. She laughed, speaking openly and without care. Yu Xiaoqing quietly said, you have such a good personality. I'm not very likable. That doesn't matter. Just focus on being happy yourself. After a few interactions with her, Lin Shuyan could sense a bit of her character. You can't choose where you come from, but you can make your life better. Read more books, do what you love, and first, you need to love yourself. Lin Shuyan didn't want to lecture, so she kept it brief. However, Yu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up for a moment, and she nodded, pondering Lin Xuyan's words. As they talked, they arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria had a lot of food, and it was inexpensive. Lin Xuyan got rice in dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, a portion of ribs, and then went to buy soup, where there were few people since soup cost the same as meat, making meat a better choice. Yu Shaoqing just got a portion of rice and 1 dish, and after they finished buying, they headed back. It was dark when they returned, and the construction site had stopped work. Lin Xuyan set down the food and finally opened the window for ventilation. There were windows in both the front and back of the living room. Once opened, the wind flowed in, bringing fresh mountain air that felt especially refreshing. However, the privacy wasn't great. The window by the door faced the dining table, so if someone peeked in, they could see into the opposite window of another house. But Lin Xuyan didn't mind. She found it lively and interesting. She took out the bowls and divided the rice into 2 bowls, enjoying a warm meal with Hezhong. After dinner, it was time to shower, and there was a bathhouse in the family area. Hezhong reminded her, "Take your time in the shower. The floor is slippery. Once the opposite house is assigned, you can shower at home." When that time comes, they would have to set up 2 bathrooms at home, since Lin Xuyan would definitely not be used to showering outside.
Got it.
Lin Xuyan found her clothes, and with soap and shampoo in the basin, she went to call Yu Shaoqing. The bathhouse was warm, and after washing up, Lin Xuyan felt refreshed. Halfway back, she saw a man waiting for her. She said a quick goodbye to Yu Shaoqing and walked up to him. With her hair still wet, Hezhong frowned, wondering how she wouldn't catch a cold after walking back in the wind. He took off his coat and wrapped it around her, saying, "Dry your hair and come back." Lin Xuyan obediently replied, "Got it." The two walked side by side in the family area, with everyone peeking out from their windows. If it weren't for Commander He's cold expression and his usual strict demeanor, greeting him would take forever. They went back to their room to sleep. Lin Xuyan routinely offered Hezhong some water, but there was less and less wild ginseng, so she only put in half a piece. Hezhong looked at the cup of water with a frown. "Maybe you shouldn't drink it today."
Why not?
Hezhong. February is ending. Thank you for your company, and happy early March. Wild ginseng is so precious, so it shouldn't be wasted. Lin Xuyan looked at the man, knowing he had to drink it without saying much. Hezhong took the ginseng tea and placed it on the nightstand, turning to look at her. They had changed into pajamas, and her hair smelled fresh from washing, which was quite charming. Hezhong pulled her closer, gently biting her soft ear. "If you drink it, you won't be able to sleep. It's too stimulating." Stimulating? He had mentioned it before. Not long ago, he was weak, and the wild ginseng helped him recover, but now that he was almost healed, its effects were shifting elsewhere. Lin Xuyan blinked, still feeling concerned. "Then don't drink it tomorrow. Just finish this cup." "I really can't drink it." He took her small hand and placed it on himself, his deep eyes swirling with emotions. With his wife by his side for half a month, he couldn't touch her, and even if the ginseng wasn't stimulating, he was feeling it himself. Feeling where her hand was, Lin Xuyan's eyes widened. So that was the issue. Through the thin fabric, Lin Xuyan instinctively squeezed a little and looked at the cup of tea. "How about you just hold on for a bit? Doesn't he have a strong will?" This was too hard to bear. Her fair face looked innocent like a child. Hezhong sighed, muttering, "Yan Yan, please let me go." Helpless, but after all, he cared for his wife. He leaned down and kissed her lips, his breath warm. "If you have to drink it, then you have to take responsibility." Lin Xuyan felt dizzy from the kiss and shook her head, refusing. She was not even 3 months along, and Hezhong's injury wasn't fully healed either. A small sound escaped her lips as she resisted. "No, your injury isn't healed yet." Commander, he was wide-eyed, saying, "Nonsense, it's fine now." "No," Lin Xuyan said, pushing him gently, afraid to use too much force near his injury. "I have something to tell you," she said, breathing heavily, trying to change the subject. He released the person in his arms and asked, "What is it?" "Well, that wild ginseng is 100-year-old ginseng. I spent a lot of money on it." He paused, realizing that not drinking today was not an option. Amused and a bit annoyed, he took a big gulp from his cup and sighed. Let's sleep. Lin Shuyan was satisfied and giggled. I don't want to sleep. Stay and talk with me. He sighed about what? In the dark, the two of them snuggled together, perfect for a heart-to-heart talk. Lin Shuyan thought for a moment and said, That day, I told you I don't belong to this world. This topic was heavy for both of them, inevitably reminding them of that frantic night. I'm sorry, he said, holding her hand, feeling guilty. I shouldn't have looked into you by myself. Lin Shuyan shook her head. His position required him to do so. If he didn't investigate, it would either be a problem with his partner or his family. Should he ignore it or pretend he didn't know? Emotionally, Lin Shuyan wished to be above everything in his heart. But rationally, she understood that he had his own principles, the safety of the people, and his duty as a soldier. It was precisely because of this that she liked him. He was a good man with integrity. She smiled slightly. So what happened next? Don't you think I'm a ghost, a monster, or that I shouldn't exist? His voice was steady. What would I do if you weren't here? No matter what, you will always be my wife. Who knows if you came all this way just to be my wife? In the darkness, his voice was serious, warming Lin Shuyan's heart. Then we won't be apart anymore. Okay, he replied, then added firmly, don't ever say divorce again, or I will. Lin Shuyan laughed. Or what? I'll tie you up at home and not let you go anywhere. He was being domineering, even joking about forced affection. Lin Shuyan knew he wouldn't actually do that. She wiggled a bit and playfully said, Tie me up, go ahead. Then she happily prepared to sleep. The room was quiet for a while. Not even 10 minutes later. Hey, what are you doing? Don't move. Be careful with your wound. The girl's murmuring voice was accompanied by heavy breathing. Are you done yet?
Ugh, I'm sleepy.
In the end, with red eyes and a flushed face, she wanted to wash her hands. The light was turned on again, and with the sound of footsteps and water, he happily helped her wash and dry her hands. After finally getting everyone to sleep again. The next day, Hezhong went to the office to work, while Lin Shuyan followed her plan to find a furniture store and ordered several sets of furniture. The new house was completed, and many people needed to buy furniture for their new homes. The store was filled with simple wardrobes and cabinets, without any extra decorations. Lin Shuyan designed her own wardrobe, adding 2 large drawers based on her usual habits. The craftsman found it interesting and practical, noting that it would be quite convenient. For the beds, she ordered one that was 1.8 meters wide, one that was 1.5 meters wide, and a small bed with a railing for fubao, similar to the one at home. Lin Shuyan only asked the craftsman to smooth the surfaces without painting, as she preferred the natural wood look and was concerned about the health risks of paint. The craftsman carefully noted everything and estimated it would take about 20 days to a month to finish. Lin Shuyan paid the deposit and left. During the day, the house was kept closed, but with the doors opening, a layer of dust quickly settled. Unable to stand it, Lin Shuyan cleaned every day. Hezhong brought up returning home twice, even leaving once, but Lin Shuyan stubbornly refused to go. However, living there felt improper, and even the Women's Federation sent someone to inquire. Without a report, they could only stay for a week, but considering Hezhang's recent injury, they made an exception for 10 days. Lin Shuyan was relieved that Commissar Li had submitted the report first. Otherwise, Hezhong likely wouldn't have done it. She hoped the house across the street would be ready soon, which would solve everything. But while she was anxious, others were even more so. A few days later, the residents of the family compound started to complain. Early in the morning, Lin Shuyan was awakened by noises outside. The area in front of Director Wu's house was crowded with women from the family compound, all talking loudly. Lin Shuyan stepped outside to see what was happening and learned it was about the housing situation. The houses were completed and ready to move into, but piles of construction debris had not been cleared, causing delays. The trucks were busy transporting sand and gravel to the new school site, and there weren't enough workers. The 18th district couldn't allow many outsiders to come in for construction. Only a portion of soldiers from each group were selected to work alongside a few craftsmen. Director Wu, when will the houses be allocated? We're all anxious. The houses are right here, yet we can't move in. Even if we can't move in, can we at least allocate them? Can we finalize the quotas? More than moving in, the worry was about the allocation. If it wasn't settled properly, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night, constantly thinking about it. After years of military service, they finally had houses built, and since moving to the 18th district, they had been looking forward to this moment. Two small houses, like Lin Shuyan's, where only 2 people live, are quite comfortable. But in the family area, many households have not just a couple but also 2 or 3 children, with some having 4 or 5. With so many people squeezed together, it feels like a snail shell hosting a feast. They try everything, hanging curtains, making partitions, in a space of less than 30 square meters, and still have to cook and eat, which is very tough. Director Wu reassured everyone, saying, "We collected your family information for the housing allocation. We have registered how many people are in each family. How will it be allocated? They only look at the number of people. Our family has fewer kids, but my husband has been here for many years. But my husband has a higher rank." Every time this topic came up, opinions varied widely, and the Women's Federation kept changing its approach. Director Wu said loudly, "The organization decides on the allocation. There are clear criteria for distributing the houses, and no one will lose out. Everyone should calm down and wait for the results without causing trouble." Director Wu's words carried weight in the family area, so people stopped discussing it and shifted to asking for more people to help clear out the new houses. Director Wu was overwhelmed by the noise and promised to arrange it in the next couple of days, which finally dispersed the crowd. Lin Shuyan stood at the back of the crowd, listening to the commotion. She wasn't worried about the housing allocation, thinking it would surely be based on rank. Otherwise, would a family with many children get 2 small buildings while the leaders lived in small houses? As people gradually dispersed, Director Wu approached Lin Shuyan and asked kindly, "Shuyan, how are you settling in? Is He Tuan feeling better?" "Much better. He has been busy up front," Lin Shuyan replied, thinking for a moment, "Isn't the new house finished?" "Yes, it is finished, but there are still some construction materials inside that haven't been cleared out. We need to wait for the truck to be available to transport them." Lin Shuyan lowered her voice slightly. "Everyone is so eager. Why not let the family area residents help clear it out? I see that after finishing their envelopes, everyone is just waiting around, and it won't be long before they come asking again." She had her own motives. If everyone helped, they could move in faster. "We have considered that, but the houses haven't been allocated yet. If we let everyone help now, and they end up not getting satisfactory houses, who knows what they might do? How about we post a notice for voluntary help with the clearing? Those who assist could receive something in return, just like with the envelopes. If they want to earn, they can." Many women in the family compound are quite capable and can handle various tasks easily. Hearing this, Director Wu found it reasonable. If they come to help clean up, it would mean earning money for themselves, and there wouldn't be any trouble later on. "All right, you have a sharp mind. I'll think about it and have someone write the announcement later," he said. Lin Shuyan smiled and replied, "That's just because Director Wu is busy and didn't think of this small matter." Her sweet words made Director Wu feel good, and after a few more friendly exchanges, he left. Lin Shuyan felt happy. This way, they would likely be able to move in sooner. After lunch, someone received the news, "Hey, you all should check the bulletin board. They say they need help clearing out the new houses, and you can earn 30 cents and a meal ticket every day." "Really? Does that mean if we clean it up, we can move in?" "Most likely. It seems like they figured things out this morning, so once it's organized, there shouldn't be any reason to delay. We can even make some money. Since we have free time, I'm going. Is anyone else going? I want to go too." Everyone quickly gathered in groups, and many decided to go. "Hurry up. They said they only need 20 people a day, so go register with Director Wu first." The ones who were most eager were the loudest. Wang Chui, who lived across from Lin Shuyan, looked at her while holding her belly. "Aren't you going?" Lin Shuyan shook her head. She couldn't help with heavy lifting. Next door, Yu Shaoqing also stayed behind, mending some clothes at her door. Before dinner, Lin Shuyan went to call He Zhong back, knowing that everyone recognized him as the captain's wife. Seeing how obedient the captain was to her, it was quite surprising, and people couldn't help but feel pleased. Usually, only the captain would give orders, but now his wife was in charge, and they had never seen him at a loss before. Today, Lin Shuyan bought half a pound of pork ribs and made soup, along with 2 meat dishes and 2 servings of rice from the cafeteria. On the way home, she couldn't help but ask, "Has Comrade Lee not returned yet? What do you need him for?" Hee-jong replied, carrying the food and letting others walk ahead. "Nothing much, just that the family compound said the housing distribution needs approval from Comrade Lee. By the way, did you ever get assigned a house before? According to the rules, Hee-jang's rank shouldn't limit him to that small house. I did get assigned a house, but at that time, some families in the 2nd Regiment really couldn't fit, so I let them use that house." That was indeed something Hee-jong could do. If that's the case, their family's assigned house would surely be good. The two strolled back home, drawing attention as they entered and exited together. Once, Commander, he was rarely seen, but now he is with his wife every day. He even accompanies her to buy food or go to the bathhouse. Everyone envies them and thinks of their own situation, wishing they could give their partner a good talking to when they get home. Commander, he is just as busy as anyone else, yet he still finds time for his wife. However, most people just think about it. In this day and age, relationships are often subtle, and women rarely ask their husbands to stay home, accepting the idea that men work outside while women manage the home. But Wang Chui is different. She used to be the most envied person in the family compound, always taking care of her husband. Recently, the 2nd Regiment has been away for training, and the men haven't returned home for 5 or 6 days. She rubbed her belly and angrily went inside, planning to call her husband tomorrow to ask when he would be back. At home, Lin Shuyan served pork rib soup on the table, ready to eat. Being together in the military district, without the worry of separation, gave her a sense of peace. Thinking about her home, she considered bringing the child over and letting the grandmother stay at the noodle shop. With her older sister and Xiuyu there, Lin Shuyan felt reassured, but she needed to call the grandmother first. Hee-jong remembered something and pulled out a small box from his pocket, placing it on the table. The deep blue velvet box had a gold-embossed English phrase, looking exquisite for this era. "What is this?" she asked. Hee-jong pretended to be uninterested while eating. "I bought it for you. See if you like it."
Really?
She opened the box to find a watch. It had a round, delicate face with quietly moving hands, and a light brown strap that seemed to be made of calfskin or something similar. Inside the watch face were small English letters, vintage and elegant. When she took it out, she noticed there was an additional metal strap that could be swapped. Lin Shuyan loved it. Without her phone, checking the time was inconvenient. Buying a watch required a ticket, which she didn't have, and she hadn't found a style she liked at the Southern Trading Company. Hee-jong had indeed put thought into getting this watch. He wouldn't tell Lin Shuyan that this was the second one. The watch company had only 5 in total, and he had bought 2. At that time, most watches had integrated straps, but this model allowed for replacement. He had wanted to buy a watch for her for a long time, but hadn't found the right one. Lin Shuyan's belongings were all bought with great care. He thought a lot about what he said that night. Yen Yen came from another time and place, one much better than this one, so he wanted to treat her exceptionally well. Actually, that day, Hee-jong was shot twice, and one bullet hit his watch perfectly. He had to ask an old friend to bring it back, which almost caused a lot of trouble for others. It was already ordered, and he had to pay extra to get it. Some things shouldn't be overthought. Fate has its own plans. In Hee-jang's eyes, Lin Shuyan was his lucky star. He was still thinking when her pale wrist reached out in front of him. "Quick, put this on me. Is this watch expensive?" Of course, it was expensive, an imported item, costing a total of 5 pieces. The big brand from outside was worth as much as the money she spent on her courtyard back then. However, after the new year, housing prices in the capital soared, doubling in price, especially for shops with storefronts. Many people had noticed the trend in individual businesses, and those with good sense were looking for ways to invest in shops. He simply said, "It's fine as long as you like it." Lin Shuyan knew it was expensive too, but she thought it was only a few hundred. There's a bracelet. The gold bracelet from her grandmother was truly dazzling. Now that it was cold, she usually hid it in her sleeve. With a jade bracelet on her left hand and a gold bracelet on her right, it was a display of wealth. Lin Shuyan quietly complained, "How can one person have two hands? There's no place to wear them." Hezhong looked at her childishness and felt warm inside. Should we put away the gold bracelet for now? That was the only option. Otherwise, wearing both together would be a bit much. Lin Shuyan took off the gold bracelet and said regretfully, "I'll find someone to change it to a simple round shape one day, then I can wear them together." The wide bracelet was too flashy. With nimble fingers, Hezhong could disassemble guns and bombs, so adjusting a watch was easy for him. He carefully set it to the right tightness for her. The light brown strap clasped around her delicate wrist. The small watch face was clear and beautiful. Lin Shuyan raised her hand to the light, looking at it again, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling. "It's really pretty. Thank you." "What for?" Hezhong frowned. Rather than thanks, he preferred something more practical. He pulled her closer, and they sat together on a long bench. Lin Shuyan smiled. "Thank you for buying me a gift." Her voice was soft, only directed at Hezhong. The man remained calm on the outside, but felt pleased inside, and then she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Be mindful of your surroundings." The window was wide open, and anyone passing by could see everything. Lin Shuyan sat up again and raised her hand to check her watch. "Let me see yours. Is the time correct?" Hezhong's hand was pulled over, and the second hand on the dial was perfectly in sync, clearly adjusted with care.
Same.
It felt great to be thought of, and Lin Shuyan happily enjoyed her meal. With help from the family compound, it only took 3 days to tidy up the house. Waste materials were piled up, and the camp sent a truck that made 5 or 6 trips. Some resourceful people picked up usable boards and wood, which would be handy for moving, like propping up a table or separating things. As soon as the house was ready, the allocation list was quickly posted on the bulletin board. It seemed like they deliberately timed it to prevent anyone from hesitating or causing a fuss, requiring everyone to move within 2 days, leaving little time to react. Everyone rushed to the bulletin board. Lin Shuyan went to check, and Hezhong's name was among the first few. The top names were the commander, deputy commander, political commissar, and director, and he was first among the regimental commanders. He was assigned to a 2-story building at the far end of the 7th row, with a small yard in front. Rows 1 to 6 were still single-story houses, larger and newer compared to the old, dilapidated ones. They even had a separate kitchen. Rows 7, 8, and 9 were 2-story buildings, with 3 rows of smaller townhouses behind, each 3 stories high, housing 5 families on each floor with 2 rooms inside. The list was posted, and most people were happy to have new homes. However, some felt their assigned houses were too small. The allocation in the family compound was done as fairly as possible, prioritizing rank and merit for the 2-story buildings. The political commissar, deputy political commissar, commander, deputy commander, and chief of staff received the best assignments, leaving only a few for the longest-serving and most distinguished regimental commanders. Hezhong wasn't the longest-serving commander in Area 18, but being a commander at his age was rare, and he happened to have the most achievements, which ultimately came from hard work. The first 6 rows of houses were given to slightly less senior commanders, deputy commanders, and some staff members whose families couldn't fit into the townhouses. The townhouses were assigned to junior staff and company commanders with fewer family members. Families with 5 or more members received special consideration, regardless of rank, allowing them to stay in the single-story houses. It may not be completely fair, but it was the best solution available. For example, Wang Chui's family was assigned to a middle unit in the 6th row, with 2 people in the household. Once they had a child, they would have 3, and they lived very comfortably. But she was still not satisfied, feeling that they only got a kitchen compared to now. They were about to have a baby and would have more in the future, so why couldn't they have a bigger house? This feeling of discontent wasn't so strong at first, but seeing Lin Shuyan's family living in a 2-story building diagonally across made it peak. There were only 2 people in her family, so why did they get a 2-story house? So, She followed a few like-minded people to the Women's Federation. Lin Shuyan didn't know about this. She was happily going with Yu Xiaoqing to look at houses. Yu Xiaoqing's family was assigned to the bungalow right across from her. They first looked at Yu Xiaoqing's house. Inside and out, the old bungalow had rooms less than 20 square meters, but now it was at least 30 square meters. They could put a wardrobe in the middle and divide it into 2 usable rooms. The kitchen was separate on the side. It wasn't big, but having a separate one was already great. This is nice. Even if you have 2 more kids in the future, it will be enough, Lin Shuyan said to her. Recently, with Lin Shuyan's company, Yu Xiaoqing had become much more cheerful, at least in front of Lin Shuyan. It is nice. We can get a better bed later. The one at home has been eaten by bugs and isn't sturdy anymore. We should go early. Otherwise, the line will be long, Lin Shuyan reminded her and added, let's go check my place to see if I need to adjust the furniture size. The two went to the small building across the street. The inside was all cleaned out and empty. The first floor had a living room and a kitchen with a bathroom. On the second floor, there were 3 rooms, with the largest being the master bedroom. Lin Shuyan's favorite part was the small balcony connected to the master bedroom. Sitting there in the sun with a cup of tea would be very pleasant. She thought about sharing a room with Little Tree and Fu Bao. She touched her belly and smiled. In the future, the baby would also have a room. She didn't know if it would be a boy or a girl, but she hoped for a girl, just as cute as Fu Bao, with little braids. After walking around inside and out, she felt that the furniture they ordered was still lacking, so she simply went with Yu Xiaoqing to visit the craftsman again. At this moment, the Women's Federation was in an uproar. Wang Chui and 7 or 8 women surrounded Director Wu. Some were just there to watch the excitement, hoping that if Wang Chui made a fuss, they might benefit and get a better house. A few were genuinely unhappy. Wu Jia, my husband has been in the military district for 8 years. Why are we still living in a row house? We should at least get a bungalow. That Li Fun's husband has only been there for 6 years, and they already got a bungalow. Director Wu already knew someone would come. With Li Fun's 4 children and 2 adults, how can they live in a townhouse? We need to show some understanding and consider the difficulties of the military district and others. Your family has only 1 child, so you can definitely live well in a 2-bedroom townhouse. The sister-in-law clenched her hands, still feeling uneasy. Also, this decision was made by the camp, so coming to me is pointless. We will do what we need to do. After Director Wu spoke, she noticed Wang Chui, who was visibly pregnant. Wang Chui, do you have something to say? Wang Chui pouted and muttered, living on the first floor of a bungalow is too damp. I want to live in a 2-story building. Besides, I plan to have more children. Director Wu felt overwhelmed. Her husband is a deputy regiment leader, and they still can't get a small building. She raised her voice. If you plan to have more children, you can move later. The military district will keep improving. By the time you have more kids, new houses will be ready. Why rush now? As the head of the Women's Federation, Director Wu's words carried weight. After saying this, she sent everyone away. Instead of arguing here, you might as well go home and pack. You need to finish moving in 2 days, so don't delay the demolition of the old house. Reluctantly, they left the Women's Federation, with Wang Chui looking unhappy. Walking together was another woman named Zhou Hong, whose husband is also a regiment leader and has 2 children. Wang Chui deliberately walked closer to Zhou Hong. Sister Hong, how come your family only got a bungalow? Out of 5 regiment leaders, 3 received small buildings and only 2, including Zhou Hong, got bungalows. Zhou Hong was dissatisfied and had come to the Women's Federation for that reason. Good things never come to our family. My husband has been in the military district for over 10 years, while that other guy has only been here for 4 years. That other guy was Hezhong. However, Hezhong was different. He was brought in from another regiment by higher-ups and completed his tasks in 4 years, which was no less than anyone else. But Wang Chui didn't care. She continued, exactly. It seems biased. I heard that when he became the leader of the 4th Regiment, later, he also managed the 3rd Regiment. A family of just 2 people can get a small building. Zhou Hong's face grew darker, feeling more upset as she thought about it. The release of the list meant that political commissar Li had returned. As soon as Lin Xuyan got home, someone delivered a report. Upon opening it, she saw that the approval had come through. Now the housing situation was confirmed, and it was set in stone. Lin Xuyan was very happy. She could finally confess tonight. With such a big secret, she hadn't been able to sleep well. Lin Xuyan couldn't admit that she had been falling asleep anywhere, anytime lately. Thinking about how Hezhong had touched her belly last night and said she had gained weight made her annoyed. In a couple of months, the baby would be 2 months old. Although it wasn't time to show yet, her belly felt soft and warm. How could that be considered gaining weight? Stupid man. She rested her chin on her hand, placed the report on the table, and got ready to cook some meat. She planned to make a pot of braised pork for dinner and serve it with noodles. They say pregnant women shouldn't smell greasy food, but lately, Lin Xuyan only wanted to eat meat, and big chunks of it, too. Just thinking about it made her mouth water, so she quickly got up to start cooking. The small clay pot she bought yesterday was similar to the one they used at home before. It was perfect for braising meat. As the sky darkened, families began to prepare dinner. The rich aroma of braised pork wafted through the air, and Yu Shaoqing next door was the first to notice. It smells so good. How does Xuyan make everything taste so amazing? While she was thinking, Lin Xuyan knocked on the door and brought her a small bowl of braised pork. Yu Shaoqing quickly declined. Lin Xuyan smiled and said, "You helped me so much at the hospital recently. It's just a little meat. Eat it while it's hot." Unable to refuse, Yu Shaoqing accepted it with a shy smile. After returning to her room, Lin Xuyan felt good about being nice to Yu Shaoqing. She thought Yu Shaoqing was a nice person, and since her husband was He Zhang's deputy, they worked together on missions. With their husbands trusting each other with their lives, they needed to get along well. Just as she was about to boil the noodles, she heard shouting outside. Lin Xuyan put down the spatula and went out to see what was happening. People really do enjoy watching drama. There hadn't been much to see before, but now there was something every day in the family compound. It was in front of Director Wu's house. It was probably about the housing issue, and there were quite a few people gathered around. Director Wu had just returned from the Women's Federation and hadn't even entered her house when she was stopped by Zhou Hong. "Didn't we agree on this in the afternoon? Why is it still not settled?" Director Wu was also feeling frustrated, but her position required her to handle all sorts of issues in the compound, so she had to deal with it patiently. "What's the matter, Zhou Hong? Does your family have more objections?" Zhou Hong frowned. "Our house is too small for 4 people. My husband is the team leader. Why can't we get a small building?" Director Wu felt overwhelmed. This decision comes from above, considering various factors. Li's team is the 5th team, and everyone has different responsibilities. She trailed off, unable to continue. Some teams had dangerous missions, while others were responsible for safer tasks, and the divisions were based on their abilities. Zhou Hong, as a family member, clearly understood the situation. She was waiting for the right moment to criticize the 5th group's abilities in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Director Wu felt that Zhou Hong was being unreasonable. "Are you here to express your opinion, or is it Captain Li's opinion?" Zhou Hong couldn't say it was the men's fault, so she replied defiantly, "I think it's unfair." "Then go back and discuss it with Captain Li. If you're still not satisfied, submit a report." This isn't a decision made by the Women's Federation. With that, the matter should have been settled. Wang Chui chimed in. "Hong Jie has 2 kids, so 4 people are living together. But Lin Xuyan's family only has 2 people living in a 2-story building. Isn't that wasteful?" Lin Xuyan. "Is this about her too?" Lin Xuyan wasn't foolish. It was clear who held hostility towards her. Proving herself was not a good strategy. She wouldn't mention how much merit and ability Hezhong had, as that would make it seem like she was using his achievements to pressure others, which would backfire on her. If Director Wu wouldn't do that, she certainly wouldn't either. Lin Xuyan tossed the question back. "So you think the leaders above didn't consider things carefully and acted unfairly?" Wang Chui was stunned. She was being accused of something serious. Who would dare to say the leaders were at fault? Just as she was about to argue, Lin Shuyan spoke again. Director Wu, may I ask which leaders made this decision? Since both Captain Li and Deputy Captain Liu have concerns, shouldn't the leaders reconsider their thoughts? She wasn't addressing Wang Chui and Zhou Hong, but rather the two captains' families. If the women were unhappy, it was just minor complaints, but when it involved their husbands, it became a significant military issue. Zhou Hong quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. This isn't my husband's decision. Why are you dragging him into this?" Lin Shuyan looked innocent. Because Director Wu made it clear that this isn't a decision made by the Women's Federation, but by the camp. It seems you understood that, so what are you doing here? Wang Chui had never been this upset before. She approached with her belly out. Lin Shuyan, how can you be so selfish? Your family only has 2 people, yet you occupy an entire building. Can't you show some humility? Humility? Then you should practice it too. There are plenty of families of 3 living in row houses. Be a role model and move in there, then we can consider making room for you. You are too much. As they argued, others around began to discuss. Given He Zhang's outstanding abilities in the military district, most people respected him. Moreover, there are several people here who are family members of the 3rd and 4th teams, and some couldn't hold back. Wang Chui, what does this have to do with you? Your family has 5 members, but our deputy team should also live in a house. Yeah, we haven't said anything. He has risked his life for us. I heard that last time, when the 5th team had an accident while repairing a bridge, it was our team that rushed to help first. Show some appreciation. Lin Shuyan was unaware of this. Wang Chui is usually praised for her nice clothes and good living conditions. She intended to annoy Lin Shuyan but ended up being criticized instead. Why are you all arguing? I'm just thinking of everyone, wanting that house to be shared with more families, Wang Chui said, trying to play the victim. Lin Shuyan found it amusing. The year before last, my family was assigned a small building, and we already made a concession once. Director Wu knows about this, right? Wu Weihong certainly knew, having provided housing for a family of 7. She sighed, thinking that Wang Chui was being quite unreasonable. It wasn't her family's business, and even Zhou Hong had stepped aside. Lin Shuyan continued. At that time, Hezhong was alone in the military district, so it didn't matter. But now my husband and I live together, and we have 2 children to bring over, which makes 4 of us. So, what if there are 4? Just let it go again. Lin Shuyan widened her eyes at her. No way. I'm expecting another child. 5 people living in a small building is a waste. If you have a problem, let your husband file a report. If you keep bothering me, I'll go to the leaders and ask if we can live in that building. Just then, Lin Shuyan was suddenly lifted off the ground, and she quickly covered her belly in surprise. Where did the little one come from? The man had a serious expression, his deep eyes fixed on her. Seeing him, Lin Shuyan hurriedly kicked her legs to get down. What are you doing? Be careful. His injuries had healed well. He only used his arm to support himself, which didn't hinder him. His thin lips pressed together as he looked at her. He had just returned and hadn't seen her. When he saw a crowd gathered, he came over to find her. Then he heard the shocking news, leaving him dizzy. Hezhang's heart raced, unsure if it was real or not. Lin Shuyan nervously wrapped her arms around his neck, her face turning red. With everyone still around, she worried about the impression they were making. She would definitely be famous in the family area tomorrow. The people around stared in shock. What was going on with He Tuan? In the past, the female soldiers from the art troupe never paid him any attention, and there were rumors in the family compound that he wasn't interested in women.
But now,
it was quite a sight. Put me down, hurry. Lin Shuyan struggled again but didn't dare to use too much force. The man said nothing, turned and walked away, casting a cold glance at the man standing nearby. Deputy Liu, if you have any objections, come to me. His tone was serious, and Liu Hai, who had just arrived with Hezhong, heard what his wife said. What was happening? He usually treated her well, and it was already enough to let her have her way. It turned out that when he wasn't around, she acted so boldly in the family compound. He Tuan was someone even he respected. He felt like he might explode with anger, all because he spoiled her. Lu Hai quickly replied, "Sorry, He Tuan. My family has no objections." "That's good," He Zhong said, and then he left with her in his arms. Everyone watched in surprise. When had they ever seen a man carrying his wife in public? Is that He Tuan? He just took her away like that. Doesn't He Tuan know his wife is pregnant? Impossible, but Deputy Lu's family is going too far. It's just that Xuyan just arrived at the military district. Oh my, it's so embarrassing to see a man carrying his wife outside. The women gathered together, chattering nonstop. Wu Weihong was speechless. If this news reached the camp, she would definitely be held accountable for not handling it properly. She glared at Wang Chui and Zhou Hong and said, "File a report. If there's a problem, report it. If there's no problem, move out tomorrow." Raising her voice in anger, she added, "Everyone disperse. What are you all doing here?" The crowd quickly scattered, and for the first time, Lu Hai didn't look at his wife and left with a dark expression. Wang Chui, furious, stomped her foot and followed him, holding her stomach. Once inside, He Zhong kicked the door shut and carried her straight to the bedroom, placing her on the bed. His careful movements lacked the earlier intensity. Lin Shuyan swallowed nervously. She had to tell He Zhong, but it was different from what she had imagined. It was all Wang Chui's fault. So frustrating. Lin Shuyan blinked and looked at the man. Then she turned away shyly, her hands searching the bed for the blanket to hide under. Seeing her little actions, He Zhong reached out and held her wrist. "Where is the little one? Didn't you take the medicine? When did this happen? And when did the young lady find out?" Really? He was confused, with a lot of questions flooding his mind, feeling like he had a concussion. He looked down at Lin Shuyan's belly, his serious expression like he was about to defuse a bomb.
No, it was more serious than that.
"Is there really a little one?" Then he added, "Yen Yen, this can't be a joke." Lin Shuyan felt shy under his gaze, her belly warming up. She nodded randomly, her voice tiny. "I'm not joking." She pushed her belly out a bit. It didn't really show, but it felt like something was there. He recalled, "You had 2 pieces of meat, a bowl of chicken soup, and a big bun for lunch," implying she had overeaten. Lin Shuyan sighed, took his hand and placed it on her belly, embarrassed and annoyed. "I really am pregnant. I saw the doctor at the hospital. It's been over 2 months, just from that time you got drunk." She shot him a glare as she said this. His hand quickly withdrew, and he frowned. Lin Shuyan thought he didn't like it, her little face scrunched up. "Don't you like babies?" "No, I'm just afraid I might hurt it." The usually fearless captain, he was worried that he might accidentally harm the baby. Uffed. Lin Shuyan laughed, sitting up and hugging his neck. "You can't hurt it, He Zhong, are you happy?" Her eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, making his heart flutter. She had wanted to ask him this for a long time, thinking about it many times. Just the thought of him knowing made her heart feel sweet. "Are you happy?" He was so happy he could go crazy, but he was also angry, pulling her close with a serious look. "You found out at the hospital? Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were hurt. I didn't want you to worry about me. You even said the military area was chaotic and didn't want me to come. If you knew I was pregnant, you would have sent me home." Lin Shuyan explained well, her reason solid. But He Zhong felt a pang of fear. She was delicate, yet she kept quiet about being pregnant and was busy taking care of herself in the hospital. She even traveled alone to the military area. No wonder she got sick on the way. He felt a heavy weight in his chest as he held her carefully, feeling awkward no matter how he held her. After a long time, he finally managed to say a few words. "You're so reckless. You're driving me crazy." Lin Shuyan cuddled against his neck. The man's chest was strong and comforting, and he smelled of fresh soap, which was pleasant. She took on a little girl's tone. "I'm not mad at you. Why aren't you crying? The video clearly shows." Her words were cut off by a kiss. She leaned back slightly, supported by him, as he kissed her deeply and then softly, resting his forehead against hers. "I will take good care of you. Don't be afraid," he said seriously, remembering when she mentioned being scared of having a baby. "Okay, she replied, feeling her heart soften. After a moment of sweet affection, Lin Shuyan couldn't take it anymore.
I'm hungry.
Let's make some noodles. As she tried to get out of bed, Hezhong held her back, saying, Stay here, I'll cook. He wanted to take care of her, turning to leave the room while thinking about moving to a better place and possibly hiring a nanny to help. As the water boiled and the noodles cooked, Hezhong still couldn't believe it. His heart was so soft, he couldn't help but glance at the bedroom door. Lin Shuyan couldn't sit still and came out of the room, approaching him. Don't worry, it's just pregnancy. Look at Wang Chui. She's 6 or 7 months along. It's normal for women. Yeah, he replied, unable to shake off his worries. This was his first time being a dad. All right, you take the pot to the table, and I'll serve the noodles, Lin Shuyan said, wanting him to relax. His carefulness made her a bit nervous, too. Hezhong took the pot and quickly returned. Lin Shuyan stifled a laugh as she scooped the noodles into bowls and added some vegetables. Once the vegetables were cooked, they brought everything to the table. The pot kept the food warm, and the braised pork was still hot. As usual, Hezhong picked the best pieces for her bowl. Lin Shuyan enjoyed the delicious meat, and the noodles soaked in the rich sauce were irresistible. She ate the egg whites and placed the yolks in Hezhong's bowl, which he didn't mind at all. After she was full, Hezhong finished the leftovers in one go. Are you full? Is there anything else you want? In Hezhong's mind, Lin Shuyan was now eating for two. Even if it was just a tiny bean sprout, it still needed nourishment. I'm full, she said. Hezhong started to clear the table and wash the dishes, something he had always done since their time in Xiaoqiao village. After he got injured, Lin Shuyan helped sometimes, but now it was back to him. That night, as they went to sleep, Hezhong felt like he was dreaming. Yan, I'll schedule an appointment for a checkup in a couple of days to make sure everything is okay. Lin Shuyan felt sleepy and quietly replied, You should go back and check again. Okay, sleep well. No wonder she was more tired. Hezhong gently touched her face. Once she fell asleep, he couldn't help but touch her belly. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, there was noise in the family compound. Households were waking up before dawn, starting to pack their things and gather pots and pans. Lin Shuyan turned over and buried herself deeper in the blanket. With nothing to organize, her home was quite bare. She probably had the least to worry about in the entire compound. Hezhong was used to getting up early in the military district and had already taken a walk around the camp. Those who were allowed to move were on leave for a couple of days. After a round, he went to find a worker to install the shower in the second-floor bathroom. The small building was built quite well, but most homes only had basic showers in the first-floor bathrooms. No one installed them on the second floor since it required personal expense. Hezhong was different. He wanted a shower in every room on the second floor, just without a bathtub. He planned to have 2 large wooden tubs made later. They agreed to start work at 9, and the worker began. Hezhong took a detour to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. Having not slept all night, he felt wide awake and full of energy. When he returned home, Lin Shuyan was still asleep. He placed the food in a bowl, covered it with a plate, and went to the bedside to wake her. Lin Shuyan wasn't usually a heavy sleeper. Her pregnancy made her more tired. After calling her a couple of times, she finally woke up. Sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes, she said, Our family is definitely the easiest. We have nothing. Hezhong took her hand away and handed her a warm, wrung-out towel, saying, Don't use your hands. Your eyes are red. Lin Shuyan sat on the edge of the bed, and the man helped her put on her cloth SS, eager to do everything for her. Oh, I'll do it myself. Lin Shuyan felt shy and got up to change clothes for breakfast. After breakfast, they tidied up a bit. By noon, Xiao Ding and who arrived. Xiao Ding smiled and said, Sister-in-law, Political Commissar Li said the commander is still injured, so he sent us to help. Lin Shuyan laughed and teased, Well, that's really overqualified. Your commander has nothing at home. P.S. This is 1979. I made a mistake. Though it seemed like there was nothing, there were still a few things. The table and chairs were usable, and there was a bed and a stove that all needed to be moved. Xiaoding and who finished moving after 3 or 4 trips, then were sent to clean the new house. He Zhang was strict with his subordinates, while Lin Shuyan felt a bit shy. She planned to go to the small store to buy some things and groceries so they could have a meal at home. Just as she picked up a small basket to leave, He Zhang took it from her, saying, "Let's go together." Lin Shuyan asked, "Aren't you going to help them?" "I'm not helping." He felt that cleaning windows was much easier than the big cleaning tasks he usually handled. Thinking about the little baby inside the girl made He Zhang uneasy about her leaving his sight, and he felt a bit anxious. The two walked slowly and soon arrived at the small store, which was filled with women shopping. Since many families were moving, there was a lot of activity, much busier than usual. After the incident yesterday, Lin Shuyan had indeed become well known. Seeing Commander, he come to the small store with a basket clearly meant he was accompanying his wife. The women were too shy to speak to the serious-looking He Zhang, and only greeted Lin Shuyan. "Shuyan, are you shopping?" "Yes, what did you buy, sister-in-law?" One talkative sister-in-law replied, "Not much, just planning to buy some pots and bowls since we have more space at home." Lin Shuyan chatted with them for a bit before picking out some items, including a steamer and a small stove. They needed 2 stoves at home, one for cooking rice and another for dishes. With He Zhang carrying them, it was convenient to take them back. After leaving the small store, they went to the nearby vegetable market. It was still morning, and the family compound was busy moving, so there wasn't much time to cook, resulting in plenty of fresh vegetables. They picked out some fresh produce and then bought meat. Lin Shuyan said, "We need a refrigerator at home. The meat shop only opens every other day, so if we buy too much, it will spoil, and if we buy too little, we won't have enough to eat. Luckily, the weather is cooler now. I'll go buy one in a few days. Just make a list of what we need," He Zhang replied calmly. Although big purchases require receipts, he believed he could manage it. Lin Shuyan said, "Okay, the refrigerator from Su Yuan is still unused and new. That's fine. It won't spoil at home." The meat shop closed at 10, and usually shopping was a rush, but today was an exception. Lin Shuyan bought a chicken and a pound of ribs. The chickens were raised behind the military district, and every month, a truck would bring some from the city. They were kept in the back, and every 2 days, a few were slaughtered. The 18th district was in the mountains, so they tried to limit contact with the outside world. As for the meat, it had to be brought directly from the farms, and it was very fresh. Although she had only been there for a few days, her beauty and charm had already made her familiar with the older brother at the meat shop. "Hey, Commander, he is here today. By the way, Comrade Lin, do you want some eggs?" They just collected them from the chicken farm. He Zhang nodded slightly, looking at what she bought, and reached out to take it, not letting anyone else handle it. Lin Shuyan said, Yes, please get me more. Eating eggs is good for health. I boil 2 every morning and sometimes make soup, which is convenient." At this point, the older brother from the meat station remembered something. "By the way, I heard that next month we will have milk. There are too many kids in the family area, and the leader said nutrition needs to keep up." "Really? That's great." Lin Shuyan's eyes lit up. "It should be correct, but we need to see how many people order it." Okay. Thank you, Brother Wang. We're heading back now." Worried about the eggs getting broken, Lin Shuyan held them in her hands while He Zhang carried a large pile of things with one hand, as his other hand couldn't bear weight. Thinking about the milk made Lin Shuyan remember the kids. "Can we bring Xiao Shu and Fu Bao over?" She was concerned about the 2 children, and now that the house was settled, she couldn't wait any longer. He Zhang pulled her to the side. "I'll finish this task and then take leave to bring them back. Then I'll go back too. I came in a hurry and didn't pack anything." "No way. I'll bring you whatever you need. The road back is tough, just like that day. How can you handle it?" Thinking about the bumpy mountain road that day made Lin Shuyan feel frustrated, so she had to give in. "Then remember to pack my clothes, and my SS. There are new curtains in the cabinet. Bring those too." She kept remembering things, worrying that he might forget something. "I'll pack everything for you. Just call if you need anything." When they got home, Xiaoding and who were still tidying up. With someone who gets perfect scores in housekeeping, Every corner of the house was spotless, and the windows were clear, with no complaints. However, the house was empty, and Lin Xuyan sighed, wishing they could bring the big sofa and cabinet from home. Xiao Ding, take a break. Stay for lunch. Thinking of Lin Xuyan's cooking, Xiao Ding's mouth watered. Okay. But then he turned around and saw the commander's gaze, quickly changing his tone. The food at the cafeteria is delicious. We can just go there. Lin Xuyan seemed to have eyes in the back of her head and shot Hezhong a glare. Listen to me, we're eating at home. Lin Xuyan decided, and of course, they would follow her lead. Xiao Ding felt happy inside, quickly wiping the glass without looking at the commander, hoping for everything to go smoothly. The kitchen has been connected with the sink and pipes. Since the military district built the houses, they installed the basic facilities all at once. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for every household to find someone to install them outside. It's almost ready to move in. If you want to be particular, adding some new furniture would be great. Lin Xuyan took out the vegetables and turned to Hezhong, saying, call you Xiaoqing, and ask her to bring Deputy Commander when over for dinner. I'll just cook a couple more dishes. Hezhong didn't move for a while. To him, the young girl was a priority to protect. She should be resting in bed while he took care of her, not cooking. Why aren't you going? Lin Xuyan asked, giving him a look. The man frowned tightly. Are you tired? Take a break first. Lin Xuyan. She hadn't done anything yet, so how could she be tired? Although she liked that he cared for her, this was too much. She peeked outside to see no one was watching the kitchen, then stepped forward to hug him and whispered, don't treat me like a fragile doll. Just act like usual. Hezhong took a deep breath, realizing he was too nervous, but he couldn't help it. The girl usually looked obedient, but when no one was around, she liked to bounce around, which made him uneasy. Looking at her delicate face and rosy lips, he saw she was in good spirits. He sighed, I have to keep an eye on you. My heart races when I can't see you. That won't do. After these 2 busy days, you'll have your own work to do. What then? She nudged Hezhong playfully, using a tone like she was talking to a child. Commander, you're going to be a dad soon. You need to be more mature and steady. The girl smiled teasingly, and Hezhong pinched her cheek. Got it, I'll try to adapt. If you're tired, you must tell me. Understood. Now hurry to use Xiaoqing's place. Lin Xuyan waved him off and turned back to her tasks. Hezhong added, leave the dishes. I'll clean up when I get back. After saying that, he quickly walked out. When it was time to eat, Yu Xiaoqing wanted to decline, but she was intimidated by Hezhong and could only look at Wen Changzhao for help. Wen Changzhao didn't dare to disobey the commander and said, okay. Having completed his wife's request, Hezhong turned and left without delay. Once he was gone, Yu Xiaoqing felt restless and lost her motivation to tidy up. Are we really going to Commander He's house for dinner? Won't that be too much trouble? Otherwise, I can go to Commander He's house and help his wife a bit. Seeing her anxious expression, Wen Changzhao nodded. Go ahead. Yu Xiaoqing left and headed straight to Lin Xuyan's house. Xiao Ding and who were drinking tea when they saw her and asked, Sister Yu, have you finished cleaning up? Do you need our help? Yu Xiaoqing waved her hand. No, it's fine. After saying that, she quickly lowered her head. In the kitchen, there was a sound of chopping chicken. Hezhong chopped the chicken into small pieces, while Lin Xuyan, wearing a new apron, was directing everyone. We don't need the chicken head. It looks scary. Hezhong picked up the chicken head and threw it in the trash, then rinsed the chicken in water before putting it in a bowl to hand to her. Is this okay? Lin Xuyan softly replied, yes, that's great. Thank you for your hard work. It turns out that couples can get along like this. When Xuyan praised him, Hezhong's cold expression softened a bit, making others hesitant to interrupt. Yu Xiaoqing stood by the door, looking down at her feet, unable to help but feel envious. It was Lin Xuyan who noticed her first. Xiaoqing, you're here. How's the cleaning going? I haven't finished yet. I wanted to come help you. Worried about interrupting Xuyan and Hezhong, Yu Xiaoqing felt her face heat up and nervously clutched her clothes. Then you should go talk to Xiao Ding and the others, Lin Xuyan said, turning to urge Hezhong to leave. Hezhong. It seems he was only needed for a moment, but he listened to his wife. He quickly left the kitchen. Once he was gone, Yu Shaoqing let out a quiet sigh of relief and went in to help. Since they weren't making soup, Lin Shuyan planned to make a chicken casserole. They had been busy training and needed to replenish some oil and salt. Shaoqing, the rice should be ready. Please bring it to the stove. As Lin Shuyan washed the corn, she chatted with her. Yu Shaoqing helped out, noticing how Shuyan looked beautiful and composed, even while cooking. Such a woman was admirable, even to her, let alone to men. Shuyan, are you really pregnant? Why isn't your belly showing yet? Lin Shuyan smiled. It's only been a little over 2 months. I think it will show in 3 or 4 months. At that time, women had limited knowledge about gender and childbirth. Yu Shaoqing, who was only 19 and had never given birth, felt a bit confused. She looked good, but her skin was a bit dark from working in the fields every day in the countryside. She said enviously, Hezhang must be very happy. Lin Shuyan thought about Hezhang's expression yesterday and couldn't help but smile. Oh, he was so nervous. He even said he was afraid to touch my belly. Hee. Yu Shaoqing laughed along, unable to imagine the serious Hezhang acting like that. In a hot pan with oil, chicken was added. Lin Shuyan scooped 2 spoonfuls of purchased yellow soybean paste into the pan, which she secretly bought from the cafeteria chef. It smelled delicious. The rice was taken away, freeing up a pot. Once the chicken was stir-fried and set to simmer, she began making sweet and sour ribs. Yu Shaoqing helped wash and chop vegetables. She had never eaten these dishes before and was unfamiliar with cooking ribs with sugar and vinegar. She usually only added a bit of salt and maybe some soy sauce, which made the food edible but bland. She had never smelled such a wonderful aroma before. Just the smell made her mouth water. The sweet and sour ribs were quickly ready, and she also made a tomato and egg soup, steamed mincemeat with tofu, and stir-fried 2 vegetables. Lin Shuyan extracted some spring water into crystals and mixed a little into the salt container, making it undetectable. Outside, Xiao Ding and Da, who were anxious, while the commander sat at the table drinking tea. They looked around, smelling the delicious aroma from the kitchen, and occasionally swallowed hard. Seeing that it was time to eat, Commander he stood up when he heard the water pipe installation on the 2nd floor was almost done. You 2 go call Wen Changzhou. It's almost mealtime. Xiao Ding felt relieved. Yes, Commander. He rushed out, and who followed, saying wait for me. The water pipes and shower were installed on the 2nd floor, with 2 rooms ready and 1 left empty, which could be used as a study without needing further installation. Commander it's all done. The water pipes will connect to the boiler room for hot water. He looked over and was quite satisfied. The craftsmen from the military district were skilled. The pipes can be installed for winter. The boiler room needs to provide hot water anyway. With the pipes, the house could be heated, so it wouldn't be cold. Yes, it needs to be installed. We're in a hurry, and since spring has just begun, I estimate it will be done by the 2nd half of the year. All right. Thank you for your help. This was an extra installation, and Commander he paid for it himself, covering the labor and material costs before the craftsman left. Yu Shaoqing helped bring out the dishes and set them on the table, which looked even more abundant than during the New Year. The small buildings were very close together. A little argument could be heard next door. Now, with the delicious food aroma wafting through, everyone nearby could smell it and peeked in. Whose house is cooking meat? It's so tempting. It smells so good. I think it's from Shuyan's new house. Could it be that they invited the cafeteria chef to cook? You know the cafeteria food. It's not this fragrant. It was mealtime, and many people were busy tidying up, still not having had a chance to eat, their stomachs rumbling loudly from the delicious smell. Just as Xiao Ding and who came out, I quickly asked Ding, who is cooking something so delicious? Xiao Ding, always smiling and friendly, had made friends with the neighborhood ladies after a few visits. Proudly, he replied, it's our sister-in-law from the He family, and it smells amazing. Oh, it really does smell good. When the dishes were all on the table and a few others returned, the 3 tall guys stood by the table, looking like they were at attention. Lin Shuyan came out after washing her hands and found their stance amusing.
Come on, sit down.
Where did Hezhong go? As she casually untied her apron, someone came down the stairs. I'm here. Hezhong helped her hang up the apron and glanced at the others. Sit. They all sat down straight. I just made a little something. Everyone must be hungry. Let's eat. Serve the rice first, Lin Shuyan said as she reached for a bowl. Hezhong was quicker and took a bowl to serve the rice. He filled the bowls to the brim and, shouting, quickly stepped forward to take one. Among them, Lin Shuyan was least familiar with Wen Changzhou, who lived next door. Although he was the deputy commander, she rarely saw him. He seemed polite, but anyone who could be a deputy commander must be physically capable and skilled in combat. However, he and Yu Shaoqing didn't seem like a couple at all. They were very formal with each other. But she was just curious and wouldn't ask anything at the dinner table. Once they started eating, everyone relaxed. Each dish was so delicious it made them want to savor every bite. Xiao Ding and who had eaten it before and thought it still tasted amazing. This flavor can only be made by our sister-in-law. It's so good, sister-in-law. The chicken is so tender and tasty. When Changzhou and his wife remained quiet, but Xiao Ding was quite talkative, praising every dish throughout the meal. While they enjoyed their meal, someone was not pleased. Standing at the door, Wang Chui stomped her foot. Everyone moving in the courtyard praised Lin Shuyan's cooking, as if they had all tasted it. HMPF. She glanced at Lu Hai, who hadn't spoken to her since last night, and felt even angrier. How dare he give her the cold shoulder when he never did before? Fuming, Wang Chui went back to her room, pushed aside the neatly folded clothes, and sat on the edge of the bed. I want to eat. Your son is hungry. I want to eat what Lin Shuyan's family makes. Lu Hai was a simple man who married Wang Chui, a city girl who had been educated. Everyone said he was lucky and had hit the jackpot. At first, Lu Hai thought so too. He always admired educated people and, having attended school for a couple of years as a child, believed that the educated youth teachers were the best. So, marrying Wang Chui, who is educated, means he has to always please her. Sometimes when she speaks harshly, he just laughs it off. Looking at the clothes that had just been folded and then knocked down again, Lu Hai said nothing. He brushed off the dust from his hands. I'll go cook some noodles. Who wants noodles? I said, I want a meal. All right, I'll go buy food from the cafeteria. Wang Chui lifted her chin, her eyes darting around. I won't eat cafeteria food. You should go to Lin Shuyan's house and get some food. Aren't you comrades with Captain He? Lu Hai didn't know what to say. Everyone in the family compound was a comrade's family. Should he just go eat at someone else's house every day? I'll go to the cafeteria, he said, grabbing a food container from the cabinet and heading out. Wang Chui suddenly stood up, angrily sweeping the clothes off the bed to the floor, acting like a child. What are you doing? Since last night, you've been acting like someone owes you money. Didn't you promise my parents you would take care of me and the baby? She stood there, hands on her hips. Isn't this your child? I just want to eat something. Lu Hai, I really misjudged you. Others enjoy life with their husbands, and when they move, they have their subordinates help. Why can't I have that? With you, I'm just struggling here. Aren't you a captain? Why can't you ask a few people to help move? Wang Chui vented her frustrations. She had always been demanding, relying on Lu Hai's quiet nature and the fact that she was carrying his child. Lu Hai looked at the clothes scattered on the floor, his face turning red with anger. I let you rest. I didn't ask you to move. Then why are you moving so slowly? I'm waiting here, and my back is hurting. You're useless, just useless. Her words hit Lu Hai hard. Since getting married, he hadn't dared to take a day off. He always rushed to take on the most dangerous and difficult tasks, hoping to earn merit. He risked his life, but here with Wang Chui, he felt like a failure. Lu Hai stared at her, breathing heavily, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Others married, and their homes were warm and thriving. Why was his life like this? Lu Hai turned away. I'm not going. That's someone else's house. Lu Hai, is this how you treat me? I just want to eat something. Is that too much to ask? I won't have the baby. I won't give you a child, you heartless man. Wang Chui sat on the floor, banging her hands on her belly, angrily complaining that she wouldn't have the baby anymore. Lu Hai quickly dropped the food container and rushed to stop her. After causing a scene for most of the day, it wasn't that no one outside heard, but they were used to it. Besides, since it was happening inside, others felt awkward about intervening. They felt sorry for Lu Hai, who thought he had married a quiet and gentle scholar, only to find out she couldn't manage daily life and was always causing trouble. What a pity. Meanwhile, Lin Shuyan's family was eating. The food on the table was delicious, and even Yu Shaoqing had a few extra bites. After hesitating for a while, she quietly asked, Shuyan, can you teach me how to make that chicken dish someday? When Changzhao usually ate in the cafeteria and stayed in the camp dormitory at night, so today was the first time Yu Shaoqing noticed he liked the chicken. If she learned to make it, she might get to eat it more often at home. Lin Shuyan, unaware of the underlying issues, simply replied, Sure, it's not difficult. As they were eating, someone walked into the yard. Lu Hai stood outside with a lunchbox, his face flushed, hesitating to come in. The house was well ventilated with doors and windows open. Shouting was the first to notice someone outside. Who is it? When discovered, Lu Hai felt embarrassed standing at the door, his aluminum lunchbox nearly crushed in his grip. He Tuan. He stammered, realizing his voice was choked. A man doesn't easily shed tears, but he was not yet at the point of sorrow. He had never been in such a situation before. Even when he was poor as a child, he never asked others for food. Now, being pressured by Wang Chui, he was extremely unwilling, but she was carrying his child, so he couldn't just say he didn't want it. Hezhong put down his chopsticks. Is there something you need? He had no particular opinion about Lu Hai and even thought well of him. Lu Hai was honest and hardworking, but after the commotion caused by his wife yesterday, Hezhong couldn't be polite to him. His own Yan Yan was always well-liked, and while she could be spoiled around him, she was polite and considerate outside. It was clear that Wang Chui was the one causing trouble. Lu Hai lowered his head and squeezed out a few words from his throat. Can I have some of your food? Just a little, my wife. His voice caught in his throat, and he couldn't continue, feeling utterly embarrassed. Hezhong frowned and remained silent. Why should his wife be involved? After causing trouble for Yan Yan yesterday, did he expect to get food today? Lu Hai felt completely humiliated under the gaze of Hezhong and his comrades, wishing he could just disappear. Lin Shuyan gently patted Hezhong under the table and said softly, There's still some chicken in the kitchen. Lu Tuan, take some home to try. Just give me the lunchbox. She stood up gracefully and Lu Hai finally moved, awkwardly stepping inside. The atmosphere eased a bit, while Xiao Ding, not knowing what was happening, scratched his head and exchanged glances with De Hu. Lu, the deputy team leader, had worked with their team a few times and he didn't dislike him. What was going on today? De Hu remained still, giving him a look to keep quiet. Xiao Ding. Lin Shuyan took the lunchbox. The chicken was cooked in a large pot and served in a clay pot on the table. There was a bit too much to fit, so it was just right for Lu Hai. As she filled the lunchbox with chicken, she purposely didn't add the broth at the bottom, letting the good flavors mix into the sauce instead of giving it to that woman. Lin Shuyan wasn't doing charity. If Wang Chui came today, she would definitely kick her out. But since Lu Hai was here, she offered it to him. This favor was for Lu Hai. There were still subordinates of Hezhong at home, and for unclear reasons, she didn't want to give Hezhong a bad impression over something trivial, even though she knew their team leader wouldn't care at all. But some things can be blown out of proportion, and Lin Shuyan would nip that in the bud. She could tell Lu Hai was a thoughtful person. If you did him a favor, he would remember it and might return it in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyan closed the lunchbox and left the kitchen. Lu, take it back. It's still warm.
Try it and see how it tastes.
Lu Hai felt immensely grateful, thinking he was holding not just a lunchbox, but his shattered dignity. Thank you. He glanced at the table. Sorry for interrupting your meal. I'll head back now. After saying that, he left. Lin Shuyan returned to her seat and smiled. You all hurry up and eat. Don't leave me with leftovers. Xiao Ding grinned. Eat, eat, eat. Sister-in-law, how much food did you make today? I'll make sure to clean it all up. After saying that, he received a sharp look from the team leader. Everyone started eating cheerfully again. Lin Shuyan looked at the man with a dark expression and found it amusing, knowing he was upset for her. She quietly tugged at his sleeve under the table and teased him softly. What's wrong? Is my cooking so good that you don't want to share it with your comrades? He Zhang grumbled a few words. What's his wife to me? I don't need to eat what you made. He had a bit of the spoiled nature of a single child from a prominent family, which he usually hid, but it showed at times like this. Lin Shuyan almost laughed out loud. She had never seen He Zhang so petty before. All right, let me serve you some ribs. She placed a piece of rib into He Zhang's bowl. The man skillfully used his chopsticks to remove the bones and return the meat to her bowl. Eat more. What else do you want? Lin Shuyan didn't hold back and enjoyed the man's attention. I want some tofu. Can you serve me some?
Sure.
The way their leader took care of her was something Xiao Ding and who had seen before and accepted. They looked at the stunned Wen Changzhao couple and thought, you'll be surprised in the future. After the meal, Xiao Ding volunteered to wash the dishes while who tidied up the yard outside. Yu Xiaoqing and her husband hurried back to move things. If you ask Lin Shuyan what she liked most about the house, it would be the yard in front. Seeing the yard awakened her natural instinct to plant flowers and vegetables. The yard behind their home was filled with vegetables, and this yard was quite spacious, about 4 to 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, with the entrance dividing it into 2 sides. Every household relied on this land to grow some vegetables, saving them trips to the market. Moreover, the little trees and Fubao loved to help her with planting. Lin Shuyan wasn't in a hurry to tidy up. She planned to wait for the kids to come before deciding what to plant. Across the way, Wang Chui looked at the chicken in her lunchbox and frowned, thinking that she really did bring some for the man. In the end, she was unhappy that he hadn't paid attention to her all night, just because he didn't want to offend that he leader. She insisted he should go. She wanted to see if he valued her and the kids more than his comrades. After all, if he could put his pride aside for her, that would be good. Wang Chui thought proudly, unaware that her bangs were getting messy. Lu Hai put down the lunchbox and went out to the cafeteria for 2 servings of rice and 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish. When he returned, he sat down to eat. Wang Chui also sat down, initially refusing to eat the chicken, but it smelled too good and she couldn't resist trying a bite, which left her feeling frustrated. How could Lin Shuyan's cooking be so delicious? It couldn't be. It looked like something she couldn't make herself. It was probably Yu Xiaoqing who helped her. She kept munching on the chicken, which was incredibly tender even with just a bit of spring water. Wang Chui finished the whole box and even polished off a full serving of rice. After eating, she leaned back in her chair, feeling full. Lu Hai didn't touch his lunchbox and quietly ate the cafeteria food instead. He felt embarrassed to eat. After finishing, he ignored Wang Chui, washed the lunchbox, and continued packing things. That day, families in the military compound were busy until midnight. First, after living here for a few years, there are many things scattered around. Second, everyone is too excited about moving to a new house to sleep. Around 11 o'clock, there were still children playing outside, and the family was busy packing, so they couldn't pay attention to them. Lin Shuyan rarely couldn't sleep, while He Zhang prepared hot water for her to soak her feet. The water was hot. She dipped her pale feet in and quickly pulled them back out. It's too hot. He Zhang tested it. He didn't feel much because his skin was tougher. Where is it hot? It's hot. Look, my feet are red. Her toes, which had touched the water, were pink from the heat. He Zhang added some cold water and said, soaking in hot water is good for you. He didn't know where that idea came from. Maybe he heard it from his grandmother or He Pinghua. Lin Shuyan corrected him. That's not true. The water temperature needs to be just right. It's not better the hotter it is. We need to be scientific. During these days, when there were no outsiders around, Lin Shuyan would talk to him about modern life and the knowledge that people often overlook today. He Zhang couldn't imagine that the world 20 or 30 years from now could be as she described. Every family would have cars, televisions, and refrigerators. Trains could travel at 500 kilometers per hour. Everyone could fly, and there would be gender equality. Each point made Hezhong feel like it was not just a future decades away, but a completely different, thriving world. But the young girls spoke with such conviction, saying that they would still be alive in 30 years, and then he would understand. They probably would live that long. Once the water temperature was adjusted, Lin Shuyan no longer trusted him and kicked his pant leg. "You go first." Her almond-shaped eyes were wide, and her porcelain-white face was smiling. Hezhong pulled a stool over and sat down across from her, placing his feet in the basin first. Fortunately, the foot-soaking basin was large, and once he put his feet in, Lin Shuyan obediently followed suit. Her fair little feet rested on Hezhong's foot. His skin wasn't dark, at least compared to Xiao Ding and the others. It was just a healthy tan. As she stepped on him, they were close together, making Lin Shuyan look even whiter. She sighed in comfort, kicked him, and nudged him playfully, not being very obedient at all. Hezhong gritted his teeth and held her knee down. "Stop kicking." Lin Shuyan rarely stopped when asked. She looked curious and said, "Why do I feel like Xiao Qing and Vice Team Leader when are a bit strange?"
What's strange about them?
Lin Shuyan, being a woman, was more observant. I can't quite say, but they seem unfamiliar with each other. Their interactions are very polite, not like a couple at all. Although they were under Hezhong's command, he usually didn't interfere in their personal matters due to his indifferent nature. Lin Shuyan didn't finish her thoughts. Besides, there are clearly houses in the family compound, and when Changzhao rarely comes back. Usually, Xiaoqing eats and sleeps alone. That's true. Often during emergency gatherings, when Changzhao comes out from the dormitory. Hezhuang thought for a moment and said, "I only know that their marriage was arranged by their families." When Changzhao took 3 days off, and when he returned, he brought Yu Xiaoqing with him. After that, they weren't often seen together. However, Hezhuang used to stay in the dormitory often, so he didn't think it was strange for when Changzhao to live there. Now he realized who has a wife and still lives there. He wished he could come back early every day to hold the young girl. After gossiping about Deputy Team Leader Wen, Lin Shuyan remembered Lu Hai. The family compound is quite lively. Living here, there will probably be stories to hear every day. She cared about Yu Xiaoqing's family. After spending time together, she found Yu Xiaoqing to be very nice, but a bit too soft. But she didn't like Wang Chui from Lu Hai's family. She could tell right away that their personalities didn't match. As for Lu Hai's family, how did Wang Chui's temper end up with Deputy Team Leader Lu? I see Deputy Team Leader Lu as a good person. Hey, what are you doing?